Chapter 1. The Return of the Demon Emperor * in room 1808 of the Haiwang Hotel in Zhonghai City. A young man sat up, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. He felt nothing of the softness in his hands. After a moment, he began to examine his surroundings, and Chen was instantly bewildered. Wasn't he fighting against the 8 great Immortal Emperors? Had he entered an illusion? However, he quickly shook his head. With the level of illusion they could create, it was impossible for him not to see any flaws. Rubbing his head, which felt like it was being torn apart, he recalled that this scene had happened 10,000 years ago when he was still a wastrel young master, with torn pieces of clothing scattered all around and his fair thigh covered by them. Could it be that he had been reborn? Yes, it must be that he was reborn to when he was 18 years old 10,000 years ago. Chen remembered the moment of his dissolution and was shocked to find that he had miraculously been reborn. Feeling his weak body and the emptiness in his dantian, it seemed he had returned to an ordinary person. However, Chen was not worried at all. As long as he was given time, he would eventually return to the Immortal Realm to take revenge. He needed to ask her why she had betrayed him. But to verify the fact of his rebirth, Chen pinched his left hand hard. Chapter 2. He is no longer Yangqin. Ruoxue frowned slightly as she watched this scene. Even if she were foolish, she understood that she had been framed. But the thought of being defiled by a wastrel young master was unacceptable. Although based on today's performance, it seemed that the Long family's useless young master wasn't so. Useless after all. The most important thing was that it was her first time. She hadn't given it to the person she loved, but to a playboy. Looking at Chen in front of her, she hesitated to speak. She had pulled many strings to attend this banquet just to secure investment to resolve the company's urgent needs. Now, not only had she not secured any investment, but this had also happened. Chen noticed her hesitation, but didn't break the silence. "Don't worry, since this has happened between us. I will take responsibility," Chen said softly. "Xiao, please have some self-respect. Even though this happened last night, please just forget about it, as if nothing happened. The Long family has plenty of women. You don't need me." Despite having had a relationship with Chen Ruoxue didn't want to be just another one of his countless women. Chapter 3. The Chaos Technique **. Chen disdainfully picked up the dusty cultivation technique and gently blew off the dust, revealing the 3 large characters chaos technique. After a brief glance, it was indeed a profound and mysterious technique, even more so than the one from his previous life, and it seemed this technique had no limits. Chen felt someone outside calling for him and took the technique back to the real world. "Brat, hurry and open the door. It doesn't matter if you've lost your yang. I brought you a lot of good stuff. It's just excessive indulgence. It's not a big deal. Don't think too much about it." As soon as Chen returned to the real world, he heard the old man outside calling for him. However, what did he mean by saying he had lost his yang? With a creak, the door opened, and Chen was stunned. Outside the room, Uncle Fu was pushing a cart filled with oysters, bullwhips, leeks, deer antler, and goji berry soup. The most outrageous part was that the old man was holding a bottle of 6 Flavor Mania pills. Before Chen could say anything, the old man stuffed the pills into his arms and said, "Brat, it doesn't matter if you've lost your yang. Don't think too much about it. We'll find a way for you, right?" "Yes, young master. Once you finish these, I guarantee you'll regain your vigor. I eat these all the time, and I'm still full of life." Uncle Fu chimed in, looking extremely serious, though one wondered what a lifelong bachelor like him was doing with such things. Chapter 4. Resurrection. It was not because Chen was particularly altruistic. Rather, the little girl had astonishing talent, a rare genius in cultivation. How could he not be moved? Even Chen did not expect to encounter such a physique on Earth, a trait that belonged only to the Ice and Snow Empress in the Immortal Realm. Chen infused spiritual energy into the silver needle and inserted it into the Zhongwan acupoint. To outsiders, it looked like just one needle. Only Chen knew he had inserted and withdrawn it dozens of times, and he had even twisted it. Old Zhong watched with a frown, not expecting this person to strike such a dead point, and it looked like there was no follow-up. Fortunately, the little girl was already dead. If she were still alive, he would have probably killed her with his treatment. Nearby, the bespectacled man had already shown a smug smile, ready to attack Chen to showcase his noble character. However, Old Zhong gradually realized he was wrong because he detected a sign of life in the little girl. The previous dead energy was dissipating, replaced by this budding vitality. Old Zhong widened his eyes in disbelief and rubbed them repeatedly, realizing it was not an illusion. A miracle! It's simply a miracle! He can actually bring the dead back to life. Old Zhong murmured in amazement. Chapter 5. Sun Bear 2. The woman turned to look at Long Chen's departing figure. Yes, finding someone better than him is no easy task. Perhaps this is my destiny. After a long while, the woman turned back, finished the herbal tea in her hand in one go, feeling a refreshing chill. Miss, are you really resigning to fate? Are you really going to marry that person? If there were outsiders here, they would be shocked to hear the famous divine doctor, Old Zhong, actually call someone miss. It's not that I've resigned, it's just that that person is too outstanding. Even though Long Chen is excellent, he still falls short in comparison. I don't want to drag him into this. It could be a disaster for him. Old Zhong nodded, saying nothing more. Indeed, that person was truly remarkable. He had just felt like he had grasped a straw, but for their current situation, how could a straw possibly bear the weight? Long Chen returned home, found a large wooden tub, and poured all the medicinal materials he had just bought into it, then stepped into the tub. Even as the Immortal Emperor, Long Chen couldn't help but gasp. If it weren't for the lack of resources in this world, he wouldn't use this thing to improve his strength. Chapter 6. Chen Ruoshue's engagement bear 2 had a look of triumph, quickly dragging Long Chen out, fearing that if he delayed even a second, the old man would go back on his word. Long Xiao, if you had come a bit later, I think I would have been beaten to death by the old man. I feel like you're my grandfather's biological son, and I'm just a bonus from charging my phone. Long Chen glanced at Old Bear and then at Bear 2, shaking his head. Long Chen confirmed that Bear 2 was indeed biological. With that physique and looks, if he were not biological, even a dog would shake its head. Stop talking nonsense. Where's the girl you promised? Bear 2 dug at his ear. What did you say? My ear must have been damaged by my grandfather. Speak louder. Long Chen cracked his knuckles. Oh, really? How about I help you fix it? Bear 2 shrank his head, immediately giving in. No, I was just joking. There's no girl. I just want you to help me out. Long Chen certainly knew this wasn't the first time he had done this. Every time Old Bear beat him, he would trick himself into coming over. Long Xiao, are you not able to do it anymore? Are you feeling weak? Bear 2 suddenly remembered something and slapped his head, asking, Who told you that? Don't try to fool me. The news reported it. You actually went to a hotel to play cards with the #1 beauty of Zhonghai, Chen Ruoshue. This doesn't seem like your style at all. Chapter 7. Second Master Long, you don't need to rush to answer. Wait until you hear the next story before deciding. At this moment, Long Chen also walked onto the stage and snatched the microphone from the host. There was a rich second generation who fell for beauty. But no matter how he pursued her, she ignored him. So he used the power of money to bribe the shareholders of the beauty's company, helping him embezzle funds and run away, while also getting his own company's major projects to collaborate with hers. And, through his connections, he made the bank refuse to give her a loan. When the company was at its most helpless, he offered to inject capital if she would agree to a marriage alliance. Does this story sound familiar to you, Mr. Lu Hai? Long Chen, don't think that just because you're from the Long family, you can slander others here. The usually calm Lu Hai suddenly became flustered. The Chen family also found it unbelievable, but after weighing the pros and cons, they chose to pretend they hadn't heard. Chen Ruoshue suddenly realized, being smart, she had sensed something was off, but recently exhausted, she hadn't had the time to think. It only made sense this way, but without evidence, she couldn't draw conclusions. Chapter 8. The Lu family's withdrawal. Old Dragon, come out. An old man in a martial arts outfit was shouting angrily from 100 meters away towards the Long family. As soon as Old Dragon saw the visitor, he quickly closed the door with a snap. While closing the door, he shouted, Old Lu, I'm not home. Come back another day. Long Chen facepalmed. This old man is truly ridiculous. He could just hide, but instead, he had to shout that he wasn't home. Now even a fool would know he was inside. Old Dragon, hiding won't work. I can see you, even though the door was closed. Old Lu directly climbed over the wall and landed in the Long family's courtyard. Seeing this, Old Dragon stopped pretending. Old Lu, why don't you use the front door? You always climb over the wall. Look at the moss on my wall, it's been rubbed off by you. Old Dragon, take this. Old Lu, without any hesitation, launched an attack, and Old Dragon met him with a palm strike. Both retreated 3 steps, evenly matched. Then, the two continued to fight in sync, exchanging moves like Shadow Kick and Dragon Claw. Long Chen stood to the side, unable to help but admire the cunning of their techniques. Neither of them was using proper moves. Chapter 9. Treating the legs. Long Chen placed his hand on Second Master Long's pulse, pretending to check it while actually probing his body with spiritual energy, carefully examining his internal condition. After a while, Long Chen had a rough idea. The injury wasn't difficult. But from a modern medical perspective, it would be quite challenging to heal. It was just that many bones were broken. Although many places had healed, they were still misaligned. That wasn't the most difficult part. The hardest part was that the meridians in both legs had been severed into small segments. With current medical technology, even if they were all reconnected, it would be impossible to restore them to their original state. However, for Long Chen, this was a minor issue. For this problem, he only needed a creation pill, but with his current cultivation, such a high-level pill was out of reach. Nevertheless, relying solely on Long Chen's medical expertise could also heal it, but the process would be quite painful. Second uncle, this isn't a big problem, but the process will be quite painful. I wonder if you can endure it. Clearly, Second Master Long didn't believe it, and the dark lines on his face deepened. What kind of pain? It's just that many of your bones are misaligned. The previous connections were too rough. I need to break your bones again and then reconnect them. Chapter 10. You can't deny it. After half an hour, Bear 2 arrived at Long Chen's doorstep. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he asked Long Yi, "What's wrong with you so anxious early in the morning?" "Cut the crap. Give me your bank card." "Damn." Bear 2 cursed and turned to run. Even at 6 feet 3 inches tall, he was brought back by Long Chen as if he were a chick. "Long Yi, give me a chance. I only have this one card. It's my only way to pick up girls." Bear 2 cried with a long face, now realizing what was going on. He was being robbed. Long Chen took the bank card that Bear 2 handed over, even though Bear 2 was reluctant. His hand that held the card refused to let go. But he was no match for Long Chen, who easily pulled the card from Bear 2's hand. Then he took out a POS machine and, with a smooth operation, withdrew 20 million from Bear 2's card. Even with the 20 million, plus Long Chen's own 20 million, it was still far from enough. He was still short by 10 million. Long Chen had no choice but to set his sights on Xiong Air's G-Class. He called over a second-hand car dealer and sold his cars along with Xiong Air's G-Class to raise the 5 million he needed. Chapter 11. Frequent trending topics. So, are you just planning to give up? What is the difference between you and a salted fish? You have no idea how long it takes to reach that level. It could take 100,000 years with no possibility at all. Since there is no result to be had, why bother insisting? Just eat well, sleep well, and wait to die. Long Chen fell silent. He didn't know if he would succeed in the end. However, if he didn't try, he would never have a chance. Only by trying would he have a glimmer of hope, right? Even if in the end, everyone faced great destruction and then death. No matter what, he had to ensure that the people around him lived their lives well in this lifetime. Long Chen exited the pagoda world, and this matter did not affect his state of mind. There was still plenty of time left in 10,000 years. Ordinary people only have 100 years to live and strive. What did he have to give up? What Long Chen didn't know was that he was trending again. Rich second generation, Long Chen sells luxury cars to raise 50 million just to get a smile from a beauty. 50 million just to rent a room and play cards? Lu's group president's fiancée cheats with a rich young master. Is it the power of money or the decline of morality? The most beautiful woman in Zhonghai, Qin Ruoxue, is maintained by 50 million. News after news dominated the trending topics, writing whatever could attract traffic. Chapter 12. The frustrated dealer. The dealer shook the dice and placed them on the table. Everyone around the table started placing their bets. Long Chen could tell that the result was a small 112. When the dealer opened, Long Chen threw 200 chips onto the small position. 112 for point small, and Long Chen's 200 chips instantly turned into 400. Seeing Long Chen win, Xiong Air showed no change in mood, remaining listless. 200 was less than what he used to tip the doorman. The appearance of the two of them attracted everyone's attention, as they were regulars here, and all the gamblers knew them. "Hey, ISNT that young Master Long? How come you just spent 50 million, and now you're here playing with 200? Lu Hai mocked. "Money doesn't matter, as long as you can win. Young Master Lu just got dumped. Shouldn't he be hiding at home crying? How can he still have the face to come out and play? Were you? How dare you speak about young Master Lu? Apologize to him." A woman next to Lu Hai, with a face full of makeup, said, "Don't speak. Every time you do, your powder falls all over the place, making the air smell like it." Saying that, Long Chen pretended to sneeze. Chapter 13. The Flower King in the end. Long Chen settled on the most common game at the table, bluffing. Bluffing's core essence isn't the word bluff. Your hand might not be the biggest, but if you can bluff out a player with a bigger hand, then you win. Now, there were 4 players, and Long Chen found a seat. The thin man saw Long Chen sit down and turned to leave to gather more players. Professional matters need professional people to deal with. Everyone welcomed Long Chen's arrival since he had been hanging around here for years. They all knew he was wealthy, and the key was that his money was easy to earn. A bald man teased, "Young Master Long, haven't seen you in a while. Turns out you went off to chase girls." A red-haired girl chimed in, "Yeah, young Master Long, I heard you spent 50 million. Is that true? If you give me 50 million, I guarantee I'll serve you well." Long Chen didn't smile back or say much. He didn't want to explain these things, nor did he need to. To him, these people were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Speaking of which, Long Chen wasn't unlucky. He had been getting small hands. It was rare to get a decent Q-sized hand, and he spent over 10 rounds just watching and discarding cards. Chapter 14. The backstage boss Long Chen cheated. But wasn't he something he could understand or provide evidence for? It was actually quite simple. Long Chen merely cast a simple spell, making the Flower King fall into an illusion. The Flower King saw the spade A, but it was just what Long Chen wanted him to see. As long as Long Chen wished, the spade A could be a spade A, and the diamond 2 could be a diamond 2. The Flower King had an old K in hand, but he wanted to change it, and Long Chen made him see the diamond 2 as the spade A Lu Hai. Watching everything from the surveillance room on the 3rd floor, yelled angrily, "Useless!" in the surveillance. He clearly saw that the Flower King's first hand was a spade 2 and the second was a diamond 2. The key was that he could still turn the old K into a diamond 2. He now suspected that the Flower King was in cahoots with Long Chen to perform a show. In fact, this place belonged to the Lu family. Otherwise, how could Lu Hai, with his character, have come here to play? He provoked Long Chen just to make him lose more money. But unexpectedly, Long Chen ended up winning 40 million, which he couldn't tolerate. However, it was never possible to take away so much money from his territory. "Bring him up," Lu Hai's cold voice echoed in the Flower King's earpiece. Chapter 15. Breaking into the Lu family, Long Chen walked step by step towards Lu Hai. At that moment, Lu Hai felt scared. He expected that his trusted wolf would be defeated so easily. Since the wolf had been by his side, it had never lost. "Long Chen, don't be impulsive. I was just messing around with you. You could take the money." Lu Hai's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. "If you let me go, I'll leave." "Who do you think you are? That money was originally mine. Do you have any say in it? What do you want? I can compensate. Just tell me how much you want." "Guarantee you trying to cripple me? Then let me show you what it feels like to be crippled." Just a moment ago, Lu Hai had seemed weak, but he suddenly became tough. "Long Chen, no matter how strong you are, what can you do against a gun, huh?" Lu Hai pulled out a handgun from behind and pointed it at Long Chen, becoming arrogant again. "Huh, you can try to see if your gun is faster or my speed is faster." Without hesitation, Lu Hai was about to pull the trigger. But Long Chen swiftly moved beside Lu Hai, directly removing his magazine and disassembling his firing pin. No matter how Lu Hai pulled the trigger, it was of no use. Lu Hai stared dumbfounded at the handgun in his hand, which was now just a shell. Chapter 16. Forcing to death on the side. Luinga had been sizing up Long Chen since she first saw him. He was quite handsome, if it weren't for his bad reputation. Marrying him wouldn't be impossible. However, he had been messing around outside, harming so many girls. This young lady wouldn't marry him even if she ended up alone. Long Chen felt a killing intent, chilling him. Following the direction of the killing intent, he saw a woman glaring at him fiercely, looking as if she wanted to kill him. "Wow, she looks quite pretty, but why is she so fierce?" Long Chen thought to himself. Old Master Lu pulled Long Chen aside. "Long Chen, are these 2 bottles of wine for me?" Long Chen looked at the funny expression on Old Master Lu's face as he stared at the 2 bottles of 1980s liquor in his hand, drooling. "Haven't you ever had good wine?" He had just been preoccupied with looking at Luinga and momentarily forgot to give the wine to Old Master Lu. "Yes, this is specially brought over for you by my grandfather." Before Long Chen could hand the wine to him, it was snatched away by Old Master Lu, who held it in his arms like a treasure. It's just in time for lunch, perfect for drinking." He then instructed his servants to hurry up and serve the dishes. Luinga stomped her foot in anger, saying that he was supposed to come and give an explanation to cancel the engagement, but now he was drinking instead. Chapter 17. Healing the legs in a high-end VIP ward at the People's Hospital of Zhonghai City. Lu Wenbin looked at his son on the hospital bed with a gloomy expression. The Long family has gone too far. The noblewoman holding Lu Hai's hand at the bedside had tears streaming down her face. "Wenbin, you must avenge our son." "Oof. A declining family dares to harm my Lu Wenbin's son? Then I will let them accelerate their demise." Long Chen returned home. continued to change the medicine for old Master Long Air, and adjusted his meridians before going back to his room to cultivate. When he was sparring with Palang, he discovered a force within him that was somewhat different from his own spiritual power. That power was very chaotic and not pure at all. Although it wasn't as pure as his own spiritual power, in terms of quantity, it was similar, so this world still had its own cultivation system. Even a thug was like this, so there must be many people stronger than him. For example, his grandfather and old Master Lu were both considered experts he had seen. He couldn't see through his grandfather, but the power within old Master Lu was clearly much thicker than Palang's. He had to find time to learn about this world's cultivation system from old Master Lu. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if the dignified Immortal Emperor made a mess in this city, which would definitely make people laugh in the Immortal Realm. Chapter 18. The Long family crisis. Chen reminded his second uncle not to disclose the matter of cultivating immortals. Long Air also understood the seriousness of the situation and didn't want to be captured and used as a test subject. Ding! Long Chen and Long Air's phones received a text message at the same time. The message read that all members of the Long family must attend a family meeting at 2 p.m. this afternoon, and no one is allowed to be late or absent. Those who cannot return from out of town should attend via video conference. Long Chen and Long Air exchanged glances, both surprised by the other's expression. The Long family hadn't held such a large family meeting in many years. The last time was when Long Air was dismissed from the military. The sudden meeting must be due to a major event, but they hadn't heard any news about it. Second uncle, what do you think this is about? Long Chen asked. I don't know. Could it be because my legs have healed? Impossible, your legs just healed, and only the two of us know about it. Then I don't know why. We'll find out in the afternoon meeting. Long Air usually didn't want to think too much about such complicated matters. Knowing or not knowing didn't matter much. When soldiers come, they fight, and when water comes, they block it. Since it was still early, Long Chen simply returned to his room to cultivate and replenish the energy he had just expended. Chapter 19. The Long family's response. Since everyone here is not planning to leave, let's discuss how to get through this crisis. Long Hao said as he stood on the stage to host the upcoming meeting. Silence fell, a dead silence. No one spoke, and everyone lacked good countermeasures. Long Chen, since this matter concerns you, you should at least tell us what specifically happened, Long Hao called out. It's nothing much. I just crippled his legs. Hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock. No wonder the Lu family was willing to pay such a high price to sanction the Long family's businesses. After all, this matter would ultimately be a case of hurting 1,000 while losing 800. Old Master Long also opened his eyes to take a look, somewhat surprised. Just like everyone else, Long Chen actually dared to cripple Lu Hai, who was notoriously useless. Among those present, only Long Air showed no surprise because he had begun cultivating today and knew how powerful Long Chen had become. Due to his previous cultivation foundation, he had just fallen behind in the past few years, but now he had somewhat restored his cultivation. In just a few hours, he had already reached the first layer of Qi cultivation. Even though this was the lowest level, he felt it was stronger than when he was initially at the early stage of internal strength, completely overturning his worldview. Just how strong must Long Chen be now? Chapter 20. Those who want to kill me are all dead after cultivating for a while. Long Chen decided to first go to the Jishir Hall to look for some materials for refining Qi gathering pills and Qi recovery pills. Gathering some elixirs was something he had to do urgently. He had a premonition that he wouldn't have much time left, and he needed to strengthen himself as soon as possible. With the experience from his previous life, this time he aimed to remedy some foundational issues. He was now considered to have restored his cultivation. Moving quickly was not a problem, since his mindset and comprehension were already at the Immortal Emperor level. Now, starting to cultivate again was akin to a college student doing kindergarten-level problems. When Long Chen arrived at the Jishir Hall, the staff directly took him to the second floor, which was what old Master Zhong had instructed earlier. He would personally receive Long Chen if he came. Oh, young Master Long, what brings you here? Old Master Zhong, who was drinking tea, stood up to greet Long Chen upon his arrival. Cut the pleasantries. I don't like it. Just tell me if you have these medicinal materials. Long Chen said, as he took out the list he had prepared. Old Master Zhong poured a cup of tea for Long Chen and began to read the list. Long Chen sat beside him, drinking tea on his own. After a long time, old Master Zhong replied, Young Master Long, we do have medicinal materials on your list, but they're all from 100 years ago, and we can't produce them all at once. 100-year-old medicinal materials are scarce. How much do you need? Chapter 21. Investigating Chen inserted silver needles into the assassin's acupoints. The assassin immediately felt an unbearable itch all over his body. No matter how much he scratched, there was no relief, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at him from the inside. Go ahead and kill me, you bastard. You don't need to provoke me. It's easy to die. Just tell me everything you know, and I will give you a quick end. Chen crossed his arms and stood aside, watching the show. If he remained stubborn, he had even more severe methods. You're simply a demon. Can't you take it? I have even more powerful methods. Do you want to try? I'll tell you everything. Just tell me stop the itching first. You don't have the right to negotiate. For every minute you delay, you suffer another minute. I am an assassin from the dark web. Someone placed an order on the dark web, offering 10 million for your life. I accepted the order, but I don't know who the employer is. What is the dark web? Where is your headquarters? The dark web is just a platform. Anyone in the world can register on it. As long as you have money, you can post tasks. If you have the strength, you can register as an assassin. Depending on the number and difficulty of the tasks completed, each assassin has an evaluation level. I am just a low-level D-class assassin. There are even A, B, C, and S-class assassins above me. Chapter 22. Refining pills. Chen found a small bronze cauldron in the treasure house, which was part of the collection of Old Master Long. If the old man found out, he would surely be furious. However, nothing could be more fitting. The old man's things were his, and he was just inheriting them a bit earlier. Chen refined the only 2 sets of herbs into chi gathering pills and chi supplement pills, producing 9 pills from each set, which was a pleasant surprise for Chen, and their quality was not low, all being top-grade pills. In the past, when he had this level of cultivation, producing 6 pills was already good, so he was quite satisfied now. Chen swallowed 2 chi gathering pills and began to cultivate. After a night of training, his cultivation reached the 6th level of chi refining. However, he did not plan to give the pills to his second uncle, as his uncle was currently building a foundation, and taking too many pills at this stage would not be good for him. Just as he finished his cultivation, Xiong Er's phone rang. Is your son up? When are you going to school? What do I need to go to school for? Chen suddenly remembered that today was the start of the new semester. From today on, he was a freshman at Zhonghai University. Chen felt overwhelmed. The old man had insisted on enrolling him in university, and now the dignified Immortal Emperor had to attend classes. Chapter 23. Investing in Hanfeng Sr., you're about to graduate. Do you have any plans for after graduation? Upon hearing this, Hanfeng began to speak extensively. Junior, to be honest, I plan to start my own business after graduation. I grew up in a poor family, and I worked hard to get into university to find a stable job and improve my family's living conditions. Oh, why then are you choosing to start a business instead of looking for a job? During this time, I've looked for quite a few jobs, but the salaries offered to me were very low since I just graduated. I calculated that after paying rent, utilities, transportation, and other expenses, there wasn't much left. I would have to eat frugally. I also learned about their promotion systems. Even if I performed well, it would take 5 or 6 years to become a department manager. And even then, buying a house in Zhonghai would be very difficult. Chen nodded. That's just how reality is. Working can solve your basic needs, but it definitely won't make you wealthy. But you know that starting a business requires capital, and according to what you said, you don't have much capital. To be honest, I haven't been idle during my 4 years at university. I've done a lot of part-time jobs and even opened a small restaurant on the student street. With scholarships and everything, I've saved about 300,000 over the years. I plan to use this money to take a chance. Chapter 24. Chen is taken away. Chen and the others were having a great time drinking when the waiter rushed in a panic. Mr. Han, it's bad. That group of people is back. Han Feng's face darkened. Mr. Long, Mr. Xiong, you keep drinking. I'll be right back. Chen and Xiong Er exchanged glances. Let's go take a look. In the lobby, they saw that the original customers had been driven away, and the place was filled with punks. When they saw Han Feng come out, a yellow-haired guy sitting on a chair with a cigarette said, Mr. Han, aren't you going to arrange something for the brothers? They're starving. Brother G, didn't we pay the protection fee this month? By chasing away my customers, you're ruining my business. Han Feng's face was gloomy. Just because we paid doesn't mean the brothers can't come to eat here. Mr. Han, is your place not welcoming us? That's not it. You can eat here, but you can't drive away my customers. If I have no business, how can I pay next month's protection fee? Whether you can pay or not is none of my business. I just care about collecting. Your restaurant's business is too good. I had to line up just to eat here. Hurry up and arrange things for me, or I'll smash your place later. Chapter 25. Class reunion. One Long Tai-jun rushed out in a hurry, leaving the servants dumbfounded. The lame second Master Long's leg had actually healed, and he was walking so swiftly. Was he seeing things? Second Master Long was cursing in the director's office, and Yun Fei could only nod and listen, as he had once been Second Master Long's subordinate, given that they were not in the right, having brought someone in without evidence. The director stormed into the interrogation room, just as the interrogation ended. After bowing and sending off Second Master Long and Long Chen, he called Chen Mingyan to his office. He reprimanded her just as she had been scolded earlier, leaving Chen Mingyan feeling quite frustrated. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will arrange for others to investigate. As for your actions this time, I am punishing you to the traffic department for a month to maintain traffic. Director, I don't accept this. Chen Mingyan was also angry at such a punishment. This is an order. Obey the order. The director said without room for doubt. Yes, although unwilling. Chen Mingyan had no choice but to accept. If Second Master Long had just called, Yun Fei would give him face, but wouldn't pay such close attention. But with him coming in person, it was different, mainly because his legs had healed. Returning to the military was just a matter of time, and by then, his status would be much higher than his. Chapter 26. Class reunion 2. You're not even letting the police flower go? On the way, Qin Ruoshu asked. I've been pretty unlucky lately, always falling into her hands. You weren't caught in a raid, were you? How could that be? I don't even know why I'm explaining. Normally, I never explain things to anyone. Qin Ruoshu covered her mouth and smiled. She thought Long Chen was quite cute sometimes. Ruoshu, long time no see. Is this your boyfriend? He looks quite handsome. Wenwen, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Long Chen. When she mentioned her boyfriend, Qin Ruoshu blushed for a moment but quickly adjusted. Long Chen, this is my best friend Wenwen, my university roommate. Oh, so this is the Long Chen who has been all over the internet for playing cards in a hotel with you. Ruoshu, you better come clean. Were you playing cards, or? Wenwen looked at Qin Ruoshu with a knowing expression. Hee, where's your boyfriend? Didn't he come? Qin Ruoshu didn't know how to respond and changed the subject. My boyfriend went to park over there. Look, he's coming now. Wenwen pointed to a well-dressed man walking over. Hello, I'm Wenwen's boyfriend Lu Zhen, the marketing manager of Lu's group. Chapter 27. Class reunion 3. The old class leader said some words of blessing, and after everyone raised their glasses and drank, the banquet officially began. Long Chen was not modest. He began to feast by himself, while the others, apart from exchanging pleasantries, were busy trying to please Wang Bo. Looking at the mountain of bones piled up in front of Long Chen, Qin Ruoshu felt helpless, especially since whatever delicious food Long Chen had, he would also give her a portion, so her bowl was also piled high. Qin Ruoshu wanted to ask Long Chen why he was eating like a starving ghost. After all, he was a young master. It was as if he had never eaten good food before. If she didn't know his identity, she would think he had never been to a high-end restaurant. It wasn't that Long Chen thought the food here was particularly delicious. It was just his principle of eating well since he was here. Plus, he didn't want to have too much interaction with them, so he devoured more than half of the food on the table. The banquet was halfway through when Wang Bo raised a glass and said, Classmates, I would like to toast our campus beauty. The reason I'm here at this gathering today is to rekindle my love from university days. Ruoshu, this glass is for you. Wang Bo stood up, holding the wine glass, waiting for Qin Ruoshu's response. Chapter 28. Long Chen registers on the dark web. Feel free to ask anything, Long Chen said. Having noticed Qin Ruoshu's thoughts, Qin Ruoshu opened her mouth but couldn't bring herself to ask, Aren't you a waste? How can you be so powerful? You've made a move against the Wang family today. Be careful of their retaliation. People from big families are quite petty. Are you concerned about me? Long Chen smiled lightly at Qin Ruoshu. Go to hell. Who cares about you? She said hurriedly as she got out of the car. TCH, women. They care about me, but won't admit it. Long Chen shook his head and started the car. Not long after Long Chen drove away. A dump truck came rushing straight towards his Mercedes. Long Chen unbuckled his seatbelt and decisively jumped out of the car just as the collision happened. A loud crash echoed as Long Chen's Mercedes was crushed. But it wasn't over yet. A person got out of the dump truck, poured a bucket of gasoline over the car, and threw a lighter onto the gasoline-soaked Mercedes, igniting a huge fire instantly. After glancing at the blazing scene, the driver fled, disappearing into the night. Long Chen's face darkened to the extreme. This assassin was relentless. He followed the dump truck driver, determined to kill him, as he had not yet lived. Chapter 29. Military training. Long Chen pondered that he might also take on a few tasks someday. He had just checked and saw that there were not only assassination missions, but also protection tasks, targeting both heinous criminals and high-ranking military and political figures from various countries, as well as wealthy individuals. There were even missions to kill children, but those were likely handled by members of big families. Ordinary people wouldn't have the money or the inclination to take a child's life. After all, the starting price for such tasks was 10 million. Long Chen hadn't expected that he was worth only 10 million himself. He speculated that the employer might be someone from the Liu family. Killing them would be simple, but if not, it would be useless. Anyway, he could just choose a few tasks to find out who the other party was, and he was also curious about the strong figures in this world. The dark web was undoubtedly the best way to learn about them. Even in the Immortal Realm, killer organizations never lacked top-tier experts. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out a long time ago, as it was truly disgusting to have an assassin trying to kill you, even if they posed no threat. A day later, Zhonghai University officially started, and Long Chen arrived at school as scheduled. Surprisingly, his second uncle was leading the military training and insisted he must attend. Chapter 30. Long Chen's father's news, although he couldn't leave. It was still acceptable since he wouldn't have to sunbathe with them. If he remembered correctly, Hu Tao was murdered on the third day. And this was his second uncle's first mission back in the military. He couldn't let him fail. This should be a test from above for his second uncle. Long Chen lay on the grass, leisurely watching their military training while occasionally pointing out things. Instructor, that fat guy is slacking off, he said, causing Xiong Air to stand up straight, cursing Long Chen several times in his heart. The chief of staff noticed Long Tai-jun going down to find Long Chen and sensed a hint of conspiracy. His 1982 model had been tricked away. You brat, are you causing trouble here? Long Tai-jun kicked Long Chen, who was lying on the ground. Second uncle, it's not my fault. You forced me to come. I didn't want to come at all. Hey, you little brat, are you saying this is my own doing? If you understand it that way, then that's fine. Long Chen said seriously. Second uncle, you're just in time. I want to ask, what realm is that person in? Long Chen pointed to the instructor of Hu Tao's formation. Chapter 31. Assassination Report. Instructor, someone has fainted. Suddenly, a girl from Hu Tao's class fainted, and the boys behind her quickly reported it. The instructor immediately walked over to check on the girl. Just as he was about to assess her condition, another boy fainted as well. The scene descended into chaos. Only Long Chen's eyes were wide open, his spiritual sense spreading out to search for suspicious individuals. He had just felt a wave of psychic energy. He didn't expect such a cultivation method existed in Blue Star. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the two fainted students. They failed to notice that amidst the chaos, someone had hidden under the nearby tree shade. That person only needed to unleash a bit of power to easily kill the vulnerable Hu Tao. However, he couldn't escape Long Chen's spiritual sense, who pretended to join the crowd. The empty Iron Army on stage furrowed his brows, feeling something bad was about to happen, and became vigilant, watching the surroundings. The instructor checking on the girl realized something was off when two people fainted simultaneously. He abandoned the check and aimed to get closer to Hu Tao, but just as he stood up, he suddenly felt dizzy. The hidden assassin under the tree seized the opportunity, suddenly leaping up and stabbed a dagger towards Hu Tao's throat with incredible speed. Chapter 32. Qin Ruo Shui is kidnapped after handing over the captives. Long Tai-jun pulled Long Chen aside and asked what had happened. That was a kind of psychic ability that can kill invisibly. Those two students and the instructor were his doing. I didn't dare to get close at the time because I was too far away to kill them directly. I sensed his psychic energy. He was below the level of a master in internal energy, but if I got close enough, I could have killed him directly. Long Chen explained in one breath. So how did you notice? Long Tai-jun asked, puzzled. Because I can do it too. Saying this, Long Chen glanced at a dog nearby, and the dog immediately fainted. Long Tai-jun looked at Long Chen in shock, increasingly unable to see through his nephew. So, those two are taking these captives? They are only in the late stage of internal energy. As long as that person is not foolish, they will definitely die. So, second uncle, you should take your protected people and retreat. It might not be so easy next time. Long Tai-jun opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. He couldn't save those two himself. Only Long Chen could, but Long Chen's attitude was clear. Watching Long Chen's departing figure, Long Tai-jun sighed and began to arrange the evacuation. The military training ended this way, and the news was sealed by the authorities because Hu Tao was still alive. His existence was classified and a key protection target. Chapter 33. Chen blown up? Chen avoided some cameras set up outside the factory, but when he reached the center of Chen Ruoshue's factory, there were no blind spots. Even Chen couldn't avoid them. Chen Ruoshue looked at the arriving Chen, shaking her head vigorously, signaling him not to come over. Tears sparkled in her eyes, but she couldn't voice it, only shaking her head repeatedly. Chen knew something was not right, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. They had brought Chen Ruoshue here, and it couldn't be as simple as just rescuing her. His own feelings of anxiety were not misplaced. Danger always accompanied such situations. After observing for a while, Chen decided that he should first rescue her. He unleashed 4 streams of spiritual power to destroy the cameras, and at the same time, he increased his speed to the maximum and rushed to Chen Ruoshue's side. Only then did he realize that there was actually a bundle of explosives tied behind her. Without time to think, Chen directly used his spiritual power to cut the ropes, threw the explosives away, and simultaneously embraced Chen Ruoshue, raising the spiritual shield to its utmost, enveloping both of them. The man on the other side, noticing the surveillance screen had turned to static, stared at the screen for a second before confirming that the cameras had been destroyed. Chapter 34. The old man's teachings. I am called Wiyazi. You need to reach the foundation establishment stage to ascend to the 2nd level. Actually, there isn't too much up there. This treasure tower is called the Tower of Time and Space. It consists of spaces that accelerate time. The 2nd level has a 10-fold acceleration. The 3rd level has a 20-fold acceleration, and you will slowly learn about the rest. The spiritual energy inside is dense, making it the best place for seclusion. Chen was astonished. He never expected this treasure tower to be a time acceleration tower. Even in the Immortal Realm, time acceleration artifacts were rare, and those that existed were typically held by major families. Could it be that this Tower of Time and Space has no other functions? Not exactly. This Tower of Time and Space also has a storage function. It can bring living people inside and can grow some plants. Each level is like a small world. But I hadn't given you permission before, so you couldn't control this tower. Chen was very pleased. He had been worried about not having a storage ring, which was inconvenient, and the thin spiritual energy made his cultivation progress too slow. He didn't expect that a pillow would be delivered when he was sleepy. Old man, hurry and give me the permission. You little brat, don't I have a name? No respect at all, even if you don't call me senior. At least call me by my name, all right? Chapter 35. Longhao's Dilemma. Chen stuffed 3 qi gathering pills into his mouth. After a night of cultivation, his cultivation finally reached the 9th layer of qi refining. The foundation establishment stage was no longer far away. When he reached that stage and then cultivated in the Tower of Time and Space, his progress would be rapid. Moreover, reaching the foundation establishment stage meant officially entering the realm of cultivation. Both lifespan extension and temporary flight required reaching that stage. After finishing his cultivation, Chen rarely accompanied the old man for breakfast when Longhao rushed in. Head of the family, it's bad. The old man put down his chopsticks and asked slowly, "What happened?" "Take your time. After we abandoned other industries, now the military industry is also under attack. I suspect it's from the capital," Longhao said with a furrowed brow. "Do we have any countermeasures?" "None. Now our goods are stuck in the warehouse and can't be shipped out. The military has also cut off cooperation with us. When I went to negotiate, they ignored me, meaning we won't receive any orders. Moreover, I just got news that all existing orders, whether activated or not, have been suspended. The current problem is that we have nothing to do, and the suppliers will definitely come to urge payment. We are heading towards bankruptcy." Chapter 36. Assassination of Muqing. Chen noticed his suspicion and explained, "This bottle is for stopping bleeding and treating external injuries. This bottle is for treating internal injuries. No matter how serious the injury is, it can work. Light injuries recover in a moment, and serious injuries recover over 5 layers. The essence in this bottle needs to be diluted 10,000 times, and 1 milliliter is enough for each use. Just this? Chen, why do I feel like you're joking with me? If you don't believe it, just try it yourself. Why doubt it here?" Chen picked up a fruit knife from the table and handed it to Longhao. "What are you doing?" Longhao asked, confused as he saw Chen pick up the knife. "Are you stupid? Just cut yourself and try the medicine. That works, right?" Longhao hesitated, holding the knife next to his skin, suddenly realizing, "Why should I cut myself instead of you? It's not that I don't believe you. Whoever doubts should cut themselves. Long Hao was speechless and handed the knife to his secretary behind him, asking him to cut himself. Isn't that bad, boss? The secretary doesn't want to cut himself. Isn't that silly? It's not his problem. It's not like he doesn't believe. I'll give you a bonus of 500. Chapter 37. Taking over the Qinglong gang. Long Chen threw a stone, and the man in black who heard the noise went over to check, only to be knocked out by Long Chen's hand chop. Seeing that his teammate had not returned for a long time, another teammate went to investigate. Upon seeing his unconscious teammate and about to call for help, he was also knocked out by Long Chen. Long Chen stripped them of their clothes, put them on himself, and swaggered to the main entrance. After observing for a while at the entrance, Long Chen understood why there were two people outside. Several teams were patrolling inside. The distance from the entrance to the villa was about 100 meters, and they passed from the entrance to the middle of the villa roughly every 5 minutes. This was not the most important part. The crucial thing was that there was a guard every 2 meters around the villa, sealing it off completely. Taking advantage of the patrol's gaps, Long Chen confidently walked towards the villa. Stop! What are you doing? A man blocked Long Chen's path. I have urgent matters to report to the gang leader, Long Chen said calmly. The man scrutinized Long Chen. Brother, you look a bit unfamiliar. I haven't seen you before. I just arrived. It's normal not to have seen me. Is that so? Seize him. Chapter 38. Blood and Thunder along, Mulao. The future management of the Qinglong gang will be entrusted to you two. You will handle the next matters. I want to interfere with internal affairs. However, no matter how the Qinglong gang was before, now that I am the gang leader, all gambling and drug-related activities must stop. We cannot harm the innocent. We must not bully the elderly, weak, women, or children. Do you understand? Understood, gang leader. Take these 2 pills. They will help with your cultivation. If you want to stay by my side, this level of cultivation is not enough. Hurry up and cultivate. I'll take my leave now. If anything happens, call me. Thank you, gang leader. Please rest assured, we will not let you down. Long Chen exchanged contact information with them and left. Long Chen didn't expect that he was just on a mission and ended up becoming a gang leader, although it didn't matter much to him. It would be easier to handle things in the secular world through them in the future. After all, he couldn't just slap everyone he disliked. That would disrupt the secular order. Since he was living in the secular world now, he had to try to abide by its rules. Long Chen submitted the mission, and soon 180 million was credited to his account, and his assassin rank directly rose to be level. Chapter 39. Wu Bufon's love life. After Wu Bufon was taken away by the Qinglong gang members, the inspectors finally arrived. It wasn't that they were late. It was mainly because they had captured too many people that night, and there simply weren't enough personnel. The chief inspector of the provincial department had a lot on his mind. Who would have thought that these guys could coexist peacefully during the day without any rumors leaking out? Yet in the middle of the night, they suddenly make such a big move, engaging in a fierce battle, and he still can't wrap his head around it. However, their crisis management response was quick. Despite such a significant event happening tonight, by dawn, when everyone started going to work, everything had calmed down. The blood and injured on the streets were all cleared away, and there was no impact on the lives of ordinary people. Next comes the task of stabilizing the underworld. Their existence isn't forbidden, and sometimes certain people need their constraints. But this is a double-edged sword. He has to negotiate personally to keep things under control. Mu Qing's funeral was held at the mountaintop where he lived, attended by all members of the Qinglong gang, as well as many social elites and Mu Qing's family. At this moment, Wu Bufon is kneeling before Mu Qing's spirit, clearly showing signs of having been severely tortured. Chapter 40. Phone for help. After a few exchanges, Long Chen roughly gauged his opponent's abilities. After all, this is a school, and Long Chen didn't want to cause too much of a commotion. If they kept fighting, it might attract unwanted attention. When the man swung his knife horizontally, Long Chen used the branch in his hand to block the attack, then raised a foot to kick the man's wrist. The man winced in pain, loosening his grip, and the knife flew into the air. Long Chen jumped up to catch the knife, and in the next second, had it pressed against the neck of the man who had just steadied himself. Tell me, who sent you? I said, will you let me go? No, those who want to kill me are all dead. So, what difference does it make if I tell you? Whether I say it or not, I'm dead. There's definitely a difference. If you don't speak, I will torture you. I have 1,000 ways to make you talk, and if you do, I'll give you a quick end. The man stopped talking, looking as if he would rather be killed than tortured. Long Chen felt helpless, These kinds of people never give up until they are in deep trouble. Don't be fooled by his bravado now. It would be ironic to see him kneeling and begging for mercy later. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to persuade him further. He channeled spiritual energy into the man's finger, causing it to swell visibly. The man stared in disbelief as his finger ballooned to the size of a small bun. Chapter 41. Settling old and new scores. Chen Ruoshua's gaze became hazy, and she felt a heat rising within her. She tried to stay awake by shaking her head vigorously, but it had little effect. Looking at Lu Hai's leering face, she realized that she was likely to fall victim to him today. Lu Hai, seeing the drug taking effect, pushed the wheelchair to set up the camera and eagerly began to strip off his clothes. At this moment, he was very excited. Chen Ruoshua was the woman he had always dreamed of possessing. Just as he was about to climb onto the bed, someone grabbed him, preventing him from advancing. Lu Hai turned around, ready to curse at whoever dared to ruin his plans. He was shocked to see the man in front of him, Long Chen. Aren't you dead? Why are you still alive? Huh, I wouldn't die even if you did. So, does that mean you were the one who issued the assassination order on me? You're really stingy. You thought you could buy my life for 10 million? Bullshit. I spent 50 million. After saying that, Lu Hai felt something was off. Just admit it. Today will settle both old and new scores. Long Chen threw Lu Hai to the ground. He realized that Chen Ruoshua's condition was not good and hurried over to check her health. This bastard actually used an aphrodisiac. Chapter 42. Taba. Fortunately, there were still taxis on the road at this hour. Otherwise, Long Chen would have had to walk back. If it weren't for the fact that they had reached the city where he could catch a cab, how could Chen Ruoshua have left him behind to take a taxi alone? By the time Long Chen got home, it was already midnight. Now he was feeling chaotic. His cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement was also quite unstable, a side effect of forcibly using the tracking technique. If it weren't for the assistance of the Imperial blood, forcibly using the tracking technique might have left him incapacitated. He was lucky it was not worse. However, he felt quite pained over the loss of 1 drop of Imperial blood. He only had 3 drops, and as long as he had the Imperial blood, he would have no barriers to reach the Immortal Emperor. But for Chen Ruoshua's safety, all of this was worth it. Long Chen sat cross-legged, swallowed 2 qi gathering pills, and began to adjust his state. The next day, a piece of news exploded in Zhonghai. The owner of the pig farm went to the pig pen the next day and found all his pigs weak and frail, quickly checking them. To his shock, he found a completely naked man lying in the pig pen. When the farm owner went to push him, he realized the man was already dead. Chapter 43. Killing Qi enters the body. The shop assistant was chattering away, but Long Chen's attention was drawn to a black bead. Let me see that bead. The shop assistant didn't want to introduce it because there was no information about it, only a price set by the boss, 100,000. And they were not allowed to raise the price. Looking at the stunned shop assistant, Long Chen asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" No problem. It's just that I don't know anything about this bead either. The boss just said to sell it for 100,000, and it's been here for many years without anyone asking about it. Sir, how did you come to be interested in this bead? I'll take it for 100,000, charge it to my card. This was a killing Qi bead, which was of no use to others and rather harmful. But it was very useful for Long Chen. Ah, great. Selling this bead means I can earn 10,000. It hasn't been sold for so many years, and I actually sold it now. Long Chen took the killing Qi bead and placed it into the time-space tower. He could use it when he advances to the foundation establishment stage. As the shop assistant introduced a small cauldron, Long Chen's gaze was instantly drawn to it. Chapter 44. Heading to the Qin family in Dachau. Long Chen didn't dwell too much on why they hadn't made a move, but sent the boss of the treasure-seeking pavilion away and placed his hand on them, absorbing the killing Qi from their bodies. This was possible because Long Chen's chaotic art could refine any energy, which allowed him to easily remove the killing Qi from their bodies. After absorbing the killing Qi from the 4 of them, Long Chen found that the instability he experienced yesterday had improved. It had completely stabilized, and he even sensed signs of a breakthrough. After absorbing the killing Qi, Long Chen returned to the 2nd floor and told them he had treated them, and they would wake up shortly. The boss went up to check and found that they had all woken up, but after lying in bed for a long time, they still needed time to recover. When the boss came down, he showed even more respect to Long Chen. In this line of work, encountering all kinds of strange occurrences was very common. Thank you, benefactor. Here's 50 million for you. This is my small token of appreciation. I will still take you to that place. Long Chen was not being pretentious. He accepted the bank card and agreed on a time and place with the boss before heading out. Today's gains were considerable. In his car, Long Chen used the jade pendant he had just purchased to draw a defensive formation. Chapter 45. Golden Core Stage Puppet. Long Chen, my boyfriend, is from the Wang family. How dare you hit me? Qing'er shouted hoarsely. Slap, slap, slap. 3 consecutive slaps left Qing'er dazed. The meeting room was silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping, all staring at Long Chen in disbelief. Long Chen, I'm going to fight you. Qing'er covered her fake chin and was about to rush at Long Chen. Like a shrew. Enough. Are you not embarrassed enough already? The elder of the Qin family scolded Qing. Then, looking at Long Chen, she said, Long Chen, your Long family has offended the Liu family and is on the brink of bankruptcy. Do you still want to offend our Qin family and the Wang family from the provincial city? If so, your Long family can wait for complete destruction. Long Chen sneered at the elder. Just them? They think they can bring my Long family to ruin? They underestimate us too much. Long Chen, your playboy ways will eventually offend someone your Long family can't afford to offend. I originally didn't want to say much about you and Ruoxue, but if you insist on opposing the Wang family, I will have no choice but to expel Ruoxue from the family to avoid dragging our Qin family down. Grandma, you disappoint me too much. Qin Ruoxue looked at her grandmother in disappointment, not expecting to be expelled from the family for such a reason. Chapter 46. Immortal Emperor. By Qi standing on the puppet's shoulder, Long Chen immediately punched the puppet's chest. When a crisp metallic sound rang out, the puppet's chest showed no damage at all. Damn, it's so hard. How do we play? The puppet could only attack its chest, which was its weak point. Although it was slow to react, destroying other parts was useless as it could reassemble itself. At that moment, the puppet threw a punch at Long Chen, who had to temporarily leave the puppet's shoulder. The empty punched puppet hit its own head, causing its head to explode. However, the next second, the shattered head reassembled itself. This was also within Long Chen's expectations. Seeing this, Long Chen's eyes lit up, thinking of a good strategy. Since he couldn't break through its defenses, why not trick the puppet into hitting itself? Then Long Chen frantically tested the limits, narrowly dodging the puppet's attacks each time. Once again, Long Chen stood on the puppet's arm, luring it to smash its left arm. Then, Long Chen placed his hands on the puppet's shoulders, suspending himself in front of its chest. Without any hesitation, the puppet punched at Long Chen. Chapter 47. Foundation Establishment. Early stage. Long Chen did not expect someone to be so ruthless as to strip a person completely clean. Can you release your killing aura? I want to cultivate here. You can cultivate with killing aura? Everyone avoids it, fearing it will taint them. Long Chen said nothing more and began absorbing the killing aura in the palace right in front of him. Bai Qi also found it quite miraculous, and, in coordination with Long Chen, stopped suppressing the killing aura on himself, releasing it fully. For someone to absorb killing aura was good news for him. Theoretically, only if Long Chen's cultivation was high enough could he absorb it completely, freeing Bai Qi from the effort of suppression. Long Chen sat cross-legged in the palace, cultivating with the killing aura. 3 days passed, and 9 small dragon phantoms swirled around Long Chen, playing and frolicking. 9 Dragons Foundation Establishment? Bai Qi increasingly felt he had not misjudged. Long Chen was indeed that person from back then. Otherwise, who else could possess such extraordinary talent? With a crack, the door to the Foundation Establishment stage opened, and Long Chen frantically absorbed the killing aura in the palace, which rushed towards his body from all directions. Soon, Long Chen's Foundation Establishment early stage cultivation stabilized, and he felt quite satisfied with his current realm and power. Chapter 48. The opportunity of the Long family's guardians. Long Chen had roughly figured out the strength of the mastery of Qi transformation and did not want to play around any longer. These few people had to die. Long Chen unleashed all his power and punched towards this master. Bang! The Long family's master flew out like a kite with a broken string. When he fell to the ground, he was already breathing more out than in. Long Chen quickly leaped over, stepping on his chest, causing the Long family's master's chest to cave in. His head tilted, and he died with his eyes wide open. The remaining peak internal energy practitioner from the Wang family stood there trembling in fear, unsure whether to run or stay, completely at a loss. Long Chen beckoned him over with a finger. Come here. The man hurriedly approached, kneeling and pleading, Young Master Long, spare me. Young Master Long, spare me. Long Chen directly slapped his head, sending him to meet his teammates. Looking at old Master Long, leisurely sipping tea, Long Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. His grandfather really was at ease. "Grandpa, you seem quite relaxed." "Hee, it's none of my business. They came looking for you." Long Chen stumbled. "When did you start cultivating? You even kept it from me. Didn't you plan to tell me anything about today's events?" Chapter 49. Divine Dragon Cauldron Before Long. Chen Ruoxue sent an address to Long Chen. Seeing that it was still early, Long Chen took out the small cauldron he had found at the treasure-seeking pavilion. This small cauldron felt unusual to him. However, after holding it and looking at it several times, he couldn't see anything special about it. Just looking at it, it seemed like an ordinary small cauldron, not even counting as an antique, as it appeared particularly new, with no signs of history. After a long while of not understanding, Long Chen forced out a drop of blood and dripped it onto the small cauldron. The blood was instantly absorbed by the small cauldron, which then vibrated with a hum, glowing with a blue light. Long Chen did not expect this method to actually work. Many treasures required blood to recognize their master, and he hadn't thought this method would truly be effective until he tried it, and it turned out it really worked. Normally, treasures that required blood to recognize their master were of high rank, and Long Chen had not anticipated it would be of such a high level. Soon, the small cauldron grew larger, from the size of a palm to that of a water tank. A child wearing a red belly band, with one pigtail, sat on the edge of the cauldron, giggling at Long Chen. "Interesting, it even has a spirit. Little one, what's your name?" Chapter 50. First meeting with the mother-in-law. Long Chen felt quite helpless. He was good at killing, but he didn't know how to deal with the mother-in-law and father-in-law. Long Chen's head felt heavy. He could tell that Chen Ruoxue's parents seemed to have an opinion of him, and today felt like a banquet of Hongmen. If he could just beat them up, Long Chen would definitely make them submit and treat him with respect. The meal was ready soon, and the five of them sat around the dining table. Xiao Tian took out a bottle of red wine and said, "Uncle, let's drink red wine today. This bottle is from abroad, costing 200,000 yuan. What do you think? Try it." "Xiao Tian, you are thoughtful. Let's taste your wine today," said Chen Ruoxue's father. "Qin Jianwei." Long Chen looked at the bottle of wine, which was covered in English, and he couldn't understand what kind of wine it was. Xiao Tian poured the wine for them, and when it came to Long Chen, he said, "Brother Long, I wonder what gift you brought today?" "I didn't bring much. Just some cigarettes and liquor and 2 beauty pills," Long Chen replied. "Brother Long, could you let us see your gift?" Chen Ruoxue brought over Long Chen's gift, saying, "Dad, this is the 82-year Taiwan cigarette and Zongnanhai cigarettes that Long Chen brought you. They're specially supplied, not available outside." Chapter 51. Change of attitude. How is it possible? How could a useless person like you fire me with just one phone call? Xiao Tian shouted hysterically. "Xiao Tian, it's just a general manager position. If you lose it, you can find another one, right?" Qin Jianwei comforted him. "Finding a job is not that easy. I still have to compensate 5 million. He retorted. "By the way, bring back that skincare product and necklace. I want to return them. You all drank this 200,000 yuan wine, so you know you have to pay, right?" Xiao Tian had no money now. Asking him for 5 million felt worse than killing him. He could only think of targeting the gifts, or else he would be facing a lawsuit. "What? You can't ask for back a gift once given. I won't give it back," Chen Ruoxue's mother, Wu Jiao, said without hesitation. Xiao Tian stood up with red eyes and slapped her face. "Will you give it back? If not, I'll kill you. It's not me who made you lose your job. Go find Long Chen. He's the one who got you fired, right?" It was at this moment that Xiao Tian realized. He felt his knees in front of Long Chen, begging, "Brother Long, can you help me call President Han and ask him not to fire me?" Chapter 52. Buying a villa. This set is our building's king. With a private yard and swimming pool, covering a total area of 1,000 square meters, with a house area of 400 square meters, 3 floors and a basement, including a health room, cinema, KTV, and other facilities. You can move in with just your luggage. Long Chen raised his hand to interrupt her. "Just tell me the price." "Sir, please wait a moment. Go rest on the sofa over there while I check. I'm not very familiar with it." She had come over to introduce the building to Long Chen, thinking that since he was a guest, even though she felt he wouldn't buy it. Considering so many people inquired about this building king, but no one bought it. But since the client asked, she would answer their questions as best as she could. "Look, those few people actually asked Xiao Zhang to introduce the building king. Do you think there's a chance it will sell?" "Wei Jia, don't be ridiculous. That's the building king. Among us, apart from you. How could anyone else sell it?" "Exactly, Wei Jia. Those people are probably just here to enjoy a free meal and broaden their horizons. They probably can't even afford the worst villa. A group of salesgirls flattered Wei Jia, who was quite pleased. You know what? Tonight, President Xie has invited me to see this building king. There's a high probability it will sell tonight since President Xie has seen it several times. Chapter 53. Moving banquet. I really dislike those two people, Long Chen said to Wei Jia and President Xie. President Chen looked at Wei Jia, saying, "You go to HR and handle your resignation, and then get lost." Wei Jia collapsed to the ground. After all, the benefits at Rose Garden were very good, and she couldn't earn that much money elsewhere. Then he turned to President Xie. As for you, do you want to leave on your own? Or should I have someone throw you out? I'll leave on my own, President Xie said, immediately leaving in disgrace. He couldn't afford to offend President Chen, and it seemed that the young man before him had an even bigger background. Qin Ruoxue, Wu Jiao, and Qin Jianwei were also very surprised. This was actually Long Chen's own property, and the key was that he didn't even know. Wasn't it said that the Long family had already declined? This girl is not bad, Long Chen said, looking at Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang was also very excited at this moment, not expecting that Long Chen was her boss. But unfortunately, this meant she would definitely lose her commission now. Right now, the sales manager position is vacant. You will take over, President Chen said. But I don't understand. If you don't understand, I'll find someone to teach you later. This is not a problem. Chapter 54. The new heir of the Wang family, the Qin family, entered the villa and were excited to see the luxury inside, each one more thrilled than the last. Qin Ruoxue, Grandma said this new villa is for us to live in, and, as compensation, you can live in the old villa, Qin said. Why? We bought the new villa ourselves. Why should we move to the old villa? Qin Ruoxue, do you have no filial piety left? Grandma is old, and she lives in the old villa. Do you have the face to live in the new villa? If it were before, maybe, but now, absolutely not. Qin Ruoxue said firmly. Third, what do you say? The old lady Qin looked at Qin Jianwei. Mom, Qin Jianwei hesitated and was very unwilling. What do you mean by what? Do you still want to return to the Qin family? Mom, are you saying we should return to the Qin family? Qin Jianwei asked excitedly. As long as you give up the villa, it's not impossible, the old lady Qin said. No. Do you still have any shame? As soon as you see we have a new villa, you come to rob us. When you kicked us out, you showed no mercy at all. Wu Jiao stepped forward to refuse. Qin Jianwei, who had almost agreed, shrank back, not daring to speak again. Chapter 55. The old lady Qin is dead. A moving banquet turned chaotic, with everyone harboring their own ulterior motives. Just after finishing lunch, the bad news came. Old lady Qin had died of a heart attack. Hearing this news, Long Chen was stunned. He knew his own methods well, and was also very clear about old lady Qin's health condition. After this incident, the Wu family members hurriedly said their goodbyes. And Qin Jianwei and Wu Jiao rushed to the hospital immediately. Only Long Chen and Qin Ruoxue were left in the villa. Long Chen, didn't you say Grandma was fine? Didn't you say it was just a punishment? Didn't you say you had a measure? Qin Ruoxue shouted at Long Chen. Ruoxue, you have to believe me. This really has nothing to do with me. Long Chen, at first, you said it was you who did it, but now you won't admit it? I really misjudged you. Qin Ruoxue looked at Long Chen with disappointment, tears glistening in her eyes. No one was more heartbroken than her, torn between her grandmother and the person she loved the most. That's right, the angina was caused by me, but it definitely wouldn't lead to her death. Long Chen, you should go. I want to be alone. Ruoxue, I still want to explain. When has the dignified demon emperor ever explained to anyone? Chapter 56. The real killer okay. Notify the forensic doctor to come. Chen Mingyan said to the inspector behind her. What forensic doctor? Are you doubting my professionalism? A doctor in a white coat walked over. Dr. Liu is a well-known cardiologist in Zhonghai, and he has examined the case. So how could there be any mistakes? Qin Jianmen echoed. Dr. Liu, we are not doubting your professionalism, but this matter must be verified by our forensic experts to have authority. The court only recognizes the forensic assessment results. Soon, several forensic experts arrived. Everyone was temporarily asked to leave the operating room, and each person outside had different feelings. Half an hour later, the forensic expert opened the operating room door and said, Inspector Chen, after our assessment, the deceased indeed died from a heart issue. I told you so, yet you still didn't believe it and called for the forensic experts unnecessarily. The forensic expert glared at him and continued, I haven't finished. The cause of death was a sudden cardiac arrest due to a large injection of potassium chloride, not the heart disease you mentioned. Dr. Liu collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Upon hearing the forensic results and seeing Dr. Lu's reaction, everyone reached a conclusion in their hearts. Chapter 57. Classmate. Who are you? Long Chen would certainly not refuse the opportunity to have a meal with Yi Yimeng in the cafeteria. Moreover, he discovered that Yi Yimeng had a talent for studying medicine. Many of the topics he explained were beyond the syllabus, yet she understood them effortlessly. Long Chen and Yi Yimeng appeared together in the school cafeteria, leaving many people staring in shock. Their goddess, is she dating a pig? Some recognized this pig as the notorious playboy Long Chen from Zhonghai, making them feel a sudden urge to die. Others recognized him as the impressive Long Chen from military training, feeling somewhat reassured that they seemed like a good match. Yi Yimeng noticed the strange looks from her classmates, her face turning bright red as she realized her high profile would likely make the school's forum hot search again. She secretly glanced at Long Chen, who remained calm and unaffected by the surroundings, and she finally relaxed. Zhou Xiao, it's bad. Your sister-in-law is eating in the cafeteria with a guy, and they look very close. A classmate hurriedly rushed in, finding Zhou Xiao at the training platform. What? Let's go take a look. Zhou Xiao quickly pulled off his gloves, changed his clothes, and rushed to the cafeteria. Chapter 58. A failed scheme. Zhou Jun had dusted himself off and stood up. Brother Long, from now on, Zhou Junjia, will stick with you and never bother your sister-in-law again. Whoever dares to bother her, I will take care of them, Zhou Junjia declared. Yi Yimeng, standing on the platform, heard Zhou Junjia call her sister-in-law and blushed deeply. Come on, with your skills, how many can you take down? Zhou Junjia was left speechless by Long Chen's remark. Indeed, he was just a novice in front of Long Chen. Yi Yimeng's face turned even redder. Long Chen surprisingly didn't refute their relationship. Although they had only known each other for a day, she didn't dislike Long Chen and even felt some affection for him, so she didn't mind others misunderstanding their relationship. Long Chen walked Yi Yimeng to the dormitory entrance. If it weren't for the girls' dormitory restrictions, they would be reluctant to part. After exchanging contact information, Long Chen left the school to go home. At the Lu family's villa, Lu Wenbin sat on the sofa as a wealthy lady pointed at him and scolded. Lu Wenbin, you coward. Didn't you say you would destroy the Long family? Didn't you say you would avenge our son? Why is the Long family's business thriving again? Oof. Even the Yanjing side has taken action. Who knows when they develop that prescription that works so well? But they won't last long. Master Wu will arrive in Zhonghai tomorrow. And this time, the Long family cannot escape. Chapter 59. Old Zhong's request. After training in the Time and Space Tower, Long Chen passed by the courtyard and saw his guards diligently practicing. Fei Ge, you can't just sit and meditate. That will lead to an unstable foundation. You need to split into groups and spar hard. Hit each other fiercely. As long as you don't kill each other, just go all out. This technique requires constant fighting. Everyone twitched at the corners of their mouths, but they still believed Long Chen. While eating chicken in the kitchen, Long Chen heard cries and sound of battle outside, and wondered if he was being too ruthless. While eating, Long Chen received a call from Old Zhong. Brother Long, I need your help with something, Old Zhong said politely. Just tell me what it is, and I'll see if I can help. Old Zhong had helped him a few times in gathering medicinal materials, so helping him out was no problem. A good friend of mine suddenly fell critically ill in Zhonghai, and I hope you can help take a look. Okay, I'll come over now. Long Chen had nothing else to do, so he went to check it out. When Long Chen arrived at Zhonghai People's Hospital, Old Zhong was already waiting at the entrance. The reason he wasn't at his clinic was that this hospital was well equipped with many specialists. Chapter 60. The Hahuan sect. Long Chen put away the business card. He could tell that this old man was not ordinary, or else Old Zhong wouldn't be so concerned. There's no need for thanks. You already gave me that, and I'm just helping Old Zhong. Old Zhong was excited and looked gratefully at Long Chen. Long Chen didn't linger and left first, leaving Old Zhong and Old Li to reminisce. Old Zhong, who is this kid? Old Li asked. He's the grandson of the Long family, Long Chen. Old Zhong replied without hiding anything. You mean Long Yi's grandson? Old Li was surprised. Old Zhong nodded to confirm. Oh, the Long family is about to rise again, Old Li said meaningfully. Suddenly, Long Chen slammed on the brakes. Something suddenly jumped out from the roadside, and Long Chen quickly hit the brakes. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman who jumped out to stop his car. The woman then walked to the passenger side, opened the door, and sat down, chasing after the car in front. The whole action was smooth and without a hint of awkwardness. Miss, this isn't a taxi, Long Chen said irritably. The woman pulled out a wad of cash. No time for nonsense, just drive. Chapter 61. As my maid for the Hahuan sect, the higher their cultivation, the more they liked it, as it brought them the most benefits. Otherwise, they wouldn't have captured Sun Seeing's junior brother, as he indeed had cultivation and was more useful than an ordinary person. Secondly, the Hahuan sect was already a target of public criticism, and Yawang Valley was their enemy. The car door opened, and 3 enchanting women in kipeos with curvaceous figures got out. They were not exactly stunning beauties, but they were definitely more attractive than ordinary women. "Hey, little brother, come play with your sister," one of them said in a sweet voice that could make any man weak in the knees. The 3 posed seductively, their fingers gliding up from their thighs. Long Chen had seen too many beauties. If it were his past life, he might have been overwhelmed. Long Chen didn't rush to act, teasing Sun Seeing. "Do you still want me to save your junior brother? Aren't you enjoying this now?" "Yes, or I won't be able to explain it to my sect. As my maid for 3 years, I helped you save him." "No, change your request. If not, I'll leave. After all, they can't stop me, but your junior brother." TSK, TSK, TSK. Chapter 62. Chaos is coming. When Long Chun and the others returned home, it was already midnight. Long Chun arranged a room for them and ignored them. Meanwhile, in a conference room in Yanjing, a heated discussion was still underway. "We can no longer stop the ancient martial arts world from entering our world. The dragon head has not appeared for many years. What do you all suggest we do?" A middle-aged man sitting in the main seat spoke solemnly. "What else can we do? With the dragon head absent, we can't stop them. Let them enter the world, it's fine." "What kind of talk is that? If we let them enter, who will guarantee the safety of the common people? It will surely lead to chaos. There's nothing we can do. Otherwise, how do you propose we stop it?" The silence among everyone ultimately led to no resolution in this meeting. In Jiangnan province, Along was also worried recently, as many places below were causing trouble, and the brothers couldn't handle it. He and Uncle Mu were running around helplessly, just as they arrived at one place. Another incident broke out, with brothers injured and dead. This group of people was quite formidable. Each time he fought, he couldn't keep the opponent, causing the brothers below to complain, and many were starting to leave the Qinglong gang. He couldn't figure out where this group came from, as so many experts couldn't possibly be unknown. Chapter 63. Sword Sect Disciples at the headquarters of Long Chun Group. A group of unfriendly individuals barged into the chairman's office. The security of Long Tongue dared only to follow behind, not daring to step forward. "Director Han, have you made a decision? We, the Sword Sect, are not unreasonable people. 1 million to buy your company is already a sky-high price," said the leading man in white. "Exactly. What else is there to consider? Such a high price. You won't lose out at all." 2 disciples in green behind him echoed. Han Feng stood up from his chair, his face flushed. 1 million? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? My Long Tongue Group is now worth tens of billions. You dream of buying it for 1 million. So, Director Han, doesn't he agree? The man in white, who had just been smiling, suddenly turned extremely gloomy. "What does it matter if I agree or not? I've said that the control of Long Tongue Group is not in my hands. My boss will be here soon. Whether to sell or not is his decision." Han Feng lit a cigarette, sat back down, and calmed himself. "Good, very good. No one has dared to defy me. You, Han Feng, are the first. Since your boss is coming, I want to see if he dares to oppose me. Today, whether you sell or not, you have to sell." Chapter 64. Backlash of Techniques. Old Master Long took the revitalizing pill, and his internal injuries quickly recovered by more than half, and his complexion improved significantly. However, this improvement didn't last long. The recently repaired internal organs suffered a backlash again, causing Old Master Long's complexion to turn even paler, with blood mixed with some flesh foam spewing out. When Long Chan returned to the Long family and saw Old Master Long's condition, his head buzzed. The life force of Old Master Long was dissipating, about to perish at any moment. Yet even so, Old Master Long still stood straight. "Grandpa," Long Chen shouted, trying to keep him awake while pulling out silver needles to stabilize his heart pulse. Once Old Master Long's life force stopped dissipating, Long Chun let out a sigh of relief and began to check on him. "Chen, don't waste your efforts. It's useless. Grandpa, don't speak. I will cure you." As Long Chun examined Old Master Long's body, he couldn't help but frown. This was actually the backlash of techniques. The revitalizing pill that Sun Seeing had just given him could repair damaged internal organs and meridians, but it couldn't stop the backlash of the techniques. It only treated the symptoms without addressing the root cause, merely delaying Old Master Long's death. Chapter 65. annihilation of the Liu family. Long Chen found a place to begin his cultivation. An hour later, he exited the time-space tower, and his aura was boosted again. The Liu family. It seems they are tired of living and are eager to seek death. Long Chen transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the sky. At this moment, in the Liu family, Liu Wenbin was watching Wu Toad with his wife and could no longer suppress his inner feelings. He called over the twin sisters and began his activities, feeling for the first time how stimulating this could be. Long Chen stood on the second floor, watching the scene in the living room below, dumbfounded. He expected that he had been quite the playboy in the past, but Liu Wenbin was playing even more extravagantly. After finishing, Wu Toad sensed someone staring at him and turned to see a young man standing on the second floor corridor. Looking down, "Kid, have you seen enough? Do you want to join in? Come down, and I'll grant her to you for some fun." Hearing Wu Toad's words, Liu Wenbin looked up in confusion and immediately wilted. "Master Wu, he is Long E's grandson, Long Chen." "What? Kid, are you here to seek death? Your grandfather should be reaching his end soon, haha. I'm here to take your lives. Remember not to offend our Long family in your next life." Chapter 66. Traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference. Various forces were stirring, while Long Chen was calmly attending classes at school. "Xiong, how far have you progressed with Wang Ling?" "Hee, I've already reached a high level. It's developing rapidly, right?" Long Chen gave him a thumbs up, sometimes feeling that Xiong's carefree attitude was quite good. The reason Long Chen came to school today was that he heard the first prize of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference was the main ingredient for the Nirvana pill. The 1,000-year-old thunderstruck with heart. Long Chen needed to refine the Nirvana pill to restore Old Master Long's Dantian. The other basic materials had already been collected through Old Zhong, but two main ingredients were still missing, one being the 1,000-year-old thunderstruck with heart, and the other the phoenix immortal flower. According to Sun Xing, the head of Yaowang Valley had it, and Long Chen had already regarded it as his own, but he was only missing this main ingredient. However, to win first place in the Traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference, one must first stand out from Zhonghai City, with the top 3 participating in the provincial competition, and the province would then decide the top 3 to go to Yanjing for the finals. The competition in Zhonghai was held at the Medical College of Zhonghai University, and anyone from Zhonghai could participate. Although Yi Yimeng was from the medical college, she knew her abilities were insufficient and going would be pointless. At this moment, she was assigned at the entrance of the conference hall to register the information of participants coming to compete. Chapter 67. Yi Yimeng's difficulties. At first, the patient, who had no hope, felt his pain disappear, and his joints became warm, which was quite surprising. "Uncle, you're healed. Try standing up," Long Chen said as he put away the silver needles. "Okay, I'll try." The uncle felt himself getting better and didn't hesitate to give it a try. He supported himself on the wheelchair and slowly stood up, taking a few steps back and forth, joyfully saying, I'm better. My leg is finally healed." The uncle started to cry as he spoke, kneeling down to thank Long Chen with tears streaming down his face. "Divine Doctor, thank you. Thank you for healing my leg." Long Chen helped him up and left the stage. The other patients also regretted not choosing Long Chen earlier and wanted to ask for his help, but they didn't dare offend the doctors who were treating them, finding themselves in a dilemma. However, they were somewhat lucky under the meticulous care of these renowned doctors. Although they didn't bounce back like the uncle did, their conditions weren't as severe, and as long as they followed medical advice, took their medications on time, and did their checkups, recovery was just a matter of time. Long Chen rightfully earned the qualification to compete in the provincial city as the first place. Chapter 68. The dragon team arrives. "All right, 100,000 it is." Yi Yimeng and the others wanted to stop him, saying that money shouldn't be made this way, calling it a huge mistake. However, Long Chen told him not to worry and that he would handle it. The man, still in disbelief, showed his payment code, and Long Chen directly transferred 100,000. After confirming there were no issues, the man handed the IOU to Long Chen and happily tucked his phone away to leave. "Wait, your business is done. Now we need to settle ours." "What business?" The man felt a bad premonition and asked in confusion. "You extorted 10,000 from me. Isn't that a thing? As punishment, I'm going to break one of your hands." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chen struck and broke one of the man's hands, adding a bit of spiritual power so that no one else could heal it. "Ah!" The man screamed like a pig being slaughtered, realizing too late that one of his hands had been twisted off and was hanging limply. This 80,000 is compensation for your hand. Now get lost. The man sighed in relief and hurriedly ran away. Going to the hospital for a hand would only cost a few thousand at most. Thinking about the extra 80,000 made him feel it was worth it, and he praised his own cleverness. Chapter 69. Coming on the waves after the dragon team left, old Master Long said, "Chen, sending you to the dragon team is for your own good. Our Long family hasn't been peaceful lately. Once you're in the dragon team, at least others won't dare to easily touch you, and you can achieve something. Grandpa, I don't need anyone's protection. You know my strength. Give me time, and I could be invincible." Old Master Long shook his head. "Well, you've grown up. You can make your own decisions. Have you heard from your second uncle lately?" "No, he hasn't contacted me recently." Old Master Long nodded, feeling a lingering sense of unease. Just then, Uncle Fu came to report that there was a mother and daughter outside, looking for Long Chen. Old Master Long looked at Long Chen with a strange gaze, as if saying, "You little brat, you already have a daughter outside?" Long Chen felt a chill and hurriedly went to the door to check. After seeing the visitors, he understood what was going on. It was his former disciple, Mo, and her mother. They hadn't come for so long that Long Chen thought they were unwilling, so he hadn't given it much thought. "Master," Mo happily shouted as she saw Long Chen. "Mr. Long, it's been busy with farm work at home lately. We only had time to bring Mo over after this period." Chapter 70. Long Chen goes to the rescue. Just as the newly renovated gate of the Long family was tidied up, there was a loud bang, and the gate was kicked open. As the people were about to return to their rooms, they turned to look at the door again, where the doorman, Sun Siwen, was knocked down into the courtyard. "Damn it, you filthy woman. I told you to wait a minute at the door, and you just attacked. What a female tyrant." Sun Siwen stopped speaking when he saw Murong Shirin's murderous gaze. "What is wrong with your dragon team? Kicking down doors for no reason?" Long Chen scolded. "What did today's door do to you?" Murong Shirin ignored Long Chen and walked directly towards Old Master Long. Deep down, she looked down on Long Chen. "Old Master, there's no time. We need to evacuate immediately." Before Old Master Long could respond, she pulled him out. "Shirin, what is going on? Why the urgency?" Old Master Long asked. "Old Master, there's no time to explain. Someone wants to wipe out your Long family. The team leader is currently doing everything to buy time. If we don't leave now, it will really be too late. Shirin, I appreciate your good intentions, but I've lived too long. If someone wants to kill me, then let them come. I'd rather die here in the Long family estate. But Team Leader Li, you hurry and go support. If anything happens to him because of me, I want rest easy even in death." Chapter 71. Defeating the lone wolf. Long Chen released a sliver of power, shooting a silver needle toward the lone wolf. The lone wolf swung his knife to block, and only then did Long Chen manage to escape. Long Chen leapt out of the water, aiming his spear at the lone wolf, but the lone wolf dodged. Then Long Chen launched 3 consecutive attacks, each one growing stronger, with the combined power increasing exponentially. The compounded attack surged toward the lone wolf, who had no choice but to place his knife against his chest and concentrate all his internal power there, desperately trying to withstand Long Chen's strike. This blow nearly exhausted all of Long Chen's spiritual power. With the last bit of it, he maneuvered the spear around to the back of the lone wolf. The lone wolf didn't notice that Long Chen's spear had disappeared. By the time he realized it, the spear had pierced through his heart and returned to Long Chen's hand. Long Chen took a medicinal pill to restore the depleted spiritual power within him. You haven't finished speaking," the lone wolf said as he lost his support and fell into the sea. Long Chen didn't pay much attention. The lone wolf was already dead, and his body would surely be devoured by sharks. Long Chen returned with a spear. While on the shore, Li Yunlong and Murong Shirin stared blankly into the distance, shocked. Chapter 72. Slapping the face of the ancient martial arts sect boss, we received reports that those people are causing trouble at our hotel. "I'll go handle it," reported Elder Mu. "I'll go with you. I have nothing to do anyway," Long Chen said. This was a 5-star hotel, one of the best in Jiangnan province. Lavishly decorated, but now it was a mess, with staff hiding in corners and the floor littered with members of the Qinglong gang. "A bunch of ants dare to meddle in my affairs. Who gave you the courage?" After saying this, he walked towards 2 very flustered women standing there, wearing tight skirts that accentuated their figures, making it no wonder they attracted these people's attention. "Don't think anyone will come to save you. No one can save you. Today, you'll just entertain U.S. brothers," they sneered. Don't come over. Don't come over." The 2 women waved their bags, trying to stop the men. The men licked their lips, showing wicked expressions, and approached the women with open arms. I'm coming over. What are you going to do about it? Haha. What's going on? Long Chen asked as he saw the scene before him. Chapter 73. Bai Round understood. We will never dare to target the Qinglong gang again. Can we leave now? The man in white asked, eager to leave as soon as possible, feeling embarrassed by today's events. Get lost. At the moment the white-clothed man turned around, the ruthlessness in his eyes did not escape Long Chen's gaze. Long Chen also understood that this group of people couldn't be easily subdued. Once their sect entered the world and stronger experts came over, they would forget today's warning. However, Long Chen was afraid they wouldn't come. If they didn't come, where would he get so much income? The wool had to be slowly sheared. If he killed them all at once, where would he shear the sheep afterward? Long Chen transferred 200 million to the two women, while the rest was handed over to the Qinglong gang for collecting medicinal herbs. The two women hesitated at first to accept the money, but after Long Chen's repeated persuasion, they finally accepted it. Upon receiving the money, the shadows of their previous fear dissipated, although they were considered small, wealthy individuals. Each receiving 100 million made them happier than winning the lottery. Long Chen himself now received considerable dividends every month, some from the Qinglong gang and some from the Longting group. The money in his card was already more than he could spend. Having this 2 billion was just a number to him. Chapter 74. Are you convinced now? In the end, only 5 people were left, and Long Chen didn't participate in a single match, sitting there drinking tea the whole time. When the last 5 drew lots, they were disappointed to find that Long Chen still had a bye and smoothly entered the top 3. After they decided the winners, the 2 defeated contestants were unwilling to accept it. A Mediterranean old man protested. You must have rigged the competition. How much did this kid pay you? I'm going to report you. Another old man with white hair added, I'm also not convinced. He didn't participate in any matches. How do we know if he really has strength? We fought hard to get here, only to lose to the rules. The emotions of the audience above were stirred up. Almost everyone felt there was a conspiracy. Some cursed the competition committee, while others cursed Long Chen, all standing up for the 2 old men. However, as the person involved, Long Chen turned a deaf ear. What they said had nothing to do with him. He only knew that the tea he brewed smelled very nice. The competition committee found themselves in a dilemma. This was the rule they had set, and it was too late to go back on it. Although they knew there was no manipulation, who would have thought someone else's luck would be this good? Chapter 75. No reinforcements in the western region. The 5 foreign countries sent 1 million troops to pressure Long City. Long Taijun, clad in battle robes, stood on the city wall, the robes rustling in the wind. A soldier came forward to report, General, according to intelligence, the enemy has sent a total of 1 million troops, while we in Long City only have 100,000 soldiers. What did the commander say? The commander said to hold Long City at all costs. Didn't he say to send troops? Long Taijun frowned. The commander said the soldiers hesitated to speak. What do you mean? Just say it. The commander said that all fronts are tight, and they cannot send reinforcements. That's ridiculous. They've already sent troops here. Where else could the enemy be? Doesn't he know that if Long City falls, the 5 cities behind us won't have any stationed troops and will face disaster? The soldier fell silent. Long Taijun strode toward the command center to call the commander. Commander, Long City urgently needs support. I have less than 100,000 soldiers. We can't withstand 1 million. Taijun, the command is coordinating troops for you. Just wait for news. Commander, we can't wait long. If we don't get reinforcements in 3 days, Long City will fall, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Chapter 76. Launching a full-scale attack on the 13th day. The final attack commenced, 30,000 against 800,000, a huge disparity in strength. Fortunately, with the protection of the city, they weren't immediately overwhelmed, as the enemy's 800,000 troops couldn't fully unleash their power. Nonetheless, the battle was exceptionally brutal. Some soldiers were stabbed multiple times but gritted their teeth and drove their blades into the enemy's chest. Some soldiers had their arms chopped off, hastily bandaging themselves with cloth before launching another round of attacks. Even when they fell and couldn't get up, they clung to the feet of their opponents, buying time for their teammates. There were even soldiers whose intestines spilled out, stuffing them back in because they could still fight. The battlefield was littered with severed limbs. The blue city walls splattered red with blood. The fighting was incredibly fierce, bringing tears to the eyes. These were all iron-willed men. one after another falling and never rising again. The enemy commander, Trank, laughed heartily, filling the entire battlefield, as if he had already won. Surrender, and you won to be killed. We treat prisoners well, Trank shouted, but no one paid him any mind. Everyone was already blinded by rage, thinking that killing one was breaking even and killing two was profit. Long Tai-jun, are you going to watch your brothers die? Trank, seeing his words ineffective, began to shake Long Tai-jun's resolve. Chapter 77. Sima Nan arrives at Long City. The enemy soldiers, seeing their commander captured, lost all will to fight. They all discarded their helmets and armor and scattered to flee, while Long Fei led the others in pursuit, with many soldiers falling with each attack. However, they were ultimately limited in number. Even if they were to kill 70,000 pigs, it would take time. Sima Nan, watching this scene from the command mansion, had a dark expression. Long Tai-jun, I didn't expect you to survive this. In the command rooms of the other countries, their leaders smashed everything to pieces, furious. What a bunch of useless fools, a bunch of stupid pigs. 1,000,000 against 100,000, and you actually lost. On the other hand, the remaining 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers of Long City, though already battered and bruised, cheered with joy. Perhaps only they understood the feeling of having survived a disaster. When they looked at their fallen comrades, the earlier joy vanished instantly. So many brothers died in this battle. They silently turned over each body, try to find their brothers to bring them home. Long Chen, don't chase the fleeing enemy. Let them go, Long Tai-jun said helplessly. Second uncle, if we're going to fight, we need to make them hurt. If they escape now, they will come back again next time. Chapter 78. Plain accident. Long Tai-jun. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Where would so many masters of the transformation of Qi come from in Huaxia? Even if there are, would they all come to help you? You really think highly of yourself. Why don't you just ask them? Long Tai-jun rolled his eyes. You've already made arrangements with your people. What is the use of me asking? Would they speak the truth? Since you're unwilling to cede power, I will report to His Majesty that the Long family intends to rebel. Slap. Long Chen could no longer listen and slapped Sima Nan across the face. You're seeking death. Rebellion. How can you be so foolish as a commander that I can't help but slap you? Slap. Another hard slap landed on Sima Nan's face. Sima Nan wanted to fight back, but found he couldn't move. Sima Nan was only at the early stage of the transformation of Qi, while Long Chen had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment after his retreat, allowing him to crush Sima Nan. Thus, Long Chen had early on used a binding technique to restrain Sima Nan there. Seeing he couldn't resist, Sima Nan shouted at Long Tai-jun, Long Tai-jun, is this how you manage your subordinates? This is treason, you know? In the past, Long Tai-jun would have stopped Long Chen long ago. Now, Long Tai-jun couldn't care less, since it wasn't him getting beaten up anyway, and Sima Nan was about to accuse him of treason. So was this reason enough to go against authority? Chapter 79. Leader of the Dragon Group, Long Chen. The Dragon Group holds significant power, possessing the authority to act first and report later, only responsible to the Emperor. If you become the leader of the Dragon Group, I'm sure the old man would be very pleased as well, Long Tai-jun chimed in. Long Chen fell silent. If it were just Li Yunlong, he wouldn't have bothered with him. But the position of the Dragon Group leader indeed wielded great power in the secular world and served as a form of protection for those around him. Seeing that Long Chen did not refuse, Li Yunlong felt hopeful again. Long Chen, as long as you're willing to be our leader, you can propose any conditions you want, and we will do our utmost to fulfill them. Also, although you can kill innate level experts, you probably haven't reached that level yourself yet. Our Dragon Group will do everything we can to cultivate you. I don't like being constrained, Long Chen said lightly. No problem, leader. You can go wherever you want. We won't interfere, just show up when the Dragon Group needs you. Don't bother me when there's nothing going on. Li Yunlong gritted his teeth and ultimately agreed. What the Dragon Group needed now was a strong individual who could intimidate the ancient martial arts world, not just someone to act as a thug. However, the top experts of the ancient martial arts world would need Long Chen to deal with them later. Chapter 80. Miss Long Chen felt overwhelmed. What was going on? He had appointments at the same time. I don't have time tonight. How about noon? It's almost noon, and I haven't eaten yet. Okay, then hurry over. I'll go buy some groceries. After hanging up the phone, Long Chen sighed. He didn't expect that returning to the secular world would make him busier. He initially wanted to live a carefree life, but circumstances kept pushing him forward. Long Chen tidied up and drove to the Rose Garden Villa. Upon seeing Long Chen, Wu Jiao and Qin Jianwei were all smiles, serving him tea and cutting fruits, their attitude completely different from the first time he visited. After lunch, Qin Ruoxue asked Long Chen to accompany her shopping. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice. Fighting didn't tire Long Chen, but shopping truly exhausted him. Bauman Plaza was the most bustling square in Zhonghai, selling luxury goods from both domestic and international brands. It was colloquially known as a paradise for women and a disaster for men. However, for Long Chen, money was just a number. He could buy the whole place if he wanted. Qin Ruoxue's beauty and Long Chen's good looks and demeanor attracted a lot of attention. Chapter 81. Do I look like I need money? Unfortunately for him, he encountered Long Chen, who wouldn't indulge him and grabbed his wrist. Zheng Bei couldn't move forward or backward, so he raised his foot to kick Long Chen, who also extended his foot to meet his. A cracking sound of broken bones echoed. One must admit that Zheng Bei was tough. Despite his bones being broken, he didn't utter a word. Long Chen still didn't let go of his hand. Instead, he slapped his face repeatedly. After a dozen slaps, he twisted one of his hands, rendering it useless, and then kicked Zheng Bei in the chest. Crack! All the ribs in his chest broke, but fortunately, he was kicked 5 or 6 meters away. Zheng Bei coughed up blood, mixed with several teeth. He had almost lost all his teeth due to Long Chen's beating. If you want to be a dog, be prepared to have your teeth knocked out. Let's see if this old dog can still bite. Long Chen said playfully. Gu Tian watched Long Chen walk towards him step by step, fear making him shrink into a corner, until he had nowhere to retreat. Zheng Sang. Come save me. Chapter 82. Treasure map. If you two can't bring out something tangible today, then you'll be finished here. Long Chen continued. Zheng Xian and the head of the Yin family were drenched in cold sweat. If you don't say it, how the hell are we supposed to know what you want? Suddenly, the head of the Yin family remembered something. I have a treasure. He pulled out a piece of sheepskin scroll from his pocket. I got this from my training years ago. It's a treasure map. I don't know if it's useful. Long Chen looked at the sheepskin scroll, which indeed seemed quite old, and took it from the head of the Yin family. Upon opening it and examining it closely, he saw that the mountains and rivers were clearly drawn. But Long Chen noticed a flaw. This treasure map was incomplete, only a quarter of it. Normally, there should be significant treasures involved, and Long Chen was quite interested in this. This will do, but it can only guarantee one person. Do you have anything else? Long Chen asked. Long Yi, please have mercy. I really don't have any major treasures. I don't like practicing, so I only manage some businesses, Zheng Qian said in despair. What about you? Long Chen looked at the old yen. Long Xiao, I really don't have anything else. This was an accidental find. You wouldn't even be interested in ordinary antiques. Chapter 83. Heading to Yanjing, Long Chen accompanied Yi Yimeng for a walk before heading home. Just as he sat down, he received a phone call from Li Yunlong. After hanging up, Li Yunlong called again. Long Chen impatiently answered the phone. Li Yunlong, you might have a serious illness, calling me in the middle of the night nonstop. Leader, I don't want to either, but it's urgent. Let me explain. Spit out quickly. It's like this. Your second uncle, Long Taijun, was taken to the Sima family overnight. They might not have good intentions. Long Chen's heart sank. Why didn't you say this earlier? Stop dragging it out. Li Yunlong was speechless, wondering who was cursing him from the start without giving him a chance to speak. Stop with the me and tell me about the Sima family. The Sima family is one of the 8 royal families in Yanjing, second only to the emperor. If the Sima family is determined to capture your second uncle, it will be very difficult to rescue him unless what? Unless the emperor or someone from another royal family intervenes, or we directly break in to rescue him. However, both options are very difficult. Although our dragon group is not low in status, you are the leader, and whether they give you face is a question. Chapter 84. Long Taijun, under torture, the appearance of the dragon group's #1 vehicle shook the entire Yanjing, with discussions about whether that person had appeared again. Some said the dragon group had a new leader, but no matter which it wasn't good news for many. Before Long Chen arrived, he had already informed Li Yunlong of his flight number. As soon as Long Chen got off the plane, Li Yunlong was waiting there. Leader, let's head back to the dragon group tonight. The brothers want to meet you. Although your appointment hasn't been finalized, the higher-ups of the dragon group have already recognized you, and the appointment has been agreed upon by the emperor. The official documents and royal robes are being rushed to be made. All right, we'll stay at the dragon group tonight. Long Chen didn't plan to go to the Sima family tonight. As a royal family, the Sima family wouldn't be that simple. How's my second uncle doing now? Long Tu? Don't worry, There is no life-threatening danger for the time being. The Sima family mainly wants to clarify the cause of Sima Nan's death. If they kill a guarding general without evidence, even though the Sima family is royal, it would be hard to explain as there are other royal families in Yinjing. Long Chen nodded. As long as there is no life-threatening danger, if there were, he would have to go rescue his second uncle now to avoid any accidents. Chapter 85. The finals Long too. Although you are strong, I am not happy with what you said. Can't each of us stand alone? General Zhang said dissatisfied. In the secular world, you can indeed stand alone, but now that ancient martial arts have emerged, can you still hold your ground? Long too, we are well aware of this. But at our age, we have not made any progress in our cultivation for many years, and it is not easy to enhance ourselves now, General Chen complained. This is not something for you to worry about. Since I brought this up, I have a way to solve your problems. But whether you work hard or not is up to you. I'm not afraid to tell you, not long from now, my group will be stronger than you. Do you think you can still sit comfortably in your current positions then? The old men below were all shocked. If that is the case, what status do they have left? Everyone looked at each other, and finally, Generally stood up. Long too? I don't know what method you have to help us improve quickly. We old bones are very willing to cooperate. Being able to improve their cultivation is a huge gain for each of them. Regardless of whether what Long Chen said is true or not, they have nothing to lose. Chapter 86. Princess Chong Long Chen slowly stood up. I am Long Chen. Is there a problem with the topic? Upon seeing such a young person stand up, everyone immediately had an answer in their hearts. This is definitely a topic that is hard to think of. What problem do you have? You come and answer this topic? Who here can answer it? The old man said unhappily, spitting as he spoke. Just because this question is so simple for you doesn't mean others can't do it. The old man was almost so angry that he had a heart attack. Come, here is a pen for you. You write the correct answer. Are you admitting that you've been eliminated? Long Chen was not foolish. If he wrote the correct answer for him, wouldn't he get eliminated himself? The old man was taken aback. I admit I have been eliminated, but the person who poses the question also needs to know the correct answer. Otherwise, you will also be eliminated. Fine, then let me tell you ignorant people. The 13 needles of the Ghost Gate can cure this illness. The crowd fell silent. Most of the people here had heard of the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate, but who could actually use it? Who knows if it actually works? Chapter 87. Heart-eating goo. Several people stepped forward to examine Princess Chong Lu, inquiring about the previous doctor's examination results, but they could not figure out what was wrong. No one knew what this disease was, and even they could not determine the cause together. After a while, several of them gave up and shook their heads to indicate they were powerless. Xian Yuan Hao Chun could only sigh helplessly. This result was already expected. He had already invited countless doctors, and all gave the same response. At this moment, only Long Chen was still standing there, not stepping forward to examine. Xian Yuan Hao Chun found it strange, as he had been most concerned about Long Chen from the beginning and wanted to hear his insights. Long brother, are you not going to check? Xian Yuan Hao Chun asked curiously. No need to check, I can cure this illness. This statement stirred up a wave of surprise. Everyone looked at Long Chen in shock. Really? Brother Long, are you serious? Can you really cure it? Xian Yuan Hao Chun excitedly shook Long Chen by the shoulders. Third Prince, men should not engage in such intimate gestures. Please behave. Long Chen was also speechless, being hugged by a big man. The third prince then realized his gaffe. Chapter 88. King of Zhen Nan. As Long Chen sealed away the blood from his heart, the goo worms shrank back again. Brother Long, why is this? Xian Yuan Chen Hao asked. What do you think, third prince? I'm just proving that I can treat it, but whether I treat it or not depends on you. Third prince. All right, I will quickly ask my father for the Millennium Thunderstruck Wood Heart, and then I will ask Brother Long to come and treat it. With the Millennium Thunderstruck Wood Heart, everything will be easier. Since that is the case, just contact me after you get it. I will still be in Yinjing for the next few days. Long Chen said as he left the contact method and left the Princess Chong Lu's residence. The third prince frowned and looked at Princess Chong Lu for a while before heading straight to the palace. He needed to get his father to grant the Millennium Thunderstruck Wood Heart as soon as possible. After Long Chen left, he took a taxi directly to the Sima family. He needed to rescue his second uncle as soon as possible to avoid prolonged troubles. The Sima family was located on a mountain in Yinjiao, with buildings all over the mountain, showing how large the Sima family was. Soldiers were guarding at the foot of the mountain, and a pass was required to enter the Sima family. As soon as Long Chen arrived at the foot of the mountain, he was stopped. Go and inform your family head Just say that Long family Long Chen has come to visit. Long family? Is there a Long family in Yanjing? The soldier thought for a long time and still could not figure out which family the Long family was. Chapter 89. Release so, you are the king of Zhennan. Huh. If you don't release my second uncle today, I will level your Sima family. The king of Zhennan looked at Sima and Min. What is going on? It's like this, his second uncle is Long Tai Jun, and I suspect he's related to my son's death, so I brought him in for questioning. Nonsense. After all, he is the guardian general of Long Cheng. How can you privately capture him? Go back and reflect on your actions for 3 days. Yes, father. Sima and Min obediently nodded. All right, Sima and Min made a mistake. This is our family matter, and I have already dealt with it. However, even if someone from the Sima family was at fault first, it does not give you the reason to attack us. How will you give me an explanation for this matter? Where is my second uncle? Hurry up and release him. The matter of your second uncle is still under discussion. Once the truth is revealed, I will naturally release him, the king of Zhennan said. If that is the case, then let me give you this old thing an explanation. As he spoke, Long Chen raised his spear and thrust it towards the king of Zhennan. The king of Zhennan also struck out with a palm, a large palm print blocking Long Chen's attack. This old man is indeed strong, late stage innate. A whole major realm higher than me. Long Chen thought to himself. Chapter 90. The second treasure map. Who did that? Step forward, and I will no longer pursue the matter. Otherwise, you call the other two old geezers out today and see if they can withstand my rage. The king of Zhennan was startled. He did not expect that the two trump cards of the Sima family had also been discovered by Long Chen. Even so, he still dared to challenge the Sima family. He was now somewhat confused. You leave with the person now, and I want to pursue your responsibility. But if you continue to make a scene here, even if I destroy this place, I will make sure you stay here forever. The king of Zhennan showed no signs of weakness either. With the strength that Long Chen had just displayed, it was clearly insufficient to handle the combined attack of the three of them. Moreover, did the vast Sima family really have such little foundation? Since they were unwilling to hand over the person, then let us fight. Long Chen lifted his spear and charged forward. The king of Zhennan pulled out a long staff to block Long Chen's attack. At the same time, he called out to his two companions, both of whom were in the late stage of the innate realm, and the three began to encircle Long Chen. The three members of the Sima family became increasingly alarmed as they fought. If they were to categorize realms based on the amount of energy within, it was clear that Long Chen only possessed the energy level of a late-stage transformation master. They also noticed that Long Chen's energy seemed to suppress their internal power rather than resemble it. Chapter 91. Immortal Emperor. Theoretically, if the spiritual energy was exhausted, the spiritual veins should also be depleted. Since there was one, there would be a second. Brother Long, can these few treasures be accepted? Xianyuan Haochen asked. It can be reluctantly accepted, but you still need a hand over the person. The jailer was pushed out, immediately kneeling and pleading, Great Lord, please spare me. I was just following orders. Who ordered you to attack? The jailer was at a loss for words, glancing at the fierce-looking Sima on Min, and ultimately chose to remain silent. Long Chen naturally understood that he was just being pushed out as a scapegoat. The person who ordered him was likely Sima on Min. However, Sima on Min, as the head of the Sima family, would not easily be handed over. But now that he knew this, it was not too late to settle the score later. And there were definitely many good things in the Sima family's treasury. Otherwise, they wouldn't have prevented him from entering. If I cut off your arm, do you have any objections? No objections, no objections. Thank you for not killing me, Great Lord. The jailer gratefully knocked his head. A flash of light passed, and an arm flew into the air, blood splattering everywhere. Brother Long, can we go help treat your sister now? Xianyuan Haochen asked after the matter was settled. Chapter 92. Leaving Yanjing all right, then I won't be polite when I need help. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Long Chen didn't want to engage too much with him right now, as their apparent identities were unequal. One wrong move could potentially cost him his life. He still couldn't contend with that old monster at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Long Chen returned directly to the villa at the Long Group headquarters, where his second uncle was also resting. Second uncle, congratulations. Congratulations for what? Long Taijun asked, puzzled. You should soon receive a transfer order. You have been appointed as the commander of the Western region by the Emperor. Congratulations on your reinstatement. Upon hearing this, Long Taijun was very delighted. Isn't this all thanks to you? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been promoted to commander so quickly. You really are my lucky star. Not at all. That is all due to your strength, second uncle. Now I have a big shot backing me up. Long Taijun rolled his eyes at Long Chen, feeling that he was just there to clean up after him. Get lost. Do you still need me to back you up? You're much more impressive than I am now. One person beneath 10,000. That's just a false name. Strength is everything. Without strength, how could those royal families and those old geezers obey me? I bet they couldn't sit still for even a day. Chapter 93. Xiongde after returning to Zhonghai. Long Chen released the members of the Qinglong gang and Long Fei from the Time and Space Tower. In the future, Long Fei and his group would need to protect Old Man Long's safety, while Long and the others returned to the Qinglong gang, allowing them to develop as they wished. Long Chen thought he could finally relax after returning to Zhonghai, but as soon as he entered, Long Hao chased after him. Long Chen, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for so long. What is the matter? You're looking for me, for something? It's like this. Our Group S formula was given by you, right? The effects of those medicines are so good that we've opened up the international market. Isn't that a good thing? The larger the market, the more money we make. Is it because the previously formulated medicine has run out? That's one reason. But there's an even more important reason. Someone has their eyes on our group and even offered $1 million to acquire it. Isn't that infuriating? Long Hao said indignantly. Tell me who it is. It's a group of martial artists. They are too powerful. Old Man Xiong went out to face them and is now seriously injured, lying at home. He said he wants to wait for you to come back to resolve it. Long Chen frowned. He had a rough idea of who it was and was surprised that they were so audacious to provoke him. Chapter 94. Xiong Air's heartbreak. Xiong to slap Xiong Air hard on the back of his head. What are you crying about? What's wrong with you? Sister Linger left with someone else. It's just one woman. What's the big deal? I'll find you another one. You don't understand. You don't understand. Xiong Air extended a finger, gesturing in front of him. Xiongde, move aside. Let me handle this. Long Chen said. Long Chen used spiritual power to dispel Xiong Air's alcohol-induced haze, and soon Xiong Air's eyes cleared up. Long Chen, why are you here? Tell me, does Linger have some untold reason? Why did she leave me? Is it just because he is more handsome than me? Xiong Air, it's not that complicated. She left you. It's her loss. If you think she has some untold reason, just go and verify it yourself. If you're afraid to fight for her, then what do you mean by saying you love her? Long Chen said lightly. Yes, you're right. I'm going to find her and ask her clearly. What if she was threatened? Saying this, he walked out. Xiongde and the others wanted to stop him, but Long Chen intervened. I'll go with him. You all stay at home. Chapter 95. A sword to the throat. Who is causing trouble here? Director Wang and Wang Ling walked in. Senior brother. You came just in time. Quickly subdue him. You bunch of useless people. More than 10 of you can't even handle one person. And you too, Elder Feng. You're really going backwards. You're embarrassing our sword sect. A dignified golden core stage cultivator can't even defeat a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Director Wang was a true disciple of the sword sect and was also at the early stage of the golden core realm. But his status was much higher than Elder Feng, an outer sect elder, and his combat power was significantly greater. Long Fei stared hard at Director Wang, feeling a dangerous aura from him. Young Master Wang, quickly show your prowess and take him down. Wang Ling said sweetly. Don't rush, just watch me. I can take care of this kind of person with one move. Young Master Wang is mighty. Young Master Wang is mighty. Wang Ling's praise made young Master Wang feel elated. He unleashed his strongest attack towards Long Fei. Long Fei had long been on guard against him, continuously gathering power to defend. With a loud bang, the imagined scenario of Long Fei being sent flying did not happen. Even though Long Fei was seriously injured, he only stepped back 3 paces. Seeing that Long Fei was unharmed, Director Wang became even more furious, grabbed the sword from a nearby sword sect disciple, and stabbed it towards Long Fei. Chapter 96. Repeated assassination. You teach me without permission. 1 to your master be angry? Don't worry, I can make my own decisions. Long Chen pointed at the center of Xiong Air's forehead, teaching him the bloodbath battle technique and some basic knowledge of cultivation. At the same time, he handed him some medicinal pills and instructed him on the purpose of each pill. He advised him to take fewer drugs. While it's good to take them, moderation is key. After returning to the Long family, Long Chen began to ponder the current situation. The entry of ancient martial arts into the world was already a done deal. He needed to think about how to ensure safety for those who followed him and the people around him while still allowing them to live normally during this time. Long Chen called one by one, summoning Qin Ruoxue, Han Feng, Long Hao, and along to the Long family for a small meeting. It was finally decided to merge these industries into a new Longting group, with Han Feng serving as chairman and Qin Ruoxue and Long Hao as directors. The specifics of personnel and their duties would be allocated by them. Long Chen also added products like beauty serum and life essence to them, urging them to expand quickly and use the money earned to acquire various spiritual herbs and plants. He taught Sun Siwen and Sun Xing several methods of alchemy, assigning them to be responsible for the group's potion refining, which made Sun Siwen very happy, as he no longer had to guard the gate. Chapter 97. Heading to the Divine Dragon platform, Long Chun took the Divine Dragon Cauldron out of the time-space tower, feeling that it might be related to the Divine Dragon platform. "Big brother, you haven't looked for me in a long time," Xiao Long said, lazily, while sitting on the edge of the cauldron. "Xiao Long, do you know about the Divine Dragon platform?" "Of course. I used to be at the Divine Dragon platform. It was the dojo of my former master. Are there any good things in there?" Long Chun asked excitedly. "Indeed. The Divine Dragon Cauldron is related to the Divine Dragon platform." Let me think," Xiao Long pondered, resting his chin on his hand. "By the way, there should be many spiritual herbs, plants, and fruits. My master liked to grow these. Anything else?" Long Chun pressed. "There might be some elixirs, but I don't know what else." "All right, you can go back to sleep now." Long Chun returned the Divine Dragon Cauldron to the time-space tower. Long Chun called Li Yunlong, asking if there were any spots for the Dragon Group to go to the Divine Dragon platform. Li Yunlong was taken aback. "When did the Dragon Head start caring about such matters?" "Report, Dragon Head, we have 5 spots, but we haven't participated in several sessions." "Why? Is there nothing good inside?" "Not exactly, Dragon Head. You don't know. Those ancient martial arts forces are too overbearing. Every time someone from our Dragon Group goes in, none of them come back alive. They specifically target our Dragon Group." Li Yunlong's anger grew as he spoke. Chapter 98. The old members of the Dragon Group. Still charming boom. A dull sound echoed in the sky, as if heaven was responding to her vow. Cultivators go against the heavens, since they have sworn an oath to heaven. It will sense it. If they violate it in the future, heaven will truly unleash a thunder calamity, turning the oath taker to ashes. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. If you ruin our good plans, you won't have a good end." Long Chun took an apple from the time-space tower, wiped it on his clothes, took a bite, and savored its sweetness. "You see, I'm enjoying a good fruit, aren't I? I give you a choice. Either leave, or this place will become your grave. I see you're looking for death. You guys go up and take care of this kid first." The leader assigned 5 people to deal with Long Chun. The 5 immediately launched a ranged attack, 5 sword energies attacking Long Chun, who remained unperturbed, sitting there eating the apple. Bang! The 5 sword energies hit the barrier, scattering and ultimately dissipating. Long Chun summoned his flying sword, which cut through the air, weaving between the 5. The speed of the flying sword was so fast that by the time they reacted, it had already slashed at their throats, leading to their pupils dilating as they fell dead. Chapter 99. Entering the secret realm, were you a member of the Dragon Group before? Long Chen asked. The shop owner nodded suspiciously. Are you also one of them? At this moment, the shop owner regretted being too excited and saying too much. Long Chun took out his credentials and handed them to the shop owner. You're the Dragon Head of the Dragon Group, the new Dragon Head? The shop owner looked Long Chun up and down, thinking he looked too young. Isn't it written on the credentials? Can't you tell if they're real or fake? Has the Dragon Group fallen to such a state that they allow someone so young to be the Dragon Head? The shop owner said sadly. Long Chun smiled but did not engage in that topic. Relying on consuming the flesh and blood of living people to stay in this world is not a solution. Before Long Chun finished speaking, the shop owner was so frightened that she took a few steps back. What do you want? Are you going to deal with me? Don't worry. I can let you survive in another way. Don't you want revenge? I think you're quite attached to this room, right? Indeed. The reason she could stay in the human world was because she relied on consuming the flesh and blood of living people to deceive the Grim Reapers. However, once she left this room, under the sunlight, there would be nowhere for her to hide. Chapter 100. Surrounded in the secret realm, just as Long Chun and the others entered the secret realm, a barrage of attacks descended upon them like snowflakes. Murong Shirin, Li Hai, He Hui, and Wang Xiaobin were so scared they stood frozen in place. They had anticipated that entering this place would be perilous, but they did not expect to encounter such fierce attacks right away. They were even too terrified to think of resisting, standing there in shock without any reaction. Long Chun had been prepared the moment he entered, using a protective shield to shield the others. The attacks hit Long Chen's protective shield, causing ripples to form. Everyone looked at Long Chen in amazement, thinking their attacks would be enough to overwhelm him, at least injuring him severely. But it turned out to be of no use at all. This kid is a bit strange. Go all out, don't hold back. The next wave of attacks followed, even more intense than the first. However, the result was the same. It was like raindrops falling into the ocean, only causing slight ripples. You all seem to be having fun. Is it my turn now? Long Chen sneered. Although Long Chen was only at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, how could these Foundation establishment and energy transformation masters possibly harm him? There wasn't even one at the Golden Core stage or innate level. Chapter 101. Long Chen is deceived, of course. Long Chen wouldn't explain so much to them. He would only secretly step in to rescue them when they were in life-threatening situations. At other times, he would just drink tea and watch the show. The 4 members of the Dragon Group were all battered and bruised, but the outstanding talents of those ancient martial arts sects were also falling one after another. The battle lasted for 2 full hours before it ended, and the 4 of them lay exhausted on the ground, each seriously injured. Long Chen fed each of them a resurrection pill and a Foundation establishment pill. After such an exhausting fight, it was the best time to cultivate. They practiced nearby while Long Chen guarded them, and only after they broke through their realms did they understand Long Chen's good intentions. You 4 should go together to seek opportunities. Others shouldn't attack you. What about you, Dragonhead? Morong Shireen asked. I can go alone if you follow me. You won't get any opportunities. After speaking, Long Chen flew towards the center of the secret realm, while Morong Shireen and the other 3 changed direction, grouping together to search for opportunities. Long Chen released the little dragon. Big brother, are you going to the Divine Dragon platform? The little dragon asked in surprise, standing on Long Chen's shoulder with its hands on its hips. Chapter 102. Killing the donkey. After the grind, the disciples of Kunlun who went out to search for companions were quite bewildered. There were plenty of people when they entered, so why was it so hard to find anyone now? The key problem was that some sects were not willing to give them face, such as the Hawan sect and the Sun Moon Divine Cult. They had always been enemies, and Kunlun prided itself on being a righteous sect, feeling ashamed to associate with them. Now, they wouldn't even pay attention to Kunlun. The Kunlun disciples racked their brains trying to figure out where those people had gone. Were they still tormenting the Dragon Group members? Fortunately, they didn't need too many people, and soon found disciples from Wudong, Shaolin, Iron Fist Sect, and Huashan. Why did it take so long? You guys are so slow at handling things. When the 4 Kunlun disciples returned to the foot of the mountain, they were scolded by Ling Xiao. Being scolded was one thing, but they didn't dare to retort. Friends from Wudong, Shaolin, Huashan, and Iron Fist Sect, please channel your strength to me, and I will attack this great formation, while the friends from Yawang Valley assist from the side. What do you think? Ling Xiao explained the situation to them. How will the resources be distributed after we go in? Zhao Jigang from Wudong stepped forward to ask. Naturally, whatever you obtain belongs to you. How much you can get depends on your own opportunities. Chapter 103. Guarding the exit and robbing. It's clearly just a broken sword. Only you treat it as a treasure. The records in ancient books are all fake. Ling Xiao retorted. Just watch. I'll prove it to you. Long Chen forced out a drop of blood and dripped it onto the Divine Dragon Sword. The blood was instantly absorbed, and golden light erupted. The Divine Dragon Sword was activated, emitting a faint dragon's roar. Long Chen wielded it a few times, finding it very comfortable. Before activation, it was just an ordinary sword. After activation, it turned out to be a celestial-grade artifact, rare even in the Immortal Realm. A small golden dragon flew out from the sword, playfully flying around Long Chen, occasionally rubbing against him. Little guy, come here. The little dragon called out to the golden little dragon. The golden little dragon happily flew over and played beside him. Long Chen had a dark expression. You 2 are both little guys, so it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Impossible. This can't be. Give me back my sword. Ling Xiao's eyes turned red, and he crazily attacked Long Chen. Long Chen unleashed a sword energy. To test the abilities of the Divine Dragon Sword, he didn't kill him in one strike, but lightly cut his skin. Ling Xiao was unconcerned and tried to continue attacking. But the next second, he was struck by a lethal poison, his lips turning black as he fell straight down. Chapter 104. Exiting the Secret Realm and facing difficulties as the time for the Secret Realm to close approached. The 4 members of the Dragon Group finally arrived. This road was opened by me, and this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass this road, Leave behind your storage rings. Zhao Yun said to the four. Murong, Shireen, and the others thought to themselves that they had encountered robbery. The four of them cautiously covered their storage bags, afraid their belongings would be stolen. Zhao Yun, let them pass. We're done and going out. Hey, big brother, aren't your dragon group members scared? Long Chen smiled lightly and returned their storage rings, along with a few extra as their wages. Dragonhead, why do you have so many storage rings on the table? Murong, Shireen asked, looking at the mountain of storage rings piled on Long Chen's tea table. I was sitting here, and people willingly gave them to me. Everyone was speechless. While they had to work hard to find resources, Long Chen had gathered everything from everyone. With just a few minutes left before the secret realm closed, confirming that no one else was coming out, the group finally left the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, Li Yunlong's face had darkened to the extreme. He believed that since Long Chen and the others hadn't come out by this point, they must have been surrounded and killed. Chapter 105. Total annihilation. The entire ancient martial arts world was in an uproar due to the incident at the Divine Dragon Platform secret realm, as the sect disciples who participated had not returned. A final investigation revealed that only the Dragon Group, Sun Moon Divine Cult, and Hahuan sect had safely returned. This time, the ancient martial arts world was unusually united, coming together to hunt down the Dragon Group, Hahuan sect, and Sun Moon Divine Cult. They claimed it was for the sake of the deceased disciples, seeking an explanation. Just as Long Chen returned to Zhonghai, he received a phone call from Zhou Junjie as soon as he got off the plane. Big brother, why was your phone off? Something big has happened. Long Chen had just turned on his phone when he got the call. What big thing? Yi Yimeng has been kidnapped. I went to negotiate with her family, but they wouldn't give any face, specifically demanding you go or else. That's why I called you. What? When did this happen? It was the day before yesterday. I've been trying to reach you for the past 2 days. Did you offend the Zheng family in the provincial city? Okay, I understand. You don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it. After hanging up, Long Chen's text messages slowly came in, including many spam messages. But 2 of them nearly drove him mad. The messages were sent 2 days ago. One stated, Yi Yimeng is in our Zheng family's hands. If you don't come to the Zheng family within 3 days, we will tear up the contract. Chapter 106. Heading to Mount Fuji on the ground. Along could only turn and look elsewhere, pretending he hadn't seen anything. After landing, Yi Yimeng reluctantly parted ways with Long Chen. It felt too real, and she pinched herself hard. Her face instantly turned red. Is this real? What else could it be? Have you forgotten that you were kidnapped by the Zheng family? Yi Yimeng looked at the ruins before her, recalling her kidnapping. Did you kill them all? Yi Yimeng asked in surprise. Yes, if they dare to touch you. They should die. Yi Yimeng suddenly didn't know how to face it. Because of her, a large family was destroyed by Long Chen. Such a scene impacted her soul, and she found it hard to accept. There are more brutal things than this. If you're not more ruthless and powerful than them, they will continue to ride on your head, shitting on you and oppressing you. But I still can't accept this fact. Hundreds of people died because of me. Yi Yimeng, who usually wouldn't dare to kill a chicken, couldn't bear to watch this scene. Long Chen, you should run quickly. You have killed so many people. The inspectors will definitely come to catch you. Although she couldn't accept this fact, Yi Yimeng was even more worried about Long Chen's safety. Chapter 108. Missile bombing. Why are you so stubborn? What a pity for a good seedling. Kuei-Tian Shimiku shook his head and said. Kuei-Tian Shimiku gathered an energy ball between his hands and then pushed it towards Long Chen. Long Chen slashed with his sword chi, meeting the energy ball. With a loud bang, it exploded directly between the two, creating a column of snowflake-like energy that soared into the sky and then fell down. Divine Ninja. Is that all there is? Come again. Long Chen's sword moves formed shadows, and sword lights flashed as they clashed, accompanied by the sound of air explosions. Kuei-Tian Shimiku also defended with his knife, and fortunately, he had just stepped into the Divine Ninja realm, equivalent to the early stage of the nascent soul in cultivation. If he had reached the late stage of the nascent soul, given Long Chen's peak foundation establishment cultivation, he would have probably been finished. The two fought evenly matched, but this was not what Long Chen wanted. After several hundred exchanges, they couldn't determine a victor for the time being. However, Long Chen's realm was too low. He couldn't outlast his opponent. The best way now was to end the battle quickly. When Kuei-Tian Shimiku swung his knife, Long Chen's divine dragon sword slightly deviated from its trajectory and failed to block the attack. His body adjusted slightly, and Kuei-Tian Shimiku's knife struck Long Chen's shoulder, leaving a visible gash. Chapter 109. yin-yang dual polarity pill Long Chen was also confused. Do I now have two golden pills? Long Chen had never encountered such a situation and didn't know if it was true. He had only read in ancient texts that someone once had two golden pills, one yin and one yang, representing the duality of yin and yang. But those who possessed two golden pills were all supreme beings, existing only in ancient legends. The world within Long Chen's body also began to change, slowly forming mountains and rivers, but life had not yet been born. It was just a barren expanse. The opening of the inner world required immense magical power after becoming an immortal, and Long Chen did not expect to open it so simply during the golden pill stage in this life. Long Chen was both puzzled and excited, as the usefulness of the inner world was immense. At that moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky above Mount Fuji, and thunderclouds rolled. Long Chen knew that his thunder tribulation had arrived. The small golden pill tribulation was nothing to him, having survived the Emperor's tribulation. This golden pill tribulation was like child's play. Long Chen soared into the clouds, spread his arms, emptied his mind, and allowed the thunder tribulation to strike him. Long Chen's chaotic technique was operating constantly, absorbing part of the thunder tribulation's power, while the other part refined his physical body. Chapter 110. Rampaging in Japan, Long Chen spread his divine sense, probing every area. Since they dared to use missiles to bomb him, they would have to pay a price. That day, the three major secret bases in Japan were attacked, and all the equipment and gear within the bases suffered varying degrees of damage. Satellites could only monitor swordsmen. Wherever he went, he destroyed their bases with several sword strikes. The head of the Cultivating family, Cultivating Taichi, was summoned by the emperor and scolded for not sparing any effort to find the person who destroyed their bases. Meanwhile, Long Chen was in a bar, sipping drinks and watching the soldiers coming and going on the street. Now the entire Japan was in chaos, searching for the culprit. Cultivating Taichi understood very well that this person was a practitioner from Huaxia, and they had recently attracted Long Chen over. So they quickly began to search for Long Chen's whereabouts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of upper ninjas appeared around Long Chen, attacking him at the slightest disagreement. And the bar instantly fell into chaos as everyone rushed outside. Long Chen swung his sword, and half of the upper ninjas fell to the ground, directly cut in half. The remaining few, wielding katana, dared not approach Long Chen again. Chapter 111. Medical Practitioner Yi Yimeng, Mr. Long. We have prepared a special plane to send you back to your country, Cultivating Taichi said. What did I say? I was leaving now. There's still a day left, and I want to enjoy myself. Where does Mr. Long want to go for fun? We can send you there by special plane. I heard that your hot springs are pretty good. I want to soak in one. All right, we'll take you there now. Cultivating Taichi's special plane took Long Chen there. And not only that, but they also arranged for many people to serve Long Chen. Long Chen spent a day in Japan, keeping his nerves taut the entire time. They were under a lot of pressure. While soaking in a hot spring, he received a call from Li Yunlong. Dragonhead, aren't you coming back? Japan said you can't return on time. The previous agreement no longer counts. What does that have to do with me? Li Yunlong was speechless at this moment. He understood that Long Chen wanted benefits. Li Yunlong had no choice but to consult Emperor Xianyuan, as he couldn't make this decision himself. He couldn't just pay benefits to Long Chen out of his own pocket. Soon, Emperor Xianyuan personally called Long Chen, as long as you return today, I will betroth my only daughter to you. You will be the only prince consort of Huaxia. Chapter 112. Besieging the sun and moon sect, Long Chen chose not to take a plane because it wasn't faster than him flying. Moreover, flying himself provided a better view to see the beautiful scenery. So Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. He flew slowly while observing the myriad aspects of the world. In the air, he saw couples fighting, families living in harmony, spouses cheating, and even elderly couples holding hands shopping. He saw the extravagant lifestyles of the wealthy and the everyday struggles of the common people. Suddenly, as Long Chen passed a mountain peak, he saw a dense crowd of cultivators below, which piqued his interest. Long Chen hovered in the void, watching everything below. In the middle of the crowd, he noticed an entrance to a secret realm, but he didn't know what was inside. Is the sun and moon sect so cowardly, hiding inside a secret realm and not daring to come out? If you have the ability, come out. You so-called righteous sects only know how to gang up on others. If you have the guts, come at me one-on-one. I can take you all down by myself. Long Chen's face was filled with black lines. He recognized Zhao Yun's voice. Even when surrounded and beaten, he was still so arrogant. Chapter 113. Arriving at Amay. Searching for relatives in vain no matter what, I still have to thank Brother Long. Otherwise, my son and Moon sect might have suffered heavy losses today. Shall we go into the small world and show off? All right. Long Chen did not refuse. And he liked this kind of straightforward personality. There was no need to appear aloof and unapproachable. In fact, if fate allowed it, he wouldn't mind helping them out. This was Long Chen's first time entering such a small world in Blue Star. And as soon as he entered the secret realm, he felt a rush of spiritual energy, which was not much different from that of the cultivation realm. It was no wonder they all wanted to live in this small world. However, what made Long Chen frown was that although the spiritual energy here was abundant, the laws were incomplete, and under these laws, the Yuan Ing stage was capped. The laws outside were complete, but the spiritual energy there was insufficient to support any advancement. This put him in a dilemma. And he also had a question. If the old monsters at the Yuan Ing stage could live up to 1,500 years, where had those old monsters gone? Master Run, may I ask you something? Brother Long wants to inquire about this small world, right? Yes, logically speaking, you should have produced many peak Yuan Ing masters. Even Yuan Ing walking everywhere. Why is that? Chapter 114. The whereabouts of Long Chen's mother after that little nun entered the small world. The remaining little nun came over to ask, may I ask what is the relationship between the person in this photo and you? The person in this photo is my dad and mom, but I have never seen them. The little nun's eyes widened in shock. You say this is your dad and mom? Is there something wrong? Yes, there is a huge problem, the little nun exclaimed excitedly. The little nun's unusual reaction piqued Long Chen's interest. However, at that moment, Master and Hui and the little nun had already come out, and Long Chen had to interrupt the topic. Long Benefactor, thank you for saving us last time, but our Amay sect has rules. Men cannot enter. Please forgive me for not being a good host. No worries, last time I saved you was conditional, and I intend to use that condition this time. What does Long Benefactor want? Just tell me who to find, and I will do my utmost. Do you know Master and Ruo? Is she in your Amay? Master and Hui was momentarily stunned, then adjusted her state and said, we may have no Master and Ruo. Long Benefactor may have found the wrong person. What about this person? Her name is Zhou Hui. Have you seen her? Long Chen took out the photo and placed it in front of her. Chapter 115. Entering the Amay small world, I am your brother. What do you mean by what person? You have no respect. Long Chen tapped her forehead. Oof. If you don't say anything, then forget it. Long Xian pouted. She was not as tall as Long Chen and could not fight back. When Li Yunlong heard that Long Chen had come to Amay to find his mother, he even brought missiles, looking ready to launch them at the slightest disagreement. Such a big show had already caught the attention of Amay, and Master and Hui was sent out to inquire about the situation. Young Hero Long, why the need for such a big fuss all of a sudden? Master Hui Xian, do you really not have a clue? If it's about your mother, our Amay truly does not know. I ask young Hero Long to retreat. What ain't not knowing, just trying to brush it off. I remember you swore that when I find my mother, let's see if heaven strikes you. Master and Hui looked at Long Xian beside her. Long Xian, are you going to betray the sect? Long Chen pulled her behind him. You sects are better off without me joining. I'll give you half an hour to release my mother. Otherwise, I will flatten your Amay today. Long Chen released his pressure, and Master and Hui gritted her teeth to endure it. Chapter 116. The 10 sects surrounding the Sun and Moon Divine sect upon learning of his mother's whereabouts. Long Chen had no reason to stay in Amay and directly exited the small world. As soon as Long Chen stepped out of the small world, he saw Run Tianxing and others confronting someone, and the people he brought were surrounded. Run Tianxing, this time I want to see where your Sun and Moon Divine sect can run. And you, Li Yunlong from the Dragon Team. Let's wipe you all out this time. Ha ha ha. Lu Jian, you really are a dog, chasing me everywhere. Did you secretly eat the shit I pulled too? Ren Tianxing retorted. Ren Tianxing, you're just good with words. From now on, there will be my sword sect, but never your Sun and Moon Divine sect in Blue Star. Let's see how tough your mouth will be then. Lu Jian said, Ba, Benefactor, please put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot to avoid the suffering of living beings. Good. Master Mei Dang, you old bald donkey, if you're afraid of causing suffering to living beings, then don't participate in the siege. You really want to be a whore and still set up a signboard. You monks are the most hypocritical. Benefactor, you are attached to this matter. I won't argue with you. Ren Tianxing, surrender. We 10 major sects are surrounding you. You don't want your disciples to die with you, do you? Chapter 117. The culprit behind the destruction of the Long family. Hearing this, Li Wei from the Iron Fist sect turned pale. Master Mei Deng, you must give me an explanation today. Benefactor Li, you must not get attached. I was just helping others, sacrificing myself for your wife's happiness. Fuck your helping others. I'm gonna fight you. Li Wei punched towards Master Mei Deng. Master Mei Deng deflected Li Wei with a palm, causing him to stagger backward. Old monk has important matters to attend to in the temple, so I will take my leave. With a swoosh, Master Mei Deng flew into the void, disappearing without a trace, leaving his disciples dumbfounded. Li Wei chased after him, but soon returned, cursing as he came back, unable to match Master Mei Deng's speed and not even catching a glimpse of his back. After returning, Li Wei left with his disciples, wanting nothing more than to go home. You have quite a way with words. You scared off 2 major sects without lifting a finger. Keep going. I love hearing this gossip, Long Chen joked. Ren Tianqing awkwardly smiled. Hey, I was just saying casually. I noticed Li Wei's son looks like that bald donkey. I didn't expect it to be true. Long Chen's face was dark. So you were just fishing for trouble, and you got caught. Chapter 118. Weo Collection Group. After handling these matters, when Long Chen found the old man, Long Xian was already chatting happily with him. He didn't know what they were talking about, but the old man kept laughing heartily. You rascal, you're here. From now on, Xian is your sister, do you know? Long Chen was bewildered. Grandpa, I've been accompanying you for nearly 20 years, and you've known her for just 20 minutes. This favoritism is a bit too much. What's wrong? You rascal, are you unhappy or what? You caused me trouble for nearly 20 years. Look how well-behaved Xian is. She massages me, chats with me, and makes me laugh. Long Xian proudly made a face at Long Chen. Long Chen returned a fist to her, only to be chased by the old man. Long Chen recounted the information he obtained from the soul search to the old man, who sat silently after listening. After a long while, he said, It seems the Liu family wants to rebel. Grandpa, why do you say that? All of us old folks have an agreement when we step down. We must return when called, and we must return when the country is in trouble. We old folks followed Emperor Xinyuan back then, and once the Liu family wants to rebel, we scattered old folks across the country become their biggest uncontrollable factor. Chapter 119. Heading to the Medicine King Valley, Wu Jiao and Qin Jianwei were shocked and frightened. They had never seen such an operation before. Kicking a person into the sky. Long Chen, is everything okay? The inspector won't come looking for you, right? It's fine, I can handle all of this. Long Chen reassured them, which finally put Wu Jiao and Qin Jianwei at ease. After finishing up matters here, Long Chen returned to the Long family. Previously, Emperor Xinyuan had promised him a piece of land, and coincidentally, a significant part of the Long family's estate had been burned down. So, he decided to take over a large mountain area nearby and planned to build the Demon Palace here. Long Chen spent a few days designing the building plans and then had the Qinglong gang come to help with the construction. The 1,000 cultivators from the Qinglong gang were not to be wasted, and since Long Chen's designs required cultivators for construction, using mortals wouldn't meet the standards. After several busy days, Long Chen assigned all the tasks for building the palace, with the members of the Qinglong gang handling everything from material selection and procurement to construction. Looking at the project that was already on track, Long Chen took Sun Xing and left the Long family. Since Long Chen was currently helping the old man restore his Dantian, but was missing one main herb, which Sun Xing mentioned they had in the Medicine King Valley. He had to make a trip there. Chapter 120. Alchemy competition. Grandpa, it's not like that. Sun Xiyun was disrespectful to the master first, and that is why he struck her. Sun Xing explained. This explanation is unnecessary, and the moment you explained, the Valley Master of Sun was furious. What? You actually call him master? Where do you think that leaves the face of our Medicine King Valley? You've disappointed me greatly. Grandpa, please let me explain. What is there to explain? I'm not deaf. He then turned to Long Chen. You brat, get out of our Medicine King Valley. We don't welcome you. That's right. Get out. Our Medicine King Valley doesn't welcome wild men. Wang Xiyun said triumphantly. With a loud slap, Long Chen hit her on the other side of her face, making both sides of her face symmetrical in size. You dare to hit my granddaughter in front of me. You can't be left alive. The Valley Master of Sun, with his early nascent soul momentum, erupted, trying to overpower Long Chen with pressure, thinking that Long Chen, being so young, must not have high cultivation and was using some secret method to hide his true power. Kneel. Long Chen remained calm, standing there with a smile. Old man, save your energy. With your pressure, you might as well go out and bully some kids. Chapter 121. Secrets of Kunlun Valley Master Sun. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Long Chen said to the overly excited Valley Master Sun at an inappropriate moment. Can we change the conditions? The immortal phoenix flower is very important to me. Valley Master Sun, if you go back on your word, don't blame me for being rude. I believe if this matter gets out, it won't look good for your Medicine King Valley either. Little brother, it's like this. The immortal phoenix flower is for saving my life. If I give it to you, then my wife. Long Chen frowned. If it was for saving a life, it would be difficult unless he forcibly took it. Can you take me to see your wife? The Valley Master thought that since Long Chen's alchemy skills were so high, his medical skills might also be extraordinary, as many aspects are interconnected. All right, follow me. The Valley Master took Long Chen to the main hall, where behind his desk was a row of bookshelves. He rotated the inkstone on the desk, and the bookshelves shrank to both sides, revealing a secret chamber. The Valley Master led Long Chen down the stairs, and the further they went down, the colder it became. At the bottom, the entire secret chamber was filled with ice blocks, and a woman lay on an ice bed. This is my wife. She was severely injured while trying to save me. All her meridians are severed, her organs are severely damaged, and her dantian is destroyed. For years, I've tried every means but have been unable to save her. I can only keep her alive by hanging on her last breath. I hope one day to use the immortal phoenix flower to refine an immortal medicine. Chapter 122. Cultivation Techniques. When Long Chen left the Medicine King Valley, he asked for Sun Seeing's opinion. Sun Seeing decided to follow Long Chen back to Zhonghai. I said I would be your maid for 3 years, so I will be your maid for 3 years. Once a young lady makes a promise, it's hard to change. The Valley Master had no objections. He felt that being by Long Chen's side was an opportunity for his granddaughter, and he had no reason to cut off Sun Seeing's chance. When they returned to Zhonghai, it was already night. Old Master Long was about to go to sleep when Long Chen forcibly pulled him up. Grandpa, I have good news. What good news? Am I going to have a big grandson? Long Chen's face darkened. What was this old man thinking every day? It seemed he needed to find him something to do, or else he would just think about having grandchildren all day. No, it's... Before Long Chen could finish, he was interrupted by Old Master Long. If it's not that, then don't talk to me about it. I just want to have a big grandson. Other news, ISNT good news. Then forget it. I still want to help you restore your dantian. As he spoke, Long Chen walked outside. Stop. What did you say? You want to restore my dantian? You little rascal. Why didn't you say so earlier? I wanted to say it, but you interrupted me. You wouldn't let me speak. Long Chen felt quite wronged. Chapter 123. Vampire Prince Long Chen immediately had a long contact Long Taijun to take people to the western borders for support, while he planned to dig out their lair. In the Pentagon of the United States, a figure stood in the void above the building, unnoticed by anyone. As a plane flew by, Long Chen had a sudden idea and interfered with its operation. The pilot, Jack, calmly dealt with the aircraft's malfunction, but it was of no use. The plane's route was already being controlled by Long Chen. Even the experienced Jack was panicking as he saw the plane heading towards the building. With a loud bang, a massive explosion erupted, accompanied by rising black smoke, and the building collapsed with a bang. Fortunately, the impact of a single plane was limited, only destroying part of it. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Long Chen, who was merely curious and wanted to see what it looked like when a plane crashed into a building. Long Chen directly swung his sword, and a terrifying sword aura sliced through the sky, striking the Pentagon. The sword aura cut through the building as easily as cutting tofu, and in an instant, a large building was sliced in half. Immediately following was a loud rumble as the building collapsed. Long Chen just wanted to have some fun and gave them a bit of time to escape. People nearby and those on lower floors managed to flee. Chapter 124. The price of the United States after the explosion gradually subsided. Long Chen came out from the time and space tower, looking at the base reduced to ruins, and thought about whether to get some missiles to play with in the Immortal Realm. Although a single one might not cause much harm, a large number would certainly be quite fun. The whole world watched this scene through satellites, all gasping in shock, with some feeling fortunate that they did not participate in the attack on Huaxia. There are still deep concerns, as their army is currently attacking Huaxia. Will it be their turn next? The Emperor of Japan looked at this scene with deep sympathy. Fortunately, he was wise at the time, spending money to avoid disaster. The complete destruction of a military base is undoubtedly a huge loss for the United States. President Brown looked at the destroyed military base, heartbroken. Wondering if that Huaxiao person was dead, the female assistant beside him replied, "Mr. President, with such a violent explosion, he can't possibly have survived." However, just a second later, it slapped her face hard. Long Chen flew out from the thick smoke, heading towards the presidential palace. A figure appeared in satellites around the world, shocking the world once again. Chapter 125, Liu Family's Rebellion. When Brown received a call from the president of the Korean nation, he knew that the news of his country's loss of missiles must not leak. If other countries found out that they no longer had missiles, it could lead to war instigated by others. Moreover, he was unlucky. He had a bit of dark humor now, taking only 2 missiles just to ensure safety. The president of the Korean nation kept thanking Brown, which somewhat alleviated Brown's heartache. The Korean envoy received the president's response and continued to negotiate with Long Chen. "Mr. Long, we are willing to give you 5 missiles and help you deliver them to Huaxia. How about that?" 5? You're asking for too much. There's nothing to discuss. "Mr. Long, we have already contacted President Brown of the United States, and he said you only took 2 of their missiles. Isn't 5 a fair offer? Isn't that enough sincerity?" The Korean envoy raised his voice. "So, you are questioning me? 20. No more. This is already the maximum we, the great Korean Empire, can accept." Long Chen swung his sword, striking the Korean envoy's face, ending the negotiations. Chapter 126, Emperor Xuanyuan's abdication. At this moment, Yanjing was completely besieged. The royal families led by the Liu family, the Sima family, the Wang family, and the Wu family had all rebelled. Meanwhile, the other 4 kings, the Li family, the Murong family, the Chen family, and the Ouyang family, were assisting Emperor Xuanyuan in quelling the chaos. "Emperor Xuanyuan, you have ruled long enough. It's time for a change in leadership," said the king of Jinbei. "Jinbei King, I have treated you so well, granting you the title of king, second only to me. Are you still not satisfied? Hee, isn't that still beneath someone? What does the throne matter if you haven't given us land? It's nice to say we're kings, but isn't it just being your subordinates? We want to be our own masters, not your subordinates. Do you all think the same?" Emperor Xuanyuan asked the other 3 kings. They all nodded simultaneously. "What Jinbei King said represents our thoughts. All right, since you want to be your own masters, then I, Xuanyuan, shall abdicate." "Ha ha ha, Xuanyuan. I didn't expect you to be so perceptive and abdicate on your own. I'm tired. What's the difference if anyone else becomes emperor? Just don't make things difficult for my old subordinates after I'm gone. How about that?" Chapter 127, Yi Yiming's memories. "So, according to what you said, my parents are already in the Great Formation?" Emperor Xuanyuan nodded. "As far as I know, that is the case. And all these cultivators you have are urgently needed by Kunlun. They won't let you go easily, so we have a common enemy in goal." "Are my parents still alive?" "They should still be alive. They just lost their freedom and need to continuously supply energy to the Great Formation. Kunlun wouldn't want to kill them unless they bring it upon themselves." Long Chen nodded. "All right, when my demon palace is established, I'll make you an elder. But let me be clear, if you ever have any treachery or if what you said is false, I will make sure you suffer eternally. You can rest assured. I value my life." Meanwhile, in Yanjing, the Eternal Emperor said nothing about the conferral of titles, and the 3 kings who followed him were left with unspoken grievances. "Brother Wang, Brother Wu, it seems the Eternal Emperor doesn't intend to grant us land. How about this? Since we can return once, we can return a second time. Once successful, how about we split the world among ourselves?" said the king of Jinan. "Brother Sima, I think your proposal is good. Having 3 of us on equal footing, uniting when necessary, is also great." Chapter 128, The Ceiling Formation. Long Chen soared into the sky, reaching the clouds. Bang! Long Chen was directly bounced back by a light curtain. Interesting, the ceiling formation, just a blue star, can actually make such a big move. Who is behind this? Long Chen finally understood why he couldn't find Blue Star in the vast universe after he became emperor. It turned out it was hidden using the ceiling formation. Why would Blue Star need to be hidden, and who would go to such lengths to conceal it? Long Chen couldn't figure it out. But now that it was sealed by the ceiling formation, there was no way out. It was no wonder the path to immortality was cut off. It's ridiculous that Kunlun is trying to open the path to immortality. If the analysis is correct, the Seeking Immortality Island is the foundation of the entire formation. Breaking through the 33 layers of obstacles is merely destroying the foundation. Theoretically feasible, but their strength is still far too lacking. With their strength, trying to break through is simply a pipe dream. Unless the former Long Chen comes back, he could break the formation, but now he finds it very difficult. The Kunlun path is a method, but Long Chen is not sure he can open it before ascending to immortality. Otherwise, he would be stuck at the Great Ascension stage. The Immortal Emperor by Qi is also a solution, but Long Chen doesn't know what kind of person Bai Qi is. Recklessly releasing him might result in being killed without any power to resist, and besides, he currently lacks the ability to release him. Chapter 129. The Cultivation Recruitment Office. Long Chen never expected to encounter a true immortal on his outing. A year is neither short nor long. And now he must consider how to break the deadlock, preparing for the worst. A cacophony of voices interrupted Long Chen's thoughts. This was the place. As there were many cultivators here. As Long Chen was deep in thought, a group of people burst in, all wearing red armbands with the words Cultivation Recruitment Office embroidered on them. They were able to enter directly because the Long family's estate had no one there. The periphery was burned down and no rebuilding had been done. Now, all personnel were urgently constructing the palace above, leaving even no gatekeeper. Is this the Long family? I heard you have many cultivators here, right? Said a young man arrogantly. Yes, this is the Long family. What do you want? Long Chen asked. I asked if you have many cultivators here. Why aren't you answering? The young man shouted angrily. Slap. Long Chen slapped him across the face. Who do you think you are? Just because you ask, I have to answer you? The few people behind quickly helped the young man who had fallen to the ground. Chapter 130. Treasure Map and Treasure Hunt. Emperor Xianyuan. Long Chen shouted. Emperor Xianyuan flew down from the mountain peak. Long Chen, what's wrong? You have a task to accomplish. I don't care about anything else, but you need to clear out these people from the entire Jiangnan province. No recruiting within Jiangnan province. Clearing them out is not a problem, but the issue is we can't control others' thoughts. Right now, the trend of cultivating immortality is surging, and to put it bluntly, many people are joining voluntarily. Even if you clear out those recruited within Jiangnan province, it won't help. They can still go outside the province to sign up. So what do you suggest? My suggestion is for your sect to establish itself as soon as possible, so you can recruit some talented individuals who are willing to cultivate. Long Chen shook his head, saying, It's not that I don't want them to cultivate, but the fact is that being conscripted now is a trap. Even if it's not, taking this path may not be a good thing. Right now, everyone only sees the ability to cultivate, but doesn't realize the cruelty of this path. I've noticed that too. Recently, many people are idolizing cultivation. The streets are no longer as stable as before, and many jobs have no one to fill them. Everyone has gone off to cultivate immortality. Chapter 131. Subduing the Fire Qilin. Roar. The Fire Qilin, which crashed against the wall, let out a loud roar and charged at Long Chen again. Little guy, if you were an adult, I wouldn't know how to deal with you, but right now, you're not enough. This Fire Qilin cub only has the strength of a nascent soul stage. If it encounters other cultivators, it would be strong enough to defeat others of the same realm, but it's not enough against Long Chen. Long Chen pressed one hand on its head, stopping its advance. The Fire Qilin, held down by Long Chen, did not submit. Instead, it pushed forward even harder. Little guy, acknowledge me as your master, and I 1T hit you. Roar. The Fire Qilin roared angrily, clearly dissatisfied and disdainful of Long Chen's words. It seemed to be saying, You weak human, this divine beast will never submit to you. It looks like I need to teach you a lesson about society. Long Chen threw punch after punch at the Qilin. The Fire Qilin did not back down despite the pain. Instead, it became even more ferocious. Submit or not, Long Chen sent the Fire Qilin flying with a punch. The Fire Qilin got back up and continued to pounce at Long Chen. Long Chen kicked it again, sending it crashing into the wall beside them. Submit or not. Chapter 132. Five-clawed Golden Dragon. Long Chen continued deeper with Little Red. This passageway, apart from being a bit dark, posed no danger. The second door was the same kind of blue stone door as the first, except this time there were no stone Qilin guards at the entrance. Little Red, do you know where the mechanism is? Little Red shook her head. I don't know. I have never been inside. How long have you lived in this passage? Little Red shook her head again. I don't know. I've been here since I can remember. I only know I was sleeping inside until recently when I woke up. What do you know? Tell me everything. I don't know anything. Do you know about eating? Long Chen said irritably. I definitely know about eating. Are there any better tasting pills? These pills don't taste very good. Long Chen stumbled, realizing he had found a Qilin with intelligence issues. It only knew about food and nothing else. What use are you? One day I might just stew you for soup. And I still don't know what a fire chillin tastes like. Chapter 133, Terracotta Warrior. Roar. The five-clawed golden dragon immediately attacked the fire chillin as it emerged. The fire chillin did not back down, but leaped and struck at the dragon's head. Little Red, can you beat it? Long Chen asked. Don't worry. Otherwise I wouldn't dare to spray it. Long Chen was speechless, realizing Little Red was intentionally provoking the five-clawed golden dragon because she knew it was hiding inside. All right then, defeat it and make it submit to me. I want it to be my mount. Big brother, you can't be so fickle. You just got with me, and now you want to take another divine beast as a mount? Are you tired of the pills I eat? But I won't change. Long Chen's face was dark. You know I'm tired of you eating too much, yet you still refuse to change. That's not true. Don't you want to ride on the back of the five-clawed golden dragon and soar through the stars? Big brother, I'm speechless. Just say whether you want to or not. If you do, then conquer it for me. All right, big brother. Little Red fought even harder, while Long Chen sat back and watched, pulling out a recliner and some sunflower seed from the time-space tower, lying beside and enjoying the show. Chapter 134, Abnormal Terracotta Warriors. With this situation, Long Chen wasn't worried. Although they had the numerical advantage, Long Chen, Little Five, and Little Red were all fighting above their level. Moreover, these Terracotta Warriors should have no intelligence. Little Red immediately spat fire, launching a fierce flame at the Terracotta Warriors. However, the next moment, the warriors' actions left Long Chen dumbfounded. The Terracotta Warriors all laid down in unison, sticking to the ground like a sheet of paper, cleverly dodging Little Red's attack. This was the first time Long Chen had seen such puppets capable of dodging attacks autonomously. The puppets he had seen before were generally clumsy, relying on immense power or defense. Unless someone was controlling their movements and issuing commands, the Terracotta Warriors before him seemed to possess intelligence or were being commanded in battle. However, there were no cultivators in sight, which puzzled Long Chen. Long Chen drew the divine dragon sword and slashed at the Terracotta Warriors, sending powerful sword energy towards them. The warriors, lying on the ground, immediately stood up and mechanically turned to the sides, creating a pathway in the middle. Chapter 135, Heart of the Planet. Taking advantage of the large Qilin opening its mouth, Long Chen stuffed 2 missiles into its body. Long Chen quickly retreated. With a thunderous boom, a violent impact caused the large Qilin to disintegrate just like before. The Terracotta Warriors scattered all over the ground, and Long Chen took the opportunity to capture one of them into the time-space tower. One Terracotta Warrior stood up first, and Long Chen directly placed a soul mark on it. As this Terracotta Warrior rose, all the other Terracotta Warriors also stood up, quickly forming a massive humanoid figure, thus giving birth to a large Terracotta Warrior. Long Chen sensed through the soul mark that the Terracotta Warrior was currently protected in the center. Little Red, Little Five, you hold him off. I'll be right back. Big brother, you're abandoning us. You're leaving us alone to deal with this big guy? Little Red said with a sad face. Exactly, big brother is really cowardly, running away and leaving us to face this giant. I want to escape too. Little Five said shamelessly. Long Chen ignored the complaints of the two and directly entered the time-space tower, leaving it exposed outside. Inside the time-space tower, the Terracotta Warriors still lay there, motionless. Chapter 136, Making Up for Regrets. Big brother, Xiao Hong has a rebellious spirit. He just tried to usurp the position of big brother. Xiao Wu rushed over to complain when he saw that Long Chen was fine. Xiao Wu, you might as well call him Lao Lu. You sell out your brother the fastest. Xiao Hong did not hide it. You want to be the big brother, huh? Want me dead? Long Chen swung his fist and gave Xiao Hong a good beating. Big brother, I was wrong. I was just afraid you would die and no one would take care of the little brother. I'm just trying to help you out of kindness, Xiao Hong said, looking mournful. You still dare to say that? Long Chen hit him harder, increasing the speed of his punches. This guy was just asking for it. How could he not give him a beating? Big brother, let us hurry to the next level. Treasure hunting is important, Xiao Hong pleaded. Hearing this, Long Chen thought it made some sense. Treasure hunting was indeed more important, and this guy could be beaten any time. Long Chen kicked him lead the way. Xiao Hong walked ahead, feeling wronged, while Long Chen and Xiao Wu kept a vigilant watch around them. Perhaps this passage only contained the Terracotta Warrior Army, which had now been collected by Long Chen, and they had not encountered any other dangers. After walking about 100 meters, they arrived in front of the 5th stone door, which looked no different from the previous ones. Chapter 137. A Warning from the Future. Chinner, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom, I want sweet and sour ribs, chicken legs, and also... Okay, Mom will make it for you. You go to your homework first, and I'll call you when it's ready. Okay. Little Long, Chen hid in his room, lying on his bed, looking at comics. Dad, I want a gun. All the other kids have guns. Little Long Chen's father affectionately patted his head. You want a gun? Dad will make one for you. I guarantee it's better than theirs. Yay. Little Long Chen jumped up in excitement. Little Long Chen and his dad went to find wood and a knife. And then Long Chen squatted beside, watching his dad make his very own gun. Little Long Chen slung the finished wooden gun over his back and marched off to show off to his friends. Look, this is the gun my dad made for me. Do you have one? This made a bunch of kids cry out loud, running home to find their dads, causing other parents to bring their kids to Little Long Chen's house to find his dad. As a result, Little Long Chen inevitably got a good beating. Scenes of things that Little Long Chen had never experienced in his childhood appeared in his mind, everything just as beautiful as he had once imagined. Chapter 138. The Home Under Siege. In this last challenge, Long Chen gained nothing except for some incomplete information. However, the teleportation array to Immortal Seeking Island was something he urgently needed. Long Chen contemplated the last words of the man in white. He was clearly referring to a person's name. But Long Chen racked his brain and couldn't think of anyone with the surname Bai in either his previous or current life. After a while, Long Chen suddenly remembered, could it be Bai Qi? That was indeed a possibility. Bai Qi was now the Immortal Emperor, a significant threat, and he had no way of verifying whether the man's words were true or false. Long Chen frowned. He couldn't just conclude that person was Bai Qi based on a single character. It seemed that he would need to meet this Bai Qi someday. If he couldn't be trusted, it would be better to find a way to eliminate him sooner. At that moment, Long Chen's communication stone vibrated, and he took it out. Long Chen, come back quickly. Kunlun is launching a large-scale attack in conjunction with other sects. I can't hold them off alone. What? Hold on. I'm coming back right now. Long Chen had originally planned to scout Immortal Seeking Island first, but he didn't expect Kunlun to attack at this time. As Long Chen, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Hong just exited the cave, his phone buzzed with a dozen missed calls. Chapter 139. A Single Palm to Destroy the Divine Transformation. Xianyuan Huang and the two elders of Kunlun were engaged in battle, but despite adding the three supreme elders from Amei, their side was still significantly outmatched. After all, the supreme elders from the Sword Sect and the True Unity Sect had all come out this time. Coupled with Kunlun's own strength, the gap was vast. At present, each person was being besieged by several opponents, and everyone had sustained injuries to varying degrees. Roar. A dragon's roar resonated, causing everyone in the battle to stop and look up at the sky. Although none of the people present had seen a real dragon, they recognized it at a glance. This was a dragon. Those who observed carefully noticed that a young master stood on the back of the giant dragon, accompanied by a beast. When Xianyuan Huang saw that Long Chen was standing on the giant dragon's back, his heart filled with hope. Roar. Xiao Wu darted through the disciples of Kunlun, Sword Sect, and True Unity Sect, playfully wagging its tail, causing a large number of people to fall over. It finally landed on the side of the Qinglong gang. Master, you finally come back. Mo joyfully bounced over. Meanwhile, Yi Yimeng was busy treating the recently injured and had no time to pay attention to Long Chen. Chapter 140. The Betrayal of the Sun and Moon Religion Disciples. The battle did not last long and ended with a one-sided outcome. Long Chen was also surprised that Amei would come to help them. Master Jingwen, thank you for your sex assistance. Long Chen expressed his gratitude. Young Hero Long, even without our Amei's help, you would have overcome this crisis. Moreover, young Hero Long has ties with Amei, so it is only right for us to lend our support. Having ties is just an excuse, although Long Chen's mother used to be in Amei, whether they acknowledge it is their business. Your sex assistance during my long family's time of peril is greatly appreciated. In the future, if Amei encounters difficulties, feel free to come to me, Long Chen, he said. Old Jingwen represents Amei to thank young Hero Long. We are currently in a tumultuous time, and Amei cannot remain uninvolved. If there is any trouble in the future, we will trouble young Hero Long. I still need to head to the Sun and Moon Religion. They are currently under siege, so I will take my leave for now. Amei can stay as guests here. I will return soon. Since the Sun and Moon Religion is in trouble, Amei is also willing to lend a helping hand. Master Jingwen stated, no need for that. You all can rest here. I will go alone. Long Chen instructed Xianyuan Huang to entertain the Amei people and let him take them to expedite the construction of the Demon Palace, which was now only left with some decorations and would be usable soon. Chapter 141. Kunlun's First Saint's Son. I guarantee the sun and moon religion. Do you dare to have any objections? Long Chen stood on Xiao Wu, looking down below. Master Mei Deng, Su Jinzi, and the other familiar faces dared not say a word. What do you think you are? You think you can meddle in Kunlun's affairs? Do you think I, Ling Zhiqian, am easy mess with? Ling Zhiqian said arrogantly. Who is Ling Zhiyun to you? Long Chen asked. That's my brother, the Grand Elder of Kunlun. What, are you scared? Mentioning his brother made Ling Zhiqian even prouder. Oh, your brother left a bit earlier. You should be able to catch up if you go now. I'll take you to see him right away. Long Chen swung his sword at Ling Zhiqian. Before Ling Zhiqian could react, his head fell to the ground. Ling Zhiqian's primordial spirit tried to escape, but was caught and crushed by the ghost princess, who then devoured his soul, leaving him no chance for reincarnation. The sudden scene made everyone relieved that they hadn't been the one to stick their necks out. Otherwise, they would be the ones lying there now. Haha, Brother Long. I knew you would come to save the day. It was so damn suffocating, surrounded by this group of dogs every day. As soon as Run Tianxing heard the commotion, he led his people out of the small world, knowing that Long Chen had come to rescue them. Chapter 142. Refining the heart of the planet at this moment. Long Chen was in the Tower of Time and Space, refining the heart of the planet. The heart of this planet bore someone else's imprint, and Long Chen needed to erase that imprint before imbuing it with his own will. The heart of the planet originally possessed spirituality, but the will belonging to the previous owner had already been erased, making the refining process relatively simple. After 1 day's time, which equated to 30 days in the Tower of Time and Space, Long Chen finally stopped and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The refining of the heart of the planet was completely finished. Long Chen now just needed to place the heart into the previous terracotta warrior, and those warriors would be under his control. Long Chen reinstalled the heart of the planet into the terracotta warrior's body, and as that warrior stood up, one by one, the other terracotta warriors also stood up. Their movements were synchronized, standing in neat rows before Long Chen. Attention, Long Chen commanded. All the terracotta warriors stomped their feet and stood at attention, their voices in unison. At ease, the terracotta warriors simultaneously stepped forward with one foot, their movements perfectly coordinated. After giving some simple commands, Long Chen nodded in satisfaction. He planned to temporarily keep these terracotta warriors in the Tower of Time and Space, as they would serve as one of his trump cards. Currently, no one knew he possessed so many terracotta warriors. Chapter 143. The invitation from Kunlun Emperor Xianyuan didn't hesitate at all and handed a thread of his soul to Long Chen, understanding that to gain something, one must first give. Long Chen looked at him appreciatively. Someone who could both bend and stretch would go far in the future. Don't worry, follow me, and you won't suffer losses. An imperial throne in the secular world is far from your endpoint. You'll need to rely on the Lord of the Palace in the future. Emperor Xianyuan bowed to Long Chen. All right, enough of the grand rhetoric. Take this pill and quickly break through to the transformation stage. There will be places where you will be needed. Such a precious pill. For me? Emperor Xianyuan said incredulously. After all, without this pill, even with the current spirit gathering array, it would be very difficult for him to break through to the transformation stage anytime soon. Do you want it or not? If not, give it back to me. Long Chen said irritably, questioning his own judgment. Yes, of course I want it. Emperor Xianyuan hurriedly put the pill away, fearing Long Chen would change his mind. The first saint of Kunlun has arrived. With a loud voice, a Maybach pulled up in front of the demon palace, and a man holding a folding fan, dressed in white and with long hair, stepped out of the car. Chapter 144. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. Yes. I'll go in and report right away. Chen Hai dared not delay and immediately entered the secret realm to summon the sect master. If Long Chen left, their plans would all be ruined. The Lord of Kunlun sat with a dark face above, listening to Chen Hai's report. Sect master, we still need to trouble you to make a sacrifice. Otherwise, all our preparations will be wasted. Chen Hai suggested. The others below echoed, saying, the saint is right. This person is too arrogant. We must seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Yes, after preparing so much, we can't just let him leave like this. We asked the sect master to consider the greater good. Whether from Kunlun or other sects, everyone was persuading the Lord of Kunlun. You want to sacrifice my face to deal with him? Fine, fine, I'll go. The Lord of Kunlun waved his sleeve and came down. With a dark face, he glared at everyone, intending to remember their faces. Once he dealt with Long Chen, he would slowly settle accounts with them one by one. At the entrance of the Kunlun secret realm, Long Chen was getting impatient and was about to leave. Young hero Long, since you've come, why rush to leave? This seat was just delayed by some matters. I sincerely apologize. The Lord of Kunlun smiled as he walked out of the secret realm. Chapter 145. The Demon Palace surrounded Long Chen, was not polite, and accepted all the resources they sent over. Long Chen, you received the resources. Welcome to join the Seeking Immortality Alliance, the Lord of Kunlun said with a hearty laugh. When did I say I would join the Seeking Immortality Alliance? Long Chen said playfully. If you're not joining, then why accept these resources? Can't I accept them if I'm not joining? Why refuse something given for free? Long Chen, are you trying to deceive us? Do you have no shame? Lu Feng, the new sect master of the sword sect, scolded. Exactly, my Iron Fist sect is not wealthy. We provided so many resources to support you, and you end up deceiving us. Long benefactor, this is a bit unethical. Where is it unethical? It's simply shameless. The Lord of Kunlun raised his hand to silence them. Are you trying to give me face? Since you don't want to join the Seeking Immortality Alliance, then wait to accept the Alliance's punishment. Young man, I advise you to think carefully. Whatever. You can punish me however you want. I don't care, Long Chen said generously. At that moment, the Lord of Kunlun had already received the news that the Demon Palace was surrounded. Chapter 146. The Killing Array activated Long Chen. What do you want to do? The Lord of Kunlun stood up and shouted. I'm just having tea, Long Chen said innocently. The Lord of Kunlun pointed at the projection screen and said, You're having tea? You still have a mood to drink tea? Look at this projection. Our disciples are about to be harmed by your Demon Palace's schemes. Oh, what does that have to do with me? You are the master of the Demon Palace. If you say it has nothing to do with you, then who does it concern? Long Chen, if anything happens to our disciples, you won't be able to leave this hall. Lu Feng, the sect master of the sword sect, stepped forward and said, Amiba, what a sin, what a sin. My Kongtong sect is irreconcilable with you. Today, either you die or you perish. Everyone stood up, pointing at Long Chen with threats. Everyone seems to have misunderstood something. Weren't you all quite arrogant at first? You sent your disciples to their deaths. I didn't invite them. So how does this concern me? Moreover, you people are really double standard. You only allow yourselves to plot against my Demon Palace and don't let us retaliate, right? A bunch of hypocritical people pretending to invite me to Kunlun to discuss the establishment of the Demon Palace, while secretly sending people to steal from my home. Now, please enjoy the wonderful performance my Demon Palace has to offer. Chapter 147. The Strength of the Lord of Kunlun Long Chen. Your killing array isn't that impressive. In the end, the ones who died are just some disciples who aren't strong enough. Not a single one of our core disciples has died. Once your killing array is over, let's see where Demon Palace disciples will run. Lu Feng mocked. I was so worried earlier, but it turned out to be just a lot of noise with little effect. This won't do. Now it's time for some people to worry. A hint of a smile appeared on the dark face of the Lord of Kunlun. He felt relieved. At least it wouldn't come to the point of being unable to explain himself. However, before they could celebrate for long, the next round of attacks came, and this time, it was fiercer than ever before. This attack was no longer area-based, but point-to-point. Although it was still lightning, this time it was as thick as a barrel. Everyone watched the descending lightning with growing panic. Those without shields looked at the lightning containing immense energy and felt despair. Even before it landed, they knew the shield wouldn't hold. In an instant, the powerful practitioners, without needing to discuss, unanimously withdrew their energy from the shield to create individual shields for themselves, then scattered away from the center of the lightning. Chapter 148. The Death of the Lord of Kunlun Long Chen. I know you have the ability to challenge those of higher levels, but do you think Kunlun is just this strong? If one isn't enough, then what about adding them? As soon as the Lord of Kunlun finished speaking, several figures appeared in the Grand Hall. 3 emaciated old men all looked at Long Chen. You're the Long Chen who challenges those of higher levels? Not much to write home about. One old man scoffed. Long Chen, do you think this setup is enough to take you down? The Lord of Kunlun said proudly. Long Chen shook his head, still a bit lacking. Arrogant. One old man said displeased. He then struck at Long Chen, believing that he alone was enough to take down Long Chen, who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Bang! Long Chen met his palm, and the old man staggered back 3 steps. Long Chen pretended to retreat 3 steps as well. You do have some skills, able to match half of my power, but in the end, it's just this much. The old man increased his strength and attacked Long Chen fiercely. While attacking, he said, "You all don't need to intervene. I can take him down by myself." From the scene, it indeed looked like that, as Long Chen continued to pretend to be unable to withstand the attacks while retreating. Chapter 149. The Frenzied Elder's Kid. Come to your death. You killed our Lord of Kunlun and destroyed Kunlun. Today, if I don't kill you, my anger won't be appeased. The 3 old men surrounded Long Chen, attacking him with all their might. Each of them unleashed their full power, launching fierce attacks toward Long Chen. Long Chen held the divine dragon sword, calmly defending against their attacks, unfazed. It wasn't that Long Chen didn't want to kill them, but it wasn't easy for him to do so, given the significant gap in their realms and the fact that he was being attacked by 3 people. He needed to find the right opportunity to take down one of them first. On the other side, those attacking the Terracotta Warriors were having a miserable time. All their attacks seemed ineffective against the Terracotta Warriors, which felt no pain. Hitting it once was nothing compared to it hitting back. Several elders had already been swallowed whole by the giant dragon formed by the Terracotta Warriors, which then twisted its massive body, crushing them. Gui Ji and the others had thoroughly ransacked the treasure vault. It was now completely clean, with not a single spirit herb left. After finishing this, Xiao Wu led them to break through the window, and as they left, Xiao Hong didn't forget to spit fire, engulfing the entire treasure vault in flames. Chapter 150. Entering the Black Hole. If there's a next time, just kill yourself. Long Chen said coldly. Yes, master. Thank you for your grace. Get up. You all transmit your power to me together. Let's see if I can forcefully break the trapping array. Everyone combined their powers and transmitted them to Long Chen, making the energy ball in his palm grow larger and larger. Long Chen then compressed the enlarged energy ball again and again until it reached the size of a fist. Unable to be compressed further, all of their powers were concentrated in this energy ball. Long Chen launched the energy ball, and at that moment, the space distorted as it shot toward the trapping array. With a loud bang, the energy ball exploded upon contact with the trapping array. The trapping array trembled violently from this attack. Alas, still too weak. Even with everyone's combined strength, they couldn't tear a hole in the trapping array, meaning they couldn't rely on this method to break it. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, didn't expect our Kunlun's trapping array to be so solid, did you? To tell you the truth, this was built for us by the adults of the Immortal Seeking Island. How could you possibly break it so easily? Chapter 151. Farewell by Qi. What has happened recently? Long Chen asked. He felt that the current changes were somewhat unusual. A lot has happened recently. A month ago, news spread that you all died in Kunlun in the small world, and it caused complete chaos. The entire ancient martial arts world has fallen, being looted clean by Lu Jun and his people. What? You mean the entire ancient martial arts world has been looted clean? What happened to my sword sect? Lu Feng asked anxiously. Emperor Xianyuan looked at Lu Feng and then at Long Chen. These people are the sect masters and elders of various major factions in the ancient martial arts world, and now they are all my servants. To speak directly if there is anything you want to say, Long Chen said. Emperor Xianyuan was shocked, not expecting Long Chen's actions in Kunlun to have subdued all the big shots of the ancient martial arts world. This proved that his choice was not wrong. Following Long Chen might be the best decision of his life. As far as I know, your sword sect has also been looted clean by Lu Jun. The disciples have either left or scattered, some following Lu Jun, some forging their own paths, and only a small portion remain in the sword sect, holding their ground. But they have given up most of their territory. The world has changed. Everyone now values cultivation, but good cultivation places are needed, so they have set their sights on you. Chapter 152. The tragic Long Chen left this place and flew directly outside the Blue Star, arriving beside the Sealing Heaven Array. Through the Sealing Heaven Array, Long Chen saw the man sitting on Mars, still staring intently at the Blue Star. Kid, are you trying to run away? The man also noticed Long Chen, watching him closely. Why would I run? You can't come in. If you have the ability, come in and fight me, you coward, Long Chen said, giving him the finger. The man was about to explode with rage. As a true immortal, he was actually looked down upon by a mere nascent soul kid. He really wanted to rush over and beat him up. Kid, just wait. In 10 months, it will be your death date. No, I won't kill you. I will slowly torture you extracting your soul to light my lantern. So for 1,000 or 10,000 years, you will illuminate for me. You need to have that ability to do so. If you have the ability, come here now. Oomph. The man snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to Long Chen. Long Chen returned to the demon palace, instructed Xian Yuan Huang on some matters, asked him to take care of his family after he left, and to revise the rules of Huaxia. The two discussed for half a day before Long Chen finally felt at ease. During this time, Xiongnier finally finished his closed-door training and called for Long Chen to let him out. Chapter 153. Entering the Immortal Seeking Island. All right, I guess I'm unlucky. Not only did I get beaten for nothing, but I also lost 10 transformation pills. A long sigh escaped from Long as he painfully took out 10 transformation pills to give to Long Fei, finally retrieving the video of his embarrassing moment. Long Chen didn't linger here. He needed to head to the Immortal Seeking Island. Meanwhile, over at the Immortal Seeking Island, things were in chaos. They had lost contact with the Blue Star side for a month. The only teleportation array connecting the Blue Star to the Immortal Seeking Island was set up inside Kunlun, and the explosion in the Kunlun small world had destroyed the teleportation array. The Immortal Seeking Island had sent over a dozen groups of people, all of whom were sent back. What on earth happened on the Blue Star? Without the support of the personnel from the Blue Star, our subsequent plans cannot continue. If Elder Jiang pursues this, we will all be in trouble. A middle-aged man on the main seat said sternly, "Master, I suspect something happened at the Kunlun branch of the Blue Star. The teleportation array was destroyed. I don't want guesses. I want real problems and solutions. It's been a month. Have you found any solutions? Have you identified the actual problem?" Chapter 154. Long Chen being pursued. Pagoda Town, River Demon. Long Chen instinctively exclaimed. The atmosphere became even tenser, and Long Chen sensed something was wrong, turning and running. "Stop!" Elder Lu shouted angrily, simultaneously slapping towards Long Chen. Fortunately, Long Chen was fast, and this attack was a bit slow, allowing him to narrowly evade it. Everyone reacted quickly and hurriedly pursued, while Long Chen pushed his speed to the limit and ran desperately. However, Elder Lu was at the integration realm, and Long Chen had just reached the early stage of transformation, with a gap of a realm in between. Despite Long Chen's excellent movement technique and incredible speed, he still had no advantage in front of a powerful figure like Elder Lu, who closely followed him. "Kid, let's see how long you can run. Why not stop, and we can clarify things. Old man, if you have the ability, don't chase me. As long as you don't chase, I definitely want to run. Oomph. If you keep running like this, I'll catch up sooner or later. I have to say, for someone in the transformation stage, running this fast is already quite impressive. But what use is that? Do you have so much spiritual power in you? My spiritual power is much greater than yours. That's none of your concern. If you want to chase, you won't let me run?" Long Chen knew in his heart that if this continued, he would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. Chapter 155. Roasted pig with beer. This fragrant roasted wild boar will be perfect with some fine wine. The sudden voice startled Long Chen. He hadn't noticed anyone nearby. A figure flew out from the woods and landed next to Long Chen's roasted wild boar. Hee, being early is not as good as being just in time. It's just right. The old man had a head full of white hair, tied back in a small braid, was plump, dressed in simple clothes, and had a wine gourd hanging from his waist, looking like an ordinary old man. "I see you've been waiting in the dark for a long time, and when it was done, you came out," Long Chen said. "Hee, little brother, don't ruin a good thing. Is there any wine? Such a delicious smell without wine would be a pity." Long Chen took out a dozen beers from the Time and Space Tower. Of course, wine was a must, but roasted pig needed to be paired with beer. The old man picked up a beer, looking it over. "How do you drink this beer?" "This beer needs to be chilled first. Then it will be even more refreshing to drink." "That's simple. Just watch me." The old man's palm was instantly covered with a layer of frost, and he gripped the beer, making it instantly cold. Chapter 156. The frustrated Long Chen at the end of the cave. There was another cliff with thick vines hanging down, and the bottom was obscured by fog. "Little brother, come, just jump down, and you'll be there." The old man jumped down first. Long Chen followed and free fell for 5 minutes before he and the old man landed next to a cold pool. The bottom of the cliff was very spacious, filled with flowers and grass, with many beehives on both sides, housing numerous bees. Walking forward, there was a peach blossom forest, now in full bloom. Petals covered the ground, and with the gentle breeze, the peach blossoms danced in the air. Passing through this peach blossom forest, a wooden house came into view, and a white-haired woman was watering the flowers and plants in the yard. Yaogu, Yaogu, I'm back, the old man shouted from a distance. The white-haired woman turned around and, upon seeing the old man carrying a roasted wild boar, smiled brightly. You're back. Where did you wander off to this time? Hee hee. I just took a stroll today and met this little brother. He roasted an excellent wild boar, so I brought some back for you. The white-haired woman looked at Long Chen beside the old man, her expression darkening. Chapter 157, Brother Long. You are my grandson, Yao. It didn't make things too difficult for Long Chen and still gave him a room to stay in. Meanwhile, outside, Long Chen's image had been posted all over the cities, and everyone was eager to act. The reward of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones was quite tempting. Long Chen, however, was at the bottom of the valley, spending his days either cultivating or drinking and eating meat with the old man and Yao Gu. A month passed, and Long Chen's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of transformation, but this was still not enough to press Yao Gu, who was at the great ascension stage, to the ground. During this month, even the old man had been grounded, staying at the bottom of the cliff without going out. Old man, do you know about the matter of the 33 layers of passage? Brother Long, why are you asking this? Did you come to the immortal seeking island for the 33 layers of passage? Long Chen nodded. Yes. If you know any information, please tell me. It will be very useful to me. Upon hearing this, Yao Gu's expression darkened even more. You also want to open the 33 layers of passage? It seems you are indeed in league with Chen Qifei. I'm not afraid to tell you that the 33 layers of passage cannot be opened. I'm not interested in whether the 33 layers of passage can be opened. I need to save someone. These passages will eventually break. But I can't wait until that time. Chapter 158. Entering the forbidden area. Meanwhile, outside, Elder Lu and the others have been searching for Long Chen for over a month, but he seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no news at all. Such a big person just disappeared without a word. Over the month, they had received quite a few clues. However, every time they rushed over with excitement, they found out that the clues were false, which made Elder Lu extremely angry. At this moment, Elder Lu was being scolded. Elder Lu, what else can you do? The Immortal Seeking Island is this big. After searching for a month, you haven't found even a useful piece of information. Could it be that he really has vanished into thin air? Master, I really can't do anything about it. If he hides somewhere, it will be very difficult for me to find him. Master, please give me some more time. I will dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. Oof. Doing things so slowly, I want to see the living person or the dead body. You must find him. If you can't, you don't need to be an elder anymore. Yes, Master. After Elder Lu went out, he immediately modified the wanted order for Long Chen, offering a reward of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones for clues and 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for capturing Long Chen alive. At the same time, he also sent out more personnel, mobilizing everyone he could to conduct a carpet search for Long Chen. Chapter 159. The old rascal is inspected Li Si. The young master continued to read the names on the list. Li Si, who was standing 5th, handed over his token voluntarily. After verifying it was correct, the young master continued searching for the next name. Zhang Hu, standing 7th, also accepted the young master's inspection. However, the young master showed no signs of stopping and continued looking for names on the list, making everyone present pray that they wouldn't be called next. Wang Ergo. This was the last person's name, and also the person disguised as the old rascal. As soon as this name was called, several people on site broke into a cold sweat. Trembling with fear, the old rascal felt a jolt in his heart as he underwent the young master's scrutiny. The young master looked at the old rascal, then at the portrait on the list, repeatedly comparing them. Let me check your token. The old rascal slowly reached for the dagger at his waist, preparing to strike and kill the young master. At this moment, Yao Gu was also ready for battle, and even Long Chen in the Time and Space Tower covered his face, not expecting to be caught so easily on his first visit. Just as the old rascal was about to act, a voice suddenly came from behind. Chapter 160. Inspecting the Great Array soon. They were about to inspect the 5th Great Array, and Long Chen's heart was pounding, because he was about to see the person he had been longing for. His father was at the 5th passage, channeling his power to the Great Array. In the 5th passage, there were a total of 50,000 cultivators, and Long Chen was checking them one by one. Even the old rascal and Yao Gu didn't know which one was Long Chen's father, as they had never seen him before. Long Chen, have you found him? The old rascal communicated with Long Chen telepathically while inspecting. Long Chen shook his head. Not yet. I'm in the time and space tower, blocking the bloodline power detection. With a high-level expert sitting here, I can't use divine sense for extensive probing, so I can only rely on my eyes to look one by one. 50,000 cultivators is enough for me to check. Right, I'll try to stall for time. You search quickly, the old rascal said. Long Chen carefully checked each face, repeatedly verifying anyone who looked somewhat similar. After all, decades had passed. Who knew if his father had changed in appearance? The old rascal and Yao Gu were also helping to search, as this was their son-in-law. And although they had never met, they wanted to see what their unseen son-in-law was like. Chapter 161. The fortune teller. The old rascal looked at the 26th level that was about to be breached and sighed. I don't know how many cultivators will be captured by the seeking immortal sect again. Obviously, 26 are at the peak of the nascent soul stage, Long Chen said. The old rascal rolled his eyes, as if he didn't know there were 260,000. You all come over, called the young master, who was initially holding them back. The inspection team walked towards the young master at the passage to the 26th level. Young master, do you have any instructions? The team leader asked. You've all completed the checks, right? The young master inquired. Reporting to the young master, we've completed the checks, and those who needed to replenish pills have done so. Here's the record for your review. No need to look. Later, you will go out with me. Recently, there's a cultivator from Blue Star that the sect is looking for. You've heard of him, right? We have heard of him. The reward is quite high. I even went to search for him, but he hid very deeply, and I couldn't find any clues about him. I have a way to find him now. Later, come with me to find the fortune teller. Let him do a divination, and it might be useful for you, so you all come with me. Chapter 162. The seeking death of Chen Xingchen. Chen Xingchen used a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of the fortune teller's mouth, wondering if the fortune teller had any results. Young master, are you sure you want to know the result? The fortune teller asked. Great fortune teller, please tell me the result. I will bear any outcome myself. Chen Xingchen respectfully bowed. It was a joke. He didn't want to know. He climbed for 2 hours and waited for another 2 hours just to show off his abilities in front of his father, hoping he could pass the position of the sect master to him sooner. All right, I will tell you the truth. This person is far away in the sky, but close at hand, the fortune teller said. As soon as the fortune teller spoke, both Yao Gu and the old rascal felt a jolt in their hearts and instinctively reached for their daggers at their waists. Even Long Chen stopped drinking tea, becoming a bit interested, unsure if this fortune teller was just making a lucky guess or if he had truly divined accurately. If he had truly divined correctly, Long Chen would have to admire him. Great fortune teller, please don't keep us in suspense. How is it far away in the sky, but close at hand? There are just you, me, and these few guards here. At this point, young master Chen Xingchen realized that the person the fortune teller was referring to might be hiding among these few people. Chapter 163. Creating a little Uncle OK. You kill him, and I will grant you a fortune, Long Chen said. Lu Fei drew his big knife from his waist, fully aware that choosing sides was crucial right now. If they didn't choose a side, they might all be silenced. Moreover, he could gain a fortune. But Lu Fei wasn't really concerned about the fortune. He was just trying to save his own life. Lu Fei, do you dare to kill your master? Chen Xingchen said coldly. Young master, I can only trouble you to die for the sake of my brother's lives. Saying this, Lu Fei directly thrust the knife forward, piercing through Chen Xingchen's body. Chen Xingchen's actions and cultivation had long been suppressed by Yao Gu, which was why Lu Fei could smoothly stab the knife into his body. Lu Fei did not stop but continued to stab several times, and the other team members saw this and all rushed up to stab as well. In no time, Chen Xingchen's body was filled with knives, each piercing through him. Chen Xingchen's face was filled with disbelief. Not expecting to die at the hands of a group of people he had always regarded as ants. I said I would grant you a fortune. I will not go back on my word. Long Chen pointed his index finger at their foreheads, imparting some of his cultivation insights to them. Chapter 164. Two bodyguards. Yao Gu glared at the old rascal. You old rascal. Long Chen, let's go, don't mind him. Long Chen also shook his head, still acting like a child at over 1,000 years old. After Long Chen returned to the bottom of the cliff, he directly entered the Tower of Time and Space for closed-door training. Any plan needs to rely on strength. Without strength, everything is meaningless. On the side of the Xuanxin sect, after investigation, it was found that Chen Xingchen had taken a patrol team from the Forbidden Area, but all the members of the original patrol team, as well as the two who were replaced at the beginning, and their families had completely disappeared. Useless. So many people, and they just vanish without a trace. What am I raising you for? Chen Shifei said angrily. Sectmaster. I suspect that the death of the young sectmaster is related to the person who came from Blue Star. When a young sectmaster left, he said he was going to find a diviner to calculate his location, but ended up dead on the mountain. There must be something fishy about this, Elderly said. Elder Lu, where are the people you were supposed to find? You haven't found them after such a long time, and now they have become suspects in my son's murder. What do you think we should do? Chen Shifei said coldly. Sectmaster, we still need to investigate whether it's related to that person. We can't just jump to conclusions based on Elder Li's one-sided words. Elder Lu said. Chapter 165. A palm turns to blood mist. Long Chen secretly followed, and Yao Gu was cultivating in the Tower of Time and Space. The old mischievous man first let Long Chen's avatar cultivate on a mountain peak. He then went to a nearby city and tore down the wanted notice posted on the bulletin board. Old man, what are you doing tearing down the notice? Looking for death? A guard nearby shouted angrily when he saw the newly posted wanted notice being taken down. They had already lost count of how many times the wanted notices had been posted in recent days. Every time someone tore them down, they would excitedly rush over only to find it was fake. This time, the higher-ups had ordered that anyone who tore down the notices would have their hands broken. Who are you calling an old man? Come here, and I won't spare you. 2 guards surrounded him, ready to beat up the old mischievous man. A hint of the old mischievous man's tribulation stage aura leaked out, causing the 2 guards' legs to tremble. The 2 guards quickly knelt down. Great master, we are blind. Please treat us like a fart and let us go. I'm not unreasonable. I have my reasons for tearing down this notice. Go tell your city lord that I've found this person. He is cultivating on the peak of Mandus Mountain right next door. If we go now, we can catch him red-handed. Really? The 2 guards hesitated. Chapter 166. The pig slaughter plan city, Lord Wu had just felt something was off. But there was no time to investigate further. Forget it. I can't waste my 30,000 spirit stones. I'll just report to headquarters that I accidentally killed him. City Lord Wu stopped pondering and headed straight to headquarters to report the situation. Meanwhile, the old mischievous man and Yao Gu used the same trick to trap one city lord after another. At this time, in the holy city of the Xuanxian sect headquarters. What? You actually killed him? Elder Lu was furious when he heard that he was dead. Elder Lu, it wasn't intentional. Who knew that brat was so tough? One slap turned him into a pile of blood mist. Slap. Elder Lu slapped City Lord Wu's face. City Lord Wu covered his face, feeling a sharp pain. Although Elder Lu had a lower cultivation level, his status was higher, and City Lord Wu could only endure silently. You know your own cultivation level. Do you think a person in the transformation stage could withstand your slap? He was much more important than you. Elder Lu scolded angrily. Elder Lu, you never said it was forbidden to kill him. I don't care. You owe me 150,000 spirit stones. City Lord Wu thought of his 30,000 spirit stones and felt pained. Chapter 167. City Lord Wu is killed, that's fine. I hate people who go back on their word. Since you have already received my spirit stones, I'll give you your first task. Go and rub Yao Gu against the ground. The old mischievous man was dumbfounded, looking at Yao Gu, then at the spirit stones in his hand, and then at Yao Gu, who was glaring at him angrily. Long Chen, do you think I'm the old mischievous man? I won't bend for 10,000 spirit stones. Here, take your spirit stones back. I'm not borrowing them. The old mischievous man directly stuffed the spirit stones into Long Chen's arms. That's not acceptable. Since you took the spirit stones, you can't break the contract. If you want to break the contract, you have to pay some compensation, right? I don't have any spirit stones. If you want to take a life, take it. The old mischievous man knew he had no spirit stones anyway, so it didn't matter. A breach of contract fee of 1 low-grade spirit stone will do. Otherwise, take your 10,000 low-grade spirit stones back. I won't accept a breach of contract. In the end, the old mischievous man had no choice but to bow his head and give Long Chen the only remaining low-grade spirit stone, leaving his pockets empty. Long Chen initially wanted to spend 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to have the old mischievous man help him rub Yao Gu against the ground. But under the temptation of a huge sum, he didn't dare. Elder Lu, along with the city lords, had just reached the entrance of the main hall when they heard the sect master's furious scolding. Chapter 168. Intense explosion, what now? Yao Gu asked. Let us break out. What else can we do? Long Chen said. Yao Gu, surrender and give up resistance. I've sealed off the outside completely. Even if you and the old mischievous man advance to the tribulation stage, it won't help. As long as you hand over that brat, we can all get along peacefully. Chen Shifei shouted from inside. Chen Shifei, you bastard. After bothering me for so many years, can't you let me go? Yao Gu shouted angrily. Long Chen's face darkened. He could have delayed a bit longer since they couldn't confirm if he was below, but now that you shouted, doesn't that expose us? Ha ha, Yao Gu. You really are here. Hurry up. Yao Gu realized she had fallen into Chen Shifei's trap and angrily cursed. Chen Shifei, you despicable and shameless. Initially, they didn't know their specific location, but now that Yao Gu shouted, Chen Shifei could determine their basic position. Chen Shifei directly slashed at the towering mountain with a sword, cutting it in half. Several cultivators flew to every corner of the mountain, using their hands to move the cut-off parts away. Chapter 169, Digging a Dog Hole C. You clearly have no experience, Yao Gu said to the old mischievous man. You don't know either, so don't you also lack experience? The old mischievous man retorted. Yao Gu glared at him, and the old mischievous man immediately shut up. All right, now that the experts are over there, the holy city is weak. Do you know where the Xuanxian sect's treasury is? Let's go steal it. I know. The old mischievous man raised his hand. If you know, hurry up and lead the way. What are you stalling for? Otherwise, we'll have to wait for them to come back. By then, we won't be able to steal anything. Longshin said. Exactly. If you keep stalling, I'll beat you up. Yao Gu also said to the old mischievous man. I can lead the way, but we can't split the loot like last time. This time I get 4, and each of you gets 3. How about that? Okay, but you need to lead the way quickly, or you won't get a split, even 1 spirit stone. Long Chun said. Yao Gu also tacitly agreed, standing by silently. Old scoundrel chuckled. All right, follow me. I tried to sneak in and steal some treasures several times, but never succeeded. This time I must steal a bit more. Long Chun looked at him with a meaningful glance, not expecting this guy to be a habitual offender. Chapter 170. The Destruction of the Holy City Now. On the opposite side, there were 2 in the early stage of tribulation, while on their side there was only 1 in the tribulation stage. The other 2 were merely at the peak of the Great Ascension. Moreover, the remaining young man was inscrutable to him. In his view, his realm might not be low. Old Chen frowned slightly. Old scoundrel, you should leave now. My seeking immortal sect will not pursue your responsibility. If you continue to cause trouble here, you know the strength of the seeking immortal sect. The 2 of you in the tribulation stage are not enough to handle it. Hee old Chun. You stay here every day, and I guess you don't know that the masters of your seeking immortal sect have gone out to hunt us today. Your people Wu-Ti expect me to come steal from him at this moment, old scoundrel said. Old Chen's expression changed slightly. He had indeed heard about this, but he had been cultivating here for many years and was unaware of external affairs. Even if you can leave the seeking immortal sect today, are you not afraid that they will trouble you in the future? You're saying as if I wouldn't be pursued if I didn't rob your treasury. Stop talking nonsense. Let us fight. Old scoundrel directly attacked, charging at old Chun. Meanwhile, on Yao Gu's side, she had the upper hand, overpowering the 2 great ascension guards. Chapter 171. The City That Never Sleeps. As for Long Chun and the others, they had arrived at a city far from the holy city, called the City That Never Sleeps. This city, located at the easternmost part of Seeking Immortal Island, was dazzlingly lit even at night, bustling with activity. This city was a unique existence on Seeking Immortal Island, not under the jurisdiction of the Seeking Immortal sect. However, to enter the city, each person needed to pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. If one wanted to live here long-term, they would need to buy a house. And what Long Chun and the others lacked the least at the moment was spirit stones. Long Chun paid 30,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy an identity token for each person before entering the city. The city was not particularly large, but the level of prosperity inside was comparable to, if not surpassing, that of the holy city. The streets were filled with entertainment facilities like gambling houses, restaurants, inns, brothels, dance halls, and beast-fighting arenas. It also housed the largest black market on Seeking Immortal Island, with alchemy shops, weapon refining rooms, and other trading markets, which is why it could charge such high entrance fees. Because outside the City That Never Sleeps, alchemy, weapon refining, and other such activities were controlled by the Seeking Immortal sect, making it extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to purchase anything even if they had spirit stones. Here, however, one wouldn't have so many worries, nor would they need to fear being captured by the Seeking Immortal sect or worry about their life safety. as private fights were prohibited within the city that never sleeps. Chapter 172. Buying property, don't you want to ask about the housing prices? Chunxia asked in confusion. All right, how much is the housing price? Long Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked about the price and still needed to pay spirit stones. Although he didn't take care, he still had to pay the required amount. This house has a total area of 500 square meters, priced at 10,000 low-grade spirit stones per square meter, totaling 5 million low-grade spirit stones. However, since you were brought by Captain Tian, we won't charge you that much. We could give you a 10% discount, totaling 4,500,000 low-grade spirit stones. After the price was quoted, Chunxia and Tianqi's hearts raced because once sold, they would earn a substantial commission and rebate. Each could earn a 3% commission, which would amount to over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Long Chen casually waved his hand, and boxes of low-grade spirit stones appeared in the reception hall, instantly stunning everyone. Such a large pile of spirit stones, stacked like a small mountain, provided a strong visual shock. Even those who worked there and were coming to buy houses had not seen so many spirit stones in a long time. Chunxia came back to her senses from the shock. Don't you have spirit stone card? Carrying so many spirit stones every day is quite inconvenient. Chapter 173. The Beast Fighting Arena. In the Beast Fighting Arena, young Master Li released his dragon, and the crowd erupted in cheers. As soon as the dragon appeared, it let out a roar, flew into the sky, circled around, and then returned to the arena, quietly hovering beside young Master Li. It had been a while since anyone had seen young Master Li's dragon, and it seemed to have grown even stronger. Yes, who doesn't he know that young Master Li has a powerful spirit beast dragon? Who would be foolish enough to compete with him? This kid must have just arrived. I wonder how he offended young Master Li. This will be a good show. He's probably going to be slaughtered. How many moves do you think that kid's spirit beast can withstand? How many moves? Have you seen how young he is? What good spirit beast could he possibly have? It will probably be swallowed as soon as it appears. That makes sense. I can't argue with that. You said it all. What else can I say? The onlookers were not optimistic about Long Chen. Thinking he had just arrived at the city that never sleeps and did not know the heights of heaven and depths of earth, provoking young Master Li. On the upper floor, a plump middle-aged man sat by the window, sipping tea, observing the commotion below, with a thin servant standing beside him. Chapter 174. The Might of Xiao Wuhumph. Let us see how long you can keep your mouth shut. I bet 1 million low-grade spirit stones on myself to win. Young Master Li said proudly, raising his head. Idiot. Long Chen replied. Kid, what did you say? I said you're an idiot. I see you are not just an idiot. You must have ear problems as well. How about I help you check? I want to charge 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Just 99,008, Long Chen said. Kid, you're asking for death. Just wait for your spirit beast to be swallowed whole, young Master Li said angrily. With young Master Li betting 1 million low-grade spirit stones, the betting came to an end, and the dealer had closed the betting. With the betting closed, the duel officially began. Kid, are you not going to release your spirit beast? Are you scared? Young Master Li taunted. I'm afraid that once my spirit beast is released, you will cry. Long Chen responded. Haha, that is probably the biggest joke I've heard this year. I think it's you who will be crying. All right, then let me show you what a real dragon is. Saying this, Long Chen released Xiao Wu, and a roar that echoed through the skies shattered the hearts of all those who came to watch the joke. Chapter 175. To capture and release brother. Sister, doesn't T have one? It's this young Master Long who has helped us immensely. He is our benefactor. Let us thank him together. Chunxia pulled her younger brother and walked up to Long Chen. Young Master Long, this is my brother Chunxiu. Thank you for your help this time. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Do you have ill intentions toward my sister? Chunxiu glared at Long Chen. Brother, what are you saying? Young Master Long is simply helping us. How can you wrongfully accuse him? Chunxia scolded. None of these people are good. If it weren't for wanting your sister's beauty, why would he help us for no reason? Chunxiu retorted. Hearing this, Chunxia didn't know how to rebut. Besides having a bit of looks, it seemed there was no reason for him to help her. With your sister's looks, I'm not interested at all. If there's nothing else, hurry up and help me with the paperwork for the house. I have nowhere to stay tonight. Oh, okay, I'll go handle it for you. Chunxia felt both shy and annoyed. Even if she didn't think highly of herself, she shouldn't say it so bluntly. Chapter 176. The Old Rascal's Grocery Store Big Brother. This idea is great. Your skills are so good, the business will definitely thrive. Xiao Wu and I can go catch spirit beasts for you. Xiao Wu said. Right? I agree. It's just catching spirit beasts, simple as that. Xiao Wu added. I can help collect spirit stones to prevent them from eating for free. The old rascal chimed in. Get lost, all of you. Have you eaten enough and got nothing else to do? Go clean the room again. Long Chen was also speechless. They were actually asking him to open a barbecue shop, while his future was about saving billions of lives. Chuanxia and Chuanxiu finished eating the dragon meat and reluctantly returned. The others also went back to rest. Meanwhile, Chen Qifei was being criticized in the forbidden area. Chen Qifei, can you still be the sect leader? A kid from Blue Star has caught nothing after so long, and you managed to let the holy city be destroyed. If you can't do it, just say so, and we can replace you with someone capable. It's been 26 layers. We're the people we want. If this continues, how long will we have to wait to open the passage? The three old men criticized Chen Qifei back and forth. Chapter 177. The Life and Death Order. Early the next morning, Tianqi brought over the list from the Li family. This guy has quite a few wives and so many children, Long Chen exclaimed. Li Qingguang is extremely lecherous. Many of his wives were taken by various means. That day, that young Master Li also inherited his lecherous genes, using similar tactics. Which young Master Li? Let's take him down. If Li Qingguang comes today, it's definitely because he was incited by him, Long Chen said. This one, Li Jihui, is also his legally wedded wife. He is the most favored one. Long brother, if you kill him, Li Qingguang will definitely fight you to the death. Tianqi pointed at a name on the list. Perfect, let us target him then. Go and deliver the life and death order for me. Long brother, don't you want to think it over? If you really do this, it's not a small matter, Tianqi reminded again. Just go ahead, I know what I'm doing. Tianqi directly delivered Long Chen's life and death order to the arena, and after that, they didn't need to worry about it. The arena would naturally send someone to notify Li Jihui. Chapter 178. The Old Yin Bi Dodging a Whip. The young Master Li's divine whip immediately changed direction and slashed down at Long Chen. Long Chen pretended to dodge with all his might, but was still hit by the whip. Damn, is the power this weak? I have to fake a fall. Long Chen complained inwardly. Long Chen flew 5 or 6 meters away in the direction of the whip, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The young Master Li relentlessly pursued Long Chen with the divine whip, and Long Chen could only keep dodging or getting hit. He had to continuously lower his defense. Otherwise, the clothes wouldn't even get torn, which would look too fake. Good. Young Master Li, whip him to death. Yes, just like that. Last time I lost so many spirit stones. This time it should be secure, right? The audience was cheering, almost all supporting the young Master Li. I said it. How could a refinement void realm fighter beat a combined body realm fighter? For a moment, I even thought he might win. In the audience below, only the old rascal, Yao Gu, Tianqi, Chuanxia, and Chuanxiu were worried about Long Chen. Although Chuanxiu acted tough, it was because he thought Long Chen wanted to pursue his sister. Chapter 179. Killing Li Xiaowei. Li Xiaowei wielded a sword, confidently attacking Long Chen with his top-grade spirit sword. Sword shadows appeared on the arena, accompanied by swishing sounds. But the blade was nowhere to be seen. Long Chen casually took out a spirit sword from the time and space tower, not even using the divine dragon sword. Once the divine dragon sword was out, the game would be over. Long Chen struggled to fend off each sword strike, giving the impression that he was slightly inferior, while Li Xiaowei held the advantage. Old Yin Bi, go for it. Old Yin Bi, go. Kill Old Yin Bi, repay me my hard-earned spirit stones. Go Li Xiaowei, kill Old Yin Bi. The audience was divided into 2 factions, all shouting. Even the old rascal and Yao Gu couldn't help but cheer. Old Yin Bi, go. On the stage, Long Chen was listening to the nickname they had given him, his face darkening. Calling me Yin Bi is one thing. I'm not old. I look younger than any of you. Kid, you dare to be distracted while fighting me? Do you think I only used 5% of my strength? Li Xiaowei said as his attacks grew fiercer. His 7-kill sword had already stacked up to the 7th layer. Once this final layer was used up, the entire arena would be enveloped by his sword aura. Chapter 180. Negotiation. Long Chen, the old rascal, and Yao Gu arrived at the arena management office. How can it be acceptable that I won and didn't receive my spirit stones? I heard you want me to collect the spirit stones myself? Long Chen asked directly. I actually wanted to discuss something with you. It wouldn't be good for me to find you directly, so I had to use this excuse. Please forgive me. The manager explained hurriedly. Although he hated Long Chen to the core, he still had to appease him now. Just say what you need. Long Chen said indifferently. This spirit stone card contains 8 billion low-grade spirit stones. Please check if there is an error. The password is the original password. 123456. The manager had someone prepare a spirit stone card for Long Chen and transferred his earnings to it. Long Chen handed the card to the old rascal, asking him to check for errors. The old rascal was very willing to do this. With 8 billion low-grade spirit stones, 60 million of it was his. He was quite enthusiastic about checking the accounts. So you asked me to come just to give me this card? No. I invited Long Brother over to discuss our profit-sharing issues. If I'm not mistaken, Long Brother will continue to challenge. And there will be more opportunities to open the market later. I think we can cooperate, the manager said. Chapter 181. There is no regret medicine in this world. You are the one who killed my big brother and second brother. Long Chen? Li Yaoi asked. Is there any need to ask? Is there a second person on the arena? Before the duel, I want to thank you first. Don't worry. I'll make your death a quick one, Li Yaoi said with a wicked smile. Thank me? I killed your big brother and second brother, and you still thank me? Have you lost your mind? Long Chen said. I have the same father, but different mother as them. Just because my mother is not favored, no matter how high my talent is, he will always only value them. Isn't it better if you kill them? It would be a great help to me. If it weren't for this life and death arena, I wouldn't mind sparing your life. Although I can't spare you, I will make your death quick to spare you from so much suffering. You are very confident. How do you know it won't be you who dies? Long Chen asked. Just because I am at the great ascension stage, and you are only at the mid-void refinement stage. No matter what method you use to win against those two useless ones before, it won't work here, because in the face of absolute power, everything is futile. So you also know that in the face of absolute power, everything is futile. Unfortunately, I have to tell you that in front of me, anyone is futile because I represent absolute power. Long Chen said. Chapter 182. City Lord Night Moon Hao Chu. Have you calculated it? Long Chen left the arena and arrived at the pavilion where Hao Chu was located. Hao Chu wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Hey, Long Brother. You are here. I have prepared your share. There are 600 million low-grade spirit stones in this card. Long Chen took the spirit stone card handed over by Hao Chu and stuffed it directly into his pocket. Pleasure working together. Pleasure working together. If you want to wipe out which family next time, just tell me. We can work together to trick them. Hao Chu said. Long Chen rolled his eyes and ignored him, walking away. He couldn't talk to such a fool. It was easy to get infected. Now the entire Nightless City knew about his strength. It wouldn't be easy to trick them next time. Long Chen directly bought a few spirit beasts to roast and eat. As soon as there was roasted meat, Xiao Wu and Xiao Hong stopped sleeping and came out of the time-space tower to help process the spirit beast meat. Moreover, this time they came out, their strength had improved quite a bit, which made Long Chen very envious. Ever since they robbed the Xuanxian sect, there were plenty of various spirit herbs, spirit medicines, spirit fruits, and pills in the time-space tower. They ate and drank nonstop every day and then slept, which allowed them to improve their cultivation. Chapter 183. Total loss. Not long after, Chun Shifei returned with people, delivering 5 million spirit stones and sending 50 people inside. With everyone prohibited from using their cultivation, so it was just a matter of numbers. As soon as the 50 people entered, they were in total darkness. Although Nightless City is not large, it is not small for them who can only walk. The key is that they didn't know their specific location. Brothers, do you know this person? Tianqi looked at the portrait in their hands. Isn't that Long Chen's portrait? I know him. The crowd was overjoyed. They didn't expect to find him so easily, having just been worried about this matter. Brothers, where is he? Can you take us to find him? Tianqi looked at them warily. What do you want him for? We are all his friends, here to seek refuge with him. Brother, please help us. Here are 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Take it to have a drink. Tianqi looked at them and thought they didn't seem like good people. He took their spirit stones. I don't even know where he lives. The crowd was dumbfounded. You don't know? Yet you took our spirit stones? If you don't know, shouldn't you return the spirit stones to us? Chapter 184. Apologizing with thorny branches, this group of people entered Nightless City again to gather information about Long Chen. Brother, do you know this person? One person held up Long Chen's portrait and asked passersby, what do you want him for? The passerby asked, I am his friend, here to seek refuge with him. If you know him, can you take me to find him? Come, everyone look over here. This person is Long Chen's friend. The passerby called out to people nearby. When others heard he was Long Chen's friend, they all rolled up their sleeves and angrily surrounded him. Beat him. Damn it. If we can't beat Long Chen, can't we beat up his friend? At this time, people vented their anger on them for losing their bets. Such scenes were playing out in every corner of Nightless City. Out of 50 people, most were beaten black and blue. A few smarter ones, the kind that would slack off, went to Nightless City and wander around, not even trying to find Long Chen. Seeing their teammates getting beaten, they were even more afraid to ask. At this moment, Li Qingguang, carrying a thorny branch, had 15 corpses and the resources seized from Long Chen carried by others, kneeling in front of Long Chen's house, begging to see him. Chapter 185. The difficulties of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Old Mischief and Yao Gu were managing the shop, while Long Chen, Xiao Hong, and Xiao Wu were in closed-door cultivation. With Long Chen's previous reputation and Li Qingguang kneeling and apologizing to Long Chen that day, almost all cultivators in Nightless City knew about Old Mischief's grocery store. Plus, with a new store opening, Yao Gu held a promotional event, making the business booming during this time. The treasures in the store were abundant, with a wide variety, good quality, and reasonable prices, quickly overshadowing the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The opening of Old Mischief's grocery store caused Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's business to plummet, and foot traffic was significantly less than before. President Wan, this month, our sales have dropped by 30%, and many old customers have moved to Old Mischief's grocery store. What should we do? Humph, send someone to warn them. Let them raise their prices. Regardless of whether they have profits or how many spirit stones they can earn, they must not disrupt the normal market prices. But can that work? That Long Chen is a ruthless person, even generally had to admit defeat. Just a kid who hasn't grown up yet, doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. If he really dares to challenge our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, I can just spin some spirit stones. A mouthful of spit can drown him, President Wan said disdainfully. Chapter 186. Long Chen exits closed-door cultivation. Li Qingguang also witnessed the horror of Long Chen's terracotta army and was glad for the decision he made back then. He had people tidy up the corpses and did not disturb Long Chen, as he thought that just not being enemies with this guy was enough. Trying to curry favor with Long Chen or make friends with him was something he couldn't do. Just after Li Qingguang left, the steward of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce came with a large group of people. Long Chen, these people are here again. They pressured us to raise our prices yesterday. We only raised it by 1 spirit stone, and now so many people are coming over. They must be here to cause trouble. Hurry and use your terracotta army to beat them. Old Mischief said. What's going on? Long Chen frowned and asked. Because our business is too good. Many of their old customers have come to us, so they're forcing us to raise prices under the guise of maintaining the business environment, Yao Gu said. Long Chen roughly understood the situation and did not expect the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to be so overbearing. Old Mischief, you were told to raise prices yesterday, but you only raised it by 1 spirit stone. Are you treating our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce with disdain? A burly man angrily questioned. Old Mischief had just seen Long Chen's terracotta army and was now even more confident. Chapter 187. Night Moon's demand. What the hell? Why is this crazy woman here again? Long Chen couldn't help but complain as he looked at Night Moon descending from the sky. What? Am I not welcome? Night Moon said. No. The entire Nightless City is yours. You can go wherever you want. How dare I not welcome you? Long Chen replied. Oof. Ever since you arrived in the Eternal Night City, my city has never been peaceful. What? Do you want to destroy my Eternal Night City? Night Moon said angrily. That can't be blamed on me, right? It's all others who are causing trouble for me. When have you seen me actively provoke others? I can't just stand still and let others bully me, can I? Oof. I'm here this time to bring you business. You say you can refine pills of any quality and weapons of any quality? Night Moon asked. As long as you can provide the materials, there's no problem. Long Chen replied. What materials do I need to find? I want you to refine an immortal pill for me. One that can allow me to become an immortal instantly. Can you refine it? Night Moon asked. I can, but first, let's not talk about whether you can gather the materials. The environment here is not suitable for becoming an immortal. Are you referring to the entire blue star being sealed, so it's impossible to become an immortal? Night Moon asked. Chapter 188. I'm invincible. You can do as you please. Night Moon stood in the sky above the Eternal Night City, exuding an imposing aura that attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the city. Everyone looked up at Night Moon. What is the City Lord of Night Moon going to do? Is something big happening? I don't know, but there should be something to announce. I guess it has something to do with the Seeking Immortal sect. They've been very active in the Eternal Night City recently. No matter what it is, we'll just listen. It should be announced soon. The cultivators below discussed among themselves, each with their own thoughts, But it was all speculation. No one knew the real reason. Seeing that the attention of all the cultivators in the city was on him, Night Moon finally spoke. Long Chen, come up to the sky. Long Chen didn't hesitate and flew up, standing shoulder to shoulder with Night Moon. Could it be that Long Chen is going to marry the city lord? Is this a big announcement of joy? I think that's possible. Long Chen is exceptionally talented, a child of heaven. Although his cultivation is not high now. What kind of monster is this? Just a month ago, he was in the mid-stage of the void refinement. And now he is at the peak of the combined body. As this cultivator spoke, he felt something was off because Long Chen did not conceal his cultivation. He could see it clearly at a glance. Chapter 189. Long Chen's clone, Dragon Shadow. Hearing what Long Chen said, the cultivators below became furious. Then let me see if you are truly invincible. A peak stage Great Ascension man stepped forward. Long Chen knew that to gain their trust, he had to demonstrate his strength. If he didn't provoke them, how could they possibly be impulsive enough to challenge him? As long as they came to challenge him, his goal would be achieved. Long Chen descended from the sky and landed on the arena. Then a clone separated from Long Chen's body. This clone was something Long Chen had condensed during his retreat, crafted from a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Splitting a portion of his divine soul into the clone, Long Chen named this clone Dragon Shadow. Not only did it look the same, but it also had independent thoughts and the ability to cultivate autonomously. Since it was a part of Long Chen's divine soul, this clone was completely under Long Chen's control. Aside from its trump cards, it was almost identical to Long Chen. You will first fight my clone. Only if you can defeat my clone will you have the qualification to challenge me, Long Chen said calmly. Then took out a tea set from the time and space tower, sitting in a corner of the arena to brew tea and drink. Chapter 190. The rogue's evil Xiao Yao waved his hand. I lost. There's no point in continuing. Xiao Yao voluntarily walked down from the arena. Is there anyone else who wants to come up to challenge? Dragon Shadow asked the crowd below. After defeating 2 people in a row, everyone had to weigh whether they had the ability to step onto the arena. After waiting for a long time, no one showed any intention of coming up, since no one is willing to challenge. Wait, let me try. Before Dragon Shadow could finish, he was interrupted. An unremarkable, hunchbacked old man, scruffy and disheveled, walked out. This isn't the old beggar from West Street. Rogue evil? Exactly. Isn't he just going to embarrass himself? Could he be a master? Not likely. If he were really a master, would he have fallen to this level? Living by begging? Rogue evil, get down. That's the arena. Not a place you can go up to. A kind-hearted cultivator shouted quickly. However, Rogue evil ignored everyone and walked step by step towards the arena. With each step, his hunchback straightened a bit. With each step, his aura grew stronger. Chapter 191. Long Chen becomes the city lord of Eternal Night. Support Long Chen to become the city lord of Eternal Night. Rogue evil led the charge, raising his arm to shout. With Rogue evil leading, the others followed suit, shouting, City Lord Long, City Lord Long, City Lord Long. Long Chen nodded, raising his hand to calm them. You'll be grateful for today's decision. Although I have become the city lord, the rules of Eternal Night City will remain unchanged. However, everyone, when you go back, do not slack off in your cultivation. I won't keep you waiting too long. I will rescue your loved ones. City Lord, I want to know how long will it take? A man stepped forward to ask. Don't worry, it won't be too long. At the shortest, a few days. At the longest, 1 or 2 months. I will notify everyone then. The crowd dispersed, many using their remaining spirit stones to purchase cultivation resources. After a long period of slack, everyone began to prioritize their cultivation. At this time, the one most worried was President One. Just before, he was uniting with the merchants to prepare to jointly strike against the Old Mischief's general store, and the next moment Long Chen became the city lord. Moreover, he had previously caused trouble for Long Chen and them. Now he was very worried that Long Chen would retaliate against them. Chapter 192. The 6th layer of the time and space tower opens. Long Chen entered seclusion again for 7 days. During those 7 days outside, 560 days passed in the time and space tower. With the rich spiritual energy inside the time and space tower, when Long Chen exited seclusion again, he had already reached the early stage of Great Ascension. Although he only advanced 1 level, it was a world of difference. If Long Chen were to fight Rogue Evil, who was in the late stage of the tribulation, now it would be a one-sided beating, not an evenly matched contest. With the increase in realm, Long Chen's control over the divine dragon sword grew stronger. allowing him to unleash even more power from the imperial weapon. During this advancement, Long Chen felt something strange. He absorbed too much spiritual energy. Previously, the spiritual energy had been stored in the two planets, the Tyene and the Sun. And after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy this time, these two planets began to nourish the world inside Long Chen. Now, the inner world of Long Chen was filled with rich spiritual energy, surpassing even that of seeking Immortal Island. The life within the small world inside him was also increasing. Some early-stage animals, after being washed by spiritual energy, had begun to transform into spiritual beasts. This was something he had never experienced even after becoming an Immortal Emperor in his previous life. In his last life, his small world did not autonomously produce life forms. More often, it was used for storage, essentially serving as a large storage space. Chapter 193. Returning to Blue Star. Since he had returned to Blue Star, Long Chen planned to visit the Demon Palace to check on his sister, grandfather, and others who were still there. He also wanted to see how things had changed in Huaxia during his time away on Immortal Island, as he had laid a solid foundation for them before leaving. Long Chen did not notify anyone and flew toward Zhonghai. As he flew through the void, Long Chen observed the changes below. There were significantly more cultivators on the road, most of whom were still in the Qi refinement stage. Although the spiritual energy on Blue Star remained thin, cultivation had become an indispensable part of life for many. A lot of people had already begun to walk through the gates of cultivation. This was a good thing, because soon this world would undergo significant changes. When the celestial seal array was broken, spiritual energy would revive, ushering in a flourishing era of cultivation. When Long Chen arrived in Zhonghai, he saw Long Xin driving a blue Lamborghini out. Curious about where she was going, he followed her. Long Xin turned left and right while driving, eventually arriving at a closed mountain road. At the foot of the mountain, many sports cars were parked, and a group of young men and women were chatting. Long Xion's arrival attracted everyone's attention, and they paused their conversations to greet her. Chapter 194. Thrilling car race. Finally, on a stretch of straight road, Long Xion accelerated to overtake the car in front of her, which tried to block her just like before. The car in front swerved to match Long Xion's movements, deliberately slowing down to force her to reduce her speed. At that moment, Long Xion couldn't even catch the exhaust fumes of Xiao Xiong's car. Without hesitation, Long Xion accelerated and shot forward. The car in front quickly swerved to the right, positioning itself between the first and second lanes. Normally, the remaining width would not be enough for Long Xion's car to pass, but she did not slow down. Instead, she continued to accelerate. One of her tires crossed over the drainage ditch beside the road, driving onto the dirt path next to the mountain. With another burst of speed, she surged past, leaving the car behind in a cloud of dust. Damn, this crazy girl is playing like that. Is she out of her mind? A man quickly reported to the car in front. Car in front, please note, I was overtaken by Long Xion. The rest is up to you. His task was complete, and he had delayed Long Xion enough. Now, the remaining cars just needed to finish the race normally, as first place was already predetermined, and he didn't need to push himself too hard. Chapter 195. Xiao Xiong takes first place after some maneuvering. Long Xion finally spotted Xiao Xiong's taillights as they approached the finish line. Xiao Xiong saw Long Xion's Lamborghini catching up in his rearview mirror, and he pressed the accelerator to the floor, causing the engine to roar. He leaned forward, hoping to gain a little more speed. Fortunately, there were only 500 meters left to the finish line, and they were all straight. Long Xion was also chasing hard from behind. She didn't want to lose. When she had said that, she was confident in her driving skills and thought she could win comfortably, but she never expected such a situation. Now, she also realized that she had been set up, caught in a trap. However, contrary to her expectations, when Long Xion crossed the finish line, she was still 0.5 seconds slower than Xiao Xiong. Xiao Xiong smiled with satisfaction. His face flushed as he got out of the car, holding a large diamond ring. He knelt down in front of the furious Long Xion and said, Xioner, will you be my girlfriend? He didn't mention the race, but directly proposed to Long Xion. Xiao Xiong, let me ask you, did you collude with him? Long Xion questioned. Chapter 196. Demon Palace recruiting disciples. Long Xion looked at the scene that unfolded again, furious, and grabbed Xiao Xiong by the collar, lifting him up. Xiao Xiong, you bastard! How dare you deceive my feelings? She said coldly. Xion, it's all fake. Everything he made up. I really like you. Xiao Xiong argued. Like? Those words are worthy to come out of your mouth. Long Xian slapped him several times. Xiao Xiong's face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. Then, Long Xian kicked him in the groin. As Xiao Xiong flew into the air, he covered his broken lower body and let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. He soared high into the sky and then free fell to the ground. With a loud crash, dust flew up, and when it settled, there was only a puddle of flesh left. The other competitors watched this scene, their legs trembling, and two of them even wet their pants. Xian Jia, we didn't mean to deceive you. Please spare us. Yeah, Xian Jia, we were all incited by Xiao Xiong. Xian Jia, just consider us a fart and let it go. Chapter 197. Changes in the landscape, you say. She is the mistress of the demon palace. How is that possible? The woman exclaimed in surprise. Tell me, what role do you play in the demon palace, and who asked you to engage in these underhanded tactics? Long Chen asked. Master, it's like this. Strictly speaking, I'm not a member of the demon palace. I was just hired to cook. Because I could frequently enter and exit the demon palace, I boasted to others that I was a disciple of the demon palace. I didn't expect them to actually believe it. This woman said that as long as she could enter the demon palace, she would be my girlfriend. Without thinking, I agreed. The man explained. Master, please forgive me. I didn't mean it. I acted on impulse. Long Chen understood his meaning. It turned out he was just a hired cook who tarnished the reputation of the demon palace. Those nearby who heard his explanation were also astonished, realizing that it wasn't the demon palace engaging in underhanded tactics, but someone using the palace's name to deceive others. Wang Dazue, didn't you say you were a true disciple of the demon palace? How did you end up as a cook? I'll kill you. The woman went mad, grabbing and shaking Wang Dazue. The commotion attracted Xianyuan Huang's attention, who hurriedly flew over upon spotting Long Chen in the crowd. Chapter 198. Many stubborn ones. Old Master Long also approached, looking at the dragon whip in the wine vat. What is this? So big? This is the dragon whip, made from the remains of a flood dragon, soaked in wine, Long Chen said. Upon hearing it was a dragon whip, Long Taijun and Old Master Long's eyes lit up. This was something not everyone could drink. If it weren't for Long Chen, they wouldn't even have seen a dragon, let alone tasted dragon whip. While drinking, Long Chen shared his experiences during this time. You say you found your parents? Old Master Long exclaimed in surprise. Yes, but I haven't rescued them yet. They're still on Immortal Island. When I return home next time, I can bring them back, Long Chen replied. Good. Old Master Long's eyes brimmed with tears, repeating good 3 times, indicating his excitement upon hearing the news. Younger brother, I want to go with you to seek the path of immortality and save our parents. Long Xian said. Long Chen looked at her golden core stage cultivation and said, Give it up. With your golden core stage, you be nothing more than cannon fodder. Grandpa, look at him bullying me. Long Xian immediately complained. Old Man Long immediately frowned. Long Chen, you can't bully your sister like that. Chapter 199. The illusion array opens after eliminating these 20 disciples. The remaining 80 no longer dared to resist and obediently entered the illusion array. Once inside, everyone saw different scenes before their eyes. In the illusion, each person activated their weakest point, and since everyone had different weaknesses, the experiences they went through in the illusion varied. Some became great generals in the illusion, controlling the life and death of the imperial city. Despite the threats and temptations from the enemy, they ultimately chose not to betray and successfully exited the illusion. Another person became a senior member of an organization in the illusion, greedy and willing to do anything that defies common sense for money, ultimately betraying the organization by leaking its most confidential information, leading to its downfall. Yet another had a stunning wife in the illusion, and he was a minister in a weak country. A king from a neighboring strong nation coveted his wife and sent envoys demanding tribute of her, threatening to destroy his country otherwise. He was tormented by thoughts and, for the sake of his country and the people, reluctantly offered up his wife. Chapter 200. The transport array is destroyed. Long Chen did not linger in the city, as there were still many matters awaiting him on seeking Immortality Island. And it would be troublesome if Old Mischief and Yao Gu discovered he was missing and searched for him everywhere. Long Chen directly adjusted the coordinates for the transport array, leading to seeking Immortality Island from the transport array in the time-space tower. The transport array emitted a dazzling light, and Long Chen and the time-space tower immediately vanished from the Demon Palace. Meanwhile, Elder Liu was still studying the transport array with others on seeking Immortality Island. All their hopes rested on this transport array, and without it, continuing to open the passage would be impossible. Elder Lu, look, the transport array is glowing again. Someone must be about to transport over. One subordinate excitedly pointed at the transport array. What's glowing? Elder Lu suddenly looked toward the transport array, and indeed, it had started operating again. Elder Lu excitedly said, "Hurry, surround the transport array. This time we can't let it escape again. Quickly notify the sect master." Elder Lu hurriedly arranged things. The transport array lighting up meant someone was about to arrive, and he couldn't miss this opportunity again. Chapter 201. The Immortal Capturing Array Chase. Capture him, Chen Qifei roared. He hadn't expected Long Chen to destroy the transport array. After all, this transport array was the only one leading to Blue Star, and its destruction meant they could no longer go to Blue Star. Thinking of Long Chen suddenly coming back from Blue Star, Chen Qifei suspected Long Chen had another way to reach Blue Star. At this moment, capturing Long Chen was the only option. Just as Long Chen had run out, he was blocked by a group of people. This time, Chen Qifei had learned his lesson and had already arranged for many people to wait outside, afraid that Long Chen might slip away. These people had a minimum cultivation of the Great Ascension stage, with some reaching the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Long Chen, who was blocked, was delayed for a moment, and Chen Qifei quickly led his people to catch up. Long Chen, did you think we would let you escape this time? Naive. Elder Lu said proudly. Long Chen, surrender and you won't be killed. Chen Qifei said, I ran to give you a few more days to live. Since you want to seek death, then come. Long Chen pulled out his divine dragon sword from the time-space tower, stepping on Little Five, looking imposing. Since you're seeking death, don't blame us for being rude. Form the array, capture him alive. Chen Qifei ordered. Chapter 202. Night Moon comes to aid even the old fellows from the Forbidden Area sensed the battle here and rushed over. With such a commotion, Night Moon felt something was off. This had never happened on Seeking Immortality Island. When she went to find Long Chen, she discovered he was no longer at Old Mischief's shop. Night Moon immediately felt that this commotion was caused by Long Chen, and she, along with Old Mischief and Yao Gu, rushed to the battlefield. This battle attracted the attention of the entire Seeking Immortality Island. Anyone with a bit of strength was moving toward the battlefield. Even if they didn't participate, watching was something they enjoyed. The reinforcements from the Seeking Immortality sect kept increasing, and the pressure on Little Five and Little Red grew. Those coming over were hesitant to join the battle between Long Chen and Chen Qifei. However, a few early-stage Tribulation Transcendence cultivators wanted to show off in front of Chen Qifei, but as soon as they joined the battlefield, they were severely injured by the aftermath of the battle, and Long Chen took the opportunity to wipe them out with a single sword strike. After which no more cultivators dared to join the fight between Long Chen and Chen Qifei. Long Chen, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to still be at the Great Ascension stage and able to fight with me. Chen Qifei said. Chapter 203. Concealed Divine Ability. What is it for? You really are a troublemaker. Wherever you go, there is a battle. Night Moon said. You can't blame me. I just stood there and they wanted to capture me. Can you blame me? Long Chen replied. Brother Long, are you okay? Old Mischief approached with concern. I'm fine. The ones who should worry are them. What happened to me? The spectators nearby also consciously retreated. No one dared to cause trouble. Big brother, if it weren't for those people running fast, I would have dismembered them. Little Red ran up and said, Give it a rest. Look at all those injuries on you. It was almost you who got dismembered. Although Long Chen teased her, he still handed a large number of healing pills to her and Little Five. You really treat your mount well. Feeding them pills in large quantities, Night Moon said enviously. Even as the lord of the Nightless City, she couldn't freely obtain pills. The key was that she couldn't refine pills herself, so she either bought them or had to give someone her spiritual herbs to refine. But the success rate of others' pill-making compared to Long Chen's was far behind, not to mention the additional handling fees. I don't treat them as mounts. I treat them as brothers. That's because you're wasteful. If you gave me your high-grade spiritual herbs, you wouldn't have to worry about pills, Long Chen said. Chapter 204. Peak of the Great Ascension. Thank you, City Lord Night Moon. We will wait for your news in the city. After the three expressed their thanks, they left to find a place to enjoy themselves in the Nightless City. 1 month outside, 100 months inside later, Long Chen finally emerged from seclusion, and his cultivation directly reached the peak of the Great Ascension stage. As soon as Long Chen came out, Night Moon brought the three to find him. Long Chen, These three are all in the late tribulation transcendent stage and want to join the Nightless City. It's up to you to decide whether to accept them. Night Moon said, you can make the decision here. Although I am the nominal city lord, that is only temporary, and I will eventually return the position of city lord to you. All right, then I will take charge and temporarily accept the three of them. Yi Yu is not being pretentious. Since Long Chen let her take charge, she would do so. During my seclusion, has the Xuanxian sect made any moves? Long Chen asked. No, the Xuanxian sect has also quieted down. I even paid special attention to the area around the unmatched city for the past month. Not even a spy was spotted. Long Chen frowned. The more it was like this, the more he felt it was not simple. The teleportation array was destroyed by him, and if the Xuanxian sect stopped looking for him, their plans would not be able to proceed. Long Chen felt that the Xuanxian sect would not just let it go like this. Chapter 205. Attacking Goat City early the next morning. The cultivators of unmatched city gathered outside the city on their own. Even the cultivators in seclusion were all called out. Long Ying and the rogue Xie led everyone to the neighboring Goat City. Xiao Wu and Xiao Hong were also making a fuss, insisting on going to fight. So Long Chen let them follow the team. Long Chen also contributed all his terracotta warriors, which would charge ahead and reduce many casualties. Long Chen and Yi Yu leisurely drank tea in the void, watching the team below attack Goat City. The guarding general of Goat City, Chao Jun, saw the large army from unmatched city suddenly approaching and had no time to react before being attacked. This cannot be blamed on him. After being comfortable for too long, no one would expect a sudden attack. Moreover, throughout the entire Xuanxian Island, apart from unmatched city, it was all the territory of the Xuanxian sect, and they were all one of their own, so they usually did not set up defenses. This time, unmatched city emphasized the surprise attack, first quietly approaching Goat City, and then suddenly launching the attack. The terracotta warriors transformed into a giant dragon and charged towards the city gate. With one assault, the city gate was reduced to ashes, and the guards at the entrance were directly annihilated. Chapter 206. Attacking Baishur City. You traitors, how can you surrender? Just hold on a little longer. Our reinforcements are on the way. Chao Jun shouted angrily. Chao Jun, don't be foolish. I know Yang Chi Chao well. He has long run away, yet you're still here serving him. I advise you to value your life, said the Wang family head, who was squatting on the ground, holding his head. You're just trying to survive and still think of dragging me down with you. That's simply wishful thinking. Brothers, kill them. What a fool. What makes Yang Chi Chao worth serving him like this? After saying this, the Wang family head ignored the others, squatting on the side, closing his mouth. Right now, they just wanted to survive. Chao Jun burned his essence blood, and his aura became even more violent, trying to turn the tide this way. Some cultivators following Chao Jun also burned their essence blood, determined to drag a few down with them, even if they fell. Chao Jun attacked frantically. Although it seemed very strong, in Long Ying's eyes, it exposed even more flaws. With a flick of Long Ying's spear, he cut through Chao Jun's throat, followed by the spear piercing into his abdomen, nailing him to a nearby pillar. Chapter 207. Taking down 5 cities. Moreover, such small fry were not worth Long Ying personally taking action. However, things turned out as they had anticipated, just as the battle started. A large number of cultivators appeared behind and on the sides, surrounding the cultivators of unmatched city. Ha! Now let us see where you people can run. And Ching Chung laughed from the city wall. Long Ying smiled slightly, confirming that someone wanted to ambush them, making him feel even more relaxed. These people appearing in the open made things easier. As long as he could kill them all, it would not be a problem. It seemed like the opponent surrounded them, but who was surrounding whom was still uncertain. Could they not massacre the enemy instead? And Ching Chung, you seem quite pleased with yourself? Long Ying asked. Of course. I have long set up a net to catch you, and you still want to come in. I don't know whether to say you are foolish or foolish. And Ching Chung replied, do you really have such confidence in capturing us? Long Ying asked. How many men do you have? How many men do we have? In terms of top combat power, Baishur City is not inferior to you. Plus, with the experts from several other cities, I am giving you a chance to surrender. Surrender, and you won't be killed. Chapter 208. The Shoddy Formation. After regrouping, Long Ying led the team to set out again, this time targeting Yuyun City. At this moment, the city lord of Yuyun City, Di Yun, stood on the city wall with a frown. Upon learning that Long Ying and the others were coming to attack Yuyun City, he sought aid from the Xuanxian sect headquarters in the Holy City. But the reply he received made his heart sink. He never expected that after being loyal for so many years, when he was in trouble, he would receive the words self-survival. He had thought about abandoning the city and fleeing, but he couldn't let go of so many brothers. He also thought about stubbornly resisting, but feared that his brothers would die following him into battle. And the Xuanxian island was so large. Even if he fled, where could he escape to? Despite knowing he couldn't win, it was impossible for him to surrender. Since he had followed the Xuanxian sect in this life, he would not betray it again. And he did not want to bear the infamy. Dian, will you surrender or fight? The rogue, Xia, shouted loudly. I swear I will not surrender. Dian said firmly. I swear I will not surrender. His brothers below also shouted in unison. Good. Since you swear you won't surrender, then let us fight. The rogue, Xia said. They wouldn't back down, but if the other side wanted to fight, the rogue Xia was not afraid either. Chapter 209. The Empty City strategy. Long Ying continued to lead the charge. His current goal was to conquer Xuanxian Island, and nothing could stop his progress. Meanwhile, Long Chen welcomed an unexpected guest, the fortune teller. Long Chen, I advise you to leave Xuanxian Island. I see your fate line darkening, and a blood disaster is imminent. The fortune teller said as soon as he saw Long Chen. Bang, bang, bang. Long Chen directly beat up the long unseen fortune teller, leaving him bruised and bleeding from the nose. Did you not calculate that you would have a blood disaster today? Long Chen asked. The fortune teller got up from the ground, wiping his nosebleed with his sleeve. I calculated this long ago, but I had to come. Oh, then tell me, how will I have a blood disaster? Explain it to me, Long Chen said. Recently, I observed the stars and found that your fate star is dimming, while that old immortal's fate star in the forbidden area is exceptionally bright. I think he is about to break through soon, and by then, you won't be his match. The fortune teller said. Could he possibly become an immortal? Long Chen asked, not believing that one could become an immortal. The blue star didn't belong to the Immortal Realm. If one became an immortal, they would be taken away by the light of the Immortal Realm. Chapter 210. Jiang Lao's immortal tribulation. Chen Qifei stood in the forbidden area, looking towards the holy city, his face dark and saying, if you can't kill you, what exactly is the problem? How can you avoid falling for the trap? The people in the city that never sleeps looked at the scene of the holy city and were glad they hadn't broken through the great formation to enter the holy city. They were all cursing Chen Qifei for being such a cunning person, trying to eliminate them at the cost of an entire city. The next day, just as dawn broke, the entire Xuanxian island was suddenly covered in dark clouds, with ominous thunder rolling in. Long Chen frowned and looked towards the forbidden area. An astonishing momentum erupted from the forbidden area, causing the spiritual energy of the entire Xuanxian island to surge wildly towards it. Immediately afterwards, a person soared into the sky, moving away from the forbidden area to the top of a desolate mountain, continuously forming seals in their hands to set up a formation. Thunder rumbled, the sound growing heavier, as the tribulation thunder began to gather above that person's head. Everyone on Xuanxian Island looked in that direction and saw a figure standing under the tribulation clouds, clearly preparing to undergo tribulation. Wasn't that Elder Jiang? He reached the peak of tribulation thousands of years ago. Is he going to face the tribulation again? Could it be the celestial tribulation? Someone said. It looks like it. After all, there's no tribulation stronger than this, except for the celestial tribulation. I really can't think of anything else. Chapter 211. 99 Thunder Tribulation. Long Chen's body was also becoming stronger under the tempering of the thunder tribulation. Elder Jiang could only watch from below the great formation, grinding his teeth in frustration as he hated that Long Chen had snatched away his opportunity, while also fearing that Long Chen would be struck dead by the thunder, because Long Chen was effectively blocking the tribulation for him. If Long Chen died, the tribulation would continue, but whether he could withstand it was another question. Otherwise, he would have slapped Long Chen dead long ago. As the 3949 and 59 Thunder Tribulation struck down, Long Chen's celestial body gradually began to take shape, and he became more adept at handling this thunder tribulation. What a madman! A madman, using the thunder tribulation to temper his body. What kind of lunatic is this? Elder Jiang's feelings were very complicated at this moment. Until the 7-9 Thunder Tribulation was completed, Long Chen's body was filled with the power of thunder. At this point, the Thunder Tribulation striking him had no effect, and his body was glowing brightly. Long Chen pointed at the tribulation clouds and cursed, useless Thunder Tribulation, Is this all you've got? Bring it on. Boom. The sky grew darker and darker. Visibility reduced to nothing, and an even heavier sound echoed, clearly indicating that the heavenly Tao was enraged. Another layer of tribulation clouds formed, with 2 layers of clouds overlapping. Chapter 2:12. Forging the celestial body, don't be so stingy. If you're struck dead by this thunder tribulation, that ruler will eventually be mine anyway. Why not just give it to me now? At least you'll be doing me a favor, Chen said. You. Don't push your luck. Elder Jiang said angrily. He had already given up a bit of his resources to him, and now he wanted even his last ruler. Chen saw this old man's determination and stopped teasing him, as the thunder tribulation had already descended. Chen soared into the air and punched at the descending thunder tribulation, the lightning crackling in his hands. In the end, the last 2 bolts of thunder tribulation were blocked by Chen, and only then did Jiang Shang breathe a sigh of relief, finally overcoming this crisis. As the tribulation clouds dissipated, the sky returned to clarity, and everything returned to calm. Only Chen looked up at the sky and murmured, "No wonder I can only become a half-immortal. It turns out the celestial gate cannot be opened." Having passed the thunder tribulation, one could only say that his cultivation met the standards for becoming an immortal. But since he had not crossed the celestial gate and accepted the cleansing of the heart realm, he was ultimately still a half-step away from being an immortal. Hence he could only be called a half-immortal. At this moment, Chen, strictly speaking, couldn't he even be considered a half-immortal. He merely had a celestial body, while his cultivation was still at the early stage of crossing the tribulation. Chapter 2:13. Bringing Jiang Shang back to Blue Star Chen. According to what you said, if I'm not an immortal, then what am I? But my strength has genuinely increased, Jiang Shang asked, as he felt that aside from his enhanced strength, there didn't seem to be any other changes. You're at most just a half-immortal now. You've crossed the thunder tribulation, but Haven stepped through the celestial gate. Once you step through the celestial gate, you'll be a human immortal. When you successfully convert all your spiritual energy into celestial energy, that is, when you'll truly be an immortal, Chen explained. Jiang Shang listened somewhat confused, but he understood Chen's meaning that he wasn't considered an immortal yet. Then how can I become a true immortal? Where's this celestial gate you speak of? Jiang Shang finally caught the main point. I think the reason you can't cross the celestial gate is because of the Feng Tian Dajun, Feng Tian Gray Formation. With the Feng Tian Dajun blocking it, you'll never see the celestial gate. I guess that's it. So I still need to break through the 33 layers of passage. Only then can I see the celestial gate and become a true immortal, Jiang Shang said excitedly. Clap. Chen suddenly slapped Jiang Shang on the face. Unprepared, Jiang Shang was left stunned by Chen's sudden slap. Chapter 2:14. The Violent Fire Cloud Formation Masters. This is easy. I'll go back to Xuanxin Island and bring them over, Jiang Shang said excitedly. Chen rolled his eyes. You're thinking too much. Your formation masters are useless. Their level is too low. Then what should we do? Even you and I can't break this great formation. Who else can? Jiang Shang asked. Look over at Mars and see what's there, Chen said. Jiang Shang looked over suspiciously. I see a person staring at us. Who is that? Big idiot. Chen shouted at that person. The man on Mars heard Chen's shout and slapped back. You little brat. Are you looking for death? I'm called Fire Cloud, not Big Idiot. Is this an immortal? Jiang Shang felt the power fluctuations from Fire Cloud's attack, making him feel a sense of heart palpitations. Now he felt just how small he was. To be precise, he is a true immortal, Chen said. A true immortal? Then when he just struck the Great Formation, it didn't have much of a reaction. No one can break it. He called for help. Once his help arrives, this Great Formation will be broken, Chen said. Chapter 2:15. Re-entering the Forbidden Area, the two stepped out of the time-space tower and found themselves in the yard of Old Mischief's grocery store. Chen. You're back. How is it? Yao Gu asked anxiously as soon as she saw Chen and the others emerge. Her brother, daughter, and son-in-law were all in the Forbidden Area, waiting for so long, and they finally saw a glimmer of hope. Let us go save them now. Let us go together. You go notify the brothers in the city that never sleeps and have them wait outside the Forbidden Area. Yi was also very excited. Okay, I'll go now. Yi flew directly into the sky. Brothers in the city that never sleeps, I have good news to tell you. As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivators in the city that never sleeps looked up at Yu in the sky with anticipation. City Lord Yu. Has City Lord Long Chen returned? Can my wife be rescued? City Lord Yu, what about my daughter? I haven't seen her for many years. As soon as Yu mentioned good news, everyone roughly guessed it, because for them, there was only this matter that could be considered good news. Everyone began to ask questions all at once. Yu raised his hand to silence them, pretending to be serious. Everyone quiet down and listen to me. Everyone looked at Yu's serious expression, and their hearts sank. Could it be that they guessed wrong? Chapter 2:16. Slave Seal, what consequences? Isn't it just that the 33 layers of the passage can't be opened? But do you know what will happen once the 33 layers of passage are opened? Jiang Shang said coldly. What consequences? Isn't it just that after the passage is opened, they're afraid we'll become immortals? Who doesn't know that Jiang Lao's chance to become an immortal was taken away by Long Chen? So he became a half-immortal. Once we become immortals, you won't be able to suppress us, Li Lao said sarcastically. Well, since you think so of me, I have nothing more to say. Today, the 33 layers of passage will definitely be closed. Anyone who tries to stop me will not be shown mercy, Jiang Lao said angrily. Jiang Lao, you haven't been in charge for years. You haven't forgotten that I control all the great formations, right? I can destroy these formations at any time, and we can all die together in this forbidden land. Lu Lao sneered. Jiang Shang's chest heaved with anger. He wanted to take action against them, but feared it would jeopardize the bigger situation. Hearing Lu Lao's words, a fierce look flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He had thought dealing with Jiang Shang would make things simpler, but he didn't expect such a troublemaker to appear. Speak. What are your conditions for agreeing to close the 33 layers of passage and releasing the cultivators trapped in the Great Formation? Long Chen asked. Chapter 2:17. Releasing the cultivators in the forbidden land, the slave seal on their foreheads, and their humility proved that they had become servants of Huiyun. On the other side of the formation, Long Chen watched the fate of these two and sighed that they deserved it. He had never intended to make things difficult for them, but now this outcome was self-inflicted. Not wanting to watch any longer, Long Chen headed toward Xuanshan Island. Before he set off, he had casually set up a teleportation array base in the Forbidden Land. Therefore, Long Chen could adjust the coordinates of that teleportation array from here and teleport back directly. Just after Long Chen left, Huiyun began asking them various questions, which allowed Huiyun to understand the current situation and strength of Blue Star. This made Huiyun even more excited. Once the Great Formation was broken, this planet would welcome the revival of spiritual energy, greatly enhancing its strength. As the discoverer, he would receive the greatest credit. Although this planet could not be marked with a slave seal by him, his rewards would definitely be very generous. This discovery made Huiyun increasingly excited, to the point where he generously rewarded each of them a human immortal pill. Lu Lao and Li Lao swallowed the human immortal pills, both beginning to undergo tribulation. Huiyun also set up a defensive formation for the two, allowing them to successfully pass through the Thunder Tribulation. Chapter 2:18. Long Chen's parents are rescued soon. They arrived at the 15th layer, where Long Chen's mother, Zhou Hui, was in the Great Formation. Zhou Hui saw Lauentong and Yao Gu excitedly calling out Mom and Dad. Lauentong and Yao Gu looked at their daughter with tears in their eyes, unable to speak for a long time. Long Chen also looked at Zhou Hui, unsure of how to start. When Zhou Hui left Long Chen at the Long family, he was still too young, so now, standing in front of her, she couldn't recognize him as her son. He just looked a bit familiar. After all, for cultivators, although there is a bloodline sense, they also need to sense it with their hearts. Otherwise, it's hard to realize that Long Chen is her son. Hui, do you see who this is? Yao Gu said, trembling. Zhou Hui looked closely at Long Chen in the Great Formation and asked, Chener, is that you? Even with Long Chen's unwavering heart, at that moment, he broke down, tears streaming down his cheeks. Mom, it's me. Zhou Hui stood up excitedly, wanting to embrace Long Chen. However, just as she stood up, the Great Formation began to tremble, and Long Chen hurriedly stabilized it. Chapter 2:19. Long Chen is drugged. Long Chen returned to Lauentong's grocery store with his parents, Lauentong, Yao Gu, and Yao Gu's brother. Dragon brother, I'm going to buy some spirit beast meat. You can roast it later, and I'll get some beer. Let's celebrate. Lauentong said, Dad, why are you calling him Dragon brother? That's not right. It messes up the hierarchy, doesn't it? Shouldn't I call my own son uncle? Zhou Hui said, Long Chen, this is your grandfather. How can you call him brother? Long Tianjun thought about calling his son uncle and felt darkened. We can call each other whatever we like. It doesn't affect your relationship. I don't mind. So why do you care? Lao and Tong insisted, and Zhou Hui and Long Tianjun had no way to argue with him. The group had a small reunion, eating barbecued food and drinking beer. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. Long Chen also shared the situation at home with them, saying that Long Xian had been found, the old man was still very healthy, and Long Taijun was bouncing around. The whole family was still together. They were just waiting to return to Blue Star for a family reunion. With all the cultivators released, the population of those searching for the island surged, leading to management issues. Chapter 220. The opening ceremony of the Demon Palace. You recovered your memory? Long Chun asked in surprise. Yi Yimeng nodded. MMHM. I saw some scenes that belonged to you and me. Long Chun was stunned. Could this be the fate predetermined in the dark? However, the medicine Yi Yimeng gave was truly potent. Even his cultivation couldn't dispel it. But since it had happened, Long Chen didn't think too much about it and pushed Yi Yimeng down. This time he needed to take the lead. What had just happened was a loss of reason and didn't count. After 3 days of tumultuous activity, Long Chun finally dragged his exhausted body out of Yi Yimeng's room. Everyone looked at Long Chun with mischievous smiles, but Long Chun ignored their gazes. They were all adults, so what was there to see? Hurry up and cultivate. You all have pretty high cultivation levels. Don't you want to spar with me? Long Chun shouted. Everyone scattered, not wanting to fight with him. Only Xiong Air walked over with a grin, putting his arm around Long Chen's neck and slyly asking, Bro, you're impressive. 3 days and nights. Tell me, did you eat some kind of spirit pill? Share some with me. What can't you do it? Long Chen retorted. Chapter 221. Better to live well than to live poorly. After the opening ceremony of the palace ended, Long Chen flew into space and arrived next to the ceiling formation. Long Chen looked at the 3 people in the distance on Mars. Lu Lao and Li Lao were each on one side, with Huiyun pressing their shoulders. Looks like they still have to thank me. If I hadn't sent them out, they wouldn't have achieved immortality. Long Chen muttered to himself. They didn't have the guiding light to enter the Immortal Realm because of the slave seal issue. With a slave seal, they wouldn't be accepted by the Immortal Realm's guiding light. Afterward, they could enter the Immortal Realm themselves, but now, the heavenly path of the Immortal Realm would no longer actively welcome them. The Immortal Realm wouldn't recognize cultivators with a slave seal, and even if they had the cultivation of an immortal, they would still be discriminated against. Not caring about them any longer, Long Chun walked around the ceiling formation, now needing to figure out how to protect Blue Star when Huiyun's support arrived in a few months. Thus, he wandered aimlessly while pondering strategies. Having circled the Blue Star several times, Long Chun couldn't think of a suitable method. So he simply returned to the Demon Palace and entered the Tower of Time and Space. Long Chun first went to check on Qin Ruoxue, who was still lying there quietly as before. Chapter 222. Finding a solution with only a month left, Long Chun kept walking, trying to find a good way to resolve the situation. Huiyun had notified people to come for support, and it was likely that those he notified were not of low cultivation level. However, Long Chun couldn't go out now, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to achieve much in a short time. Even if Long Chun advanced to a human immortal, he would be forcibly pulled into the Immortal Realm by the light of the Immortal World's guidance. Once in the Immortal Realm, he wouldn't know when he could return. And even if he came back in time, what use would his human immortal cultivation be? You big fool, Long Chen shouted. Huiyun didn't explode in anger this time, but flew over instead. You're Long Chen, right? I heard you're doing quite well here on the Blue Star. Have you seen those two? They've already become human immortals. Do you want to advance? I can help you. Hee hee, if I want to become an immortal, why would I need your help? Long Chen sneered. Think about it. When my family's people arrive, you will have no chance at all. Rather than becoming someone else's servant, why not be my servant? I can promise you, I will make you the ruler of this planet. As my servant, I won't mistreat you. Chapter 223. Seeking the heart of the planet. All right, no time to waste. I'll go look for it now. Jiang Shang didn't linger. Time was short, and he tried to help Long Chun find a solution. Rather than becoming a servant, it was better to be controlled by Long Chun. At least he felt that Long Chun wouldn't be too harsh on them. If Long Chun wanted, he could probably apply a slave mark to enslave the Blue Star. But his choice not to take that path indicated that he was also forced into the situation. Long Chun immediately sat cross-legged and began to communicate with the heavenly Tao. This process was challenging. Given Long Chen's current cultivation, whether the heavenly Tao would acknowledge him was still a question. Just as Long Chun had thought, half a month passed, and he still gained nothing. However, Jiang Shang had made some progress. He contacted Long Chun through a sound transmission stone, saying he had discovered the heart of the planet in the desert. Long Chen rushed over, and when he arrived, he found the heart of the planet quietly lying among the countless grains of sand. Fortunately, Jiangshang hadn't startled it, or it would have run away long ago. Long Chen cautiously approached the heart of the planet, pretending to be casual with every step, and when he was less than a meter away, he suddenly exerted force and lunged for the heart of the planet. Chapter 224, Starry Sky Wheel. Around 9:30, a young boy arrived at Long Chen's table. Since Long Chen had his back to him, the boy didn't see Long Chen's face and plopped down right next to him. As soon as the boy sat down, he said, "I say, fortune teller, this place you found is really nice. There's good wine and beautiful women. I like it." The fortune teller didn't respond, but gave Long Chen a glance. The boy noticed the fortune teller's gaze. Long Chen and the young master looked at each other simultaneously. This glance was alarming. Upon looking again, both of them were furious. "It's you," they exclaimed in unison. The young master was about to run, and Long Chen immediately wanted to chase after him. "Stop. Let's talk," Long Chen shouted behind him. The heart of the planet actually stopped, but it maintained a distance of 1 meter from Long Chen, a distance that allowed it to escape easily. "Why do you keep chasing me?" the heart of the planet asked. "Because I want to save this planet. I can only sacrifice you," Long Chen replied. "Are you crazy? If you're looking for a reason, at least find a good one. The blue star is sealed by the heavenly sealing array. Outsiders have come here and haven't discovered there's a planet here. What danger could there be?" Chapter 225. Do you need a reason to hit you? Uncle Nine, please follow me. Even though he was scolded, Huiyin could only force a smile. Huiyin led Uncle Nine and a group of companions toward the blue star. The distance between the two planets wasn't far, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the heavenly sealing array. "Uncle Nine, it's right here. This planet is protected by a great array. As long as we break this array, we can enter," Huiyin said. "How can you guarantee that once we break this array, it will definitely be a cultivation planet? What if it's a mortal planet? What use would that be to us?" Uncle Nine said coldly. "You two, come here." Huiyin beckoned to Elder Li and Elder Lu. Elder Li and Elder Lu didn't dare delay and hurried over. "Master, what are your orders?" they said in unison. "Tell Uncle Nine about the situation inside the array." Huiyin said coldly. "Yes, Uncle Nine, we are cultivators from this planet. This planet is called Blue Star. Although the spiritual energy is insufficient, many cultivators rely on small worlds for cultivation. Now, many people have embarked on the path of cultivation," Elder Lu and Elder Li said. Uncle Nine looked at Elder Lu and Elder Li's human immortal cultivation and asked in surprise, "Your planet can still cultivate to human immortal?" Chapter 226. Moral coercion. The fortune teller immediately began to calculate with his fingers. After a long time, he opened his eyes. "How is it?" Long Chen asked. The fortune teller, mumbling, said, "Everything has its predetermined fate. Speak human language." Long Chen said with an unfriendly tone. "Human language means, let nature take its course. There will always be a way when the car reaches the mountain. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged," the fortune teller said. "Damn it." Long Chen beat up the fortune teller again before he would stop, but looking at the fortune teller's demeanor, it seemed like it wasn't a bad outcome. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. As Wang Lao and the others were breaking the array, the rain on the blue star became heavier. The entire blue star was shrouded in dark clouds, and ordinary citizens were speculating whether the apocalypse was coming. One by one, they hoarded supplies in supermarkets. And all major supermarkets and warehouses around the world were emptied. They had read many apocalypse novels, and if the apocalypse really came, keeping money would be useless. In such a situation, there had never been a record in global history. There had never been a time when it rained simultaneously around the world. In Long Chen's view, they weren't wrong in their thinking. If they couldn't get through this, what would be the difference from the apocalypse? The only difference is that you could still live like a walking corpse, but for many people, this was worse than death. Chapter 227. The heavenly sealing array is broken. Spiritual energy resurges in the following days. The blue star experienced tremors, starting from the initial 2 or 3 seconds to later dozens of seconds, with the duration getting longer. This meant that breaking the heavenly sealing array was just a matter of time. One day, Long Chen was sleeping soundly when a loud rumble echoed. The blue star began to shake, followed by more loud noises. Long Chen frowned and sat up from the stone, then flew into space. He saw the starry sky wheel had opened near the blue star, and all the cannons were aimed at the heavenly sealing array. One cannon after another bombarded it, and the heavenly sealing array was on the verge of collapse. Many monks, feeling this unprecedented tremor, flew into space to check the situation. Long Chen. This ceiling formation probably can't hold on much longer, Jiang Shang said. Yes, they're trying to force their way through. It won't last long, Long Chen replied. What should we do? Just watch them destroy our home? Let the people of Blue Star be enslaved for generations? Jiang Shang asked. Chapter 228. Enslaving Blue Star. Huo Wuchang's mouth curved into a cold smile. In his heart, the plan was already more than half successful. Uncle Gio and the others also showed a glimmer of relief. Only Hui Yun had a neutral expression, neither sad nor happy, although he didn't say it. He felt worse than eating shit when he realized that the resources he discovered were being taken by others. However, thinking that he would eventually receive some rewards, he felt somewhat relieved. Long Chen's face showed no emotional fluctuations as he leisurely sipped tea. As if all of this had nothing to do with him or was already under his control, no one knew his thoughts. The heart of the stars stood in a corner, and his anxiousness was evident. The wailing in the sky grew more frequent, and the sky was gray, as if mourning for this planet. Huo Wuchang took out 2 blood-red talismans, densely covered with incomprehensible characters. One was affixed to his forehead, and as the talisman was placed there, a brilliant golden light erupted. The dazzling golden light was blinding, making it impossible for even those on the ground to open their eyes. Long Chen looked at Huo Wuchang in the sky with great interest, observing his every move. Once he succeeded, all Long Chen had to do was sever his connection with Blue Star. Chapter 229. Huo Wuchang awakens Jiang Shang. Lying on the ground, saw this scene. One moment he felt dead inside, and the next, happiness came too suddenly. Now lying on the ground, his mouth was grinning crookedly. He had thought he was going to become a servant and that Blue Star would fall, but unexpectedly, the opponent suddenly faced backlash, which surprised him greatly. The starry wheel retreated a distance of 10,000 miles before stopping. Huo Wuchang's life sign stabilized, and Uncle Gio's heart calmed down. The more he thought, the more he felt something was off. Old Wang, was that just now the Imperial might? Did I misfeel it? Uncle Gio asked, frowning. Uncle Gio, I also felt it was Imperial might, but it doesn't seem to be emitted by an Immortal Emperor, Old Wang said. What do you mean? If it's not an Immortal Emperor, where does the Imperial might come from? Uncle Gio inquired. I have sensed Imperial might before. Although it was similar, it was much stronger. This should be the will of an Immortal Emperor, not the Immortal Emperor himself. Old Wang replied. If that's the case, I feel the same way. It seems Blue Star likely doesn't have an Immortal Emperor. What we just saw was just to scare us. Uncle Gio stated. I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be. If there really was an Immortal Emperor, why wouldn't he break the ceiling formation? Perhaps that Immortal Emperor is no longer on Blue Star and has only left a trace of will to protect it. Old Wang expressed his speculation. Chapter 230. Testing the starry wheel again retreated, moving back 20,000 miles, at which point it was 30,000 miles away from Blue Star. The reason for this was that Huo Wuchang was afraid that there really was an Immortal Emperor on Blue Star. He wouldn't know how he would die then. 10,000 miles wasn't safe enough, so 30,000 miles at least gave him a bit more time to escape. Uncle Gio sent 2 early true immortal disciples to Blue Star. If no Immortal Emperor-level powerhouse existed there, the 2 of them would be enough to sweep through Blue Star and do as they pleased. If there was an Immortal Emperor present, no matter how high their realm, it wouldn't matter unless they had an Immortal Emperor of their own. Not to mention them, even their family didn't have an Immortal Emperor. The 2 true immortals arrived at Blue Star, lingering outside for a long time, testing the waters, afraid to enter directly. Long Chen sensed their arrival immediately. But what did it matter to him? Did it delay his drinking and barbecuing? After testing for a while, the 2 of them stealthily entered Blue Star, pretending to be ordinary cultivators. They wandered around Blue Star, almost going around the entire planet, but they didn't see a single immortal. The highest realm they encountered was just Jiang Shang, that half-immortal. Chapter 231. Relocating Blue Star. I see you're scared now. Afraid they'll catch you, and then you won't be so easy to talk to. At that point, they'll directly refine you, and you'll never have hope of reviving, right? Long Chen said. The heart of the stars, feeling hid in the core, smiled awkwardly. People are not to be dismantled. I'm about to fall asleep. Can't I at least keep a good reputation? Who said you need to fall asleep? I don't need to refine you completely. I just need to refine half of you to gain control over Blue Star. I believe you won't fall asleep. At most, you'll just be a bit weak. Long Chen replied. If it weren't for Long Chen's friends and family being native to Blue Star, he wouldn't care for the position of Star Master. That's great. So what are we waiting for? Let's act quickly. I think they'll find me soon. The Heart of the Stars said excitedly. It's too slow here. Follow me. Long Chen took the Heart of the Stars to the 6th floor of the Time-Space Tower. Upon entering the Time-Space Tower, the Heart of the Stars felt the rich spiritual energy and exclaimed, "Such rich spiritual energy. If I could recover in a place like this, I'd be able to return to my peak quickly." "You're dreaming. Don't count on that. This place doesn't belong to Blue Star, and the power here is useless to you," Long Chen said. Chapter 232. Crossing the immortal tribulation again, no one dared to approach Long Chen's area anymore. Once they got close, they too would have to undergo a lightning tribulation and wouldn't dare to interfere, as interfering with someone else's tribulation would also drag them into it. So now they could only watch. Even Uncle Gio, the great Luo Golden Immortal, didn't dare to act rashly. "Bastard, stop right now," Wu Chang cursed angrily. Long Chen completely ignored him and continued to pull Blue Star. Boom! The first lightning tribulation struck down, and Long Chen didn't bother with it. He was already an immortal body, and the first level of lightning tribulation was not even worthy of scratching him. The 2nd, 3rd, and 9th tribulations followed. Until the 9th lightning tribulation was finished, it couldn't shake Long Chen even a bit. By the time of the 7th and 9th lightning tribulations, Long Chen was still relying on his immortal body to withstand the tribulations. After the 7th and 9th lightning tribulations, Blue Star was completely drawn into Long Chen's inner world, shining alongside the yin and yang, maintaining a certain distance, mutually pulling and running. Blue Star quieted down, returning to its previous tranquility. For ordinary people, it didn't matter where Blue Star was, even in Long Chen's inner world. It didn't affect them from continuing to earn their 3,000 monthly salary and going to school and work, struggling for their lives. Chapter 233. Ascending to the Immortal Realm. Madman, you're just a madman. You'll die like this. Your own tribulation will increase exponentially, the immortals said with resentment. At this moment, all the immortals hated Long Chen to the bone, wishing they could tear him apart. "I don't care," Long Chen said. "Although the power of the heavenly tribulation increases with the number of people, there is always a limit. This limit is easy for Long Chen, but for the other immortals, it means death. Not everyone is unafraid of the tribulation. Despite this, some immortals still fled on the starry wheel, leaving only half of them to accompany Long Chen through the tribulation. On Mars, the fire cloud, along with Lu Lao and Li Lao, also wanted to escape. However, Long Chen's relentless pursuit made them tremble, shouting as they ran, "Don't come over! Don't come over!" In the end, they triggered their own tribulation. The first bolt of lightning obliterated Li Lao and Lu Lao. Fire Cloud fared slightly better, surviving 3 bolts of tribulation, but still couldn't escape death. Over 100 immortals perished in this grand tribulation feast. Long Chen also welcomed his immortal gate, an ancient and simple gate slowly opening. Chapter 234. The immortal sect seizes people. Long Chen crazily absorbed immortal power, and the conversion from spiritual power to immortal power went exceptionally smoothly. In 3 days, Long Chen converted all the spiritual power in his body into immortal power. The liquid in the ascension pool became much clearer and more transparent. Completing the conversion of immortal power, he reached the true immortal realm. At this point, he could be considered a true immortal. The human immortal was merely a qualification for becoming an immortal. Whether one could become one and how long it would take depended on one's strength and the accumulation of resources. Is this kid not a freak? He completed the conversion in 3 days and reached the true immortal realm? Elder Ouyang said in disbelief, rubbing his eyes repeatedly, afraid he was seeing it wrong. Feng Batian smiled bitterly. Now that Long Chen displayed such strong talent, their Qingyun sect was definitely out of the picture. Other forces would surely fight to snatch him up, and as a declining immortal sect, Qingyun sect might very well face annihilation one day. What could they use to attract Long Chen? News of Long Chen completing the transition from human immortal to true immortal in 3 days spread like wildfire, shaking the powers of the entire mysterious immortal domain. Various major forces sent people over to compete for Long Chen. When the time came, Long Chen was ejected from the ascension pool. He felt quite surprised that no immortal emperor had come by yet. Logically, they should have sensed his aura the moment he ascended. Chapter 235. Subduing the two, I'm not interested, Long Chen said indifferently. Kid, don't be ungrateful. It's your honor that our mysterious immortal sect has taken an interest in you, Brother Lu said angrily. Brother Lu, stop wasting words with him. Just beat him up and take it back. Fairy Xia said. All right, some people don't know how to appreciate kindness. There's nothing we can do, Brother Lu responded. Is this the kind of trash your mysterious immortal sect has? Where I go is my freedom. If I don't go, you think you can force me? Long Chen said. Haha, there's nothing our mysterious immortal sect can't obtain. Since you refuse to cooperate, I'll make you cooperate, whether you want to or not. You're going to our mysterious immortal sect today, Brother Lu said fiercely, his celestial aura erupting. If it weren't for the elders of the sect insisting on recruiting Long Chen into their mysterious immortal palace, they would have killed Long Chen without hesitation. Others respected the two, but when they saw the moment of capture approaching, they all ran faster than each other. Although their cultivation was much higher than the two, these two had always treated them poorly, and they had no desire to help. No one was willing to, as two ants relied on the status of the mysterious immortal sect to act arrogantly in front of them. Chapter 236, Immortal Demon Battlefield for Long Chen now. Subduing the two was far more valuable than killing them. If he killed them now, he would surely be hunted by the mysterious immortal sect afterward. His current cultivation was still too low. Having just arrived in the Immortal Realm, it would be unwise for Long Chen to do so. Now that all outsiders had fled, no one knew about his subduing the two, and they might be useful to him in the future. Having been away from the Immortal Realm for so long, there were some things Long Chen wanted to ask them. Master, we are at your service, the two said, prostrating on the ground. Since Long Chen took control of them, they became increasingly fearful of him, afraid that if he were unhappy, he would take their lives, a stark contrast to their initial arrogance upon arrival. Is a mysterious empress of your mysterious sect in the mysterious domain? Long Chen asked his question. Upon returning to the Immortal Realm, it was impossible that the others wouldn't have any reaction. Even if they were busy, what kind of matters could prevent all 8 of them from being available? Reporting to the master, the Empress has long since left the mysterious domain. She went to the immortal demon battlefield 2,000 years ago, Brother Lu said. Chapter 237, 3,000 paths. How many laws do I need to cultivate? The more laws I cultivate, the slower the progress. You're not telling me I need to cultivate all 3,000 paths, are you? Long Chen asked. Of course. For others, cultivating a few hundreds or thousands of paths is fine. I don't care how many they cultivate, but you have a great responsibility. You cannot miss a single law. Only then can you reach the peak and have hope to prevent the great destruction of the universe. Wiazi said gravely. Don't joke with me. With only 100,000 years, you want me to cultivate 3,000 paths? Screw that, I'm done. Long Chen immediately complained. In his previous life, he took thousands of years just to cultivate one law. Now, cultivating 3,000, how long would that take? The key is that it's not that simple. You can't just cultivate whatever law you want. You need to rely on comprehension. Without opportunities, you won't even have a chance to comprehend. Don't worry about that. For the 3,000 laws, I can give you opportunities to comprehend, but how far you can cultivate is up to you, Wiazi said. I'm not practicing. Whoever wants to practice can go ahead. I haven't comprehended the 3,000 laws, and I might get killed by someone. I've got plenty of enemies in the Immortal Realm, Long Chen said. Chapter 238. Comprehending the laws, really? Well, have I ever lied to you? Long Chen retorted. All right, then I'll summon the Immortal Gate now, Jiang Shang said excitedly. Jiang Shang had already crossed the tribulation, but the environment of Blue Star at that time prevented him from summoning the Immortal Gate, keeping him in a semi-immortal state. Now, seeing Long Chen surpass him, he felt a great deal of envy. However, envy aside, he hesitated to take that step. Now that Long Chen guaranteed it, he could trust it, as it also provided him with a bit of courage to take that step and find an excuse to summon the Immortal Gate. Jiang Shang summoned the Immortal Gate and hesitated for a moment before stepping into it. The scene changed, and Jiang Shang entered a fantasy realm. In this realm, Jiang Shang possessed supreme cultivation, spending his days fishing, drinking tea, and enjoying the company of his wife and children. No one dared to disturb his leisurely life, and Jiang Shang became immersed in it. Time flowed continuously, and Jiang Shang continued living this way, believing this was the life he was meant to have. Lost in his indulgence. Bang! Jiang Shang was expelled from the Celestial Gate and smashed to the ground, creating a huge, deep pit. Chapter 239. The cycle of reincarnation without the enhancement of the Tower of Time and Space and the fragments of the laws. It would have been impossible for Long Chen to comprehend so quickly. At this moment, Long Chen looked inward and discovered that his small world already contained the essence of the laws. All the laws he comprehended were imprinted in his small world. Long Chen noticed that the beings within had begun to learn to kill and that death had started to appear. Countless lives were lost, but there was nowhere for them to go. Only lonely souls wandered about. This was not sustainable. If it continued like this, the world would be filled with wandering souls. A solution needed to be found. Long Chen thought of the Ghost Princess. Since there was no other method for now, he decided to use ghosts to manage ghosts. He called the Ghost Princess over, who had now reached the late stage of the Ghost Queen, equivalent to the late stage of the tribulation. This level of cultivation was sufficient to deal with the current ghosts. Master, there are so many ghosts. It's easy to gather them, but where do we take them? The Ghost Princess asked. Just find a star at random. If one isn't enough, take two. Gather them together and make sure they don't run around for now. Then, you should quickly reach the peak of the Ghost Queen. Once you become an immortal, there will be more important things for you to do, Long Chen replied. Chapter 240. Joining the Qingyun sect Xiao Wu. How about we cut off a piece of your meat and stir-fry it to eat? Xiao Hong suggested. She was drooling at the fake dragon meat on the table and had set her sights on Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu shrank back, realizing that his body was being eyed by a group of dangerous individuals. I think Xiao Hong's suggestion is not bad. Anyway, you have plenty of meat. Cutting off 2 pounds is fine, and at your level, the meat will grow back anyway. I can give you a few more pills as compensation, Long Chen added. Xiao Wu curled up there, feeling a bit suspicious about his existence, thinking that it seemed he was born for them to eat. A group of foodies was actually eyeing his dragon meat, showing no sense of martial ethics. Long Chen was drinking a little wine and eating the fake dragon meat when suddenly someone sat down across from him. Little brother, weren't you just ascended the other day? Why didn't you join the misty immortal sect? The person asked directly as he sat down. He then asked the innkeeper for a pair of chopsticks, poured himself a drink, and started eating Long Chen's dragon meat and peanuts. Long Chen was dumbfounded by this operation. Was this guy so familiar? He hadn't even invited him to eat. Chapter 241. No name change. No surname change. The speed of the flying divine pig was indeed quite fast, quickly leaving the Ascension planet. The Qingyun immortal sect was located on the nearby Qingyun star, which was entirely under the control of the Qingyun sect. Of course, the territory of the sect was not that large. It also included the cities they governed. The entire Qingyun star fell under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun immortal sect. After flying for about half an hour, the flying divine pig stopped in front of a towering mountain. This mountain is called Qingyun Mountain. Our Qingyun immortal sect is located here, Feng Batian said to Long Chen. The environment is pretty good, Long Chen nodded. The entire Qingyun Mountain was filled with immortal energy, with towering ancient trees reaching into the clouds and immortal cranes wandering in the forest, emitting sharp cries. Elder Batian, you're back. 2 disciples at the mountain gate greeted Feng Batian. Yes, this is our Qingyun immortal sect's new divine son. What was his name again? Feng Batian asked. Long Chen replied, not planning to change his name. After thousands of years, anyone who knew the true name of the Demon Emperor and had seen the real person was an old-timer. Moreover, a true man stands firm in the world, so he would not change his name or surname. If anyone wanted to take revenge, they could come. As long as they couldn't kill him, they would just have to wait to be killed by him. Chapter 242. Voting for the Divine Son. Elder Batian, stop bluffing. Are you about to ascend to the Immortal Emperor? An elder joked. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, because Feng Batian had a straightforward personality and was usually quite carefree. Everyone was used to joking with him. Quiet, quiet. What do you mean I'm ascending to the Immortal Emperor? If I could ascend to the Immortal Emperor, why would I still be here as the elder? I would have already gone off to enjoy life. However, although I can't ascend to the Immortal Emperor, I have brought back someone who has the potential to become an Immortal Emperor in the future, Feng Batian said. Elder Batian, it wouldn't be the Divine Son you brought back, would it? We heard the disciples talking about it, but we didn't believe it. We didn't expect it to be true. That's right, it's our Qingyun Immortal Sect's Divine Son, Long Chen. Feng Batian looked in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen was sitting in a corner, quite inconspicuous. At first, everyone didn't pay special attention to him. As they looked in the direction Feng Batian pointed, they saw Long Chen sitting there calmly, without any emotional fluctuations, as if the person they were talking about was not him. Chapter 243. The Thoughts of the Divine Son, just after the decision was made. The notification was sent out immediately. Long Chen would become the divine son of the Qingyun immortal sect, with a status equivalent to that of the sect master. The disciples of the Qingyun immortal sect instantly went into an uproar. It had previously been just rumors, but it had unexpectedly become reality so quickly. Moreover, the speed shocked them, and they speculated whether Long Chen was the illegitimate son of the sect master or perhaps of Elder Batian. Ordinary disciples had no opinions because it didn't matter who became the divine son. Anyway, the benefits wouldn't fall on them. So they didn't care who it was. However, at this moment, the two people who were in closed-door cultivation learned of this news, and a hint of ruthlessness appeared in their eyes before they continued their closed-door cultivation. These two were the divine sons of the Qingyun immortal sect, and they had been competing for the position. They hadn't expected that while they were in seclusion, someone else would take the opportunity. Long Chen, why do you think the sect master suddenly agreed to make you the divine son? Feng Batian asked Long Chen while taking him to his residence. He didn't oppose it at first, did he? Long Chen replied, that seems to be the case, but I can't understand his intentions. He didn't express his approval before. This vote is crucial for you. Why did he agree at the last moment? Feng Batian wondered. Chapter 244. Trapped in a formation, the two of them hit it off and decided to first team up to eliminate Long Chen. And then they would compete for the position of divine son. Both of them were at the peak of the profound immortal stage, and they were in closed-door cultivation, aiming to advance to the golden immortal stage. After all, whoever advanced to the golden immortal stage first would have an absolute advantage. The two of them stealthily approached the new house Long Chen had built. My divine sense isn't working, and this newcomer has even set up a barrier formation? Wang Yuan said. Mine isn't working either. I can't probe in. This divine son has some skills. I didn't expect him to understand formations. Su Feng said. Just as they approached Long Chen's house, they didn't expect that there were two old foxes hidden in the void. Master, these two brats are too outrageous. This is a case of fellow disciples harming each other. I'll go teach them a lesson. Feng Batian said angrily. Originally, the two of them came over tonight to have a chat with Long Chen, but they happened to encounter these two sneaking close to Long Chen. So they stayed in the void, not descending, observing what the two below were up to. They didn't expect both of them were harboring resentment because Long Chen had become a divine son and wanted to get rid of him quickly. Lin Yunji held back the impulsive Feng Batian, saying, Batian, don't be so rash. Let's just watch and see what happens. Chapter 245. Kneel down and beg me. Wang Yuan and Su Feng were trapped in this formation, unable to escape, and could only defend passively. Meanwhile, Long Chen was still cultivating in the time-space tower and had no intention of coming out. What about Long Chen? How has he managed to stay unresponsive for so long? Feng Batian asked. I'll go back to sleep for a bit. I've been waiting here for 10 days, Lin Yunji said with a yawn. Master, don't go. I'm tired too. How about we take turns? Feng Batian suggested. However, Lin Yunji didn't even turn back and directly left, completely ignoring him. Over the past 10 days, Long Chen not only advanced his cultivation to the mid-stage true immortal, but also helped Long Ying achieve the same level. Long Ying was Long Chen's avatar. Since Long Chen had already crossed the lightning tribulation, Long Ying didn't need to. Moreover, their strengths could synchronize through secret methods. Previously, the Immortal Realm was a barrier that Long Ying couldn't surpass. Now, Long Chen used secret methods to synchronize his cultivation and comprehension of laws with Long Ying. After that, he let Long Ying comprehend the laws in the time-space tower, as the avatar's comprehension could always feed back to Long Chen. On the 15th day, Long Chen finally finished his training and came out of the time-space tower. Chapter 246. Long Chen's identity is suspected. Master, you're still here lamenting. If you keep lamenting, your two precious divine sons will be gone. Feng Batian said. My precious ones have changed, Lin Yunji replied. Changed? Who is it? Feng Batian asked curiously. Of course, it's our divine son Long Chen. In the future, most of the resources of the Qingyun immortal sect will be concentrated on Long Chen. I have a feeling he can lead our Qingyun immortal sect to soar, Lin Yunji said. Master, you think so highly of him? Feng Batian asked in confusion. Look at his ability to set up formations. Don't forget, he just came to the Immortal Realm. Where did he learn to arrange immortal formations? Don't you find that suspicious? Lin Yunji said. Suspicious. I also think it's suspicious, and he has a name very similar to someone, Feng said. Who? The Demon Emperor. He is also called Long Chen. But I haven't seen the Demon Emperor's appearance, so I don't know if it's just a coincidence. The first time I heard this name, I felt it was familiar, and now I finally remember, Feng said. You mean? This matter must be kept confidential, Lin Yunji instructed. Master, don't worry. My mouth is tight, and I understand the seriousness of this matter, Feng said. Chapter 247. Early Stage, Celestial Immortal, do I still have to participate in this sect competition? Long Chen asked. You're the Divine Son. Of course you have to participate. This will also shut the mouths of those who are unconvinced, Lin Yunji said. But I'm only in the true Immortal Realm. Long Chen said. I believe you can do it, Lin Yunji said. Long Chen thought to himself, a million grass mud horses galloping past. 3 months is not enough for others to even raise a small realm. However, Long Chen was confident he could win first place in the competition within 3 months at the Qingyun Immortal Sect, because the Qingyun Immortal Sect was really miserable. As a nominal first-class Immortal Sect, their Divine Son was only at the peak of the profound Immortal Realm. Long Chen didn't even know how strong he really was. Also, in 3 days, I will hold the Divine Son coronation ceremony for you, and at that time, I will invite various sects from the Misty Domain to attend. Lin Yunji said. I say, Master, if you want me dead, just say it directly. You know the current situation of the Qingyun Immortal Sect. Holding the Divine Son coronation ceremony now will definitely lead to challenges from other sections. When that happens, will you deal with it? Long Chen said. What do we do? We cannot hold it, right? Lin Yunji said with a bitter smile. Chapter 248. Sect Competition. Long Chen, you've finally come. Feng pulled Long Chen aside. I just closed a small breakthrough. What's wrong? Long Chen asked. Be careful in the competition later. Look at the way they look at you. It seems they want to kill you, Feng said. I'm just waiting for them to come. It's a good chance to test my strength, Long Chen said. Are you crazy? You're only in the true Immortal Realm. Wait, when did you reach the Celestial Immortal Realm? Feng exclaimed, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Just today. I just reached the Celestial Immortal Realm, Long Chen said. We haven't seen each other for 3 months, and you've reached the Celestial Immortal Realm? A whole major realm in 3 months? People take 300 years to achieve that. Feng exclaimed in surprise. You all continue. I'm going to go through a lightning tribulation, Long Chen said as he came out of the time-space tower, having been suppressing his lightning tribulation without crossing it. First, I'll show myself over here so they don't think I'm absent. Long Chen soared into the air, found a deserted mountain peak, and immediately attracted the lightning tribulation. Throughout the process, Long Chen relied entirely on his physical body to withstand the lightning tribulation and operated the chaos technique to absorb the lightning, refining his body. Chapter 249. Subduing the Soul Spirit's Idiot, Long Chen said lightly as he brushed past them. For those two, Long Chen had them on his hit list, otherwise. They would keep jumping around in front of him, which was annoying. All the inner sect disciples stood together in a dense crowd. Lin Yunji unleashed his aura, and a terrifying pressure descended upon the inner sect disciples below. The sudden first wave of pressure caused nearly half of the disciples to fall directly to the ground. Only Long Chen, Su Feng, and Wang Yuan remained calm in the midst of it all. The others felt some pressure, although they tried their best to resist. But eliminating half of the people wasn't enough. Lin Yunji continued to increase the intensity of the pressure. 1,000 people, 800 people, 500 people. The number of those who could withstand the pressure continuously decreased as it intensified, until only 300 remained standing in the arena, having passed the first test. Among these 300, except for Long Chen, the lowest cultivation level was the late stage of Celestial Immortal, with Long Chen being the only one in the early stage of Celestial Immortal, standing out among the crowd. Moreover, among these 300, Long Chen was one of the few who felt the most relaxed. The same happened on the outer sect disciple side, where 300 were ultimately selected. Chapter 250. The 1,000 Absolute Formation. Long Chen happily accepted these soul crystals and continued, collect as many as you can. At this pace, Long Chen felt he could eat, drink, and sleep here for 3 days without worry. He took out roasted meat and beer from the time-space tower, grilling the meat while sipping on his drink. What Long Chen didn't know was that while he was enjoying himself, a group of people was gathering at the same location. Is everyone here? Su Feng asked as he looked around. Everyone is here, including you and me. There are a total of 20 people, not one missing, Wang Yuan replied. Wang Yuan and Su Feng had gathered their disciples who were entering the secret realm this time. These people had always stood in line with them. Previously, they didn't get along, but this time they came together to hunt Long Chen. Good, very good. We must strike to kill this time. Otherwise, we cannot give him any chance to escape or use the token to teleport back. Su Feng said fiercely. Brother Feng, what if he uses the token to teleport back to the sect? A disciple asked with concern. If Long Chen could return, they would be guilty of encircling and killing their own divine son, which was a serious crime. Chapter 251 Sneak Attack on Long Chen. The formation plate fell near Long Chen, instantly emitting a dazzling light that spread out. It then formed a huge light curtain that enveloped Long Chen. Seeing his plan succeed, Su Feng laughed heartily. Ha! Long Chen, today's your day. You can't escape whether you go to heaven or earth. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at Su Feng outside the formation, saying, Fool, why would I run? Hee, do you think I'm the only one? If it were just me, you might not need to run. But do you really think I would pay such a high price for something I'm not confident in? Brothers, come out. Let our divine son see you before he dies. Su Feng said confidently. Do you really think just this formation can take me down? You might be too excited too soon, Long Chen replied. Our exalted divine son, you probably don't even know what this formation is, right? This is the 1,000 absolute formation that I bought for 30 million celestial crystals. Su Feng was interrupted by Wang Yuan. Weren't you saying it cost 70 million celestial crystals? How did it become 30 million? Wang Yuan questioned. Chapter 252 The second generation official Chen Wintao. Until death, they had no chance to resist or reflect. Perhaps in the end, they still thought they had Long Chen under control. They never imagined that Long Chen could eliminate them without exhausting his own celestial power. Moreover, Long Chen had the time-space tower. Even if he exhausted himself, he could replenish in time. In 1,000 absolute formation, Long Chen was a bug-level existence. While they had cut off their own escape route, Long Chen looked at the corpses scattered at his feet and thought, why bother rushing to seek death? Although the opponents were already dead, breaking the 1,000 absolute formation to get out was still a headache. Many of his abilities were restricted within the formation. If he were outside, he could break it in minutes. It took Long Chen a full hour to break the 1,000 absolute formation. Just as he broke out, he saw the two soul spirits he had tamed running towards him. The two soul spirits looked quite disheveled, clearly fleeing. Looking back, there was a large group of people chasing after them. Run, you damn beasts! A man in white wielding a sword charged forward. The two soul spirits ran to Long Chen's side and stopped, then turned around, glaring fiercely at the pursuers. Chapter 253 Collusion with Soul Spirits. What? You say Long Chen colluded with soul spirits to kill our sect disciples. Is this true? Chen Fuhai asked in surprise. Absolutely true. Many disciples know about it. Just ask and you'll find out. Chen Wintao replied. A cold smile involuntarily crept into his heart. Long Chen wanted to play with him, but he was still inexperienced. Cool, me. You will go with me to see the sect master now and explain everything clearly, Chen Fuhai said. He didn't like Long Chen and had always wanted to catch him off guard. Now that he had this opportunity, he definitely wanted to pull Long Chen down from the position of divine son. As the two prepared to meet the sect master, a large number of disciples transmitted back. Father, everyone saw that Long Chen killed our fellow disciples. He must have wanted to silence them, which is why they transmitted back early. Chen Wintao shouted. The recently transmitted disciples understood Chen Wintao's intention as soon as they heard him speak. Although they hadn't seen Long Chen make a move, there were indeed corpses of Qingyun Xianzong disciples all over the ground, as long as they all firmly claimed it was Long Chen's doing. Even if he was the divine son, he could not argue against it. They had no intention of being enemies with Long Chen. But now that Chen Wintao and his father, the second elder, were here, it was clear they were being forced to take sides. Chapter 254 Accusing Long Chen. Yes. Sect Master, I witnessed this with my own eyes. 2 holy sons and many disciples have already died in the secret realm, and they died so tragically. Chen Wintao said tearfully. Will you take responsibility for what you said? Are the 2 holy sons really dead? Lin Yunji asked in a deep voice. Sect Master, I, Chen Wintao, swear to the heavens that the 2 holy sons really died in the secret realm. If I lie, let the heavens strike me with 5 thunders. Chen Wentao raised 3 fingers to swear to the heavens. This matter everyone saw. I'm not the only one speaking nonsense, Chen Wentao continued. Lin Yunji looked at the others. Did you see Long Chen kill the 2 holy sons and other disciples? I want the truth. The other disciples stammered. Reporting to the sect master, we indeed saw Long Chen kill the 2 holy sons and other disciples. The total was about 20, and there were also 2 golden celestial soul spirits next to him that seemed to obey him. Tell me what happened, Lin Yunji commanded. It was like this. We encountered 2 golden celestial soul spirits hunting other soul spirits and collecting a large number of soul crystals. Chapter 255, ending the competition, seeing the sect master hesitate. Hua roughly guessed the outcome of the handling. He was worried about this. Now that he had protected his mother, what good would it do? As long as Chun Fuhai and the others were still in power at Qinyan Xinzong, he would be at risk every day, and his mother might suffer because of him. Sect master, you won't let him go, will you? Hua asked. Hua, some matters are not so simple. It's not that I want to deal with him. But in this position, there are many considerations, and handling him requires sufficient reasons. Otherwise, the other disciples will also feel disheartened, Lin Yunji replied. Sectmaster, I understand. Hua said, feeling a bit disappointed. He hated himself for not being strong enough. Hua, I understand your meaning. If anything happens in the future, feel free to come to me. If someone wants to harm you, I can still stand up for you. Your master, and I won't just watch you get bullied. Lin Yunji said. Sectmaster, I'm touched, Hua said. He hadn't expected Lin Yunji not to force him to reveal the truth. Master, most of what they said is true. It's just that when we saw the Son of God, the Holy Son, and the others were already dead. Whether it was the Son of God who killed them, we do not know, Hua said. Chapter 256, Death Battle Long Chen. How dare you still be alive? As the Son of God, you have wantonly killed disciples of our sect. Do you not know your crime? Chen Wentao said as Long Chen appeared, immediately accusing him. Someone, execute Long Chen on the spot. Chen Fuhai ordered. Wait. Lin Yunji stopped him. Master, are you trying to cover for Long Chen? Chen Fuhai said coldly. This matter has not been thoroughly investigated. How can you be so arbitrary? Lin Yunji said. Master, so many victimized disciples can testify. Is it not clear enough? What do you all think? Are you disheartened by the master's actions? Chen Fuhai said. Disheartened, very disheartened, everyone said. Chen Fuhai pressured Lin Yunji because he understood that since he had offended Long Chen, he had to offend him thoroughly. Otherwise, he might be killed by Long Chen in the future. Oh, what crime have I committed? Long Chen laughed. You killed 20 disciples of our sect. Is that crime enough? If not, let us add that you colluded with the spirits, try to kill and silence witnesses. Is that enough? Chen Wentao said. Fine. Since you say I killed 20 disciples, then show me the evidence, Long Chen said. Chapter 257, Wheel of Fate. What are we waiting for? Let us sign the death contract, Long Chen said. The group all headed to the death platform. After Long Chen and Chen Wentao signed the death contract, they both went up to the platform. Long Chen, do you have any last words? Hurry up and leave them, or you want to have the chance later? Chen Wentao said confidently. Don't worry, I will give you time to say your last words, Long Chen said. Arrogant. When in the secret realm, I might not have been able to defeat you, but now, I don't know what you will use to win against me. Chen Wentao laughed loudly. He took out the Wheel of Fate that Chen Fuhai had just given him, a heavenly grade immortal artifact. The Wheel of Fate can be used on oneself or on an enemy. Turning the Wheel of Fate and using it on oneself can enhance one's combat power within an hour, with boosts of no increase. 2 times, 5 times, 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, or 100 times. This means that Chen Wentao has a 1 in 7 chance to increase his combat power by 100 times. The Wheel of Fate can be used 3 times a day. If you're not satisfied with the first increase, you can use it again. At the same time, besides enhancing oneself, the Wheel of Fate can also be used to reduce an enemy's combat power for an hour. Chapter 258, Weakened to no combat power. The Wheel of Fate emitted a milky white light, enveloping Chen Wentao. The next second, Chen Wentao's aura increased significantly. This Wheel of Fate is indeed magical. It really increases combat power. I want this Wheel of Fate. Long Chen thought to himself. Now Long Chen had his eyes on the Wheel of Fate. To obtain this Wheel of Fate, he first needed to eliminate both of them, or else it would likely be very difficult to obtain it smoothly. Sigh, Brother Chen, what kind of luck is this? He turned 3 times and ended up with a pitiful 2 times increase. You should be content. Isn't it great that the last time didn't T result in no increase? At least there is a 2 times increase, right? Now it all depends on the Son of God. Let us see how the luck goes. This wheel of fate really has a sense of fate. Until the last moment. No one knows the outcome. The discussions among the disciples below did not stop. Chen Wentao hurriedly activated the wheel of fate towards Long Chen. His thoughts were mainly focused on Long Chen. As long as Long Chen had no combat power or very low combat power, defeating him would be easy. Chapter 259 Skinning and Flaying Long Chen. If you have the ability, don't hide in your shell. Come out and fight me one-on-one, Chen Wentao shouted. Long Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. Since he couldn't fight, he started to talk instead. However, Long Chen didn't even want to give him the chance to speak, leaving the Tower of Time and Space, and suddenly appearing in front of Chen Wentao. Chen Wentao had just realized that Long Chen was standing in front of him when he looked up to see a huge palm coming his way. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The palm slapped his face, causing a sharp pain. Chen Wentao was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away, falling to the ground. Long Chen, didn't you lose your combat power? Chen Wentao lay on the ground, incredulously saying, I have recovered, haven't I? Long Chen said lightly. Impossible. The effect of the Wheel of Fate lasts for an hour. It's only been less than 2 minutes. How is that possible? Chen Wentao said in disbelief. The crowd below was also very shocked. How could this be? Could it be that the Wheel of Fate malfunctioned? I would rather believe that the Son of God has a way to break it than believe that the Wheel of Fate has a problem. I also think it's likely that the Son of God has a way to break it. It's obvious that the Son of God has already regained his strength. Chapter 260 Killing his own son Long Chen. Please kill me. If you are a man, give me a quick death. Chen Wentao pleaded. Wanting to die is difficult. We're just getting started, Long Chen said. As he spoke, Long Chen began to use a dagger to pry out each of his tendons, one by one. Chen Wentao's screams grew more and more tragic. Even though Chen Fuhai tried not to look, that sound kept echoing in his ears. Long Chen, don't go too far. Chen Fuhai roared in anger. Go too far? When you plotted against me, didn't you think you were going too far? Now that it has fallen into my hands, you feel I'm going too far? Didn't you want to skin me alive? Come on then, Long Chen said. What do you want? Chen Fuhai struggled to suppress his anger. I don't want your son to suffer, unless you kill me, otherwise. I will make him wish he were dead. This is just the beginning. Let us enjoy it together, Long Chen said. After speaking, Long Chen ignored him and used the dagger to cut open Chen Wentao's flesh, revealing the white bones inside. This bone should be good for soup. What a pity. What a pity. Long Chen shook his head and said. Chapter 261 Chen Fuhai Self-Detonation. Things that come into my hands. How could I return them to you? Long Chen said. Is it that you want to return it? Let us see if you have the ability to hold on to it. Chen Fuhai confidently communicated with the Wheel of Fate, hoping to summon it. However, Long Chen had isolated the Tower of Time and Space from the outside world. And no matter how hard Chen Fuhai tried to communicate, it was futile. The Wheel of Fate remained quietly lying in Long Chen's Tower of Time and Space. Long Chen, where did you put my Wheel of Fate? Chen Fuhai said. None of your business. Now it's time to deal with our matters. If you don't want to get your hands dirty, just kill yourself. Long Chen said. Chen Fuhai originally wanted to use the Wheel of Fate for himself, thinking maybe he could defeat Long Chen. But now that his cultivation was suppressed to the same level as Long Chen's initial stage of heavenly immortal, he felt there was no possibility at all. Long Chen, you forced me. You killed my son and want to kill me too, and you even took my family's heirloom. Then let us die together. Ha ha. Chen Fuhai laughed maniacally, ignoring the backlash. Chen Fuhai's body began to swell, even disregarding the backlash for the life and death stage. He unleashed his cultivation. Chapter 262 Awakening. First place, it wasn't until he asked the disciples who had been watching the battle here that he learned that this newly arrived divine son was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. The rankings for the second round of the competition officially began, and everyone submitted their storage rings. On the intersect disciple side, Lin Qingyan directly revoked the competition rights of those disciples who had conspired with Chen Wentao to frame Long Chen. No matter what rank they were directly excluded. Those disciples were grateful to not have faced punishment at this moment, and they didn't dare to voice any objections. The second round of the intersect disciples competition was undoubtedly Long Chen's, as the two soul spirits collected soul crystals for him much faster than they could. Long Chen, I heard you had a life and death battle with Chen Wentao and his son. It's a pity I missed such an exciting scene. Feng Batian said. Now that the threat from Chen Fuhai and the others was eliminated, Feng Batian also ended his protection mission. However, it was because he went to protect Hua's mother that he missed the thrilling spectacle. But he was still needed to host the third round of the competition, which brought him back. You didn't see it. What can I do? Should I perform it again for you? Long Chen replied. Chapter 263. How Ian's secret realm lie? Feng Batian asked, puzzled. This was an opportunity that many sought but could not attain. The several elders had been seriously injured and were sealed in the forbidden area. Once called back to consciousness, they would not last long before falling. This was also the foundation of the Qingyun immortal sect. If it weren't for the imminent grand competition in the misty immortal domain, they wouldn't have dared to awaken them. These elders were all at most at the celestial monarch level, meant to handle emergencies when the sect faced major issues. Choosing to awaken them, this time, shows the severity of the upcoming competition in the immortal domain. Because I don't need their guidance, and they can't guide me. Long Chen stated. Long Chen, do you know that these elders are at least celestial monarch level? How many would want their guidance, but cannot get it? I know you're very talented, Feng Batian said excitedly. Batian, forget it. Long Chen doesn't want to. Let's not force him, Lin Qingyan interrupted. Aware that the elders in the forbidden area couldn't guide Long Chen. Master, but Feng Batian still wanted to persuade Long Chen further. Chapter 264. Young master of the Liu family. By the time Long Chen and the others arrived at the Haoyan secret realm, it was already crowded with people waiting there. This secret realm was said to be the former dojo of the Haoyan Emperor, an emperor from 1,000,000 years ago, and it was uncertain whether he was dead or had gone to a higher world. Now, just before the grand competition in the misty immortal domain, no sect wanted to miss this opportunity, so naturally, more people came. The arrival of Long Chen and his companions did not cause much stir, as there were only 3 of them, and they were not conspicuous in a vast crowd. Long Chen, I'll take you here. The secret realm opens for a year, and you must come out on time. If you don't come out on time, you might have to wait for the next opening, Lin Yunji said. Don't worry. I will definitely return before the secret realm closes, Long Chen replied. Long Chen, be careful. We will come to pick you up later, Feng Batian said. All right, enough of the fuss. I'm going in first, Long Chen said, turning his head and walking towards the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, the secret realm was already opening, and Long Chen took the opportunity to enter with the flow of people to avoid being recognized and causing trouble. At the entrance of the secret realm, a beam of light slowly opened, stretching for 10 miles, which was the entrance to the secret realm. Chapter 265, Big Scorpion Bro. We've been walking together for a while. Aren't you going to tell me your name? Lu Feng asked. Qingyun Immortal Sect, Long Chen. Wait, you are the disciple of the Qingyun Immortal Sect that S about to drop from a first-rate sect to a third-rate sect? Lu Feng asked in surprise. Yes, what's wrong? I can't believe it. I feel like you're very dangerous. Who doesn't know that your Qingyun Immortal Sect is being opposed by everyone? Anyone from your sect is to be killed or robbed, Lu Feng said. The decline of the Qingyun Immortal Sect was something everyone wanted to kick while it was down, which was understandable. So, are you planning to rob me? Long Chen asked. Lu Feng, am not that kind of person. Who told me to have you as my brother? Don't worry, with me protecting you, no one dares to touch you, Lu Feng said confidently. The Liu family had a good reputation in the immortal world, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were the wealthiest. No one wanted to offend the Liu family. For ordinary matters, they would at least give them face. After all, no one wanted to be crushed by money. Moreover, the Liu family could grow so large because they had countless experts. In his previous life, Long Chen had dealt with them often. But he was interested in money and hadn't befriended the core members of the Liu family. Chapter 266. Mid-stage Celestial Immortal, are you sure? The man asked with a frown. Yeah, I saw it clearly. A hand suddenly reached out and took the immortal medicine. The woman nodded. It shouldn't be. Could it be a cultivator who mastered the spatial laws? But there are very few cultivators who master such supreme laws in the misty immortal domain. The man frowned in thought. Long Chen, did you just use the spatial laws? Lu Feng asked. Yes, spatial laws, Long Chen replied. Awesome, bro. You can comprehend such laws. Why don't you come to our Liu family? We will definitely use a lot of resources to cultivate you, Lu Feng said excitedly. Long Chen had no doubts about Lu Feng's words. Cultivators who comprehended such supreme laws would be heavily nurtured wherever they went. However, Long Chen didn't need their resources and wouldn't become anyone's lackey. No need, I'm doing fine in the Qingyun Immortal Sect, Long Chen said lightly. What's good about the Qingyun Immortal Sect? It's about to fall to a third-rate sect. Even if you stay there, they won't have many resources to cultivate you. It's simply a waste of talent, Lu Feng continued. I'm doing fine in the Qingyun Immortal Sect. If I need resources, I can obtain them myself. You can protect me. And I'll use this immortal medicine first, Long Chen said. Chapter 267. Slaying the Immortal Sword Sect, disciple a man in white turned to flee, but how could he, with weakened strength, be a match for Long Chen? Although he was at mid-stage golden immortal, he had no power to defend himself at this moment. Long Chen's sword cut across his throat, and his head drooped down. With his strength weakened, even the healing effect of the wood law was greatly diminished. Before he could recover, Long Chen stabbed another sword into his heart. The man in white was heavily injured and on the brink of death, extremely weak. The poison from the divine dragon's sword spread from his heart throughout his body, and he couldn't handle the recovery at all. The man in white desperately suppressed the poison, giving Long Chen the opportunity. Long Chen's palm descended from the sky, and the man in white looked at the gigantic hand as it came crashing down towards him. He could only watch in terror, with no chance to fight back. Bang! The palm directly turned the man in white into a mist of blood, along with his soul being annihilated. A massive palm print, several meters deep, was left on the ground. The death of the man in white left the members of the Xianjian sect, who were originally in battle, stunned. You dare to kill our senior brother. The Xianjian sect will hunt you down, including your own Qingyun Xianzong, which will also be exterminated by the Xianjian sect, shouted several members of the Xianjian sect. Chapter 268. Your fairy is in trouble in just 20 steps. Long Chen and the others had already walked out of the 200 miles. This was still due to Long Chen's newly comprehended spatial laws, which he was not yet proficient in. I can feel her. She should be only 2 miles away, Lu Feng said. Long Chen loosened his grip, and Lu Feng fell to the ground. Lu Feng rubbed his sore buttocks and complained, Hey, you didn't say anything before letting me go. I fell and hurt my butt. You didn't let me know in advance either, Long Chen replied. Now that I've told you, pay attention next time. It really hurt. Oh, let's do it again, Long Chen said as he lifted Lu Feng again. I'll count to 3, and then I'm letting go. 1, 2, bang. Lu Feng fell to the ground again. Damn, you old 6. Didn't you say to count to 3? Why did you throw me at 2? Lu Feng protested. I counted to 3 in my heart. You don't know what I'm thinking. You deserve to fall, Long Chen said. The two continued to bicker as they headed toward the direction indicated by the tracking mark. I see your fairy is in trouble, Long Chen remarked. Upon looking again, Lu Feng had already run ahead. Chapter 269. Long Chen is surrounded the brotherly who had been facing death. Suddenly became alert upon hearing this. Junior sister, you still have feelings for me, don't you? Zhang's junior sister turned her back. I won't kill you because you once took care of me. For the sake of our brother-sister relationship, I spare your life. From now on, we owe each other nothing. No, junior sister, you must have feelings for me. Otherwise, how could you bear to strike? Brotherly continued. Get lost. Zhang's junior sister roared. The fairy told you to scram. So hurry up, or are you waiting for me to kill you? Lu Feng shouted. Lu Feng initially wanted to kill him, but he preferred to follow the fairy's wishes. Brotherly glared at Lu Feng, leaving with a hostile expression. Long Chen shook his head. If someone wanted to let the tiger go back to the mountain, it was none of his business. After Brotherly left, Zhang's junior sister returned to her cold demeanor. Thank you, 2 young masters, for your assistance. If we meet again in the future, farewell, Zhang's junior sister said before soaring into the air and disappearing. Hey! Lu Feng didn't have time to retain her, and he didn't even ask her name before she vanished. Lu Feng stared intently in the direction Zhang's junior sister had left. Stop looking. She's already gone, Long Chen said. Chapter 270. Playing big kid. You're quite the glass picker. Huh? I didn't expect you, a mid-stage celestial, to be able to kill a golden immortal, someone said. There are many things you didn't expect. Did you think you would die today? Long Chen replied. Before the 6 could make a move, Long Chen swung his sword and used the time law, pausing time for 2 seconds. But in those 2 seconds, all 6 of them turned to ashes. The reason he could achieve this was due to the enhancement of the Wheel of Fate's combat power, allowing Long Chen's time law to affect time for a longer duration and greatly enhance his combat power. What has happened? Where are they? Lu Feng asked, finally coming to his senses 2 seconds later. They're dead, Long Chen said calmly, putting away the Shenlong sword. Dead? How did they suddenly die? My mind was blank just now. What happened? Lu Feng asked. You just need to know they're dead. Knowing too much isn't good for you, Long Chen replied. Lu Feng wisely stopped asking questions and changed the subject. Everyone here is dead. Didn't you loot some treasures? Lu Feng asked. I was too ruthless. There's nothing left to loot. Even if there were treasures, they would have been lost in the spatial turbulence. Why don't you go? Long Chen said. Chapter 271. Killing and looting. Long Chen went into the forest, hunting many blood wolves, wild boars, and other spirit beasts, totaling several hundred. This would be his meat supply for a while. Meanwhile, Lu Feng spent 3 days flying around most of the Haotian secret realm, marking their locations everywhere. Which good person marked Long Chen's location? I don't know. Could be a trick? There's that possibility. If it were me, I'd definitely go find him myself. Why bother spreading it all over the Haotian secret realm? Maybe it's his enemy. Just like at the beginning, when the Wheel of Fate was revealed to be in his hands. But they still couldn't find him after searching for so long. Who knows what kind of conspiracy it is? I think rather than guessing here, we might as well go take a look ourselves. It won't waste much time. What if it's real? That could be a heavenly treasure. Not many people could have it. Right? You're not wrong. What's the harm in taking a trip? At worst, it's just a waste of a little time. Most of them agreed. Whether it was true or not, it would just be a little waste of time. And it wouldn't matter much. Chapter 272. Neither here nor there. The man let out a scream. Long Chen broke open his inner world, and he endured a lot of pain. When Long Chen pulled his hand out again, he had acquired a piece of mysterious armor. Not bad. Mysterious armor, barely usable. Let's see what else is there, Long Chen said while holding the armor. No, don't take it. I'll open it myself, the terrified man said. Rather than let Long Chen take one item at a time and endure the pain, it was better for him to open it himself and give everything to Long Chen at once. That way, at least he wouldn't have to bear so much pain. Hurry up. If you keep dawdling, I'll do it myself, Long Chen said. The man dared not play any tricks and quickly brought out everything from his inner world. There was everything from celestial artifacts to big pants. Everything he had accumulated in his life was here. What about you? Long Chen looked at the other person. I'll open it myself, the teammate compromised. He realized that insisting was useless, especially in front of someone who had comprehended the laws of space. If you don't take the initiative to give it, every time he breaks open your inner world, you'll endure great pain, and in the end, your things will still be taken away. Chapter 273. Came in well, can't get out for everyone. Celestial crystals were insignificant. They all willingly handed over their celestial crystals, took the strategy, and rushed toward the valley, fearing that if they were late, they wouldn't even get a sip of soup. Long Chen, look at so many people coming. Are you really able to handle it? Lu Feng asked worriedly. This is not something you should worry about. What you should worry about is whether they will throw their lives away here. Come, keep drinking. Long Chen picked up a jar of wine and clinked it with Lu Feng, then gulped it down. Long Chen and Lu Feng were in the pavilion, eating meat and drinking wine heartily. Long Chen, come out. Someone outside shouted. Yeah, come out. Hiding in a formation is nothing impressive. At this moment, Long Chen had activated the Four Seasons Great Formation. This formation not only had strong defensive capabilities, but it also maintained a spring-like environment, unaffected by the outside world. They shouted outside and continuously attacked the formation, but no matter how they attacked, they couldn't break Long Chen's formation. Long Chen and Lu Feng ignored them. And as they enjoyed their wine in the pavilion, the outside crowd became even angrier. They yelled until their throats were hoarse. While Long Chen and Lu Feng simply drank and ate. Was this something a person should do? Chapter 274. Killing formation activated. Step aside. Let me try. Young Master Morong said. The others had been waiting for this sentence, and when they heard it, they felt relieved and immediately made way for young Master Morong. Young Master Morong walked toward the entrance, touched a transparent barrier that stopped his hand from moving forward. He formed an energy ball with both hands, gathering a small blue sphere in his palm. With a loud bang, the great formation shook and then returned to calm, absorbing all the energy from the ball. Young Master Morong furrowed his brow, looking at the formation before him. It was obvious he was powerless. What is going on? Why can we enter but not exit? I don't know. It was fine when we came in, but now we can't get out. There are always more solutions than difficulties. With so many of us here, what can Long Chen do to us? But this formation will give us time. We will eventually break it. This seems like a pocket formation, able to enter but not exit. It looks like we have to think of other ways. That is simple. The formation was definitely set up by those two. If we capture them, we can open the formation. Chapter 275. Ice Sculpture. Long Chen. Do you know you're asking for death? Do you realize that what you're doing now will make the entire Miao domain unable to accommodate you in the future? Young Master Moron shouted. Among the 500 or 600 immortals in the formation, he had the highest cultivation. However, his comprehension of the laws of life did not lessen the pain from the flames of the laws of fire. Only a few cultivators who understood the laws of water and ice could achieve a balance through resistance and restraint. Long Chen ignored him and continued to eat and drink with Lu Feng, completely unaffected by what others said. Long Chen, how long do you plan to burn them? Lu Feng asked. Let us burn them for a week first. They still have a glimmer of hope. We need to extinguish their will. Otherwise, would they easily hand over their treasures? Long Chen replied. Lu Feng said nothing more. He felt no sympathy for these people and was just glad to have teamed up with Long Chen from the start. Otherwise, he might be suffering inside the formation now. People continued to attack the Great Formation, trying to break it and escape, but the more they did so, the more the flames of the laws of fire on Long Chen's body blazed. Chapter 276, Divine Beast Xuanwu Long Chen. Do you think what I'm doing is too cruel? Lu Feng asked. Not at all. It's just a little finger. What is so cruel about that? Long Chen said. That's over 500 people. But it's actually quite satisfying, Lu Feng chuckled. 3 hours later, Long Chen and Lu Feng had completely looted everyone inside the formation. They collected many precious herbs, various immortal artifacts, armors, pills, refining materials, and even gathered several 100 million immortal crystals. The two returned to the pavilion to divide the treasures they looted, and Long Chen kept his promise, giving Lu Feng the agreed-upon share without any reduction. Among them was a red pearl that looked ordinary, with no energy fluctuations, but it gave Long Chen an unusual feeling. He decided to keep it for himself, and Lu Feng, seeing it wasn't a treasure, readily agreed. Long Chen, now that we've finished looting the treasures, what should we do with these people? Lu Feng asked. Without saying a word, Long Chen activated the killing formation again, and the sound of muffled thunder echoed, with dark clouds rolling in. Chapter 277, Xuanwu Appears. Legend has it that as long as 10 men and 10 women are sacrificed to Xuanwu Lake, the divine beast Xuanwu will appear. Isn't that too cruel? These are living beings, and they are sacrificed just because of a legend? Lu Feng said. Isn't that how the Immortal Realm operates? Who cares about your life or death? Long Chen replied. Regardless of whether the legend is true or not, you are nothing but a few ants. If you are sacrificed, then so be it. Who will speak for you? Ouyang Jia laughed loudly. The choice of these few people was also well thought out. All 20 of them were cultivators from small sections. If anything happened, a little coercion and temptation would turn a big issue into a small one. No one would really care about a few already dead people, causing a commotion with their Miao immortal sect. If it came to that, their small sect could quietly eliminate them with a few senior brothers and sisters. So ultimately, using their sect as disciples for sacrifice, even if people found out, they might just pretend not to know. A man was restrained by the lake. A knife was plunged directly into his neck and blood sprayed out. The others watching couldn't help but shiver, feeling as if it was happening to them. Yet no one stood up to speak for him. They all coldly watched from the side. Chapter 278, Little Five's older brother divine Bi Xuanwu. I am Ouyang Jia, the holy son of the Miao immortal sect, destined to reach the peak in the future. If you submit to me and help me ascend to the peak, I will not treat you poorly, Ouyang Jia said arrogantly. Xuanwu suddenly leaped onto the water's surface, creating a huge wave that knocked Ouyang Jia to the ground, leaving him in a very awkward position. What are you? You think you can make this divine beast submit to you? Are you looking for death? Xuanwu said coldly. The aura of the divine beast Xuanwu radiated, making everyone feel breathless, cold sweat dripping down. Xuanwu, I am the strongest here. If you do not submit to me, who else will you submit to? Is it these ants behind me? Ouyang Jia said coldly. Xuanwu felt humiliated in front of everyone, secretly deciding that once he subdued the Xuanwu, he would definitely make him suffer. Just you? You think you're worthy? Even if your Miao Empress came, she wouldn't make me submit. And you, what are you? Xuanwu said. Since I am not worthy, then who here is worthy? If you do not recognize me as your master, you will not leave the Haoyan secret realm. Ouyang Jia said. The divine beast Xuanwu ignored him and slowly crawled ashore, causing everyone to retreat. Chapter 279, Xuanwu's request. Since you have said so, Then I will not say anything more, Xuanwu said. Hee hee, thank you, Brother Turtle. Are you following Big Brother too? Xiaowu asked. Although I don't oppose you following him, he wants to gain my approval. Unless he can truly defeat that kid in the lake, he still won't earn my recognition, Xuanwu said. He then looked at Long Chen and said, young man, do you want to prove yourself? If you really defeat him, I'll go with you. You want me to prove myself? I don't need a divine beast like you. Whether you follow or not is up to you. If not, then forget it, Long Chen replied. If it weren't for the sake of my second brother, I would have slapped you to death already. Young and so arrogant, you don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Xuanwu snorted coldly. At that moment, Ouyang Jie happened to come back from the lake and heard Long Chen's conversation, surprisingly betting on himself. It's not that he doesn't want to prove it. I think he's afraid. With his cultivation, I could crush him with one hand. What can he use to fight me? Xuanwu, if I defeat this kid, will you follow me? Ouyang Jie pointed at Long Chen and said. Chapter 280. Master-Servant Contract. Even Ouyang Jie displayed the posture of a victor. In his eyes, Long Chen was undoubtedly doomed under his strike. Xuanwu, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Ouyang Jie said. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword shot up from the lake beneath Ouyang Jie. At that moment, Ouyang Jie had just relaxed his guard and was showing off, completely unaware that an attack was coming from below. When he felt a chill beneath him, a sword had already pierced through his body. Moreover, it didn't stop. The celestial sword continued upward, splitting his body in half and bursting out from the top of his head. When everyone saw the sword wielder, they all showed surprised expressions. Wasn't that Long Chen, whom everyone thought was dead? Long Chen, who had charged into the air, turned around, brandishing the sword and standing on the surface of the lake. Big brother, I knew you weren't dead. Xiaowu shouted happily. Why are you still alive? Ouyang Jie, who had lost his physical body, could only bitterly say, you must have forgotten that I understand the rules of water. When you attacked, I merged into the lake. It was precisely because Long Chen comprehended the rules of water that he could silently merge into the lake. Chapter 281. Little Turtle, all right, since you made up your mind. Then it's up to you. Big Brother is really a good person. You'll know in the future. Just perform well, and Big Brother said he will release you later. Xiaowu said. Xuanwu nodded and fell silent, tacitly accepting the current situation. You're so big. It won't be convenient to follow me. You should shrink a bit. Long Chen said. Master, wait a moment. I have a lot of treasures in my cave. I'll go collect them and come with you, Xuanwu said. Long Chen unexpectedly nodded. Okay, then hurry up and come back. Xuanwu dove into the lake and sank down. Long Chen, I'm really envious. You got a divine beast. And you actually have 2 divine beasts, Lu Feng said. Long Chen wanted to tell Lu Feng that he also had a divine beast, the Fire Qilin, which was not one of the 4 great divine beasts. But after thinking about it, he decided not to crush his heart. Looking at his young heart, it couldn't withstand the blow. There's nothing to be envious of. You'll have your own opportunities, Long Chen said. Others saw that the divine beast Xuanwu had been subdued by Long Chen and left one after another, as staying here no longer had any meaning. Would anyone dare to go up and snatch it? Chapter 282. Puppet Master. Everyone held back their laughter, not wanting to hurt the fragile heart of Little Turtle. Little Turtle, you've been in the Haoyian secret realm for so long. Do you know where there are opportunities suitable for him? Long Chen pointed at Lu Feng. Little Turtle looked Lu Feng up and down and said bluntly, with his cultivation level for popping pills, it's just too trashy. I doubt any master of a legacy would look at him. You say who is trash? Lu Feng said unhappily. What's wrong? You don't like being called trash? Want to fight? Little Turtle said arrogantly. Lu Feng immediately wilted. Fighting with an immortal sovereign was akin to seeking death. Think carefully. There must be something suitable for him. Long Chen said again. Little Turtle's eyes lit up. That legacy might just be suitable for him. Why not give it a try? When Lu Feng heard there was a legacy suitable for him, his eyes brightened with excitement. What are we waiting for? Hurry and lead the way. Little Turtle turned around and transformed back into Xuanwu's form, but this time he was much smaller, about the size of a house. Get on. I'll take you there. Long Chen and the others directly climbed onto Little Turtle's back and sat down. Chapter 283. Longevity Taoist. All right, since that's the case, I don't mind giving you a hand, the old man said. Then he waved his hand, and Lu Feng appeared in an illusion. Long Chen and the others could see the scenes within the illusion. In this illusion, besides Lu Feng, there were also 18 puppets at the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. For a normal cultivator who could kill their way out to the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, It might not be particularly difficult, but for someone like Lu Feng, who was a battle weakling, it was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Senior, this won't cause any problems, will it? Long Chen knew Lu Feng's combat power and couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, this is just an illusion. True and false, false and true, you won't really die here. But it can indeed train his willpower and strength. Whether he can succeed depends on himself, the old man said. Senior, thank you on behalf of Lu Feng. Long Chen said, no need for such formalities, young friend. You're the master of the old turtle. Your status is actually higher than mine. Just call me Longevity Taoist. The old man said, longevity, that's a good name. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to use the word longevity, Long Chen said. Chapter 284. A palm turned to blood. Mr. Vision is quite sharp. His father is the richest man in the Immortal Realm. Wouldn't you say he's a rich second generation? Long Chen said, no wonder. If I had such a living environment, I wouldn't feel a sense of crisis either and wouldn't have so many training opportunities. Growing up in a greenhouse, how could I compete with someone who has no background and fought their way out? Longevity Taoist said, this guy is also lucky, now that he has gained enlightenment, coupled with such a good background. As long as he doesn't mess things up, he will definitely become a big shot in the Immortal Realm in the future. Long Chen said, old immortal, look, I haven't tricked you. I found you such a good disciple. How will you thank me? Little Turtle said. Longevity Taoist smiled and said nothing. Asking for any benefits from him was impossible. 5 days later in the outside world, Lu Feng had knocked down all the puppets. But he was still unwilling. After being beaten for so long, he finally had a chance to fight back. How could he let it go easily? He grabbed a puppet and punched it again and again. However, this joy didn't last long, as the Longevity Taoist outside could no longer watch. With a wave of his hand, the 18 puppets in the illusion transformed into 18 rays of light and disappeared from the illusion. Chapter 285. Changshang takes disciples. Changshang Taoist drank the master disciple wine in one gulp. Good disciple, get up. From now on, you will be my closed-door disciple, said Changshang Taoist. Lu Feng stood up and asked, Master, do you have other disciples? You said I'm a closed-door disciple. No, in my life, I've only taken you as a disciple, replied Changshang Taoist. Then why do you say I'm a closed-door disciple if you haven't opened the door? Lu Feng countered. Changshang Taoist was at a loss for words. He had taken in a troublesome disciple who was already contradicting him upon entering. Don't mind such details. Now, I will teach you a technique. How far you can go in the end depends on yourself. Changshang Taoist pointed at Lu Feng's brow. Passing on a puppet technique to him, Lu Feng felt the profundity of the technique and immediately sat down to begin comprehending it. The puppet technique focuses on controllability and spiritual power. The combination of these two determines what level of puppet you can control and how many puppets you can battle with simultaneously. The others quietly stood by Lu Feng's side, silently watching him comprehend the technique. After 2 hours, having grasped the essence of the technique, Lu Feng opened his eyes. Chapter 286. Destroy what you cannot obtain. After settling Changshang Taoist, Long Chen returned to the Taoist cave. Long Chen, where's my master? Lu Feng asked. He is staying in my small world. Once he finishes his enlightenment, he will come out. By then, you'll be the disciple of an immortal emperor, and you can walk sideways in the Immortal Realm, Long Chen said. Lu Feng was surprised, really? My master is that impressive? Kind of. You should cultivate well and not embarrass your master. He told me that if you don't cultivate properly, I can deal with you as I please. Long Chen said with a mischievous smile. This master identification is complete. He is not my biological father, Lu Feng said heartbreakingly. All right, there are a few months left before the secret realm closes. Let's find another place to gather resources, Long Chen said. Master, should we go to the center of the Hao-Ian Emperor's dojo? There might be quite a few good things left there, the little turtle suggested. The secret realm has been opened so many times. Good things must have been taken by others, Long Chen replied. In fact, many of the current secret realms in the immortal world have had their core opportunities cleaned out long ago, which is why Long Chen has not rushed to the core locations. Chapter 287. For the prosperity of the immortal world, Lu Feng pierced Jiang Shimi's heart with a sword, immediately retracting it, and then decapitated senior brother Li with another strike. The souls of the two, wanting to escape, were also captured by Lu Feng and crushed in his hand. The onlookers were stunned, recognizing that this was Lu Feng from the Lu family. When did he become this powerful? We can't fight. It's really impossible. His background is also not to be trifled with. It's better to keep our distance to avoid attracting this kid's attention, they thought. Lu Feng's strength conquered everyone present, and with his powerful background, no one dared to provoke him. After killing, Lu Feng cheerfully returned the wheel of fate to Long Chen. You don't look like someone who just got dumped, Long Chen remarked. Lu Feng clutched his chest, displaying a pained expression. Oh, it hurts, it hurts. Long Chen kicked him and headed towards the grand formation, curious to see if he would be the fated one. Long Chen, wait. Let me try first. I feel like I'm the fated one, Lu Feng said. Go ahead. If you can, then you go, Long Chen replied. This thing doesn't depend on who goes first. Letting him go first is fine. Lu Feng placed his hand on the grand formation, determined to break it. Chapter 288. The reminder from the journal as soon as Long Chen spoke. These people were moved to tears. I've changed from a hater to a fan. I've changed from black to fan. Xuanwu no longer forbade them. But no one rushed up the mountain. They all remained in their original positions, overwhelmed with gratitude. All right, everyone, search for your own resources. There is no need to worship me, Long Chen said. He continued towards the mountaintop, wanting to see what exactly was in the grand hall. When he reached the grand hall, the little turtle and Lu Feng were blocked outside and could not enter. Only Long Chen easily walked in. The little turtle and Lu Feng had to continue searching for immortal herbs, allowing Long Chen to go up alone. Upon reaching the peak, there was a small square before the grand hall, with a stone table in the center displaying a chessboard. Next to the chessboard was a table with engraved words. Fated person, you play black. It's your turn to make a move. If you win, the hall door will naturally open. The words on the table were clearly visible. Long Chen was not very skilled in Go and stared at the board for a long time, feeling it was a deadlock. After thinking for a long time, he could not figure out how to break the situation, frowning as he walked around the chessboard for a long time without coming up with a solution. Chapter 289. Leaving the secret realm, Long Chen searched the grand hall again for anything else, but to his disappointment, aside from the reminder from the journal, there was nothing else. He burned the journal, thinking perhaps in one of his past lives he was the Cultivating Emperor, and at that time, he and Yi Yimeng were Tao partners, which is why a statue of her was left in the grand hall. Unable to make sense of it, Long Chen decided to leave the mountain. There were no opportunities left here. If there was any opportunity, the biggest was that reminder. Without it, how many people would think they might be a dispensable parasite in someone else's body? The chessboard might also be hinting at something, but Long Chen did not know what it was now. Seeing Long Chen come down the mountain so quickly, Lu Feng asked, Long Chen, what opportunity did you gain in the grand hall? Nothing, Long Chen replied. How is that possible? This was once the dojo of the Cultivating Emperor. There must be at least a few immortal pills or techniques, right? Lu Feng said incredulously. No, not even a single immortal crystal, Long Chen said. Damn, is the Cultivating Emperor playing us? This is too stingy. I curse him to have a son with no anus. Lu Feng exclaimed. Chapter 290. Setting up the killing array, Lu Feng felt a surge of joy and was about to make a request when he heard Long Chen say, I forgot to introduce him. He is the young master of the Lu family, Lu Feng. What? You mean he is Lu Feng from the Lu family? Feng Batian exclaimed excitedly. I'm asking Elder Batian, why are you so surprised and excited? Long Chen asked. Elder Batian, don't be too excited. Just treat me like an ordinary cultivator. There is no need to treat me as the young master of the Lu family, Lu Feng said. I'm not excited at all. Right now, at the entrance of the Cultivating secret realm, besides wanting to kill you, there are also many who want to kill him. Elder Batian said, exasperated. Elder Batian, there is not much difference between the two of them. They're all from this batch. Just take it easy, Lin Yunji said. Yes, take it easy. If you send me out now, I'll be beaten to death by them. Lu Feng hurriedly said. I originally thought it was my background that excited Elder Batian, but unexpectedly, he regarded me as a burden. Now, Lu Feng doesn't dare to make any demands. It's good enough that he hasn't been thrown out. Chapter 291. Sharing hardships. This large formation at the entrance was set up by Long Chen using 81 Earth-level celestial swords. Each sword was endowed with the law of slaughter, enhancing its lethality. The formation also incorporated the law of darkness. When the killing array was activated, it would evoke various dark thoughts within them. Coupled with the illusion array, they wouldn't be able to escape for a while. There were also area damage effects. As long as the opponent entered this killing formation, there would be no way to avoid it. As for the large formation to the south, Long Chen focused on a trapping array with a supplementary killing array. Master Wang Lin came over, initially wanting to ask Long Chen some questions to see if he could answer them, making it awkward for him. However, as soon as he arrived, he saw the subtlety of Long Chen's formation. His techniques were skilled and exquisite, and one person's workload matched that of all of them combined. Is there something going on? Long Chen asked, looking at Wang Lin, who was standing there in a daze. Nothing. I just came over to see if you needed help, Wang Lin replied. Oh, I've finished setting up here. You guys should speed up over there. Time is running out, Long Chen said. All right, I'll go supervise right now and make sure it's done as quickly as possible, Wang Lin said. Chapter 292, Return to Blue Star. Fine by Qi, there's nothing for now. Let's return to the Son of God Peak first. If there's anything, I'll call you, Long Chen said. Uncle Lu, that's more like it. I've been living aimlessly for the first half of my life, but now I've finally found my goal. In the future, I want to stand at the pinnacle of the Immortal Realm and look down upon the entire Immortal Realm. I no longer care about the little bit of power of the Lu family, Lu Feng said. Young master, be cautious with your words. If the family head hears this, your qualification to compete for the family head position may be revoked, Lu Buwei said. In their kind of family, the lifelong pursuit of the protector is to hope that the one they follow can rise to power. Now that Lu Feng has aspirations, he is very happy. But if Lu Feng has no intention of competing for the family head position, he is quite worried. In their kind of family, failure in competition could mean death, and he, as a protector, would also die along with him. Uncle Wei, my brother values the position of family head so much. Why not just give it to him? Lu Feng said. Alas, Lu Buwei sighed. He knew he couldn't change Lu Feng's thoughts. If he could influence him, Lu Feng wouldn't have left him behind to come to the mysterious domain or the Haotian secret realm, and he wouldn't have lived a drifting life before. Chapter 293. The army approaches. When Long Chen came out, Wang Lin happened to arrive at the Son of God Peak. Son of God, the formation has been set up. Would you like to check it? Wang Lin said. Okay, I'll go over now, Long Chen replied. Long Chen looked at the completed killing formation and was quite satisfied, only correcting a few small details. Very good, this killing formation will do. In the end, you all will have to operate this large formation. I can't handle so much alone, Long Chen said. Son of God, you can rest assured. We will definitely keep them trapped in the killing formation, Wang Lin said confidently. Still, pay attention to safety. If anything seems off, retreat quickly. There is still some time. You all should rest well. A fierce battle is coming, Long Chen said. Thank you for your concern, Son of God, everyone replied in unison. Long Chen nodded and returned to the Son of God Peak, waiting for the enemy's arrival. Meanwhile, on the side of the Haotian secret realm, until the entrance of the secret realm was completely closed, no one saw Long Chen and Lu Feng come out. Elderly Min, the elder of the mysterious sect, had a grim expression and said, Has no one told me what is going on? Where are Long Chen and Lu Feng? Didn't they come out? Chapter 294. The battle begins, however. The process before the attack must still be followed, Elderly said. Go, and tell them to hand over Long Chen. Elderly ordered a disciple beside him. Yes, friend from the Qingyun Immortal Sect, listen up. Long Chen is a major suspect we are tracking in the mysterious domain. Hurry up and hand him over. Huh? When did Long Chen become a major suspect tracked by the mysterious domain? As the sect of the mysterious domain, how come we didn't know? Elder Batian said. Just recently, everyone jointly decided that Long Chen, while in the Haotian secret realm, has killed countless disciples from various sects, evidently having fallen into the demonic path. We asked the Qingyun Immortal Sect not to be self-deceiving and to hand over Long Chen quickly. We will not hold the Qingyun Immortal Sect accountable for past grievances. Elderly said, Long Chen hasn't come back from the Haotian secret realm, and you've been blocking him at the entrance of the secret realm all along, right? Didn't you catch him? Elder Batian said. Elder Batian, don't stubbornly resist. Long Chen is one of your Qingyun Immortal Sect members. Since you can't find Long Chen, you should bear the responsibility. You have half an hour to consider. Withdraw the protective formation and let us in, and we will be lenient. Chapter 295. The Cycle of Heaven S. Daoumf. Elderly, who had calmed down, scoffed. What? Are you scared? If you have the guts, come over. Lu Feng continued. I killed your son. Can you still hold back? Are you just going to be a coward? A turtle hiding its head? However, at this moment, Elderly did not act impulsively. No matter how Lu Feng provoked him, he remained unmoved. Think of a way to break this killing formation. If this continues, the cultivators inside will all die, Elderly said, looking at the people around him. Alliance leader. I know that the leader of the Guangming Immortal Sect has a divine artifact called the Bright Mirror, which can dispel all darkness and filth. How about we borrow it to try? Elder Zhang from the Shadow Immortal Sect said. What are we waiting for? Hurry and have him sent it over. Elderly said. This needs to be handled by Elder Wang. ISNT that right, Elder Wang? Your sect leader shouldn't be so stingy, Elder Zhang asked with a sly smile. Oomph. The bright mirror is our sect's treasure. How can it be casually lent out? Elder Wang coldly snorted. It's just borrowing it for use. It will be returned after. Are you really reluctant to part with it? There are disciples from your Guangming immortal sect in there too, right? Are you really going to watch your disciples die? Elder Zhang said. Chapter 296. The trap formation is broken within the killing formation. 81 celestial swords were constantly weaving through, with blood splattering everywhere, and many immortals fell here. Elder Zhang stood beside the killing formation, observing its operation, hoping to find a flaw in the great formation. Elder Zhang, have you found a way to break the formation? Elderly came over and asked. Elder Zhang shook his head and said, Alliance leader, the skill and finesse of the one who set up the formation are truly astounding. Bam! Elderly kicked Elder Zhang in the backside, causing him to lose his balance and tumble into the great formation. I brought you here to break the formation, not to praise how impressive the other party is. Is this what I want to hear? Since you can't do anything outside, think of a way from inside. If you can't come up with a solution, don't come out. Elderly shouted angrily. Alliance leader, help! Now he is right at the edge of the killing formation. If Elderly acts, he can still forcibly save him. Oomph. Think it over slowly inside. If you can't come up with anything, just die in there. Elderly said before turning to leave. Elder Zhang wanted to call for help, but a celestial sword shot towards him. Chapter 297. Master of Arrays, the cultivators within the Great Array cursed Elder Li as they watched the energy ball attack. They had barely escaped the killing array's attack, only to face such a powerful assault again. Their hearts were collapsing at this moment. Boom! The energy ball struck rapidly, and the surviving cultivators in the killing array quickly began to form a defense. They had not been this united even during the killing array's attack, because this energy ball was too powerful, gathering the strongest attacks from so many cultivators. Boom! The energy ball smashed through their makeshift formation effortlessly. The temporary array had no effect on the energy ball's advance, sweeping through everything in its path. Quick-reacting cultivators started to flee, but it was already too late. Boom! Those cultivators who faced the energy ball directly were instantly turned to ashes, and many others nearby were also killed or seriously injured. Only a very few cultivators, the elite among them, managed to escape this disaster. The energy ball finally struck the protective Great Array of the Qingyun Celestial Sect, and due to the exhaustion of most of its energy beforehand, it only created a ripple before dissipating upon impact. Chapter 298. Identity exposed. Yes, I was careless. I didn't check carefully for a killing array before the attack. I asked Elder Zhang to help us break the array, Elderly said. This killing array can indeed be broken. Fortunately, I have seen a similar array set up by the Demon Emperor before and am familiar with his methods. However, even so, I will need a day to break it, Elder Zhang replied. Good, then please help us break the array, Elder Zhang. I thank you on behalf of the countless cultivators inside, Elderly said. Long Chen, this is the renowned master of arrays in the celestial realm, Zhang Chongling. Can your killing array hold up? Feng Batian asked with concern. Long Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. It can't hold for long. This old guy does have some tricks. Then prepare for a desperate fight. Even if we, the Qingyun Celestial Sect, must ensure your escape when the time comes. Take the opportunity to flee as far as you can. As long as you are alive, we still have a chance, Feng Batian said. That's not necessary. It seems it's time to activate my backup plan, Long Chen responded. What else have you arranged? Is it something we don't know about? Lin Yunji asked, puzzled. Chapter 299. The avatar of the ethereal Empress Elder Zhang transformed into a long rainbow and sped towards the ethereal celestial sect. Long Chen, are you really the Demon Emperor? Lu Feng asked. The Demon Emperor is a thing of the past. I am no longer the Demon Emperor. I am just Long Chen, Long Chen said. My life is worth it. I could say I was brothers with the Demon Emperor. If my ancestors knew, they would probably rise from their graves to praise me. Lu Feng said. Beside him, Lu Buwei was both surprised and fearful, relieved that he hadn't offended the Demon Emperor too much, and he was also happy for Lu Feng. The disciples of the Qingyun Celestial Sect were even more shocked, not expecting their divine son to be the Demon Emperor. Now, they could boast for a lifetime. I am the junior disciple of the Demon Emperor. I am the junior sister of the Demon Emperor. Ha ha, I, Batian, truly did not misjudge. No wonder your talent is so monstrous. It turns out you are the legendary Demon Emperor. Batian laughed. Only Chen smiled bitterly. The premature exposure of his identity would likely shake the entire celestial realm. Those old enemies would undoubtedly stop at nothing to send people to kill him while his cultivation was still low. Not to mention others. Those 8 celestial emperors would never allow him to grow. But he wasn't afraid. Pressure brought motivation. Chapter 300. The Imperial Battle. Who exactly are you? How can you have such strong power? There shouldn't be someone like you in the celestial realm. The avatar of the ethereal empress said. The number of celestial emperors in the celestial realm is fixed at 9. Others can only ascend to become celestial emperors if one falls, is overthrown, or if a celestial emperor ascends to a higher level. Moreover, once someone ascends to become a celestial emperor, the heavens will announce it, and they will receive a title. Thus, she suspected that this celestial emperor, named by Qi, was from outside the realm, which is why she thought Chen colluded with outsiders. You, an avatar, are not worthy to know my origins, Bai Qi said, continuing his assault. His attack did not stop. He struck the avatar of the ethereal empress in the chest with his sword. The avatar was knocked back, and her chest caved in. Isn't it too late to inform your main body now? Bai Qi said, launching another strike. The heavy sword was blunt, but at their level. They did not need a sharp blade. The attacks tore through space, creating rifts wherever they passed. The avatar of the ethereal empress quickly countered with her own sword to block Bai Qi's attack. Chapter 301. The Southern Emperor's avatar comes to negotiate ultimately. A few celestial emperors decided to send the Southern Emperor's avatar to the Qingyun celestial sect to negotiate. They needed to deal with Chen to secure their positions in the celestial demon passage and confront the demon realm's invasion. They were not isolated. They had too many concerns that prevented them from abandoning the celestial demon passage. Chen was different. Everyone knew he had no relatives in the celestial realm and barely any friends. He could act freely without worrying about the destruction of the celestial realm. As for the fall of the avatar of the ethereal empress, the news was sealed, and all cultivators in the ethereal domain who knew the truth had their memories erased by Bai Qi. Now, those involved only knew they had failed in the siege against the Qingyun celestial sect. As for how they failed, they had lost that part of their memory. And even the reappearance of the demon emperor Chen was forgotten. To prevent those eager to investigate the demon emperor's return to the celestial realm from discovering the truth, it was made to seem like a rumor, and the matter gradually settled down. Currently, only the 8 celestial emperors and a few senior members of the Qingyun celestial sect confirmed the return of the demon emperor Chen. But they would never disclose this to outsiders. Chapter 302. Leaving the ethereal celestial domain, Chen returned to Blue Star, marking his first meaningful return since arriving in the celestial realm. Now, the small world within Chen had no traces of lingering souls or wandering ghosts left in the outside world. Chen could sense that the ghost princess had established a rudimentary reincarnation mechanism. Within Chen's small world, a netherworld had emerged. All cultivators and mortals who fell would go to the netherworld, where all memories of their past lives would be erased before they were reincarnated. As for what kind of family they would be reborn into, whether human, demon, or poultry, was entirely random. Chen summoned the ghost princess. Master, did you call for me? The ghost princess asked, bowing as she appeared. Indeed, in such a short time, you've already reached the heavenly immortal level, and there are no signs of unstable cultivation, Chen said. Master, I feel that my cultivation is related to the establishment of the reincarnation. I have a feeling that once it is perfected, my cultivation will reach the Ghost Emperor realm, said Ghost Princess. Chen was taken aback. If that were the case, then the Ghost Emperor would be much simpler to deal with. But only Ghost Princess had such an opportunity. Take these resources and establish the reincarnation as soon as possible. Then you will be able to claim the title of Emperor, Chen said. Chapter 303. Arrival at the Fire Domain. The Fire Domain is the area where Huo Wuchang's family is located and is also under the jurisdiction of the Fire Emperor. Chen came to the Fire Domain to seek opportunities and also to settle a score. Back when he was on Blue Star, Huo Wuchang tried to enslave it, and this grudge needed to be avenged sooner or later. As soon as they entered the Fire Domain, a wave of heat hit them. which was noticeably different from the temperatures in other domains. The planets in the fire domain were barren, with almost no flowers, grass, or trees. Only a few that could grow in such an environment. Master, I find this hot environment a bit hard to adapt to, said the little turtle. The high temperatures of several thousand degrees indeed made it a bit uncomfortable for the water-loving little turtle to suddenly arrive here. Then go back to the time and space tower. We can walk ourselves since we've already arrived, Chen said. Okay, thank you, Master. I'll land on that bare planet ahead and let you all down, said the little turtle. The little turtle landed in front of the city and then returned to the time and space tower, already a bit out of breath from the hot weather. The city before them was unlike any other. It was entirely yellow, with green being a luxury here. Chapter 304. Invitation from Huiyin, I am his father. Shouldn't I make decisions for him? The man said coldly. See, I told you the city lord would come out. You can't be the city lord's parasite, can you? How would you guess the city lord would come? What parasite? That's called the perception of a strong person. TCH, you say you have the perception of a strong person, yet you are only in the true immortal realm? The true immortal realm is still very strong. Okay? Aren't you just in the human immortal realm? How can you criticize me? Lu Feng was stunned. What? You say you're his father? Is that true? You weren't cheated on, were you? You look decent. But look at this guy. He looks like a wild boar. You're looking for death. The man shouted angrily. Dad, quickly capture him for me. I want to slowly torture him and hang his head on the city wall. Huisha shouted. Shut up. You useless thing. All you do is cause trouble every day. When will you save me some worry? If I had known I would have such a child, I should have killed you when you were born. The man said, exasperated. Hey, if you want to kill him now, it's not too late. If you can't do it, how about I help you kill him? Lu Feng asked. Chapter 305. Illusory fire in the city lord's mansion. Huiyin prepared a full beef feast to entertain Chen and his group. Stir-fried beef, braised beef, roasted beef. Beef meatballs, beef hot pot, beef tendons soaked in wine. Basically, the entire table was filled with beef-related dishes. This was already the highest standard of hospitality in the fire domain. Fire City Lord, if you have something to say, just say it directly. I'm not used to this, Lu Feng said. Cough. It seems nothing can be hidden from young Master Lu. I do have something I need young Master Lu's help with, Huiyin said. Let us hear it. Lu Feng said. Your Lu family does big business in the Immortal Realm, but you haven't done much in our fire domain. I would like young Master Lu to help me secure a loan of 2 billion immortal crystals from your family S-Bank, Huiyin said. If you want to borrow immortal crystals, just go to my family S-Bank and borrow them directly. I usually don't get involved in business matters, Lu Feng said. If I could borrow them, I wouldn't need to come to young Master Lu, Huiyin sighed. 2 billion immortal crystals is not a small sum. Given your qualifications, it's indeed not easy to borrow such a large amount. I wonder what you need this much immortal crystal for? Lu Feng asked. Chapter 306. Qingwan's secret realm, there's no time to waste. Let us set off now, Lu Feng said. Okay, we can go through the teleportation array on my side, which will take us directly to the vicinity of Tianhua Star, and then we can fly over, Huiyin said. Chen and Lu Feng had no objections. It was naturally better to use the teleportation array than to fly themselves. Laya Shazin was not close to Tianhua Star, and although there was a teleportation array, the teleportation time would take a day. They spent that day in the teleportation passage. They teleported to a planet not far from Tianhua Star, which also belonged to the Fire Clan, but this planet was open to outsiders. In contrast, Tianhua Star was normally not open to outsiders, which was why they could not teleport directly to it. After all, it was the stronghold of the Fire Clan, and they wouldn't set up a teleportation array there for others to attack their stronghold. The planet they teleported to was called Dihua Star, and they arrived directly at the city center of Huadu. Huadu was the core city of Dihua Star, and its prosperity was incomparable to Laya Shazin. Although the buildings were still made of yellow earth, the styles, heights, and decorations here seemed more upscale. Chapter 307. The Boss Appears Robbery. Chen shouted loudly while holding the divine dragon sword. What the hell, Long Daoist? You're here to rob. Are you out of your mind? Don't involve us in this. Huiyin said. Oh no, this is really going to get us killed, Huiyin muttered. Calm down. Chen knows what he is doing, Lu Feng said. Lu Feng remained very calm. Aside from being puzzled about why Chen suddenly did this, he had no worries. Even Lu Bu Wei was casually looking at the weapons in the neighboring shop. Young Master Lu, you don't know the origins of this Qingwan's secret realm. It's very mysterious and has a powerful background. It might not even give your Lu family face, Huiyin said. At the moment Long Chen made his move, Huiyan had already seen through Long Chen's background clearly. With cultivation at the late stage of the Xian Immortal Realm, he could crush him with a single finger. Long Chen was so arrogant surely because he relied on Lu Feng's power, but the key was that Lu Feng's own cultivation was not high. If others didn't give him face here, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Even his protector's cultivation at the early stage of the human immortal realm wasn't enough. The shopkeeper saw his shop being sliced apart and hurriedly ran out, only to see Long Chen pointing his sword at his store. Chapter 308. The betrayer, you finally dare to show yourself. Long Qingwan, Long Chen said. It's not that you're being aggressive and want to demolish my place. I really don't want to see you, Long Chen. The woman said. I see you don't want to see me, but rather that you dare not see me. Long Chen said. I have nothing to be ashamed of. Why would I be afraid to see you? Long Qingwan said. Haha, what a good line about having nothing to be ashamed of. I didn't expect to hear such words from you. Long Chen mocked. It's not convenient to talk here. Let us change places, Long Qingwan said. All right, I want to see how you will argue with me, Long Chen said. The merchants were stunned, the figure in black was stunned, and the onlookers were also stunned. The boss has come out, and I thought this troublemaker was doomed, but unexpectedly, not only is he not doomed, he seems to be familiar with the boss. Lu Feng was dumbfounded. Is Long Chen encountering an old acquaintance? Given the situation, it seems so. Long Chen and Long Qingwan arrived by a lake, and there were only the two of them. They stood by the lake, quietly looking at the water. Neither of them spoke. After a long while, Long Qingwan spoke up and asked, Why are you still alive? Chapter 309. Heading to Tianwaxing. Long Chen held the immortal sword, pointing at them, and asked, Aren't you afraid of death? We are afraid of death too, but Sister Qingwan is truly good to us. We can't just watch her die, Yi Qing said. All right, very good. Since that's the case, you can all die together, Long Chen said coldly. Long Chen raised the immortal sword, and as everyone watched, thinking Long Chen was going to kill Long Qingwan, some even closed their eyes, not daring to look directly. However, unexpectedly, Long Chen only cut off a strand of her hair. Clang! Long Chen threw the immortal sword to the ground and turned to leave. I'll spare your life because you have a sense of remorse. Bring back all the living disciples of the Demon Palace. For those who are dead, their family should be compensated, Long Chen said coldly. By the time they came to their senses, Long Chen had already left. Sister Qingwan, Long Ge. From today on, everyone go out to find the surviving disciples of the Demon Palace. Yi Qing, you go find Long Chen to protect him. His cultivation is still weak, and he has many enemies in the Immortal Realm. I'm afraid something might happen to him, Long Qingwan said. Sister Qingwan, even if you didn't say it, I was planning to protect Long Ge. Whoever dares to trouble Long Ge, I'll tear them apart, Yi Qing said confidently. Chapter 310. Entering the Ancestral Land. That's because, after following you, I feel that earning immortal crystals like that is too slow. It's faster to rob them. So I've decided to cultivate properly and rob the entire Immortal Realm in the future. Everything they do now is just to gather immortal crystals for me to make it easier to rob, Lu Feng said shamelessly. Long Chen had a black line on his face. It turned out this kid was thinking of this. This dream is quite novel. Long Chen knew without thinking that Lu Feng would definitely become someone everyone in the Immortal Realm would want to hunt down in the future. When Long Chen finished exchanging immortal crystals, he was given a number plate, number 89. From the beginning, it was one person at a time entering, then 10 people at a time, and now it's 30 people entering each time. Wow, this is faster than robbing. They just earned 60 billion immortal crystals in one go. It only took 3 days, Lu Feng exclaimed. However, Long Chen still had to wait until the third round to enter, needing to wait 6 more days. But for cultivators like them, 6 days would pass in the blink of an eye. Everyone was the same. After exchanging immortal crystals, they found a spot to sit cross-legged and waited for the cultivators in front to finish, so they could go up. Chapter 311. Communicating with the illusory fire. Long Chen also had a headache. This illusory fire could burn everything, which made it very troublesome. Half a day had already passed, and Long Chen had not thought of a suitable method. The other cultivators nearby were also trying various methods. Some used spatial treasures to collect it, but the spatial treasures were directly burned to nothing. Others tried using avatars to collect it, but the avatars were also burned to ashes by the illusory fire. Various bizarre methods were tried one after another, and without exception, all failed. Since they couldn't fight it, they decided to join in and give it a try. Long Chen used the power of the fire laws to try to approach the illusory fire. This time, not only did he not suffer backlash, but his understanding of the fire laws was also continuously deepening. Clearly, the power of the fire laws could not subdue the illusory fire, but it was a small step closer to success. At least using the power of the fire laws allowed him to get quite close, as his understanding was improving rapidly. If he were to cultivate here, his progress would definitely be much faster. Moreover, the Fire Emperor achieved enlightenment through the fire laws. If it were possible to subdue the illusory fire through the fire laws, the Fire Emperor would have done it long ago. It was impossible for no one to have succeeded until now. Chapter 3:12. The Scapegoat. The immortal in front of Long Chen had not sensed his danger. He was in extreme excitement, trying again to communicate with the illusory fire. Coincidentally, Long Chen began to operate the chaotic formula, and when the illusory fire moved a bit, Long Chen stopped the operation. The illusory fire stopped moving again, which made the immortal in front even more excited. The nearby immortals saw the illusory fire moving again, and several secretly launched hidden weapons. A silver needle, a stone, a dart, a small dagger, and a treasure pearl shot toward the immortal in front of Long Chen. Long Chen watched, but didn't intervene, secretly noting these people, planning to be more cautious of them later. Their jealousy was too strong. Bang, bang, bang. The hidden weapons struck the immortal, piercing his heart and head. Several hidden weapons hit multiple vital points. The immortal, who had just been extremely excited, had already let down many of his defenses, and by the time he reacted, it was too late. The smile on his face froze instantly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and regret, as his soul was directly forced out of his body. Chapter 3:13. The Fire Clan Strength. Seeing other immortals take action, he felt relieved. At least he didn't have to act himself, avoiding negative repercussions. At that time, he could just explain that other cultivators couldn't stand seeing him obtain the illusory fire and killed him, which would also serve as a form of advertisement. At the very least, it proved that the illusory fire could indeed be obtained. The opening was not to deceive everyone out of their immortal crystals. The elder of the Fire Clan sneered in the shadows, thinking they were naive to think they could obtain the illusory fire from the Fire Clan. Now their lives would be lost. Just a gold immortal in the early stage, who would think he could survive amid such overwhelming attacks. Boom, boom, boom. All the attacks simultaneously struck the location where Long Chen was, and when the dust settled, a huge pit formed where Long Chen had been. The sound of so many attacks and the battle fluctuations could be heard even by the immortals waiting outside. When the dust cleared, the corpse of the immortal who died in front of Long Chen was reduced to ashes by the bombardment. All the immortals' divine senses were scanning the situation in the pit, and upon detecting no signs of life, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 3:14. Collecting the illusory fire. Is this true? Someone succeeded in communicating with the illusory fire? So what if it's true? Yes, still dead. But this also shows that there is still a chance to obtain the illusory fire. So they had to die. If they didn't die, how could it be our turn? I was still hesitating about whether to sign up, but after hearing this news, I became determined. Not only will I sign up, but I will also do it as soon as possible. The Fire Clan is truly authentic this time. Such an incredible treasure can be obtained for just 20 billion fairy crystals. This opportunity is rare in a millennium. Those waiting in line outside, upon hearing this news, completely forgot about the deaths of the two immortals and began to fantasize about obtaining the illusory fire. Lu Feng, amidst the crowd, noticed that everyone had come out except for Long Chen. Upon hearing about the deaths of the two immortals, he couldn't help but anxiously ask that Elder Huizhen, "Are you sure those two are dead?" Elder Huizhen, satisfied with watching the crowd, suddenly heard such a discordant voice and coldly replied, "Are you questioning me? I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false?" Chapter 3:15. The method of fusion. At that moment, Long Chen was inside the time-space tower, angrily looking at the illusory fire. "Look at the mess you've made. My good time-space tower has been turned into such a huge black hole." Long Chen said coldly, "Hey, there's nothing I can do about it. Besides, this is a Chaos Supreme treasure, so it can restore itself over time. You don't need to worry too much," said the illusory fire. Long Chen looked at the black hole in the space of his time-space tower. Although it could self-repair over time, it still made him feel uncomfortable. "How can I fuse with you without getting hurt?" Long Chen asked. "It's simple. As long as you comprehend the laws of fire to a perfect level, and I willingly fuse with you to help improve your physique, then it can be done. I will cooperate with you, the illusory fire said. Then let's get started. Long Chen said as he sat cross-legged. The illusory fire split off a tiny flame, saying, you need to operate your chaos technique. Otherwise, even this little bit can hurt you. Long Chen followed the illusory fire's advice and immediately activated the chaos technique. Chapter 3:16. Fusing with the illusory fire one by one. They opened their small worlds, allowing the Fire Clan members to search. After searching through all of them, they found no trace of the illusory fire, not even a hint of its aura. Elder Huozhen looked at everyone with a gloomy expression. He couldn't believe the illusory fire had just disappeared. Search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, but find the illusory fire, Elder Huozhen ordered. Elder Huozhen, can we leave now? If you want to leave. No one can leave until the illusory fire is found. Elder Huozhen said, you Fire Clan are too overbearing. We've already proven our innocence. Why can't we leave? Why? Because your suspicion is the greatest. Although we haven't found evidence yet, and even though you've all opened your small worlds for us to check, who can guarantee that there aren't other ways to steal the illusory fire? So, no one leaves until the illusory fire is found. Elder Huozhen declared. Although these people were quite unhappy, they had no choice but to obediently help the Fire Clan search for the illusory fire. The sooner they found it, the sooner they could be free. Chapter 3:17. I will cross a tribulation first, Little Turtle. You can stop now, Long Chen said. Okay, Master, Little Turtle replied. Long Chen stepped out from the time-space tower, standing next to Little Turtle, waiting for the Fire Clan members to catch up. Before long, they all chased up, surrounding Long Chen and Little Turtle in the middle. Kid, it's you? You actually didn't die? Elder Huozhen was surprised to see Long Chen. He had expected him to have turned to dust from the 28 attacks, and was shocked to see him alive, especially since he had previously searched with his divine sense and confirmed there was no life aura from him. Moreover, with Long Chen suddenly appearing, along with Little Turtle's earlier emergence, Elder Huozhen began to suspect that the other party possessed a space-type treasure. What's wrong? Surprised that I didn't die? Want to know why? Long Chen asked. Why? Elder Huozhen confirmed. I won't tell you, Long Chen replied. Elder Huozhen spat out a mouthful of old blood. If you won't tell me, then what good is this? Kid, is the illusory fire with you? Elder Huozhen asked. Do you want to know? Long Chen replied. Elder Huozhen was taken aback. This kid seemed like the type who would refuse to tell him just because he wanted to know. Chapter 3:18. The Fire Emperor's avatar descends, however. Let Huo Wuchang come out to die, and I can spare the others, Long Chen said. Elder Huozhen gave Long Chen a meaningful glance. He called for Huo Wuchang to come over, but it was merely to stabilize Long Chen. He didn't believe Long Chen could pose much of a threat to their Fire Clan. After all, Long Chen's own cultivation was not high, and he was merely relying on the presence of a peak immortal expert by his side. However, this was the headquarters of the Fire Clan. Not to mention the other foundations, there was more than one peak immortal here. Elder Huozhen ordered one of the peak immortals beside him to find Huo Wuchang while he stayed there watching Long Chen. Long Chen stood in the air, enjoying the baptism of the lightning tribulation, continuously absorbing the power of lightning to refine his body. This lightning tribulation was already an enhanced version. The original lightning tribulation wouldn't even be enough to tickle Long Chen. After crossing the lightning tribulation, Long Chen gracefully descended. Little Turtle also immediately emerged from the time-space tower, causing Elder Huozhen, who had been eager to take advantage of the situation to capture Long Chen, to abandon that idea. Big brother, I've finally found you. A voice came from afar, followed by a figure flying towards Long Chen. Chapter 3:19. Burn the entire city. Boom. The illusory fire attacked the opponent's peak immortal, igniting a raging flame. The opponent tried to extinguish it, but no matter what they did, it cannot be put out. Moreover, it wasn't just physical pain. Even their souls could burn. Several peak immortals screamed in agony. The illusory fire, is it really unquenchable? Long Chen asked in confusion. Of course. Using immortal power cannot extinguish it. Unless you use chaotic power or chaos-related treasures, as long as you don't withdraw it, it can keep burning. And the pain isn't just physical, but also spiritual. At their level, they won't die from it anyway. So don't worry, the illusory fire explained. Long Chen's face was filled with frustration. He wasn't worried about whether they would die, but rather wanted to know how effective this attack was. Now he understood that this attack was quite insidious. leaving a group of fire-playing ancestors to only be continuously burned by the fire. However, it was also their ignorance of this attack that caused them not to dodge, but to choose to resist, who knew they couldn't withstand this ghostly thing. For members of the Fire Clan were being burned by the illusory fire, while the others tried every means to extinguish the fire. They used all sorts of methods, but none had any effect. Chapter 320. The Fire Emperor's avatar descends below. The city formed a sea of fire, with eerie blue flames filling the entire city. The entire city was filled with wails, and all the cultivators were rolling in the same manner. "Master, are we done yet? I can't hold on any longer," Little Turtle said. "All right, I've taken care of the situation inside the city," Long Chen replied. The little turtle quickly shrank its body as countless attacks surged towards Long Chen and Yi Qing. Long Chen used the illusory flame to form a wall of fire, consuming their fire attribute attacks. However, for the practitioners of the Fire Clan, each of them cultivated the laws of fire, and none of their attacks could penetrate this wall of fire. "Big brother, you're awesome," Yi Qing praised. "Stop flattering me. Did you see that person? Find a way to capture him." Long Chen pointed at Huo Wuchang and said, "Watch me," Yi Qing replied. However, before Yi Qing could move, a powerful imperial might descended. A gust of wind blew, and all attacks vanished. Soon after, a figure landed before everyone. The members of the Fire Clan all knelt down. "We greet the Fire Emperor." Long Chen and the others had sealed off the city earlier, and the clan leader had informed the Fire Emperor's avatar. Now that the avatar had arrived, they felt emboldened. Chapter 321. Robbing the Fire Emperor's avatar. The Fire Emperor's avatar pulled out the Fire Emperor's token and shoved it in the clan leader's face, angrily saying, "Look, open your eyes and see clearly." The clan leader stared at the token, dumbfounded. He had seen the Fire Emperor's token many times before, and it couldn't be fake. "Fire Emperor, I'm sorry, I thought you were fake," the clan leader mistakenly said. "What is going on? Speak the truth. If there is a single lie, I won't spare you," said the Fire Emperor's avatar. The clan leader stammered and couldn't explain. "I knew you weren't a good thing," the Fire Emperor's avatar said. Then he turned to Long Chen and asked, "I don't know what your demands are. Feel free to say them. Whatever I can do, I will help you." "Oh, there is nothing much, 1/3 of the resources, and then you can go wherever you like," Long Chen said. The Fire Emperor's avatar was dumbfounded. He came here and was robbed of 1/3 of the resources just like that? "This isn't how you deliver goods. Is it? Can you make a little less?" "After the last time, I've been a bit tight on resources," said the Fire Emperor's avatar. Chapter 322. Goodbye to the diviner in this city. All immortals below the golden immortal level had perished, but fortunately, this wasn't all of the Fire Clan's members. The clan leader immediately ordered that anyone who dared to provoke Long Chen again would be expelled from the Fire Clan. Long Chen was an absolute nemesis to their Fire Clan. Their attacks were useless against him. So what was the point? "Big brother, you're still as awesome as before," Yi Qing praised. "Stop flattering me. I know your little schemes. Here, take this fire crystal. This is your share." Long Chen stuffed a fire crystal into Yi Qing's arms and headed towards the Fire Emperor's mansion with the little turtle without looking back. Yi Qing looked at the pitiful fire crystal in his hand, incredulous for a long time before finally putting it away and chasing after them. Has my ability to flatter decreased? Or is my big brother just not buying it anymore? Yi Qing self-doubted. When the three arrived at the Fire Emperor's mansion, the Fire Emperor came out. He was very afraid that his subordinates would offend Long Chen again, as having to compensate again would leave him bankrupt. "Devil Emperor, please come in. I have prepared food and drinks, just waiting for your esteemed presence," said the Fire Emperor's avatar. Chapter 323. The Sea of Law doesn't understand love, big brother. Are we really going to the Buddhist realm? Yi Qing asked. "Yes, why not? It doesn't matter if we go to the central region later. It's fine to check out the Buddhist realm. That guy has some skills, and his calculations are quite accurate," Long Chen replied. "All right, I'll follow you wherever you go," Yi Qing said. Long Chen didn't say much. Since Yi Qing wanted to follow, it was good to have a fighter by his side. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and Lu Buwei had already arrived at the tavern. "Oh, I'm starving. I haven't had meat and drink in a long time," Lu Feng said as he walked into the tavern. "Let's go. We're heading to the Buddhist realm," Long Chen said. "What? Can't we eat a bit before leaving? I feel so hungry after not eating for one meal," Lu Feng said. "You're already an immortal. You've broken your appetite. Even if you don't eat for 10,000 years, you won't starve. We'll eat when we get to the Buddhist realm," Long Chen replied. Lu Feng wore a look of despair, saying the Buddhist realm. Is there even meat to eat there? It's all vegetarian. However, Long Chen had already left, and Lu Feng had no choice but to kick a chicken leg and follow. On the back of the little turtle, Lu Feng asked in confusion, Long Chen, what are we going to the Buddhist realm for? Chapter 324. The unusual Buddhist realm. They continued forward without encountering the same situation again, making Long Chen and Lu Feng feel that it was just a coincidence. As they approached the Buddhist realm, they could hear the sounds of Buddhist chants. The entire Buddhist realm doesn't mean that it's all monks. Everyone believes in Buddhism there. In the Buddhist realm, there's only one power, and there is no second one, which is Lingshan. The entire Buddhist realm is filled with many temples, all managed by Lingshan. Lingshan is overseen by the Buddha, who is currently in the Immortal Demon Passage. Each temple worships the Buddha, which is also the source of his power of belief. This guy had previously wanted to promote Buddhism throughout the Immortal Realm to gain the belief power of the entire Immortal Realm for further advancement. However, he faced resistance from the entire Immortal Realm. Yet, he was unwilling to give up and sent people to the lower realms to spread Buddhist teachings and cultivate followers. However, the strength of the lower realms is too weak. With the Buddha as current cultivation, the belief power he receives is very little. The key is that he is not the only one worshipped in the lower realms. Even if Buddhism is popular there, it still does not meet the Buddha's goals. Why do these people worship the Buddha so much? Can the Buddha really protect them? Lu Feng asked as he looked at the numerous sincere immortals burning incense and praying below. Chapter 325. Violating the precepts you guys don't know, right? The Tao partner of the Sword Mad was caught having an affair with a monk from the Living Buddha Temple. When did this happen? There have been rumors about them before, but why were they suddenly caught? I heard it happen like this. Sword Mad couldn't break through his bottleneck. So his Tao partner went to the Living Buddha Temple to pray for him. The old monk told her that as long as she was willing to sleep with him, the Buddha would bless Sword Mad to break through. Could she really believe that? At first, she didn't believe it, but over time, Sword Mad still couldn't break through, and the old monk kept brainwashing her. In the end, it was probably a case of a dead horse being treated as a live one. So did he break through in the end? No. It's been several years with no effect, until yesterday when Sword Mad discovered it and directly killed his way to the Living Buddha Temple. So what happened now? Now, Sword Mad's body is still lying outside the Living Buddha Temple. I said that bald donkey isn't trustworthy. In the last few decades, more and more incidents have occurred. It used to be fine. I don't know why it has turned into this now. Who knows? People can change. Can you keep adhering to those precepts forever? Chapter 326. 3 bows and 9 knocks they wanted, and you just give it to them? Lu Feng asked. What can we do if we don't give it? At first, the boss didn't want to give it like this. When we argued, the restaurant was smashed that day. We can only say that it's better to avoid trouble. It's better to spend a little on drinks and meat to ward off disaster, the waiter said helplessly. All the monks come here asking for wine and meat. Wouldn't your restaurant go bankrupt? Lu Feng asked. That won't happen. They haven't been that ruthless. There are more than just our restaurant in the city. They won't just target one restaurant. Today they go to this one, tomorrow they go to that one. So on average, each restaurant only has to bear a few monks' requests for wine and meat a day, which they can barely accept, the waiter sighed. Lu Feng couldn't help but admire these monks. They knew where the bottom line was. As long as these restaurants could operate normally, they would let things go. At least what they were doing on the surface was tolerable. It was just that they found it intolerable but weren't evil or unforgivable. If it weren't for their identity, there wouldn't be any significant problems with their actions. Long Chen, where are we going next? Lu Feng asked. A few minutes later, the guarding monk brought over a little monk again. Benefactor, this is our guide, Master Zhu. Amiba, please follow me, Master Zhu said. Long Chen and the others followed this Master Zhu into the Living Buddha Temple. Inside the Living Buddha Temple, everything looked normal. Worshippers offering incense, monks chanting scriptures, and nothing seemed out of place. Master Zhu, what Buddha do you worship here? Long Chen asked. Benefactor, we worship the Buddha, as well as Living Buddha Daokong. Master Zhu said. Is Living Buddha Daokong in the temple? Long Chen asked. Benefactor, Living Buddha Daokong is very busy and may not have time to receive you. Master Zhu said. Long Chen gave Lu Feng a glance, and Lu Feng immediately understood. Master Zhu, you are so young and have such a deep understanding of Buddhist teachings. Living Buddha must value you greatly, right? Lu Feng asked. Benefactor has a good eye. Living Buddha Daokong indeed values me very much, Master Zhu said. Since that's the case, could you help me deliver this small gift to the living Buddha and ask him to accept it? Lu Feng took out a storage ring and handed it to Master Zhu. Long Chen and Lu Feng exchanged glances. It seemed the other party was tempted. Master Zhu led Long Chen and the others to the entrance of the main hall and let them go in by themselves, while he stayed at the door. Long Chen and the others entered the main hall, which was vast and magnificent, with no signs of Buddhist decor inside. Living Buddha Daokong sat high above. If it weren't for a monk dressed in a kasaya, Long Chen and the others would have thought they had entered a wealthy merchant's residence. From the moment they entered, they caught a whiff of the lingering scent of rouge and powder in the air. Although living Buddha Daokong was thin, his eyes were deep and bright. His withered yellow face calm and undisturbed, and his elderly hands were loose-skinned, with interlaced wrinkles and a few dark spots, resting palm up on his thighs. Seeing Long Chen and the others enter, he spoke first, saying, "Benefactor, you have come from afar. Do you have any requests?" Long Chen stared at living Buddha Daokong, not noticing anything unusual. Could it be that I was mistaken? Long Chen thought to himself. Living Buddha Daokong, I came to clarify something, Long Chen said. Benefactor, please ask. I will speak without reservation, living Buddha Daokong said. What the hell is this? Why can't I put it out? Feng Mo said anxiously. Tell me how you got to the Immortal Realm, and I'll let you go, Long Chen said. Ha 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 ha. Do you think this little fire can trouble me? Feng Mo laughed. Suddenly, the demonic energy in the main hall grew thicker. Feng Mo transformed into a ball of burning demonic energy, and in the next moment, Feng Mo appeared from the demonic energy behind Long Chen and struck at him with a palm. Bang! It was a solid punch, shaking the entire living Buddha temple. Little Turtle helped Long Chen block the attack. If it weren't for the protective array in this main hall, the strong shockwave would have been enough to destroy the entire hall. However, even so, the hall's array was on the verge of collapse. Divine Beast Xuanwu? Where did you come from? Feng Mo was extremely shocked. Wan Yiqing was already difficult enough, and now a divine beast had appeared. How was he supposed to fight? Although he used demonic energy to counter the false fire attack of the other party, the current situation was still very unfavorable for him. You have a good eye. You recognize this handsome guy at a glance, Little Turtle said. Long Chen sat cross-legged and began to operate the chaotic technique, causing a large amount of demonic energy to surge towards him. How is this possible? How can you absorb demonic energy and still be perfectly fine? Feng Mo was astonished. But the next moment, something even more surprising happened because Long Chen not only remained unharmed, but was also continuously increasing his cultivation. Who exactly are you? Are you also one of my demonic tribe? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to use demonic energy to enhance your cultivation. Feng Mo asked, but no one responded to him. All that answered him was the increasingly thin demonic energy. Feng Mo began to panic. If Long Chen really absorbed all the demonic energy here, they would be unable to resurrect. If that happened, death would be death. Stop it! Feng Mo shouted desperately. Long Chen not only did not stop, but he also accelerated the absorption speed. Seeing this, Feng Mo suddenly went berserk and struck toward Long Chen. However, Long Chen was now protected by Little Turtle, and he couldn't just kill him as he wished. Little Turtle shielded Long Chen, standing in front of him, and countered with a claw. Long Chen was unaffected by Feng Mo's attack and continued to absorb the demonic energy, which was now becoming very thin. Some demons had already died and could not be revived. Long Chen sensed that those cultivators with demonic energy were hiding in the crowd, occasionally stirring the emotions of other cultivators. You come out. Long Chen pointed at a man in the crowd. Me? Why should I come out? The man retorted. I asked you to come out, so come out. What is their question? Long Chen said coldly. The man walked out from the crowd to the front, saying, I'm out. What is the matter? I warn you, so many cultivators are watching here. Don't think you can do anything to me. Are you feeling anxious inside? I called you out. Did I say I would do anything to you? Long Chen asked. You want to deal with me, so why did you call me out? The man questioned. Of course, it's because you are a demon. Am I right? Long Chen said as he grabbed the man's neck and said coldly, What? How could he possibly be a demon? Just a moment ago, he was very eager to deal with the demons. And now the cultivators on site were stirred up by Long Chen's words. Yes, immortal. Are you misunderstanding something? I can guarantee he is not a demon. If he is a demon, I'll eat excrement on the spot. Chapter 332. The current state of Spirit Mountain. Long Chen. Should we find the remaining demons in this city? Lu Feng asked. Long Chen shook his head and said, only I could distinguish these demons. The Buddhist realm is so vast. Do you want to work me to death? The urgent task now is to go to Spirit Mountain and see. I suspect Spirit Mountain is similar to this place. No way, if Spirit Mountain is like this. It's unimaginable. What we call the Buddhist realm then? We might as well call it the demon realm, Lu Feng said. Right now, I only suspect the Buddhist realm is like this. As for other realms, it's still uncertain. If other realms have also become like this, do you think the Immortal Realm can still exist? Long Chen said. This is a bit serious. Lu Feng frowned and said, let's go to Spirit Mountain and find out. Long Chen said. Long Chen and his group got back on the back of the little turtle and headed towards Spirit Mountain. Long Chen, do you see the city below? Are there demons present? Lu Feng asked. Long Chen nodded and said, yes, indeed. Throughout our journey, the cities we passed through have hidden many demons. Most of the temples in these cities are demons. It seems these demons have infiltrated deeply, and this is not a matter of a day or two. Someone must have colluded with the demon clan. Chapter 333. The Sword of Gods and Demons. Okay, once you finish your business, contact me. I'll be waiting for you in the western region, Lu Feng said. The group went their separate ways to handle their tasks, as Long Chen instructed. Long Chen then headed to the central region, riding on Xiao Wu this time. After awakening from another slumber, Xiao Wu had reached the level of a mortal king. A loud dragon roar echoed as it turned around in place and soared into the sky. In the Immortal Realm, seeing dragons is not uncommon, but most of them are black dragons, blue dragons, and golden dragons. However, it has never been seen that a five-clawed golden dragon is someone else's mount. Long Chen stood at the dragon's head, looking down with an imposing aura that looked down upon the world. In a cold pond at Longhu Mountain in the central region, a sword was currently breaking through its seal. However, this seal was strengthened by the power of several Immortal Emperors. Although it had weakened significantly over the past few thousand years, it was still not easy to break through. For over 2,000 years, the Sword of Gods and Demons had attempted to break through the seal periodically. Now, sensing Long Chen's aura, it became even more agitated. But this time was different. Recently, there was a fortune teller in the central region who was proclaiming that the Sword of Gods and Demons was about to emerge. Chapter 334. This is my brother. Need to add money. Grim Reaper, don't be too excessive. Ling Xiao said coldly. What if I am excessive? Do you want to put Ling Xiao Pavilion on the wanted list? The Grim Reaper replied. The darkness controls the wanted list. If Ling Xiao Pavilion is listed on it, then the disciples of Ling Xiao Pavilion will face endless pursuit when they go out in the future. Grim Reaper, here are 10 billion immortal crystals. If you help us kill Long Chen, it's all yours. How about that? Li Xiaoyao said. Li Xiaoyao. Get clear, this is my brother. The Grim Reaper said. You bloodthirsty people. What do you know about brothers? Do you think brothers are more important? Or are immortal crystals more important? Li Xiaoyao said. No way. That would require more money. The Grim Reaper said. Ling Xiao Pavilion will add another 10 billion immortal crystals. Our Yaoqi Sacred Sect will also add 10 billion immortal crystals. Our Snowflake Immortal Sect will add 10 billion immortal crystals. Our Clear Water Immortal Sect will add 10 billion immortal crystals. The dozen or so immortal sects present all increased their bids of immortal crystals. Brother, I'm sorry, but their total adds up to over 100 billion immortal crystals. And I cannot resist the temptation, the Grim Reaper said. It's your freedom. It's foolish not to earn immortal crystals. If they want to give you immortal crystals, I can't stop you from accepting, Long Chen said with a smile. Chapter 335. Dragon Emperor. If you remain stubborn, then we will have to kill you as well. Ling Xiao said coldly. Lai, wise men adjust their strategies. Step aside. Let's pretend what just happened never occurred. If you keep being stubborn, don't blame us for being ruthless, Li Xiaoyao said. You talk nonsense. Our dragon clan has taken so many years to produce a five-clawed golden dragon. We cannot let you slaughter it. Otherwise, where will our dragon clan's dignity go? Lai said. Fine, I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can convince this five-clawed golden dragon to leave with you, we won't make it difficult for you, Li Xiaoyao said. Lai's face showed a hint of joy. As long as he could save this five-clawed golden dragon, that was enough. As for Long Chen, it was none of his business whether he lived or died. Long Chen, your death has nothing to do with me. Just hand over this five-clawed golden dragon to me, and I guarantee its future will be limitless, Aolai said. If it wants to leave with you, I have no problem. The question is, does it want to leave with you? Long Chen said. The five-clawed golden dragon is born as the royalty of the dragon clan. Now that there is no five-clawed golden dragon in the dragon clan, this five-clawed golden dragon will be their future king. Chapter 336. The Grim Reaper Harvests. Li Xiaoyao's fall caused panic among the people nearby. At this moment, there was a hint of surprise and chaos in their eyes. Seizing this opportunity, Long Chen shot out 2 flames of illusion. Ling Xiao looked at the flames of illusion attacking him, and the energy contained was indeed not impressive. He casually cast a barrier to prevent the flames from reaching him. Lu Shuiqing from the Clearwater sect also looked down on the flames of illusion, believing that an attack that couldn't even affect space could be easily dispelled with a wave. But they were wrong. Neither Lu Shuiqing's casual wave nor Ling Xiao's protective barrier could stop the flames of illusion. Moreover, they didn't take the flames of illusion seriously at all and were focused on being wary of the Grim Reaper. When the flames of illusion reached them, they only then realized, but it was too late. Boom! The flames of illusion exploded on their bodies, instantly igniting them. The two let out a miserable scream, while Li Xiaoyao remained calm, channeling his immortal power to his hand, which manifested a layer of frost. He then stroked downwards. Chapter 337. The Sword of Gods and Demons emerges. Aolai was also quite cunning, entangling with them like this. If anyone wanted to retreat, he would latch onto them. These people had to guard against the Grim Reaper's hunt while also fighting Aolai, making it difficult to exert their full strength. From time to time, there were also sneak attacks from Long Chen's flames of illusion. Having witnessed the power of Long Chen's flames before, no one wanted to get involved. Although they were numerous, they were now at a disadvantage. The Grim Reaper's hunts became increasingly frequent, and more people fell. Long Chen, can we surrender? What conditions would allow you to let us go? Just say it, one person pleaded. Oh, you could just kill yourselves? Long Chen said indifferently. You don't regret it, the person said fiercely. Suddenly, the man charged towards Long Chen's direction, his body expanding instantly. Ha ha! Since you are unwilling to reconcile with us, we might as well die together. The man laughed madly. Everyone widened their eyes at him, not expecting this man to be so bold as to self-destruct over a disagreement. Before he could expand to the extreme, the little turtle slapped him with a claw, turning him into a mist of blood before he even had a chance to react. Chapter 338. Breaking the contract. Long Chen, you've killed all those people. Shouldn't you treat me to a drink? The god of death said. All right, I'll treat you to a good drink, one you've definitely never had, Long Chen replied. In this world, there's no drink that I, the god of death, haven't tasted. If you don't believe me, go find 2 spirit beasts, and we'll roast meat and drink together. I think this golden dragon looks pretty good. What do you think? It's been a long time since I had dragon meat, the god of death said, licking his lips as he looked at Aolai. God of death, don't go too far, don't think I'm afraid of you. Aolai retorted angrily. Oh, why not give it a try? If you lose, we'll eat you. If you win, I'll let you go, the god of death said. Oof, I'm not coming. Aolai snorted coldly. You're scared, the god of death said. I'm not scared. Aolai insisted stubbornly. If you're not scared, then go catch 2 spirit beasts. If not, I'll make you the dish, the god of death said. If you want to eat spirit beast meat, just say so. I'll go get you some, Aolai said, flying out. At the top of Dragon Mountain, Long Chen and the god of death were roasting a few snow wolves that Aolai had caught. What's this? You're not trying to poison me, are you? The god of death asked as he watched Long Chen sprinkle something from a small jar onto the wolf meat. Chapter 339. Refining the Demon Pearl. After Xiao Wu and Aolai left, Long Chen found a cave to enter seclusion and refine the Demon Pearls. The refining of the Demon Pearls involved Long Chen using absorbed demonic energy and special techniques to create a Demon Pearl. When the Demon Pearl got close to demonic energy, it would resonate. This time, Long Chen refined a total of 2,000 Demon Pearls, and this was done in the Time and Space Tower, while only a day had passed in the outside world. When Long Chen exited his seclusion, the god of death was waiting at the cave entrance. How many Demon Pearls did you refine? The god of death asked. 2,000, not more, not less. You can make do with these for now. I'll refine more when I have time, Long Chen said, handing the refined Demon Pearls to the god of death. So fast, 2,000 is already quite a lot. Do you expect my people to go looking for the demon race? Are we supposed to just stop working in the Dark Council? The god of death said, free labor. Why not use it? You can handle these matters. I need to rush to the Buddhist domain and seal it off as soon as possible. If those demons manage to escape, it won't be fun, Chen said. All right, see you later. I'll find you in the Buddhist domain once I'm done. The god of death said before disappearing from his space. Chapter 340. Setting up defensive arrays, Lord Demon Emperor. It's unfair. How could I collude with the demon race? The strength of the Western region is inherently weak, and a few war generals have gone to the Immortal Demon Passage, leaving me with no one to mobilize. The avatar of the Western Emperor complained. It was true that the Western region was weaker compared to other regions, and being vast with a sparse population made it difficult to defend. That is no excuse for your inaction. Hurry up and send people to guard it. I will also stay in the Western region to help you. You must produce an imperial weapon to build a defensive array, Chen coldly stated. Yes, with your help. Lord Demon Emperor, I will feel at ease. I will send people to guard the borders right away. The avatar of the Western Emperor said. Good. Hurry and take people over. I'll first visit the fire domain. If I come back and see you still idle, then you won't need to exist anymore. Chen said coldly. Yes, I won't let you down. The avatar of the Western Emperor quickly ordered people to head to the border between the Western region and the Buddhist domain. Meanwhile, Chen and Lu Feng rushed towards the fire domain. Although the situation there was still under control, it urgently needed to resolve the array issues and distinguish between cultivators and demons. Saving one was better than none. Chapter 341. Arrogance in the Western region. The avatar of the Western Emperor led his people into fierce conflict with those coming from the Buddhist domain. However, the battle here was not going as well. Many defensive lines had already been breached, and numerous cultivators from the Buddhist domain had entered the Western region. Additionally, the Western region's vastness and sparse population made searching for them quite difficult. Bai Qi, it's up to you, Chen said. Without hesitation, Bai Qi released his imperial might, which pressed down on everyone. Is this the second Immortal Emperor? Where did this Immortal Emperor come from? Why have we never seen him before? Damn it, we were about to succeed. Where did this Immortal Emperor come from? The avatar of the Western Emperor could still rely on many peak immortal sovereigns to hold back or even kill them. However, this Immortal Emperor was clearly different. His strength was far superior to that of the avatar of the Western Emperor. Everyone retreated 5 miles. Those who disobey will be killed. Bai Qi said coldly. The cultivators from the Western region retreated one after another, while those from the Buddhist domain did not. Only a portion retreated. Others were unwilling to back down, feeling that they had finally breached the defensive line, and this retreat would mean it was all for nothing. Chapter 342. The Immortal Emperors go missing this time. I stand with Chen. I don't know how he was before, but if it weren't for him, we would have a hard time getting back to the Western region, probably not dying, but definitely losing a layer of skin. Who says otherwise? Although he and I have had grievances in the past, that was over 2,000 years ago, I should let it go. With such a person in the human race, the human race will surely prosper. That makes sense. Although he has fallen in cultivation this time, with his talent, it won't be a problem for him to become an Immortal Emperor again. The future era still belongs to him. Didn't you see that even the Immortal Emperor level figures listen to him? They obediently stand by his side, even if he doesn't become an Immortal Emperor. How many dare to provoke him now? Everyone discussed animatedly, feeling immensely grateful to Chen for saving them this time. Western Emperor, take out your imperial weapon. We also need to build a defensive array here, Chen said to the avatar of the Western Emperor. No problem, I've been prepared for a long time. The avatar of the Western Emperor took out a shield, which was perfect for reinforcing the defensive array. With the reinforcement of this imperial weapon shield, the defensive array here would be more stable than that in the fire domain. Chapter 343. A thought becomes a demon, don't worry. Since the demon race hasn't broken in yet, it should mean that nothing major has happened, Chen comforted. The Immortal Demon Passage, ISN, something you can just enter or exit. Each entry and exit requires ample preparation. The entrance and exit of the Immortal Demon Passage are in the Eastern region, but that's merely the entrance. To reach the true Immortal Demon Passage, one must pass through a period of chaotic time and space, and one could easily get lost inside. Currently, the situation of several Immortal Emperors in the Immortal Demon Passage is indeed not optimistic, as they have all simultaneously fallen into each other's traps and entered a confinement array. At this moment, they were strenuously resisting wave after wave of assault from the demon race, leaving them no time to respond to their messages. They are exhausted and struggling to protect themselves, each suffering varying degrees of injuries. Buddha, you bastard! How could you betray us and the celestial realm? The Fire Emperor shouted angrily. Indeed, the reason they fell into this trap was their excessive trust in the Buddha. If it weren't for the Buddha's words, they wouldn't have been caught in this snare. Ha ha, aren't you the same? Wasn't this how you dealt with Chen back in the day? Thankfully, you greedy people were willing to go after him. Otherwise, how could it have come to this, killing the most promising talent to ascend to the heavenly emperor? Otherwise, the demon race wouldn't dare to launch a large-scale attack, the Buddha said. Chapter 344. A tiger does what a tiger must even if we tell Chen. Can he come to save us? Remember, we once besieged him together, the Southern Emperor said. Don't worry, I believe Chen is not that kind of person. In the face of the greater good of the human race, I trust he will know what to do, the Northern Emperor said. The problem is, how can we contact our avatars now? I've tried many times, but it was useless, the Demon Emperor said. Yeah, if we can't make contact, there's no point in talking. The Fire Emperor replied. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, none of them had a good plan. If they could contact someone, they would have done so already. At this moment, their only hope was that Chen would come to rescue them. This was their last hope. Before they left the base in the Celestial Demon Passage, they had already instructed that no one was allowed to leave without their orders. The base was now surrounded by the demon race, making it very difficult to investigate the situation. They had also lost contact with the base, so even sending a message to the Celestial Realm was extremely challenging. Inside the base, several generals were also anxious. Being surrounded by the demon race without being attacked was one thing. The key issue was that their Celestial Emperors were unreachable, and all the Celestial Emperors had collectively disappeared. Chapter 345. Searching for Chen. I don't know the specifics. The several Celestial Emperors left together and didn't tell us what they were going to do. They just instructed us not to go out, the Tiger Head General said. Then this is troublesome. We can't even contact our avatars. Have you searched for them? The Demon Emperor's avatar asked. No, we can't get out. We've been blocked by the demon race. The only way to search is to break through the siege, the Tiger Head General said. Has it gotten this serious? Perhaps only Chen can help us now, the Demon Emperor's avatar said solemnly. Chen? The problem is, will he be willing to help? He has enmity with several Celestial Emperors. It will be good enough if he doesn't kick us when we're down, the Tiger Head General said. He shouldn't. When it comes to dealing with the demon race, everyone's interests are aligned. Besides, the demon race has recently emerged in the Celestial Realm. It was Chen who dealt with it, the Demon Emperor's avatar said. What? The demon race has appeared in the Celestial Realm? How is that possible? The Tiger Head General said incredulously. They were guarding the Celestial Demon Passage well, so it's impossible for the demon race to get through. Now you're telling me the demon race has appeared in the Celestial Realm? I can't believe it, he said. Chapter 346. A different law time is of the essence. Everyone hurry back to make arrangements. The sooner we find Chen, the sooner we can get his help. After all, we don't know how much longer the emperors can hold out, the Northern Emperor's avatar said. After everyone left, the Western Emperor's avatar hurried to the backyard. If he had said Chen was at his house, these people would have torn his house apart. Young Master Lu, is Chen still in seclusion? The Western Emperor's avatar asked. What's wrong? Do you have something to find Chen about? Lu Feng asked. Well, there is indeed something, the Western Emperor's avatar said. He hasn't come out yet, Lu Feng said. Then when will he come out? Can you help me notify him? It's urgent, the Western Emperor's avatar said. I can't help you with that. There's nothing we can do. When Chen is in seclusion, none of us can contact him. You can wait here, or I can tell you when he comes out, Lu Feng said. All right, then I'll wait here, the Western Emperor's avatar said. After a month of seclusion, 100 months passed in the time-space tower, and Chen successfully reached the mid-stage of the Celestial King Realm. Chapter 347. The price the Western Emperor's avatar smiled wryly. It was true that Chen had enmity with these Celestial Emperors, and this was not something he could resolve, as he was merely an avatar. Although you have grievances with them, for the future of the Celestial Realm, I believe you won't stand by and do nothing, the Western Emperor's avatar said. Using the future of the Celestial Realm to morally bind me? I don't like being threatened, Chen said coldly. No, I'm just analyzing the pros and cons. After all, if the Celestial Realm is gone, it won't be good for you either. Once the Celestial Realm is occupied, you will have nowhere to go, the Western Emperor's avatar said. Whether I have a place to go or not is not your concern. And even if they die, it doesn't mean the Celestial Realm will fall. Does the Celestial Realm stop operating just because they are gone? Chen sneered. The Western Emperor's avatar was momentarily speechless. If you want me to save them, that's not impossible, but you may not be willing to pay the price, Chen said. I don't know about others, but as for me, as long as I can do it, just let me know, and I will do my best, the Western Emperor's avatar said. Chapter 348. Hidden Dangers. Chen laughed. What use do I have for your life? What benefit is it to me? Then what conditions do you need? I will make all the resources of the Western region available to you. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you, the Western Emperor's avatar said. How about this? Just hand over all your resources, and I will save your Lord Emperor's life, Chen said. Thank you. I will go get the resources now, the Western Emperor's avatar said. And what about you? 10 billion celestial crystals? Do you think I'm begging for money? Go back where you came from, Chen said, looking at the other Celestial Emperor's avatars. The expressions on the faces of the other Celestial Emperor's avatars were uglier than if they had eaten pig dung. I can offer all my resources. Please save my Lord Emperor, the Demon Emperor's avatar said. With the Demon Emperor's avatar's concession, the other Celestial Emperor's avatars had to yield as well. I, from the northern region, am also willing to offer all my resources. I, from the southern region, am also willing to offer all my resources. I, from the misty region, am also willing to offer all my resources. I, from the eastern region, am also willing to offer all my resources. I, from the fire region, am also willing to offer all my resources. Chapter 349. The Eternal Emperor. Don't worry. After you go to the Celestial Demon Passage, I won't make any random moves. I guarantee I won't go against the southern region, the Southern Emperor's avatar said. Oof. What use is your guarantee? Who knows if you'll keep your word? The Northern Emperor's avatar said. If I don't keep my word, feel free to deal with me however you want, the Southern Emperor's avatar said. Do you think we're fools? Hurry up. Either you surrender, or once we take action, you will have no more chances, the Fire Emperor's avatar said. The Southern Emperor's avatar frowned and pondered for a moment, saying, How can I trust you? Will you let me go when you return? You can only trust us. Do you still have a choice now? The avatar of the Northern Emperor sneered. The avatar of the Southern Emperor fell silent. He indeed lacked the qualifications to negotiate. The four of them had joined forces and had long blocked his escape route. Now, he couldn't flee even if he wanted to. Either he would be killed on the spot, or he would have to choose to compromise. The avatar of the Southern Emperor gradually withdrew his imposing aura and directly admitted defeat. Living is better than being killed on the spot. Now, he could only hope that they would fulfill their promise and spare him after coming out of the Immortal Demon Passage. Chapter 350. The Pig-Headed Little Warrior. This time, Chen and the others took an interstellar battleship to the Immortal Demon Passage, which was much better than flying through the chaotic time and space, preventing them from becoming very embarrassed. After 7 days and nights, Chen and the others finally arrived at the Immortal Realm base within the Immortal Demon Passage. As soon as the interstellar battleship stopped, the warriors in the base surrounded them. Chen, why are you here? Didn't you die? The Tiger Brain warrior exclaimed in surprise. Why are you not dead? What are you here for? The Battle Heaven warrior asked. Since Chen returned to the Immortal Realm, they had been in the Immortal Demon Passage and hadn't returned to the Immortal Realm. For them, as long as the Immortal Emperors didn't mention it, they wouldn't know what was happening in the Immortal Realm. Chen being alive surprised them, and even the nearby avatars of several Immortal Emperors overlooked their presence. What? You're surprised that I'm not dead? Disappointed? Chen retorted. The warriors present instantly erupted with momentum, preparing to take action against Chen. Seeing this situation, the avatars of several Immortal Emperors were alarmed. If they really acted, if they angered Chen, none of them would survive, especially since Chen was invited to help them. Chapter 351. Unseen Cultivation. Who do you think will win? I guess it must be the Earth-escaping warrior. After all, the underground is his main battlefield. I don't think so. If Qing wasn't confident, he wouldn't be so foolish to fight him underground. This is hard to say. Maybe he is just young and fearless. It's normal not to know the severity of the situation. These warriors were watching the show, discussing who could win this battle. While they were debating, a scream suddenly came from underground, and then a figure shot up into the sky. This is Qing. When they saw the figure clearly, they saw Qing holding a bloody head, standing in the air. Qing threw down the head of the Earth-escaping warrior and coldly said, Who else? Qing, you actually dare to kill him? Are you seeking death? The battle heaven warrior exclaimed. I killed him, so what? Are you going to avenge him? Yi Qing replied. Come at me. The battle heaven warrior soared into the sky, attacking Yi Qing. Long Chen. Yi Qing probably can't defeat him. Should I intervene? Bai Qi asked. Not for now. Let him hone his skills. This kid has been growing under protection. Some hardship is good for him, Long Chen said. Chapter 352. Turn in a blood mist smack. Bai Qi slapped the battle heaven warrior hard. A large area of blood mist formed in the air and then drifted down. With just one slap, Bai Qi turned the battle heaven warrior into blood mist, completely shattering his soul. The warriors below gaped, frozen in place, staring blankly at the blood rain falling from the sky. The battle heaven warrior died, just like that. He couldn't even withstand a single slap. I can't withstand a slap either. What if he wants to kill us? If he wants to kill us, we also can't withstand a slap. Do you think you can escape? Everyone looked at Bai Qi, who stood proudly in the air, trembling with fear, as if they would be turned into blood mist at any moment. Fortunately, Bai Qi merely cast a faint glance at them, then picked up the severely injured Yi Qing and returned to Long Chen's side, which relieved them all. At least Bai Qi didn't seem to hold it against them. Brother, I embarrassed you, Yi Qing said weakly. Don't mention embarrassment. Focus on healing well in the time-space tower and reflect on the gains from this battle. That's what's most important, Long Chen said as he took Yi Qing inside. Chapter 353. Surrounding the demon clan, what is the plan? Holding them off isn't a problem. After they surround us, we won't be doing nothing either. The earth-escaping warrior has been digging tunnels below. We can send people to surround them from behind. But since I've been back in the Immortal Realm for a while, I don't know how far the tunnels have been dug, the Tiger Head warrior said. That little dwarf who was just killed by Yi Qing? Now that he is dead, see if the tunnel is open. If it is, this is indeed a feasible plan. Long Chen said. Brain brother, come here. The Tiger Head warrior called. What is up, Tiger Head brother? Any orders? The Tiger Brain warrior asked. How is the tunnel? Take us down to take a look, the Tiger Head warrior said. It was finished yesterday. We were just preparing to send people out to find the Emperor Lords when you arrived, the Tiger Brain warrior replied. That is great. Quickly take me down to see how many people we can send over, the Tiger Head warrior said excitedly. Fortunately, it was just finished. Otherwise, we need to find someone to keep digging. Long Chen followed them down into the tunnel. He had to admit that the earth-escaping warrior was indeed capable. The passages below were interconnected and chaotic, but in reality, all the paths led to different places. Chapter 354. Blood Demon Sovereign's Distress. When the Blood Demon Emperor received the distress signal from the Blood Demon Sovereign, his face turned extremely grim. They had already reached a critical moment, and now there was a problem on the Blood Demon Sovereign side. If it were another demon clan, he could ignore it. But the Blood Demon Sovereign was his only son. Bastard, where did that treasure tower come from that can absorb demonic energy? The Blood Demon Emperor said angrily. Blood Emperor, what is wrong? The Buddha asked in confusion. Tell me, do you have a treasure tower that can absorb demonic energy? The Blood Demon Emperor asked coldly. No. If we had one, we would have used it long ago. Why wait until now to bring it out? The Buddha replied. Do you think the Blood Demon Sovereign would lie to me? You better not be fooling me. The Blood Demon Emperor fumed. Oh no, that treasure tower might belong to Long Chen. Didn't he have a treasure tower before? It disappeared when we surrounded and killed him. Now that he is back in the Immortal Realm, if it shows up at this time, it's most likely his. The Buddha realized suddenly. The expression on the Blood Demon Emperor's face eased slightly at this moment. Are you saying that treasure tower belongs to Long Chen? He has already entered the Immortal Demon Passage? The Blood Demon Emperor asked. Chapter 355. The Buddha arrives at the battlefield. Yes, you are correct, but I didn't expect him to be able to be this troublesome. Long Chen said. As they spoke, the Buddha arrived at the battlefield with 2 Liang demons and wolf demons. Upon reaching the battlefield, the Buddha did not immediately join the fray. The 3 stood in the air, coldly observing what was happening below. Long Chen, I know you're here. Old friend, why not come out and talk? The Buddha called out. Old bald donkey, it's been a while since we last met. I didn't expect you to have allied with the demons. What about your claim of saving all beings? Is this how you do it? Long Chen also flew out of the protective array of the Immortal Realm base, gazing at the Buddha from a distance. The demon race is also a part of all beings. In my eyes, they're all the same, so where does the notion of allegiance come from? The Buddha said, those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. You, old bald donkey, cannot be unaware of this principle. You also know what will happen when they enter the Immortal Realm. Long Chen stated. Knowing or not knowing, what difference does it make? I am here for the Buddha's light to shine upon countless worlds, not just a mere immortal realm. Their sacrifice today can bring happiness to thousands of worlds. So their deaths are heavier than Mount Tai, the Buddha said. Chapter 356. Give me the alms bowl. Blood demon sovereign looked at the Buddha bringing people to save him and felt a glimmer of hope. He thought he was destined to die, but at this moment he saw hope. At this time, he gazed at the void, paying attention to the outcome within it, as this outcome concerned his life. It's your turn now. Catch that blood demon sovereign first, Long Chen said. Okay, rescuing, it must be a big catch. Indicating that the higher-ups of the demon race value him, the Eternal Life Emperor said. The Eternal Life Emperor controlled his puppet, slowly approaching the blood demon sovereign. No one noticed anything unusual. At this moment, the puppet exuded no aura, appearing as an ordinary person. Especially since everyone's attention was on the void. Who would pay attention to such an ordinary puppet? This puppet, after the Eternal Life Emperor advanced to Emperor, had been upgraded and transformed. Now it possessed Imperial-level strength, comparable to the avatars of those Immortal Emperors. Although its strength wasn't very high, it was sufficient to deal with the Blood Demon Sovereign, especially since the Blood Demon Sovereign had no significant defenses, making it easy to capture. Your puppet technique is quite good. Standing far away, the puppet does everything for you. Even if there are unexpected events, you would only lose one puppet at most, Long Chen praised. Chapter 357. Annihilate the demon race, since that's the case. Then there's nothing to discuss, right? Kill this blood demon emperor for me, Long Chen said coldly. The Eternal Life Emperor cooperated very well and immediately controlled the puppet, preparing to strangle the blood demon emperor. At this moment, the Buddha panicked. If the blood demon sovereign died, he wouldn't have a good outcome either. And even the blood demon emperor wouldn't spare him. This put the Buddha in a very passive position, more so than if his son were captured. If it were his son, he would have given up long ago. Now, his treasured alms bowl was gone, and the person had yet to be saved. Wait, the Buddha said. Upon hearing the Buddha's stop, the Eternal Life Emperor halted his actions, but everything was ready. All it needed was a command. And the puppet could easily annihilate the blood demon sovereign. Buddha, damn it, quickly save me. If I die, my father won't spare you either. The blood demon sovereign shouted in panic. He was originally sent by the blood demon emperor to gain power. Although his cultivation was not low and his combat strength was decent, his cowardly personality, he didn't know who he inherited it from. Shut up. Don't think I don't want to save you. I lost my alms bowl just to save you, the Buddha angrily retorted. Chapter 358. Rescuing the Emperors. Long Chen led by Qi, the Eternal Life Emperor, the North Emperor's avatar, the Mysterious Woman Emperor's avatar, the East Emperor's avatar, and the Fire Emperor's avatar, following the Buddha to the places where several Immortal Emperors were trapped. As for the Blood Demon Emperor, he was being held by the Eternal Life Emperor's puppet. Half an hour later, they arrived at the location where several Immortal Emperors were trapped. Emperor! The four avatars shouted in unison, wanting to rescue their own emperor. The battle within the trap formation had long ceased. When the Blood Demon Emperor knew an exchange was to take place, he ordered the demons to retreat. Haha, Long Chen, I knew you would come to save us. The North Emperor exclaimed happily. Long Chen, it's been a long time. The Blood Demon Emperor greeted Long Chen as soon as he saw him. Long time no see. Blood Demon Emperor, I didn't expect you to have a son, hidden so deep, Long Chen said. In the last life, Long Chen had quite a bit of interaction with the Blood Demon Emperor, although the Blood Demon Emperor's strength wasn't as strong as Long Chen's in the last life. This guy could resurrect infinitely, making him impossible to kill. Long Chen thus suffered quite a bit at his hands. This guy would rather kill himself than let Long Chen severely injure him and suppress him. Chapter 359. The Fate of the South Emperor. Long Chen, I want to kill you. The Blood Demon Emperor screamed hysterically. The South Emperor, hearing the Blood Demon Emperor's cries, grew increasingly anxious. He understood that the more miserable the Blood Demon Emperor's cries were, the worse his own fate would be. If Long Chen didn't rescue the others, it would be fine. At least the Immortal Emperors could unite to resist. Now he was left alone, utterly defenseless. In just a few minutes, the South Emperor cursed Long Chen hundreds of times in his heart. He still couldn't figure out why Long Chen targeted him specifically. Clearly, he could have saved himself but deliberately chose not to. Although he had enmity with Long Chen, That enmity wasn't unique to him. Other immortal emperors had grievances as well. He wanted to ask Long Chen why he didn't save him and why he left him in this demon cave. Dad, quickly help me put out the fire? What kind of fire is this? It's so torturous. The blood demon sovereign pleaded. Dad, I'm the same. I don't know what kind of fire Long Chen found. I've tried everything, and nothing works, the blood demon emperor said. As the blood demon emperor was being tormented to the brink of death, he saw the South Emperor still in the formation, and his anger grew even more. This South Emperor must have a grudge against Long Chen. Leaving such a useless thing behind, unable to restrain Long Chen, resulted in their current predicament. Chapter 360. The Immortal Demon Body Cooperate? What qualifications do you have to cooperate with me now? Apart from being a bit stronger, what value do you have? We, the demon race, do not lack people like you, the Blood Demon Emperor said. I know how to cross the Immortal Demon Passage to reach the Immortal Realm. I don't know if that's enough. The South Emperor sneered. The Blood Demon Emperor immediately became energized and asked, Is that true? Absolutely true. I guarantee that no one else knows this route. Only I know, the South Emperor stated. South Emperor, when did you discover another route? Why didn't I know about it? The Buddha asked. Over the years, he had colluded with the demon race, gradually sending them into the Immortal Realm, not knowing how difficult it was. The key was that the strongest he sent was only a low-level demon emperor, which was far from enough. It was impossible to transport powerful demons. Even low-level demon emperors didn't have suitable bodies to match. The last one sacrificed one of his own avatars. You certainly wouldn't know. I know this matter. Do you expect me to tell you? The South Emperor coldly laughed. What are your demands? The Blood Demon Emperor asked. Just 2 requests. You must find a way to help me extinguish the fire on me. And secondly, after conquering the Immortal Realm and capturing Long Chen, you must hand him over to me, the South Emperor said. Chapter 361. Peak of Immortal Sovereign a year later, when Long Chen emerged from his seclusion. The outside world was already filled with rolling calamity clouds, with both the Immortal Monarch Tribulation and the Immortal Sovereign Tribulation descending together. The overlapping tribulations were nothing more than a tickle for Long Chen at this point. He stood in the air, allowing the tribulations to strike him. That's Long Chen. What kind of monster is he? Just a year ago, he was only at the Immortal King level. Even if he has restored his cultivation, this is too terrifying. He came out of seclusion and is already at the peak of Immortal Sovereign. People are really infuriating. I feel like I've trained to be a dog. Do you think he will take the opportunity to ascend and become an emperor? Probably not. I guess he will take it slow. Him becoming an emperor is already a done deal, and delaying it a bit will allow his foundation to be more stable. The immortals below watched Long Chen's tribulation and discussed among themselves. Most of them felt envy, as they couldn't really be jealous of Long Chen. After all, he was merely restoring his cultivation, having been an immortal emperor long ago. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon Emperor and the Southern Emperor had already returned to the Immortal Demon Path and were exploring another route to the Immortal Realm. Southern Emperor, do you mean we can reach the Immortal Realm from this cave? The Blood Demon Emperor asked, looking at the unremarkable thorny cave before him. This is already the rear flank of the Immortal Realm base, about 50 miles closer to the Immortal Realm than our base, the Southern Emperor replied. Great. This path has fewer travelers, but it's definitely secretive. It won't be easy for them to discover, the Blood Demon Emperor said excitedly. Southern Emperor, are you a rat? You can even find such a path? The Buddha said. I don't want to talk to fools, the Southern Emperor replied. Don't be so hostile towards me. We should coexist peacefully, the Buddha said. The Southern Emperor ignored him. Blood Demon Emperor, you'll be even more excited when you go up. The 3 jumped up from the lake and landed on the ground. Before them was a vast open space. This cave is so big, it can accommodate 500,000 elite soldiers. The Blood Demon Emperor exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 363. The path is wrong? How could that be? Didn't we all become emperors? The Eastern Emperor asked in confusion. Is becoming an emperor the end? Do you think you can now advance to Heavenly Emperor? If you can't, then why is this path not wrong? Long Chen retorted. The crowd was speechless. Because just as Long Chen said, they indeed felt they had hit a bottleneck, unable to even touch the threshold of Heavenly Emperor. They even wondered if the Heavenly Emperor was just an illusion, existing only in legends. It was until the Demon Clan attacked that they realized there was a Heavenly Emperor on the Demon side, but none on the Immortal side. They were currently blocking the Demon Clan, while also trying to find a way to advance to Heavenly Emperor. not knowing when the demon clan's heavenly emperor would descend into the immortal realm. If no one could become a heavenly emperor before that, it would be a catastrophe for the immortal realm. Long Chen, if that is the case, how can we advance to heavenly emperor? The northern emperor asked. Long Chen shook his head. I don't know yet. After all, there is no precedent. I can't confirm what the path to becoming a heavenly emperor is like. Since Long Chen had not yet reached the immortal emperor realm, he hadn't asked Wiazi about the specific conditions for advancing to heavenly emperor. Chapter 364. A dog bites back this time. The struggle for the inheritance of the Liu family was different from before. In the past, it was always designated by the family head, usually the biological son of the previous family head. However, this time was different. Some of the Liu family's elders believed that the family's development had reached a bottleneck and needed an outstanding individual to lead them to a higher level. So, this time, all the young members of the Liu family could participate in the competition for the inheritance, with as many as 1,000 participants. The first round was a martial arts competition, with 100 advancing. Each of these 100 would receive a fund for starting a business, and the one who achieved the most in 100 years would become the heir of the Liu family. Liu Feng originally didn't want to participate. He had no interest in the position of heir. However, not only his father, but even the elders wouldn't allow him to be a slacker. Every eligible young member of the Liu family had to participate to ensure fairness and justice. Where's Fenger? Why hasn't he come yet? The head of the Liu family asked from his seat. Father, Liu Feng is too wild. I don't know where he is wandering off to at this time. Liu Yuran said. Liu Yuran was Liu Feng's older brother, while Liu Feng was the second child in the family, with a younger sister, Liu Yu. Chapter 365. Tung Kiss, second brother. His cultivation is indeed higher than yours. If we can't beat him, let it be. You can deal with him in 2 years. Liu said. Liu Feng playfully pinched Liu Yu's nose and said affectionately, What? You don't believe in second brother? No. Mainly I don't want you to overreach. If you can't beat him, it would be bad if he beats you instead, Liu Yu said. Don't worry. Beating him is an easy task for me. I can do it today without waiting for a few years, Liu Feng said. Okay. I believe in you, second brother. You're the best, Liu Yu said. Fenger, you've gone out, and your cultivation has improved so much. I'm very happy, but one must have self-awareness. Don't be reckless. Today, that's your brother. It's fine if you can't beat him, but what if you encounter others in the future? Will they show mercy to you? A moment of recklessness could cost you your life, the head of the Liu family warned. Father, don't worry. Just wait and see how I beat him. Liu Feng said. All right, I'll be waiting. Just don't let me down, the head of the Liu family replied. Second young master. There are 3 people outside who say they are here to see you, the steward reported. Chapter 366. Competition rules. You say you're moved, but I didn't see you shedding tears of emotion. That is a low score, Long Chen said. Who said I didn't? Look. Liu Feng blinked and forcefully squeezed out a few tears. Second brother, why are you crying? This scene was just caught by Liu Yu. Cough, it's nothing. We're just joking, Liu Feng said. Then Liu Yu's gaze towards Long Chen changed, as if she viewed him as a scoundrel who had wronged her brother. This kind of gaze made Long Chen's scalp tingle. Did this little girl misunderstand something? Cough, is your Liu family having some event today? Long Chen hurriedly changed the subject, because today the Liu family was filled with guests, and many of the old-timers of the Liu family were present. You didn't know? You must have just come down from the mountains, right? Liu Yu said in surprise. Due to the matter of the Liu family's choice of heir. This is not just a matter for the Liu family, but for the entire Immortal Realm. Today's competition has attracted many forces, both large and small, who have sent representatives to watch. This matter has been spreading in the Immortal Realm since a year ago. Chapter 367. The competition begins. Although the top 100 can advance to the next round, we will temporarily rank them based on their performance in the competition. If there are any disputes later, there will be a challenge match, and those who succeed in challenges can continue to challenge. The rewards for the top 100 are also different. The first place will receive 100,000 immortal crystals as startup funds. The second place will get 500 million immortal crystals. The third place will receive 300 million immortal crystals. And those ranked from 3rd to 100 will each get 100 million immortal crystals. After 100 years, the highest assets will be evaluated, and the one with the highest value will become the family head's heir. As everyone can see, the advantages of the top 3 are very obvious, and those who have the opportunity should strive for the top 3 positions. I wish everyone good rankings. As soon as the head of the Liu family finished speaking, There was a wave of cheers from below. This reward is undeniably generous. As long as they can enter the top 100, they will at least receive 100 million immortal crystals, which is an opportunity for them to change their fate. Although they are all descendants of the Liu family now, those from the collateral branches usually live quite frugally. Everyone quiet down. I'm the 5th elder of the Liu family. I will now preside over the grouping. Here are 5 types of slips of paper numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, with 200 of each type placed in this box that can shield spiritual senses. The number you draw will represent your group. Each person can only draw once. Let's begin. The 5th elder announced. Chapter 368. Beating Liu Yuran, you're not even close. You think too highly of yourself. You'll see soon enough that you've always looked down on others, Lu Feng said as he threw someone off the arena. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Feng executed a series of kicks, sending all those attacking him off the arena. The nearby spectators saw how fierce Lu Feng was and dared not provoke him any further, turning instead to find another opponent. On this arena, they do not need to defeat everyone. They only need to find ways to eliminate as many people as possible and stay in the game. As long as they can become one of the 40, that is enough. Clap, clap, clap. Liu Yuran stood on the side applauding. Not bad, not bad. My brother truly has my style. Liu Yuran, you think too highly of yourself. I promised my little sister that I would beat you up. And now is a good opportunity, Lu Feng said. Oh, just because you defeated a few weaklings, you think you can compare with me? Let's not even talk about my ability to fight above my level. I am at the peak of the Immortal King realm, while you are at the mid-stage. What do you have to fight me with? Liu Yuran mocked Lu Feng. Of course, I will use my fist to hit you. What else would I use? Lu Feng said as he threw a punch at Liu Yuran. Chapter 369. The head of the Liu family's thoughts Liu Yu was below, shouting, second brother, go for it. Smash him. Long Chen, watching, was quite bewildered. Does that mean if the second brother is a brother, then the eldest brother isn't? Lu Feng swaggered down from the arena. How about it, little sister? Isn't your second brother impressive? Before Liu Yu could respond, the Emperor of Longevity struck down. Those who are arrogant will die quickly. Master, aren't you cursing your own disciple? Lu Feng complained. You are too arrogant, thinking you could defeat him just by relying on yourself. But what if an accident occurs? It only takes one accident for you to be finished, the Emperor of Longevity said. Master, isn't it that serious? Lu Feng replied. As puppet masters, we are not adept at fighting like other cultivators. We excel at self-preservation. You have a great advantage, but choose to confront enemies with a disadvantage. Are you foolish or just plain stupid? The Emperor of Longevity lectured. That seems to be the case, Lu Feng agreed. This time you are on the arena, where there is no threat to your life. But in an actual fight, what if he self-destructs? Can you stop it? Can you withstand it? The Emperor of Longevity continued with examples. Chapter 370. Never heard of puppet masters. Who is this person? Could it really be Lu Feng's master? Is there any doubt? Lu Feng himself admitted it. A mid-stage immortal lord would be fine for someone else, but for Lu Feng to have such a master is indeed lacking, especially since there are plenty of cultivators at this level in the Liu family. Although his cultivation level is not high, his teaching ability is really impressive. This cannot be denied. Indeed, although there are many high-level cultivators in the Liu family, why has Lu Feng been called the waste of the Liu family for so many years? He has only been taught for a short time, and now he can even beat Liu Yuran. The key is the challenge above his level. Lu Feng is currently at mid-stage Immortal King, while Liu Yuran is at the peak. Doesn't this just prove that the Liu family's cultivators are not suited to teach others? Shoo, we should keep this to ourselves. Be careful of trouble coming from our words. The Liu family, after all, is a family that rose through business, and their foundation is still somewhat lacking. The nearby spectators were discussing among themselves, saying all kinds of things. The head of the Liu family listened to the comments behind him. His face turned ashen, as it seemed that what they said had some truth. These children of the Liu family, who dominate within the family, truly do not hold up well when taken out. Chapter 371. Who questions, who provides evidence? Hiss. Isn't that the white-browed Taoist? What's he doing here? You ask me, I ask who? He usually comes and goes without a trace. He must be here to watch the fun. Indeed, wherever there is excitement, there he is. This saying is not a joke. He is called the white-browed Taoist because he has 2 long white eyebrows. White-browed Taoist, is there really a puppet master? The head of the Liu family asked in confusion. You are still young. You may not know, but I've seen the puppet lineage before, though is almost invisible in today's Immortal Realm, the white-browed Taoist said. So it means Lu Feng is indeed a puppet master? The head of the Lu family asked. The puppet lineage controls puppets through mental threads. If you closely observe the tips of Lu Feng's fingers, you will understand, the white-browed Taoist explained. Upon hearing this explanation from the white-browed Taoist, everyone looked towards the tips of Lu Feng's fingers. To cooperate, Lu Feng also extended his hand from his sleeve. Indeed, the words of the white-browed elder were true. There were indeed mental threads at his fingertips connecting to that puppet. We were ignorant. We didn't expect that there really is such a thing as puppet mastery in this world. Chapter 372. The Misfortunate Lu Yuranhumph. You are not allowed to use your puppet. Lu Yuran said. Then you're not allowed to use your hands. I won't use my puppet either, Lu Feng replied. How is that possible? How can I fight you without using my hands? Lu Yuran retorted. You also know that you can't fight without using your hands. So how can I fight you without using my puppet? Do you have no shame? Why demand that I not use my puppet? Lu Feng said. We'll see. Lu Yuran said unhappily. Lu Yuran, do you still want to challenge Lu Feng? The fifth elder asked. No more challenges, Lu Yuran said irritably. Since Brother Yuran is not challenging, then I will challenge Brother Yuran. I think the third place does not match my strength. Lu Zilong stepped forward and said, Lu Zilong, do you know what you are doing? You are just a collateral descendant. Do you dare challenge me? Lu Yuran shouted angrily. Lu Yuran, do you think this is still the past? You are the heir of the family head. Everyone has to give way to you. Don't get it wrong. Now we are in a competitive relationship. It's not just you who can compete for the family head's inheritance. We all can. Please put away your high and mighty attitude. Lu Zilong rebutted without giving Lu Yuran any face. Chapter 373. Lu Chuan's challenge those in the top 100 all throughout projects, wanting to win over the Lu family disciples who received rewards. The conditions they offered were increasingly better. Some aimed to deceive them out of their celestial crystals, while others sought cooperation to help them become the heir of the Lu family. Once successful, the returns would be enormous. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had obtained 10 billion celestial crystals, which attracted many people seeking cooperation, but all were ruthlessly rejected by Lu Feng. So, are you planning to participate in the business competition? Long Chen asked. Of course. How could I not participate? It's hard-earned to get first place. I can't waste it, Lu Feng said. Oh, didn't you say you weren't interested in the position of family head? Long Chen asked. That was in the past. My thoughts have changed now. I originally thought my concession would bring some warmth, but the more I concede, the more they take advantage. Since that's the case, why should I satisfy their wishes? Lu Feng said. Then why don't you cooperate with these people? I see their conditions are quite tempting, and the projects they presented are good, Long Chen said. Chapter 374. Opening the betting challenge me? Are you sure? The Eternal Emperor retorted. He found it amusing. If he revealed his status as an emperor, this person probably wouldn't dare to challenge him again. But now, his apparent cultivation was at the initial stage of Celestial Sovereign, while this old immortal at the peak of Celestial Sovereign thought he could challenge him. You're not afraid, are you? If you kneel down and admit your mistake, I can let you go, Lu Chuan sneered. Lu Chuan, don't go too far. My master just doesn't want to argue with you. If you keep talking here, don't blame my master for beating you up, Lu Feng said. Ha ha ha. Trying to scare me? I wasn't raised to be scared. Today, either kneel and admit your mistake, or come up to the arena with me. Lu Chuan laughed loudly. Oh, what if I don't want to deal with you? What do you do about it? The Eternal Emperor said. Killing you is as easy as pie. Don't think that because Lu Feng is here, I won't dare to kill you. On the arena, at least you'll appear a bit more spirited, Lu Chuan sneered. All right then, since we're at this point, let us go to the arena, the Eternal Emperor said. Old man, are you crazy? Although I don't like you much, you shouldn't go to your death. Lu Yu exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 375. Total kill. However, at this moment, the rhythm of betting slowed down. In the end, a total of 48 billion celestial crystals were bet, which Lu Feng hadn't anticipated. The key was that all 48 billion celestial crystals were bet on Lu Chuan to win, while the bets on the Eternal Emperor winning were negligible. Lu Feng's face turned as black as coal, but inside he was overjoyed. Even Long Chen had to admire this kid's acting skills. If he were on Blue Star, he would definitely be a movie star level existence. Lu Feng cursed and closed the betting, making the cultivators who had placed heavy bets even happier, thinking this round was already secure. Although the odds were low, they had bet a lot. Even Lu Chuan bet 2 billion celestial crystals himself. Ha ha, look, everyone thinks I can win. Not a single bet on you winning. Oh wait, there's one celestial crystal bet on you winning. Lu Chuan laughed. The two of us are the ones in the arena, not them. What does it matter if they think you can win? The Eternal Emperor said. Even your own disciple doesn't have faith in you, but he is a bit foolish. Still trying to use you to earn celestial crystals. Now he has probably lost 50 billion celestial crystals, Lu Chuan mocked. Chapter 376. The Lu family aligns with Long Chen if you win. Would you still say that? Lu Feng asked. If? Where does that have come from? No. Hurry up and return the celestial crystals. These are all our hard-earned celestial crystals. Hurry up and return them, or don't blame us for being rude. Exactly. Your Lu family is wealthy, but you can't bully people like this, right? These celestial beings, for their celestial crystals, had all transformed into rogues, forcing Lu Feng to return their celestial crystals. Are you all forcing my disciple a bit too much? If you want the celestial crystals returned, it's not impossible. Just come to me to return them. The Eternal Emperor said coldly. The appearance of the Eternal Emperor made everyone's hearts tremble. In front of the Lu family, they could still resist. If they couldn't win, they could run. They believed the Lu family wouldn't offend so many people over this matter. But they overlooked this Celestial Emperor. Once a Celestial Emperor got angry, they wouldn't have a place to run. However, among so many celestial beings present, there were still some who valued celestial crystals over their lives. A cultivator cautiously stepped forward. Eternal Emperor, I bet 200 million celestial crystals. Can I have them back? But this is 200 million celestial crystals here. The Eternal Emperor took 200 million celestial crystals and threw them to him. Chapter 377. The ruins of the Demon Palace. Your Excellency, the Demon Emperor, are you really going to the ruins of the Demon Palace? The head of the Lu family asked. What is the problem? Long Chen asked. Since Long Chen returned to the Celestial Realm, he hadn't been back to the ruins of the Demon Palace, and didn't know what had become. The original Demon Palace was located in the central region, covering 3 stars. To the left and right were the Tying Star and the Sun Star, while the central one was the main star of the Demon Palace, called the Demon Palace Star. The Tying Star and the Sun Star guarded the Demon Palace Star, forming a natural yin-yang dual pole formation. Now, the ruins of the Demon Palace have been occupied by other forces, a total of 3 forces, each occupying a star. The relationships among these 3 forces were quite good. Pulling one strand would affect the whole body, making it difficult to provoke them, the head of the Lu family said. What? Which 3 forces occupy the ruins of the Demon Palace? Long Chen asked angrily. The Tying Star is occupied by the Ghost Clan, the Sun Star by the Giant Clan, and the main star by the Divine Clan, the head of the Lu family said. Ghost Clan, Divine Clan, Giant Clan? Why have I never heard of these races in the Celestial Realm before? Long Chen asked. The head of the Lu family shook his head. I don't know either. These 3 races suddenly appeared after the fall of the Demon Palace. Originally, those Celestial Emperors wanted to take control of these stars, but in the end, even when they teamed up, they still failed. Now that area is classified as a forbidden zone in the Celestial Realm. Chapter 378. Recognizing Long Chen, these few people are strong. I feel I can't beat them, the Eternal Emperor said. I feel about the same. I should be able to hold off too, Bai Qi said. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and the head of the Lu family, looking at the few people before them, inexplicably felt a sense of fear. You are Long Chen? One of the 3-eyed men asked. You know me? Long Chen asked in confusion. The man shook his head. I don't know you, but I know of you. You were once able to choose to establish your magic palace here, which makes you somewhat of a figure. However, this place now belongs to us. Leave now, and we won't hold you responsible. Heh, you occupy my territory and think it's justified? I'll give you a warning. Give up these 3 stars and I'll pretend this never happened. Long Chen said coldly. Ha, you lowly commoners dare to threaten a god? When we arrived here, these planets were unclaimed lands. Out of kindness, I spared your life, and instead of being grateful, you want to take our territory? Then die. The 3-eyed man opened his 3rd eye instantly, and a beam of light shot out, containing more than 10 times the energy of the previous one and moving at incredible speed. Chapter 379. The God of Lava Humph. You don't even dare to reveal your origins. It turns out you're just a bunch of cowards, hiding even your own backgrounds, Long Chen remarked. Kid, listen well. We are gods, supreme gods, not something as insignificant as you can fathom or inquire about. Gods? What kind of nonsense is that? Take my sword first. Long Chen swung his sword directly at the man made of rock. The man punched toward Long Chen's demon god sword. Clang! The demon god sword struck against his fist, creating sparks and blocking Long Chen's attack. Is that all you've got? The man taunted, as the demon god sword barely grazed his fist without gaining any advantage. In the next moment, Long Chen directly traversed space, attacking from the opposite direction. The ghostly man, who had been mocking Long Chen's defeat, didn't react in time, and the sword had already pierced through his chest. He looked down in disbelief at the demon god sword that had gone through from his back to his front. How? How could this be? This is what you call an ant? Aren't you gods supposed to be invincible? Can't you die? Long Chen sneered. Long Chen pulled out the demon god sword, and a phantom fire hit him, causing the man to instantly turn to nothingness, leaving behind a crystal that fell to the ground. Chapter 380. Not daring to show up. Long Chen, don't get too smug. I will report to my master. When I get out, prepare to be killed, and clean your neck for me. The god of lava said. Who is your master? Where is he? Long Chen asked, puzzled. My master is. Ah, you think you can pry my secrets? Just give up on that thought. The existence of my master is not something you can know. The lava god arrogantly replied. TCH, as if anyone's dying to know. Big oaf, why should I be afraid of your so-called master? Come out and play. I'll take you to visit a brothel. You've never been, right? Long Chen said. I'm not interested in that, the lava god snorted. Then what are you interested in? The outside world is a lot of fun. The world outside is beyond your imagination. Food, beauties, power, whatever you love, it's all there. Long Chen tempted, but it didn't seem to work. The lava god appeared tempted, but never took that step, since he didn't dare to come out. Long Chen didn't waste any more time there, knowing that for now, it was still safe. Moreover, this lava god came from the Sun Star, and Long Chen felt there might be similarly powerful beings on the other two planets. One planet, one god, that could be 3 god-level beings, equivalent to the heavenly emperor level in the Immortal Realm. If they came out, it would be a disaster no less than an attack from the demon clan, perhaps even stronger. Chapter 381. Lack of martial ethics, no need to cultivate. Born with it? So you're saying you can be god-level just by being born? No need to train. What an infuriating comparison. Space side, you don't need to envy too much. If you work hard, you can reach it too. And they should be envious of you. They envy your ability to cultivate on your own, although they are strong from birth. They have no further potential unless they can obtain a higher godhood suitable for themselves, Wu Yizi said. That is still something. The Immortal Realm doesn't have a single heavenly emperor, while they're born as gods, equivalent to heavenly emperor level. That is a dream unreachable for many in the Immortal Realm. Long Chen said, that is true, but don't use that godhood. Once used, you will lose any chance of progressing. I suspect that it's controlled by others, so be careful, Wu Yizi said solemnly. Don't worry, I know that. I won't let this cut off my path. I'm not stupid, Long Chen said. If that is the case, he now has a high god and a middle god as godhood. Once used, it could create 1 high god and 1 middle god, equivalent to an immortal emperor and an immortal venerable in the Immortal Realm. Chapter 382. The newly built magic palace. A year in the outside world equates to 100 years in the time-space tower. Long Chen has comprehended 50 laws to a complete state. He has also pondered over what the last law might be, but after much consideration, he still has no clue and has only comprehended 2,999 laws so far. Although Long Chen is still at the peak of immortal venerable strength, he is not afraid even when facing a peak immortal emperor. As for the heavenly emperor, Long Chen still doesn't know how strong they can be. There is no way to make a comparison. Perhaps next time he finds a lava god for a fight, he can test the specific gap in strength. Just as Long Chen exited his seclusion, Emperor Changsheng, Bai Qi, Lu Feng, and several members of the Lu family came to greet him. You've become stronger again, Bai Qi said indifferently. Of course. Want to spar? Long Chen asked. I was just thinking the same, Bai Qi said as he flew into the void. Long Chen followed directly, choosing to fight in the void to avoid destroying the Lu family. Otherwise, if Long Chen and Bai Qi started fighting, the Lu family would probably be turned to ruins. Ah, why do you go straight to fighting as soon as you come out? I still have things to report. The Lu family head said helplessly. Chapter 383. Raising the arm to call, the Lu family head immediately began to handle the matters Long Chen had instructed. Meanwhile, Long Chen released Xiao Hong and Xiao Gui from the time-space tower. Having cultivated in the time-space tower for a long time, Xiao Hong has now reached the late stage of immortal venerable, clearly having grown into an adult Qilin. Big brother, you finally let me out. You have no idea how painful and boring it was for me in the time-space tower. Xiao Hong cried as soon as he saw Ling Xiao. You won't need to stay in the time-space tower anymore. I'll designate an area for you. It will be your residence from now on, Long Chen said. Big brother, are you abandoning us? Where's this? I'd rather go back to the time-space tower, Xiao Hong said, though he wanted freedom. He didn't want to leave Long Chen, who had brought him from Blue Star all the way to the Immortal Realm. This is the newly built Magic Palace. I will also live here from now on. Since you're unwilling to embrace freedom, you can go back to the time-space tower. I won't force you. Long Chen said. Stop, big brother. Since you are here, what else is there to say? Of course I'm willing. But why is there not a single disciple in your Magic Palace? I want to bully someone, but there's no one to bully, Xiao Hong said. Chapter 384. Qin Ruoxue awakens Long Chen. You're here, Wu Jiao said when she saw Long Chen approach. At this time, Wu Jiao and Qin Jianwei had built a few thatched cottages inside, planting vegetables and raising chickens. Long Chen often brought them some spirit beasts. The two lived a carefree and happy life in the time-space tower, far more comfortable than their previous lives filled with comparisons and calculations. Here, no one would mock you for dressing poorly, and no one would look down on you for living in a broken house. It was just the two of them, free from others' judgment, and gradually their material desires faded away. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, how have you been lately? Is everything okay here? Long Chen asked. Good, very good. Your mother and I spend our days either cultivating or watching Ruoxue. It's much more comfortable than when we were on Blue Star, Qin Jianwei said. But there's one thing that's not so good, Wu Jiao said. What is not good? Long Chen asked, puzzled. It's just that Ruoxue has been lying down and hasn't woken up. Every time I wake up, the first thing I do is check if Ruoxue has awakened. Sigh. Wu Jiao couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 385. I will protect you after flying a few circles. Qin Ruoxue floated down and transformed back into her human form. At this moment, Qin Ruoxue's realm had stabilized at the Golden Immortal stage, making Long Chen envious. People really can make others feel bad. When she was unconscious, Qin Ruoxue was just an ordinary person, but now she wakes up and directly becomes a Golden Immortal, a realm many people can't reach in their entire lives, even in 10 lifetimes. Upon seeing Long Chen, Qin Ruoxue ran up to hug him. Long Chen, are you okay? Let me see. Qin Ruoxue touched Long Chen all over, checking if he was injured or missing limbs. Her memory was still stuck at the moment she fell into a coma. Cough. Why do I feel like you want to take advantage of me? Long Chen said. What? I'm just concerned about you. I'm afraid you're hurt. Qin Ruoxue replied. Wife, it's time to tend to the vegetable garden. Let us hurry, Qin Jianwei said. Right, we really need to tend to it. Wu Jiao suddenly realized. This scene was best left to the young ones. The old couple felt like they were being third wheels. Chapter 386. Opening ceremony of the palace. No, I only have 2 right now. I haven't queued up, so I don't know how to answer, Long Chen said. Qin Ruoxue then cried and laughed, thinking that Long Chen had lost track of how many wives he had and wondered what her rank was. After settling them in the Magic Palace, it was time for the 1-month mark. Palace Master, I've spread the news throughout the entire Immortal Realm. According to the information from my informants, a large number of cultivators are rushing towards the Magic Palace, the head of the Liu family reported. Very good. How many have returned? Long Chen asked. Reporting to the Palace Master, there are now over 3,000 old members returned, and they are helping out in the Magic Palace. Additionally, tens of thousands have come to participate in the opening ceremony of the Magic Palace, Yi Qing said. 3,000, huh? That number is a bit low. Long Chen said. The previous Magic Palace had well over 1 million members. Although many had died back then, a large number had also escaped, indicating that many had died over the years. However, 3,000 was far below Long Chen's expectations. Another piece of news. Sister Qingwan sent someone back to say that there will be a surprise for you on the day of the opening ceremony, Yi Qing said. Chapter 387. Your life is mine, brother. Let me go. I can only atone for my sins with death. Long Qingwan said. Dying is so easy. It can be done in an instant. But the decline of the Magic Palace is due to you, and the burden of its resurgence also needs to be shouldered by you. If you truly repent, then your life should belong to me. You are not allowed to die before I permit it, Long Chen said in a deep voice. Long Qingwan collapsed on the ground. Brother, I understand. If I die, I'll be at ease, but you want me to continue living in deep pain, right? If you think this way, then you're not wrong. Anyway, from now on, your life is mine, Long Chen said. Miss Qingwan, we have long forgiven you. Who hasn't made mistakes? Knowing one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. Yes, Miss Qingwan, we all hope you continue to live and lead us to conquer the world. Miss Qingwan, please think it over. Long Qingwan looked at the brothers persuading her in front of her, and in a daze, she saw their youthful faces still so carefree and innocent. At that time, she wanted to protect them, to let them grow under her protection, but now she had to abandon them. Chapter 388. Gathering of the Immortal Emperor's Big Brother. We're here, the three divine beasts said in unison. Long Chen looked at the three divine beasts with satisfaction, especially Xiaohong and Xiaowu, who had followed him from Blue Star until now. I appoint the three of you as the guardian divine beasts of the Magic Palace. Do you agree? Long Chen said. Of course we agree. We couldn't ask for more. The three divine beasts replied in unison. Good, then from now on, you three will protect the Magic Palace well. Long Chen said. Yes, big brother. The reason Long Chen called them out was to both intimidate others and to give the three of them a status, making it known to the world. Demon Emperor, we are late. A voice came. Accompanied by this voice, 6 figures descended onto the square of the Magic Palace. Demon Emperor, the opening ceremony of the palace doesn't wait for us old folks? The Northern Emperor said. Hiss, aside from the Buddha and the Southern Emperor traitor, all the Immortal Emperors have arrived. Something big is about to happen. Could it be that the 6 emperors are coming together to attack the Magic Palace? You fool. In this extraordinary time, even the 6 emperors wouldn't start infighting. That would only benefit the demon race. Chapter 389. All below Immortal Emperor are ants, so we came here this time to invite you out of the mountain, to lead the Immortal Realm and repel the demon race, the Northern Emperor said. I knew you guys wouldn't come with good intentions. Sure enough, Long Chen said. Long Chen, this is truly a matter of life and death for the Immortal Realm. We discussed it, and none of us have the capability or talent. Only you have the potential and ability to lead the Immortal Realm against the demon race, the Northern Emperor said. Long Chen, right now, you're the only one in the entire Immortal Realm with that capability. We are all willing to follow your orders, the Western Emperor said. What if I refuse? Long Chen asked. Long Chen, do you really want to see the demon race occupy the Immortal Realm? At that time, there will be no place left for us to survive, the Eastern Emperor said. Yes, please think it over. We still have a chance to deal with the demon race now. If we let the demon race establish a firm foothold, it will be very difficult to deal with them later. At that time, the Immortal Realm will be gradually eroded, said the Northern Emperor. I know this, but if you want me to lead the Immortal Realm, you have to agree to a few conditions. If that's possible, I'll take the position of commander of the Immortal Realm, said Long Chen. Chapter 390. The battle begins. Long Chen, you can't agree to him. We'll buy you some time. After all, you're only at the peak of the Immortal Sovereign now. If you recover to your peak, we definitely won't stop you, said the Northern Emperor. Long Chen, if you lose this time, not only will you die, but the Immortal Realm will be finished too, said the Western Emperor. Long Chen, please think carefully. This battle is not suitable right now, advised the Eastern Emperor. Haha, are you all so cowardly? If you don't want to fight, you can all crawl through my legs, and I can give you some time, laughed the Southern Emperor. Southern Emperor, don't go too far. Do you think you'll have any value once the Immortal Realm is occupied by the demon race? At that time, what will happen to you, do you know? The mysterious Empress shouted angrily. What will happen? If there were no demon race, no blood demon Emperor's generosity, do you think I would still be here? I would have reincarnated long ago. Now I don't even know where I'm having tea. The Southern Emperor said angrily. I agree with Long Chen fighting him. Since we chose Long Chen as the commander, we should trust him. Who says Long Chen will definitely lose? Said the Demon Emperor. Chapter 391. Mouth Battle. Long Chen, if you have the ability, don't run away, the Southern Emperor shouted. But he had no way to deal with Long Chen. At first, he thought Long Chen was just unable to defeat him, but slowly he realized that he was completely helpless against Long Chen. The Southern Emperor began to predict Long Chen's escape direction, but it had no effect. The Southern Emperor simply stood still and gave up, while Long Chen was even more ruthless and simply didn't show up. Long Chen, if you keep doing this, it will count as you losing. Running away isn't a skill. The Southern Emperor roared. What is Long Chen doing? Why can't I understand anything? The Eastern Emperor asked. If I could understand, would I need to worry here? The Northern Emperor said impatiently. Western Emperor, what are you praying with your hands together? That bastard Buddha is standing right there. Do you still think the Buddha can protect you? The Fire Emperor said, "Believe in my Buddha, gain eternal life. My Buddha is compassionate. Even if my stance is currently on the side of the demon race, it's because I haven't yet converted you. Once I convert you, you will willingly join the demon race," said the Buddha. "Bald donkey, stop blabbering here. Do you believe I'll bite you to death later?" The demon emperor scolded. Chapter 392. The value of the Southern Emperor from the outside. Chen and the Southern Emperor were in a gigantic fireball, which was made of illusory fire. The Blood Demon Emperor felt a chill. Besides the Southern Emperor, the one who feared illusory fire the most was him. Chen exited the huge fireball, formed hand seals. And with a whoosh, short swords appeared one after another around the fireball, each coated with illusory fire, specially treated by Chen. "Chen, what do you want to do? If you have the guts, let me out so we can have a fair fight," said the Southern Emperor, looking at the dense array of short swords, feeling his scalp go numb. This was also the result of Chen escaping for so long. He had laid out these short swords in advance, and now they came in handy. "You idiot, how about you commit suicide? And then I'll come over to spar with you and see if you can do it?" Chen said. "Chen, don't go too far," the Southern Emperor said sternly. Hee. Chen sneered and ignored him. Chen controlled the short swords to attack the Southern Emperor, with countless short swords attacking from all directions. Swish, swish, swish. Sounds of breaking air rang out as streams of light flickered within the fireball. Chapter 393. The Southern Domain falls after the Blood Demon Emperor and the Buddha left. Several Immortal Emperors began to plead for the Southern Emperor. "Commander, why not let the Southern Emperor go? He has realized his mistake and would be a great help to the Immortal Realm," said the Northern Emperor. "What about you all? Do you think the same?" Chen asked the others. "I think the Northern Emperor is right. After all, the Southern Emperor is at the Immortal Emperor level, which is top-tier combat power. Our top-tier combat power in the Immortal Realm is already scarce. Now that the Buddha has betrayed us, if the Southern Emperor is willing to turn from darkness to light, I think he should be given a chance," said the Western Emperor. "What chance? If it weren't for his betrayal, would those people in my Eastern Domain be displaced? So many people in my Eastern Domain died and lost their homes because of his betrayal. Who will bear this?" The Eastern Emperor said angrily. "Eastern Emperor, casualties in war are very common. We need to look forward. The current situation of the Immortal Realm is indeed grim. The Southern Emperor's return can relieve a lot of pressure," said the Fire Emperor. "Nonsense. If we let the Southern Emperor go today, tomorrow everyone will defect to the demon race. If the situation in the Immortal Realm improves, will they just admit their mistakes and act like nothing happened?" The Eastern Emperor retorted. Chapter 394. Fainting attack. Just now, my people sent a message saying that the demon race is gathering troops and may attack at any time. Moreover, both the Southern Domain and the Eastern Domain are moving, and when the two sides attack together, we in the Mysterious Domain will have no retreat, and defense will be very difficult, said the Mysterious Empress. Furthermore, now that the Eastern Domain is occupied by the demon race, the Immortal Demon Passage is also under their control, allowing them to provide an endless supply of troops. "It is very hard for us in the Mysterious Domain to hold out," said the Northern Emperor. "If it were just that, it would be fine, but the key point is that the demonic energy allows them to continuously resurrect. They are not afraid of death. But the cultivators of the Immortal Realm are afraid of death. Not being able to kill them is truly despairing and greatly affects morale," said the Eastern Emperor. "Currently, their method of killing is still very primitive. First, they heavily injure the demon race, then drag them to a place without demonic energy to kill them, for example, forcibly pulling them into the inner world. But this approach has great costs. Moreover, the demon race is not stupid. If they are heavily injured, they prefer to commit suicide rather than let you pull them into the inner world. Some even self-destruct upon being attacked. How can you fight them then? Of course, they cannot resurrect infinitely in a short time either, because even if they resurrect, their souls are damaged and need time to recover. If they keep dying and resurrecting, they may suffer irreversible damage, leading to a decline in strength at best or permanent death at worst. Chapter 395. Kill them all right. As long as you all are willing to do it, then gather your forces and take action, said Chen. Chen contacted Lin Yunji from the Qingyun Immortal Sect, explained the situation to him, and then used the time-space tower to teleport Bai Qi and the Eternal Life Emperor over. Although the teleportation array to the mysterious Immortal Domain has been completely destroyed, The time-space tower can reach the mysterious domain as long as the other side's teleportation array remains intact. The mysterious Empress also notified the mysterious domain to hold their ground and buy time. Until further orders, all they need to do is hold their position. The Fire Emperor returned to the Fire Domain to gather the forces of the Fire Domain, waiting for Long Chen's orders at the border with the Southern Domain. The Demon Emperor and the Ethereal Empress led the Cultivators and Demon Clan from the Central Domain, standing by at the border between the Central and Southern Domains. As for Long Chen, the Northern Emperor, the Western Emperor, and the Eastern Emperor, they led the forces from the Eastern Domain, Northern Domain, and the Demon Palace, positioned at the junction of the Central and Eastern Domains. Once the battle in the Ethereal Domain began, Long Chen and the others would charge into the Eastern Domain. They waited for 3 days. After regrouping and gathering their forces, the demon army from the Eastern and Southern Domains marched towards the Ethereal Immortal Domain in a grand encirclement. Chapter 396. Human Defense Line. Long Chen and the Tower of Time and Space quickly absorbed large amounts of demonic energy, causing the demonic energy in the Eastern Domain to rapidly decrease. The main force of the Demon Clan had already moved to the Ethereal Domain. In the eyes of the Blood Demon Emperor, they needed to strike while the iron was hot and quickly capture the Ethereal Domain. With the Demon Clan holding a significant advantage, the Blood Demon Emperor became even more arrogant. The demonic energy was no longer sufficient to sustain the high frequency of the Demon Clan's resurrection. "We need to rush over and destroy the Demon Pillars," said the Northern Emperor. "All right, as long as we destroy the Demon Pillars, this war will mark a historic breakthrough for us. Don't worry about anything else. We will charge straight in and go directly for the Demon Pillars." The Western Emperor agreed. On the Immortal Realm side, they could kill the demons normally, boosting their morale. They had been holding back for a long time, feeling frustrated each time they fought. Every time they killed the demon would revive almost immediately, wearing down their fighting spirit. But now, they finally had the chance to fight a fair war, and the long-held resentment and frustration were unleashed, resulting in fierce and powerful combat. This was something Long Chen hadn't anticipated. He didn't expect that the prolonged frustration could enhance their fighting strength so much. Chapter 397. Demon Clan Retreat. Brothers, your contributions today will be remembered by the Ethereal Domain and the entire Immortal Realm, shouted the clone of the Ethereal Empress. "Your Majesty, we don't need to be remembered. We just need to drive the Demon Clan out of the Immortal Realm one day and let us know. We can die in peace," they replied. Self-explosions continued, and everyone gritted their teeth, enduring as blood stained the starry sky, with sorrow filling the entire Ethereal Immortal Domain. Each person looked at their partners, fathers, sons, and friends standing as a human wall, resisting the Demon Clan and winning them a slim chance of survival, shedding painful tears. At this moment, the Northern Emperor and the others had also reached near the Demon Pillars, but the area around the Demon Pillars was heavily guarded. The Demon Clan from the Northern Domain had been summoned by the Blood Demon Emperor to block the Northern Emperor's advance. They encountered their first obstacle here. Although Long Chen and the Tower of Time and Space absorbed the demonic energy rapidly, the energy around the Demon Pillars accumulated just as quickly. The dead demons continued to resurrect near the Demon Pillars. The Northern Emperor charged in, knocking back hundreds or thousands of demons, but the next moment, more demons replenished their ranks. Chapter 398. Reclaiming the Southern Domain. When Long Chen and the others appeared at the junction of the Ethereal Domain and the Southern Domain, the Blood Demon Emperor also returned with the Demon Clan for support. Didn't Long Chen lead his forces to the Demon Pillars? Where are they? The Blood Demon Emperor said angrily, because he had failed to capture the Ethereal Immortal Domain. The Blood Demon Emperor was filled with rage and wanted to vent his frustration on Long Chen. But when he arrived, there wasn't a single figure in sight. "Blood Demon Emperor, they have already retreated. I didn't expect them to withdraw so suddenly," someone explained. "Is that all you have to say? I was about to capture the Ethereal Immortal Domain, and now they've given up and retreated back. Do you understand?" The Blood Demon Emperor shouted. As the Blood Demon Emperor vented his anger, Long Chen and the others had already gathered at the border between the Ethereal Immortal Domain and the Southern Domain. They also informed the Fire Emperor and the Ethereal Empress to be ready to launch an attack at any moment. "Long Chen, you really surprised me. It turns out you had it all planned out, the Northern Emperor's side. Now the Demon Clan in the Southern Domain is isolated and helpless. Under the combined assault of our three forces, we can quickly take down the southern domain's demon clan. By the time the Blood Demon Emperor reacts, we will have already conquered the southern domain, the Eastern Emperor said. Chapter 399. Long Chen's closed-door training. Long Chen absorbed all the demonic energy he collected to enhance his immortal demon body, which gradually became stronger. Long Chen felt that his limbs and bones were filled with power. However, soon after, Long Chen's immortal demon body could no longer be enhanced, as he seemed to have encountered a bottleneck, and he had to stop. Long Chen tested his current strength, relying solely on his physical body. He could kill a peak immortal sovereign with a single punch, which he was quite satisfied with. But soon, a problem arose. Since he could no longer use it to enhance his physique, there was still a significant amount of demonic energy within him that was pushing towards the Immortal Emperor realm, needing an outlet for this energy. After careful consideration, Long Chen decided to take the opportunity to attain the Immortal Emperor realm, but he was conflicted about where to do so. If he attained the Immortal Emperor realm in his small world, it would be much more difficult than in the Immortal Realm, as the laws in his small world were not yet complete. Attaining the Immortal Emperor realm in the Immortal Realm only required comprehending the laws, which could be done quickly. However, if he attained it in his own small world, it would be akin to creation. Long Chen would need to engrave the powers of the laws he comprehended into his small world. Once the engraving was complete, he could use this power of laws to attain the Immortal Emperor realm. Chapter 400. Surrounding the Demon Palace. So how do we test it? If we act too subtly, he definitely won't care. If we act too boldly, once Long Chen comes out, we will suffer heavy losses, the Buddhist said. Yes, let's proceed gradually, increasing the pressure little by little. I refuse to believe he can stay cooped up forever. If he really doesn't come out, that would be easier to deal with. Those ants are nothing to me, the Blood Demon Emperor said. Thus, the Blood Demon Emperor began sending people to constantly harass the central domain, gradually encroaching on its territory. Slowly, his courage grew. Initially, he only dared to attack one city at a time, but later he could take down an entire planet at once. Meanwhile, Long Chen remained in closed-door training. No matter how anxious others were, it was of no use. They couldn't contact Long Chen at all. When Long Chen intended to enter closed-door training, he didn't expect it would take so long. The key was that he had already immersed himself in the imprinting of the laws, losing all sense of the passage of time. When Long Chen finally opened his eyes, he exhaled a long breath, looking at the world where all the laws had already taken shape, smiling with satisfaction. Although he currently had only about 100 perfected laws and other laws were still incomplete, he had at least taken the first step and could gradually perfect them later, without rushing. Chapter 401. Retreat in disarray. Boom. 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 The Demon Clan's attacks struck the protective array of the Demon Palace one after another, causing the great formation to tremble, but it barely held up. However, the array will eventually be broken. It's just a matter of time. Everyone in the Demon Palace has their hearts hanging in suspense. Every strike feels like an attack on their hearts. Sister-in-law, when the array is breached, I'll cover you to escape. Long Qing once said. No need. Long Chen is still here. Even if I die, I want to die here. Besides, even if I want to escape, where can I go? Qin Ruoxue replied. Big sister, you absolutely cannot die here. If Big Brother finds out we didn't protect you, he'll roast us alive when he comes out of seclusion. Xiao Wu exclaimed. Don't worry, I have the ability to protect myself now. You don't need to worry about me. I believe Long Chen won't abandon us, Qin Ruoxue said. At this point, Qin Ruoxue had already grown to the level of an immortal sovereign. As long as she didn't encounter those demon emperors, her self-defense shouldn't be a big problem. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud explosions erupted, one after another, as the demon lords self-destructed towards the array. Chapter 402. Using a knife to kill someone. The demon race was like a stray dog, being chased back to the eastern region by the cultivators of the Immortal Realm. Although they didn't wipe out the entire demon race, they suffered heavy casualties. Commander, it's good you came out of seclusion in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. We were already thinking about dying in battle, the Northern Emperor said. This matter was my mistake. I lost track of time in seclusion and didn't realize so many years had passed. This time, thanks to you all for guarding the Demon Palace, Long Chen said. Commander, that's what we should do. The Immortal Realm cannot be without you. Did you break through to the Immortal Emperor level? The Northern Emperor asked. Long Chen nodded. Yes. I just broke through not long ago. I rushed out right after the breakthrough. Luckily, I wasn't too late. What Long Chen said was the truth. If he had come out 10 or 15 days later, by the time he emerged, the Immortal Realm might have already been occupied by the demon race. This was not the most important thing. The main issue was that the disciples of the demon palace, whom he had just found, would all be wiped out again. Chen Ruoxue was also in the demon palace, and she certainly wouldn't be spared. Commander, there's a question I'm not sure if I should ask. Why did you ascend to the Immortal Emperor level without facing the lightning tribulation? And there was no decree from heaven and earth. Why is that? The Northern Emperor inquired. Chapter 403. The Buddha's plan. Meanwhile, the Buddha had arrived at the old site of the demon palace, feeling anxious and hesitant, not daring to step inside. I've come this far. It shouldn't be a problem to go in, right? The Buddha murmured. Little did he know that the Lava Lord had been watching him for a long time, waiting for him to step in. The Buddha cautiously took his last step. Glancing around and seeing nothing unusual, he felt a bit relieved. Hey, there's nothing wrong here. It seems they aren't that unreasonable after all. Boom. The Buddha turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, his pupils constricting. Damn it, no martial ethics, attacking without warning. Bang. A solid punch landed squarely on the Buddha's face, sending him flying. The Lava Lord didn't let up. Chasing after the direction, the Buddha flew and raining down blows on his face. Bang, bang, bang. The Lava Lord's fists fell like raindrops. Hey, easy on the face. I still needed to eat. The Buddha pleaded. Unfortunately, the Lava Lord ignored him and continued to pound his face. Chapter 404. The taste of conspiracy. When Long Chen found them, he saw Chen Ruoxue tied up alone in the valley, still unconscious. However, beneath her feet was clearly a teleportation array base. Long Chen immediately sensed the scheme, but felt no worry. Any conspiracy or trickery was useless in the face of absolute power, and this was a principle Long Chen had always believed in. Before Long Chen even landed, the teleportation array had already activated, and a flash of white light swept over, causing Chen Ruoxue to disappear. Hee, is this supposed to lead me somewhere? If I don't go, wouldn't that be a bit disrespectful? Long Chen murmured. So obvious. He knew the other side wanted him to go to a certain place, where there might already be ambushes everywhere, possibly facing thousands of troops. Yet Long Chen felt no fear. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the teleportation array, which activated automatically. Whoosh! Long Chen also disappeared from the array. When Long Chen appeared, he saw Chen Ruoxue right beside him, surrounded by people who had encircled them. Chapter 405. The bet. I underestimated you. I didn't expect your physical body to be so strong, able to compare with mine. The key is that you're only at the early Immortal Emperor stage, so I can't let you live. The Lava Lord said. That's only because you're too weak. What's it to be proud of in comparing with your body? Long Chen scoffed. Sharp-tongued. Let us see if you'll still be so arrogant later. The Lava Lord retorted. Then show me your skills. Don't let me feel like you're just all talk, Long Chen said. The Lava Lord tilted his head back. Pushing off the ground, the flames burning on his body became even more vigorous, deepening in color. What? Can't win, so you want to self-immolate? Long Chen mocked. In a fit of rage, blood will splatter. 7 steps, die. The Lava Lord said coldly. The Lava Lord charged at Long Chen again, his massive fist surrounded by flames. Crackling ominously, this punch seemed to shake the heavens and earth, the deafening sound proclaiming its power. My flames can burn everything. Try to take one if you dare. The Lava Lord warned. Chapter 406. The godly essence of the main god. The Lava Lord tried various methods, but couldn't extinguish the illusory fire on his body. Kid, what kind of flame is this? Why is it so powerful? Even my lava flames can't compete. The Lava Lord asked in terror. The pain was unbearable. Even if his body was strong, he couldn't withstand such suffering, like millions of ants gnawing at him. The burning sensation on his body could be endured, but he couldn't bear the torment of his soul. What's wrong? Not feeling good? It should hurt. Comfort is for the dead. Why not just end it now? That would be more comfortable, Long Chen said. Quickly extinguish this fire, or I'll make you pay. The Lava Lord threatened angrily. I don't know what ability you think you have to make me pay. Whether I extinguish this illusory fire or not depends entirely on my mood. If I feel good, I might help you. If not, then you're stuck like this. Oh, and by the way, this fire will keep burning as long as you're alive. Don't worry. You won't die, Long Chen said. You're asking for it. The Lava Lord charged at Long Chen in anger, employing a tactic that would harm both himself and his enemy. He couldn't care less. If he continued to live like this, he wouldn't be able to endure it either. Chapter 407. Long Chen's retreat. Kid, quickly return the lava Lord's godly essence to me. The godly essence is not something you can touch. The Erling god was furious, feeling utterly humiliated. If you want it, then come and take it by your own ability, Long Chen said. The Erling god glared at Long Chen, knowing that Long Chen couldn't possibly bring out the lava god's divine spark so easily. He had no choice but to defeat Long Chen first. The Erling god brandished his trident and charged at Long Chen, thrusting the trident directly at Long Chen's head. Long Chen drew the demon sword, twirled it in a flourish, and countered. Clang, clang, clang. The two fought back and forth, their fierce attacks causing collateral damage, resulting in the deaths of several members of the Lava Clan, Ghost Clan, and Three-Eyed God Clan who were watching. However, the divine sparks from the fallen were collected by their compatriots nearby. With these divine sparks, as long as they could erase the remnants of the souls, they could recreate a god of the same strength. The number of gods is fixed, so the number of god clans is also fixed. When one dies, another will take its place. In the divine realm, ordinary people are plentiful. Once these ordinary people are selected, they are granted a divine spark, and with that divine spark, they become gods, acquiring corresponding powers. Chapter 408. Transfer of hatred. Just as Long Chen stepped out of the formation, he was stunned to see the dense mass of demons before him. Although the Erlang god and the king of hell couldn't come out, the hundreds of thousands of demons here had completely blocked his escape route. Long Chen, I knew you would try to escape, so I brought people to wait here for you. We've been waiting for you to come out, the Blood Demon Emperor said with a smile. You don't need to go to such lengths to welcome me, do you? TSK, hundreds of thousands of demons. Long Chen replied. Long Chen, I have to say, you are really quite narcissistic. Who's welcoming you? Why is your face so big? I'll give you two choices. Either we beat you to death, or you go back and let them kill you, the Blood Demon Emperor confidently stated. Long Chen, come back. The Erling god roared. At that moment, he was at the edge of the formation but dared not step out, so he could only shout from his position. Long Chen ignored them and continued to walk forward. The Blood Demon Emperor waved his hand and shouted, Charge! Kill him! The demons all rushed toward Long Chen, as the air was filled with demonic energy. Even if they died, they could be resurrected. Chapter 409. The Buddha's regret. The Blood Demon Emperor couldn't help but look back, and that glance made him terrified, and he fled quickly. Bang! On the other side, a giant hand slammed the Blood Demon Emperor to the ground. It was the King of Hell's attack. After the Erlang god's first failed strike, he reached for the fallen Blood Demon Emperor. The Blood Demon Emperor looked at the giant hand in terror and rolled away to dodge the second attack. Both the Erlang god and the King of Hell were restricted within the formation, their powers greatly diminished, making it quite difficult to capture the Blood Demon Emperor alive. What are you doing? When did I provoke you? I respect your rules and haven't entered, have I? The Blood Demon Emperor shouted angrily. Although the opponents were powerful, demons also had their tempers, and it was mild to curse them repeatedly, especially since they couldn't come out. You used our forbidden ground as a weapon and caused us heavy losses. Shouldn't you take responsibility? The Erlang god said coldly. What does your loss have to do with me? Go find Long Chen. He did this, not me, the Blood Demon Emperor retorted. Chapter 410. Torture and torment. Long Chen watched with amusement from the side. These two were now in the hands of the Lava Clan, and they would definitely meet a dead end, suffering even more torment than they would at his hands. If he had wanted to, he could have slowly tortured them, instead of allowing them to fall into the hands of the Erlang god and the King of Hell. With the Blood Demon Emperor captured, a small portion of the demons began to stir, weighing in their minds whether to rescue the Blood Demon Emperor. Some even secretly left with their trusted subordinates. Those wanting to rescue the Blood Demon Emperor assessed that they didn't have the strength to do so. Moreover, there was also Long Chen nearby, which made them wary. Although neither side was taking action at the moment, who knew that if they moved, it would involve Long Chen. However, they were overthinking it. Long Chen wouldn't help either side. Watching the two sides fight among themselves was quite entertaining. Both sides were his enemies. It didn't matter to him who won or lost. The members of the Lava Clan surrounded them, glaring at the Buddha and the Blood Demon Emperor. Regardless of whether they would have the Lava God as their leader in the future, the anger, rage, and hatred were already evident in their eyes. Chapter 411. Exchange of Divine Sparkstone. I have a few snakes here. I think punishing them with this would be good, the Erlang god said. Oh, How do you plan to punish them with that? Stone asked curiously. The Erlang god released 2 cobras, each as thick as a bowl. As soon as they appeared, they raised their heads and flicked their tongues, making onlookers feel a chill. Most importantly, these snakes were not ordinary. They were at the golden immortal level. The Erlang god had caught them when he first arrived in the celestial realm and had kept them until now. It's simple. These 2 snakes are not ordinary. They were forced back to their original forms by me. Although these creatures have lost their cultivation, they were once at the level of Immortal Emperors. So their physical bodies are still extraordinary. Enduring the bites of golden immortal snakes is not a problem. 1 snake for each of them. Let them fight. If they can win, they will be lucky to survive. If they can't withstand it, then there's nothing to be done but feed them to the cobras. The Erlang god said, "All right, let's do it." "I agree with this plan," Stone said. With that, Stone set up a barrier which, given the current state of the Buddha and the Blood Demon Emperor, they would not be able to break. Chapter 412. Skinning the Buddha took the initiative to attack, throwing a punch at the cobra, but the cobra was not a pushover either. It lunged at the Buddha's fist and arm. The result was that the cobra bit off a large chunk of flesh from the Buddha's arm, and the cobra also took a solid punch. They exchanged blows. The Buddha landed a few punches on the cobra, and the cobra managed to bite the Buddha a few times. As time passed, there was not a single intact part on the Buddha's body, with some areas even exposing white bones. However, the cobra was not so fortunate. It was beaten to the brink of death, lying on the ground, gasping for air. As for the Blood Demon Emperor, just as he attempted to resist, he was knocked away by the cobra's tail. However, the Blood Demon Emperor was no pushover. Having fought through countless battles across the realms, he had rich combat experience. Although he didn't gain the upper hand at first, he quickly adapted. Even though the space was small and the cobra was fast, he still understood the principle of striking the snake at its weak point. When the cobra attacked again, the Blood Demon Emperor grabbed its snake head with both hands, preventing its attacks and bites. Chapter 413. Cramps. The Blood Demon Emperor, seeing the fate of the Buddha next to him, fell into contemplation, reflecting on everything the Buddha had experienced and thinking about what he would have to endure next. The Blood Demon Emperor's legs began to twitch, and he was seen trembling continuously, his face pale, with a puddle of yellow liquid between his legs. Shurtu tapped the Blood Demon Emperor's face with a dagger, telling him not to play dead. It was his turn now. Shurtu continued his method, cutting a small opening in the Blood Demon Emperor's skin and then called someone over to provide skinning services. The screams of the Blood Demon Emperor and the Buddha echoed throughout the forbidden area, and in the end, both of their skins were neatly laid out in front of them. Fortunately, the vitality of the immortals was still very strong, and this little issue would not lead to their deaths. The 2 were now hanging there, bloody and without a single piece of skin left. "Well, it's good that they're still alive. Now we will start with the cramps," Shurtu said coldly. The Buddha and the Blood Demon Emperor had no strength left to say anything. Even speaking a single word felt like enduring great pain. Shurtu first found the location of their meridians, then made a small incision with the dagger, using pliers to clamp their meridians. Chapter 414. Dismemberment. The Northern Emperor and the others obtained the images they wanted to see, and Long Chen also got the techniques he desired, sealing a win-win deal. As for why the Northern Emperor and the others were willing to write out their techniques, it was because, after all, they could never defeat Long Chen. There was no need for Long Chen to study the flaws in their techniques to defeat them. There was no need to worry at all. It was equivalent to having no losses while obtaining what they wanted. Shurtu, I think you've tortured them enough. These 2 have already become unrecognizable. There's no need to continue. The Erlang god said. Shurtu nodded. Now that the cramping and skinning had begun, he initially wanted to go for bone crushing, but they already looked terrible. Continuing to torture them would leave just a pile of flesh, which was indeed unnecessary. "All right, someone go find a few immortal wolves and bind their hands and feet," Shurtu ordered. Soon, the Buddha and the Blood Demon Emperor were bound with chains on their hands and feet, with a chain around their necks, the other end of the chain held by the immortal wolves. Chapter 415. Lighting the soul lamp. Shurtu used a formation to seal the souls of the 2 onto the oil lamps, occupying the wick positions. He then ignited the lava fire on their souls, and the soul lamps lit up. Due to the power of their souls, the 2 soul lamps shone brightly like small suns. The Blood Demon Emperor howled in pain, while the Buddha remained calm, as if he were dead, allowing the fierce flames to burn him without uttering a word. Sure to place these 2 soul lamps into 2 large lanterns. Then used his magical power to suspend the 2 soul lamps in the air above the forbidden area. From a distance, they looked like 2 large red lanterns hanging in the sky, and those who didn't know would marvel at how beautiful these 2 lanterns were. Let's go. Judging by the speed of their burning, it will take about 10,000 years for them to turn to ashes. There is no point in watching any longer. Long Chen said. The Northern Emperor and the other sighed and returned to the Demon Palace with Long Chen. As the leader of the Immortal Realm, the Blood Demon Emperor had just been lit up with the soul lamps, and Long Chen certainly needed to seize this opportunity. Northern Emperor, take advantage of the fact that the Demon Clan is currently leaderless and take on the task of reclaiming them. Drive the Demon Clan out of the Immortal Realm. Long Chen said. Chapter 416. For ants, what do you mean by not being polite? Tell me, Long Chen asked, standing in place. I don't know. The demon sovereign replied. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him and turned to continue towards the demon pillar. He was just a demon sovereign and couldn't stir up much trouble. Besides, in a few days, someone would naturally come and deal with him. So Long Chen didn't need to go on a killing spree here. By the time the Northern Emperor and the others brought their people over, if Long Chen had killed all the demons here, what would there be to fight about? The position of the demon pillar was at the entrance of the immortal demon passage. On an altar, where a bronze pillar soared into the clouds. The demon pillar was engraved with patterns that Long Chen could not understand. The demonic energy emanated from this demon pillar, spreading outwards. However, the demon clan could control the range of coverage according to the concentration of demonic energy. Besides this function, the demon pillar also served to connect to the demon realm. If someone from the demon realm wanted to come over, they could choose the immortal demon passage or descend through the demon pillar, but descending through the demon pillar would have limitations. Different materials used to make the demon pillar could accommodate different maximum cultivation levels. Chapter 417. Launching an attack, Long Chen observed the demon pillar on the altar, while the other demons quickly left the vicinity of the demon pillar to avoid provoking Long Chen, the harbinger of doom. Shall I come here? Long Chen called out. The White Demon Emperor, confused, pointed to himself and asked me, What? Is there a second person here? Long Chen replied. From now on, you'll be called Xiao Bai. Long Chen said. The White Demon Emperor had a black line on his forehead, the last person to call him that was already buried under grass taller than a person. However, this time, the person calling him Xiao Bai was Long Chen, and he couldn't explode in anger. Instead, he had to be pleasantly surprised. Wow, such a nice name. Why didn't I think of it before? You were so cultured to give me such an easy-to-remember nickname that fits me well. The White Demon Emperor said excitedly. Long Chen glanced at him, although he didn't believe what he said. The fact that he could so quickly adjust his position still made Long Chen look at him differently. Tell me, how can we summon the Heavenly Demon Emperor? Long Chen asked. Xiao Bai showed a difficult expression and nervously said, It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I also don't know. The secret technique to summon the Heavenly Demon Emperor to descend is known only by the Blood Demon Emperor. We are essentially one level apart and cannot directly communicate with the Heavenly Demon Emperor. That would be considered overstepping. The Demon Clan doesn't like that. At most, we can only report up one level at a time. Chapter 418. Wanting to surrender, humph. If you don't go, then we will go. You can fight by yourself. The Black Demon Emperor snorted coldly. I'm going with you. I don't want to die in such a meaningless way. Who will remember us if we die in the Immortal Realm? In the end, we will just be a handful of yellow earth, the Shadow Demon Emperor said. The two hurriedly made their way to the altar. At this moment, apart from the White Magic Emperor, there were no other demons around. Long Chen was sitting cross-legged on the altar, digesting the demonic energy he had absorbed over this period. The White Magic Emperor had deeply doubted Long Chen's speed of absorbing demonic energy these past few days, wondering whether he was the demon or if Long Chen was the true demon. His own absorption rate was less than 1% of Long Chen's, and it was impossible for him to absorb so much. Even reaching 1% of that amount would be his limit. Long Chen, on the other hand, seemed to have no upper limit at all. Over the past few days, not only did he show no signs of slowing down, but his absorption speed was increasing. How does it feel to have Long Chen as your lackey? The Shadow Magic Emperor asked sourly. What lackey? I, the White Magic Emperor, am not that kind of person. We are cooperating here. What are you doing here? Long Chen won't let you get any closer, the White Magic Emperor replied. Chapter 419. Let Little White return to the demon realm. What are you doing? Let me go. The Shadow Magic Emperor shouted angrily. Were you not so arrogant just now? Were you not threatening me? Come on, try to fish or cut the net, Long Chen said coldly. I won't accept it. What kind of ability is it to sneak attack? If you have the guts, let's face off properly. The Shadow Magic Emperor retorted. Whether you accept it or not is your business. What does it have to do with me? Why should I face off with you? Long Chen countered. You're not a hero. You're just a sneak attacker. Before the Shadow Magic Emperor could finish speaking, Long Chen suddenly snapped his neck, extinguishing his breath. Then, with a slap, he turned the Shadow Magic Emperor into a mist of blood, completely shattering even his soul. The Black Magic Emperor was panicking. He originally thought they still had some bargaining power with Long Chen. After all, Long Chen might also be afraid of deadlock. He never expected Long Chen would directly kill someone. Thud! The Black Magic Emperor, lost in thought, knelt down before Long Chen. Long Chen, I know I was wrong. I won't go back to the Demon Realm. I'll stay by your side like a dog, just like the White Magic Emperor. I'll do whatever you say. Bite whoever you tell me to. Just please let me go, the Black Magic Emperor pleaded, tears and snot flowing. Chapter 420. The path of the Heavenly Emperor. Long Chen nodded in satisfaction, but still warned. Don't think that returning to the Demon Realm means you can escape my control and be at ease. If you dare to betray me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. When I come to the Demon Realm, that will be your death day. Lord Long Chen, I, Little White, am loyal to you and will not let you down. Just wait here for my good news, Little White promised. All right, go now. If the cultivators from the Immortal Realm come over, I won't have a good explanation, Long Chen said. Okay, I'll leave immediately. Wait for my good news. The White Magic Emperor stepped into the Immortal Demon Passage, looking back 3 times. Unsure if he was reluctant to leave Long Chen, or wary that Long Chen might regret letting him go. Long Chen waved at him, signaling him to hurry, and only then did the White Magic Emperor fly away towards the Demon Realm without looking back. At this time, the vanguard of the Immortal Realm, led by the Eastern Emperor, had already arrived near the altar. From a distance, the Eastern Emperor saw a figure step into the Immortal Demon Passage and couldn't help but feel curious. Commander, did someone just enter the Immortal Demon Passage? The Eastern Emperor asked curiously. Chapter 421. Yi Yiming situation. What is Yi Yiming going to do on the path of the Heavenly Emperor? Does she also want to achieve the Heavenly Emperor's Tao? Even if she thinks so, is there really a need to rush over there? Long Chen asked. Isn't it all for you? Look at how long she has been gone. Millions of years, billions of years. If you wait until you go, won't you fall behind by a huge margin? So she want to lay a foundation for you. How about that? Isn't it touching? The fortune teller said. Long Chen fell silent. He hadn't expected Yi Yiming to have silently sacrificed so much for him. If he had known, he definitely wouldn't have let her take such risks alone. Perhaps Yi Yiming knew that Long Chen would never agree to let her go if he knew, which is why she left without saying a word, without consulting him. But now that she was already on the path of the Heavenly Emperor, there was nothing Long Chen could change about it. So what is she doing now? Is she still alive? Long Chen asked. Don't worry, she's still alive. She just encountered a little trouble that needs you to resolve quickly. Otherwise, it will be hard to say if you wait too long, the fortune teller said. Then what are we waiting for? You must know how to get to the path of the Heavenly Emperor, right? Long Chen said. Don't rush. Let me clarify things for you first. We can go later. The fortune teller replied helplessly. Chapter 422. Entering the first layer, Long Chen shook his head, feeling quite helpless towards this fortune teller, who always ran faster than a rabbit. Afraid that he would get beaten. Little 5, you go into the time-space tower first. We don't know what dangers await inside. Come out when I need you. Long Chen instructed. No, big brother, I'm not afraid of danger, Little 5 said. You go in first. Once we enter the path of the Heavenly Emperor, we'll talk. You haven't reached the Emperor level yet, so you are not qualified to go in. To avoid any trouble, Long Chen said. All right, Little 5 said dejectedly. He had originally only brought him along to enhance their bond, but he also knew that he had not yet reached the Emperor level. If his presence caused Long Chen to be unable to enter the path of the Heavenly Emperor, he would feel very guilty. Long Chen stepped into the barrier without hesitation. After a flash of scenes before him, he found himself in a confinement array. This array could trap ordinary Immortal Emperor-level powerhouses, but it could not hold him. However, Long Chen did not force his way out immediately, because there were still a few people around the confinement array. Since he met the conditions, they should let him in. Chapter 423. Persuading Long Chen. All right, but I still want to remind you that the first layer of the path of the Heavenly Emperor is considered a beginner protection layer. This layer is relatively safe, but it won't be so easy afterward. Since you want to challenge it, I want to force you. Since this is your first time here and you don't know the way, just follow me. I'll take you there, Elder Wu said. Thank you. Then I won't be polite, Long Chen said as he directly sat on Elder Wu's white tiger. The white tiger was docile and did not resist at all. It should be noted that Elder Wu's white tiger was also at the early Immortal Emperor level, and usually, it was not that docile. It would be good if a stranger could sit on its back without getting eaten. However, when Long Chen sat on it, the white tiger was very docile, even without a hint of resistance, which puzzled Elder Wu. This was not its character. But after a moment's thought, he figured that perhaps the white tiger had heard him say that Long Chen would follow him, so it did not resist. Elder Wu didn't think too much about it. He sat on the white tiger's back and led Long Chen towards the challenge area. On the back of the white tiger, Elder Wu asked Long Chen, "Why are you so eager to go to the third layer? Do you have someone you know there?" Chapter 424, 7 Emotions and 6 Desires Soon. Elder Wu took Long Chen to the challenge area. As long as he passed through it, he would gain the recognition of the next layer of heaven and earth and could freely enter and exit between the first and second layers. Only by passing all 9 levels can one ascend to the peak of the Heavenly Emperor and comprehend the opportunity to become one. Although this place is called the Road to the Heavenly Emperor, if you cannot pass the 9 levels, you won't even have the chance to comprehend. Each level is fraught with danger, and the further you go, the more perilous it becomes. A single misstep could lead to failure and cost you your life. Therefore, ordinary cultivators will prepare thoroughly before attempting to break through, ensuring at least a chance to return alive in case of failure. Long Chen, you must think carefully. Once you enter, it may be a one-way trip. This first level is simple yet difficult, mainly testing the 7 emotions and 6 desires. However, before Elder Wu could finish explaining, Long Chen directly walked into the entrance of the stone cave. Elder Wu wanted to provide a detailed introduction to help Long Chen prepare. As this first level tests the 7 emotions and 6 desires, the most straightforward method to pass is to sever your own 7 emotions and 6 desires, allowing you to pass directly. Although most cultivators do not take this approach, as doing so would make them no different from a killing machine, it is more common to follow the strategies developed from the experiences of those who have come before, greatly increasing the success rate. Chapter 425. Entering the second layer a little faster than you? You're not too bad, right? By the way, what was that golden light just now? Long Chen asked. Puzzled, Elder Wu felt a bit hurt. What did he mean by being a little faster? Comparing himself to such a prodigy was too disheartening. That golden light was a recognition from the previous layer, meaning you can now freely enter the second layer, Elder Wu explained. So what are we waiting for? How do I enter the second layer? Long Chen asked. Anywhere is fine. Just keep flying upwards, and you'll see a light barrier. Without that golden light, you would be blocked by the barrier, but with it, you can pass through directly, Elder Wu said. Do you want to go to the second layer now? Elder Wu asked. Yes, there is not much time left. Let us go now, Long Chen replied. All right, I'll accompany you. I'm familiar with the path to the second layer, Elder Wu said. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Long Chen said politely. Having someone to guide him would save a lot of time. After all, if he went alone, he would still have to ask for directions, and others might not provide accurate information. With Elder Wu leading the way, it will be different. Chapter 426. Killing 2 people since Yang Kong is your second brother. You should help him pay some interest first, Long Chen said coldly. What do you mean? Does my brother owe you celestial crystals? However, my brother never pays back when he borrows celestial crystals. Everyone knows that. It's your fault if you want interest, Yang said disdainfully. He doesn't owe me celestial crystals, but he owes me a life. You help him repay that first, and I'll let him come down to accompany you after I go to the third layer, Long Chen said. Yang Yue immediately became alert upon hearing this, standing protectively in front of Yang. Kid, I warn you, don't act recklessly. The Yang family is not something you can provoke. Exactly, if you want my life. You should weigh your own worth, Yang angrily said, hiding behind Yang Yue. Long Chen didn't reply, but the Shindemon's sword he drew already spoke for him, exuding a chilling light that struck fear into the heart. Yang Yue also drew his celestial sword, ready for battle. Combat was about to erupt. Elder Wu gritted his teeth, preparing to join the fight. Get aside. This is my matter. I'll handle it myself, Long Chen said domineeringly. As a low-level celestial emperor, although you have some skills, do you think you can kill my young master in front of me? You should first ask if my sword agrees, Yang Yue said. thrusting his sword towards Long Chen. Chapter 427. Beaten to a pulp. What you said makes sense. After all, we're here to crash a wedding. Since we need a spectacle, bring as many people as you can, Long Chen said. In fact, if it's just about numbers, he could gather everyone from Blue Star. But their cultivation levels are low. Just a little residual energy from the battle could wipe them out. All right, I'll take you to the third layer first, and then I'll go gather people, Elder Wu said. Elder Wu was not only thinking about the spectacle. Everyone wanted to do something for Yi Yimeng, as they had all received her kindness. These people were spread across various families and organizations, along with some loose cultivators. Just as Elder Wu and Long Chen headed to the third layer, they encountered two people coming from the third layer to the second. Long Chen brushed past them, and Elder Wu's expression changed upon seeing the two. Only when they descended to the second layer did Elder Wu say, Long Chen, did you see those two just now? I did. One is at the peak of the Celestial Emperor, and the other is even stronger. Could be a half-step Heavenly Emperor? Long Chen said. Exactly. The stronger one is Yang Yang's father, Emperor Yang, and the other has followed him for many years. His name is Yang Wei, Elder Wu said. Chapter 428. Bricks as gifts. Everyone is just trying to make a living. Who still cares about their reputation? Moreover, those who can survive on the road to the Heavenly Emperor are either strong in their background or powerful themselves. Long Chen's threat only momentarily stunned them before they quickly regained their composure. In this world, who fears whom? Even if Long Chen has a powerful background, it's still about acting first and speaking later. Often, as long as the backgrounds are not vastly different and no one suffers losses at the moment, it's usually resolved by the people behind them. The key is not to suffer losses on the spot. If you do, it could lead to a needless defeat. Thinking of this, the other cultivators in the tavern surrounded Long Chen. Kid, we were just discussing Yi Yimeng. What is the matter? Do you have a thing with her? Ah, you must not let young Master Yang know. If he finds out, he'll probably hunt you down and torture you to death. Just him. He is probably just one-sidedly infatuated. Do you really think Yi Yimeng has any story with him? Haha. A group of people surrounded Long Chen and mocked him, completely ignoring his increasingly gloomy expression. Chapter 429. The wedding begins at Yang Kong, the second son of Emperor Yang, at the mid-celestial emperor level. If it's just him, he has not a problem for you. Elder Wu pointed to Yang Kong, who was dressed in a bright red robe, laughing and chatting with guests. With a hooked nose and squinting eyes, this person clearly isn't a good one, Long Chen said. Exactly. Yang Kong is known as the Silver Spear Little Overlord. Anything he sets his eyes on, he wants to possess entirely. If you give it to him, it's fine. If you don't, he'll start threatening you. If that doesn't work, he'll resort to forceful robbery, and if you dare to resist, he'll annihilate your clan. He is simply a scourge. Elder Wu gritted his teeth. Why isn't anyone dealing with him? Long Chen asked. Sigh. Who dares to deal with him? The road to the Heavenly Emperor is so vast, and there are only a few half-step Heavenly Emperors. He knows everyone related to the half-step Heavenly Emperors. Who would dare offend them? Everyone is angry but afraid to speak, Elder Wu said. Well, leaving such a person in the world is a waste of celestial energy. It's better if he dies to avoid harming others, Long Chen said. Today, various forces have sent people over, indicating that the Yang family takes this marriage very seriously. Even the Heavenly Emperor of the Yang family has come down. But it's uncertain whether he will attend his son's wedding, Elder Wu said. Chapter 430. Kill Yang Kong what? Is it not enough to forcibly take someone else's wife without allowing others to cause trouble? Long Chen said. Although most people knew about this matter, no one would openly speak about it. Now that Long Chen brought it up at the wedding, it left the Yang family in a difficult position. Where did this mad dog come from? Today is my big day. I don't want to kill anyone. Someone break his hands and feet, then throw him out. Yang Kong said angrily. Wait, Yi Yimeng said. Yang Kong stopped several people who were heading to attack Long Chen and looked at Yi Yimeng in confusion. Yimeng, what is wrong? Yang Kong asked. Today is our wedding day. I don't want to see blood. Just let him go, Yi Yimeng said. All right, I'll listen to you, Yang Kong replied. He then looked at Long Chen and said, Kid, today you're lucky. If it weren't for Yimeng pleading for you, I wouldn't let you go. Now I'm giving you one last chance. Get out on your own, and I won't hold the earlier incident against you. Long Chen ignored Yang Kong and looked at Yi Yimeng, saying, Yimeng, I'm here to take you back. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically, revealing shock. Chapter 431. Blood escaped. The people of the Yang family rushed to surround Long Chen, Just then, Elder Wu's reinforcements arrived, charging into the Yang family. The guests were thrown into chaos, rushing to the outside. None wanted to get involved in this dispute that had nothing to do with them. Chen stomped his left foot on the ground, causing the floorboards to fly up, and with the momentum erupting from him. The floorboards attacked the Yang family members charging at him. Bang, bang, bang. A group of people were sent flying backward, falling to the ground. Elder Wu led his men in and immediately began the slaughter. The Heavenly Emperor of the Yang family looked at the scene before him with anger and drew his trident, slashing towards Chen. Chen held a divine sword in one hand and embraced Yi Yimeng with the other, charging against the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor was not foolish. Every attack was aimed at Yi Yimeng, forcing Chen to focus all his attention on her. Chen, put me down. I can protect myself, Yi Yimeng said. No, it's too dangerous. With his two moves, I don't need to fight with all my strength, Chen replied. Chapter 432. No leaving the path of the Immortal Emperor Chen. How did you know I was here and came to save me? Yi Yimeng asked. I didn't know where you were at first. It was the fortune teller who told me. And that is how I found out you were on the path of the Heavenly Emperor, Chen said. I didn't expect you to be worried about me. I thought you just happened to run into me on the path of the Heavenly Emperor, Yi Yimeng said. How could I not come when my wife is about to be taken away? Come back to the Immortal Realm with me. I don't need you to lay the groundwork for me, Chen said. The competition for the Heavenly Emperor is so fierce. I just want to do a little for you, Yi Yimeng said. Even if I can't become the Heavenly Emperor, I can still beat one. It's too dangerous for you to be here alone, Chen said. Are you going back to the Immortal Realm? Don't you want to compete for the Heavenly Emperor? Yi Yimeng asked. I will definitely be able to cultivate to become the Heavenly Emperor, but I want to become one here. I just feel that this world isn't that simple, Chen said. This was also the feeling Chen had after re-advancing to the Immortal Emperor level. Compared to his previous life, he felt a certain kind of restraint was missing. After becoming the Immortal Emperor in his last life, he always felt a certain kind of shackles binding him, but he could never find out what it was. Chapter 433. Music Attack Kid. What is your strength? Pipain asked. Early Immortal Emperor, there's nothing to hide. You have 2 minutes. My time is limited. So think carefully, Chen said. You're seeking death. How dare an early Immortal Emperor be arrogant in front of us? Do you think I'm just a nobody? Pipa scolded angrily. Thinking about how they were just scared by him made them even angrier. Pipa plucked the strings of her pipa. And Pipain didn't stop her, merely frowning as she watched. Although she found it strange, she didn't see anything special about Chen. So letting her second brother test the waters wasn't a bad idea. The sound of the pipa resonated, and waves of musical notes attacked Chen and the others. Several guards covered their ears upon hearing the pipa music, but it didn't help much. They were still affected by the sound and fled in panic, clutching their heads in pain. The music also affected their minds, igniting thoughts of suicide. Chen, however, covered Yi Yimeng's ears with his hands and smiled at Pipa, who was playing the pipa. Chapter 434. Golden Cicada escapes its shell. How can you also use music attacks? Pipain asked. I just learned it. How is it? Not bad, right? Chen said. Pipain's mouth twitched. The two brothers had cultivated as Pipa spirits for countless years, and they had long forgotten how much time they had spent to reach this level. Yet this person said he just learned it, meaning he was merely mimicking them. Yet he was still able to defeat them. This really made the Pipa spirits furious. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You just learned it and can defeat us. I don't believe it, Pipa questioned. At this point, he was on the verge of a breakdown. Chen's words were too much of a blow to him. Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. I'm just telling you the truth. Since you taught me music attacks, as long as you two submit to me, I can spare you, Chen said. Pipain and Pipa fell silent. Cultivation was not easy, especially for them. Starting from the Pipa, they had no idea how many years and hardships they had gone through to reach this point. They didn't want to die, but perhaps there was no better way at the moment, and they were afraid that if they refused, Chen would kill them immediately. Chapter 435. Bring your head to meet me, even though he had returned. The Jinwu Heavenly Emperor still felt a lingering fear, not expecting Chen to be this powerful. Thinking about how the Yang Heavenly Emperor bragged to them made him angry, and he headed to the Yang Heavenly Emperor's house to settle the score. Forget it. I'll let you go this time. I don't have time to play with you, Chen said. Then left the path of the Heavenly Emperor and returned to the Immortal Realm. Long Chen released Yi Yimeng and Xiao Wu from the Time and Space Tower, and the two of them sat on Xiao Wu's back as they headed toward the Demon Palace. At the entrance of the Demon Palace, the Northern Emperor, Western Emperor, Eastern Emperor, Demon Emperor, Fire Emperor, and Ethereal Empress, 6 people were kneeling at the entrance with thorny branches on their backs, each holding their own head. Sister Qingwan, what should we do? I don't know where Big Brother went, Yi Qing said anxiously. These few people have been kneeling in front of the Demon Palace for a whole day, attracting a large crowd of onlookers. They say they want to see Long Chen, but don't mention the reason, making everyone speculate about the Demon Palace. Doesn't this affect the reputation of the Demon Palace in the Immortal Realm? What happened to these Immortal Emperors to make them chop off their own heads? Who knows? It's all very mysterious, and they are kneeling in front of the Demon Palace. Did they do something wrong to anger Long Chen? Chapter 436. Divine Attribute Ownership. You have already brought your heads to meet me. What more can I say? But you must agree to one condition. When I go to war against the myriad realms, you will be at the forefront. Long Chen said. This time, the demon clan's attack had required considerable effort and sacrifice from them. If they didn't care about this, Long Chen would have long since dealt with each of them. It was for the greater good that he set aside personal grudges. Commander, as long as you give the order, we will not hesitate, said the Northern Emperor. We will not hesitate. The others echoed in unison. All right, put your heads back on. Kneeling in front of my demon palace, they might think that I, Long Chen, care about you. Remember your promise today. If anyone retreats when the time comes, I will be the first to slay him. Long Chen said coldly. Yes, Commander. The few of them replied in unison. How is the situation with the demon clan? Has it been cleaned up? Long Chen asked. Commander, the demon clan has been completely cleared out, including the Buddhist domain. However, now half of the Immortal Realm has been ravaged by the demon clan, and many places are deserted. Rebuilding will take a lot of time, said the Northern Emperor. Chapter 437. You must take responsibility. You should refine this divine attribute now. I'll stand by and be ready to act if anything happens, Long Chen said. After erasing the soul of the Lava Lord from the divine attribute, he handed it to Long Qingwan. Long Qingwan sat cross-legged and began to refine this divine attribute. Unexpectedly, the refining process went exceptionally smoothly. From the very beginning, there were no signs of discomfort. After a day and night in the Tower of Time and Space, Long Qingwan completely refined this divine attribute, which fused in her mind. How is it? Try it out, Long Chen said. Long Qingwan activated the divine attribute, and for the first time using divine power, she felt a mix of surprise and anticipation, hoping to possess the combat power of the Heavenly Emperor as Long Chen described. Long Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing at Long Qingwan's current appearance. Long Qingwan looked at herself in confusion, wondering what was so funny to Long Chen. But upon inspecting herself, she realized the changes when using divine power, and her anger began to rise. Long Chen, what have you done? Why do I look like this? Long Qingwan shouted angrily. Chapter 438. No place to retreat. Long Chen wandered through the Immortal Realm, appreciating its magnificent landscapes and exploring the diverse cultures across various celestial domains and stars. Over 5 years, Long Chen toured the entire Immortal Realm. During this time, he witnessed the suffering and destruction, as well as rebirth across mountains and rivers. In these 5 years, Long Chen gained a lot, even encountering longing once, synchronizing their understanding of laws. Along this journey, he grasped a total of over 1,000 perfect laws. However, he regretted not being able to figure out what the last law was, a puzzle he pondered throughout the years, and Long Ying was in the same boat, unable to find the answer. Upon returning to the Demon Palace, Long Chen entered a long period of seclusion, raising his cultivation to the mid-stage of the Immortal Emperor. Before the Forbidden Ground, he looked at the Buddha Lord and Blood Demon Emperor's heavenly lanterns, with the Blood Demon Emperor still wailing. Long Chen, save me. When I return to the demon world, I will definitely thank you properly. The Blood Demon Emperor saw Long Chen's arrival as a glimmer of hope. Just stay here as a big lantern. You still dream of returning to the demon clan? Long Chen laughed. Chapter 439. Spatial transfer. Although Long Qingwan could not fully unleash her power yet, restraining the Yama Lord was not a major problem. Moreover, the Yama Lord, having such an easy opponent, was also inclined to take it easy and not rush to confront Long Chen. The Erlang Lord immediately used his ultimate move, the three-eyed divine ability. Big Bayou. 3 intense attacks burst forth from the third eye on his forehead, shooting towards Long Chen. As Long Chen dodged his attacks, a large number of disciples from the demon palace behind him would bear the brunt of the assault, turning to ashes. As Long Chen did not evade, he was confident that Long Chen would not easily withstand his attack and might even suffer severe injuries. And being a ranged attacker, he had ample space and time to deal with Long Chen's counterattack. Long Chen watched the 3 incoming attacks calmly. As he observed the 3 attacks rushing towards him, the Erlang Lord inadvertently revealed a cold smile. No main god dared to take on his 3-eyed divine ability head-on, and now that the attacks were near Long Chen, it was too late to dodge. Chapter 440. Lord Hongjun, I don't know what you're talking about. I am Long Qingwan of the Demon Palace, not your so-called main god. Long Qingwan said coldly. Main god, you cannot be so heartless. Can you bear to watch so many of your kin being wiped out one by one? Can you? Shurtu said tearfully. Since you just said, I am your main god, why did you just attack the disciples of the Demon Palace? Now that you see you are about to lose, you won't acknowledge me? You really think too highly of yourselves. Long Qingwan said coldly. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Shidu's eyes. If Long Qingwan gave them a way out, they would have no issue submitting. But now, Long Qingwan had no intention of giving them any chance to live, so there was no need for them to continue being so subservient. Brothers of a lava clan, do you see? The lava lord doesn't want to acknowledge us, thinking we brought her shame. Now we can only rely on ourselves. Kill. We must wipe out all the disciples of the Demon Palace, even if it costs us our lives. Shurtu incited. Long Qingwan frowned at Shurtu. His speed of turning against them was faster than flipping a book. Chapter 441. The disappearing Long Chen Hongjun. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Quickly kill Long Chen. We can't let him escape. The Yama Lord said. Hongjun shot him a fierce glare and said coldly, What? Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Cough, no, I was just suggesting. I just don't want him to run away, the Yama Lord said awkwardly. Only then did I feel that I was indeed wrong. How could the Realm Master act as he pleased? This is in someone else's realm. Asking for his life is like playing a game. I see you're doubting my abilities. Within my realm, if he wants to run, where can he go? Could it be that he can escape to the demon realm or the divine realm right under my nose? Hongjun snorted coldly. He was very displeased with this Yama Lord god. If it weren't for losing the bet with the Realm Master of the Divine Realm back then, and losing the autonomy of these 3 stars, how could they stay here? Moreover, not only could they only stay here, but if any of them died, he couldn't care less, but their entire race couldn't be exterminated. And the 3 Lord God divinities had to be kept in the hands of the divine race. If it weren't for this, Hongjun would have wanted to wipe them all out. In the beginning, when Long Chen obtained a divinity from the Lava Lord God, Hongjun turned a blind eye, and the Erlang Lord God and Yama Lord God did not report it to the Realm Master of the Divine Realm. Chapter 442. The huge disparity. Who can tell me where Long Chen is gone? Hongjun shouted angrily. Everyone fell silent. Even if they knew, they couldn't say anything. Who will tell me where Long Chen escaped to? How could he have escaped so silently? Hongjun was very furious. Long Chen had escaped right under his nose, and he had brought someone with him. This was his disgrace. Meanwhile, Long Chen had already taken Long Qingwan back to his small world. Long Chen, where is this? Long Qingwan asked in confusion. This place doesn't look like the Immortal Realm at all. The immortal energy is thin, and most areas only have spiritual energy. Clearly, they have arrived in another world. This is my own small world. Even if that Hongjun comes, I am confident I can stand against him, Long Chen said. Oh my god, your small world? Your small world actually has living beings? Although they are still very weak, this is still incredible, Long Qingwan said in surprise. For someone at Long Qingwan's level, not only had she never seen a small world with living beings, but she had never even heard of it. In fact, a small world with living beings could only appear at the level of the Heavenly Emperor, but Long Chen was an exception. He had already begun to have one.